Betrayed by my cultivation partner, stripped of my cultivation, with only 3 days left to live, demoted to a menial servant to await death. Yet I awakened Itan's system. Now I cultivate longevity fruits and extend my life for 1,000 years. When my ex-wife brings her adopted son to mock me as a worthless cripple, I crush the entire sect beneath my heel. Jin Tian Domain, Lingxi Sect, Morning Court Hall. The vast hall was already filled with hundreds of Lingxi Sect disciples, elders, stewards, guardians, hall masters, and more, all chatting among themselves, their faces brimming with smiles, as if they'd just celebrated some great joy, each basking in the moment. Yet amidst these elites stood one figure who seemed utterly out of place. A handsome young man stood with arms crossed, his expression deeply grim, as though he were ready to devour someone alive. At that moment, an elderly man approached the youth and said, "Yi Shuai, the rebellion in the northern desert region has been quelled. As the chief commander, you've achieved an immortal feat for our Lingxi sect. By all rights, you should be rejoicing. Why such gloom?" Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly. He glanced at the old man and replied, "Just didn't sleep well last night. Don't worry about it, Elder Yang." The man addressed as Elder Yang chuckled and said, "Let me guess. Last night, you celebrated far into the evening with the sect leader, hence your lack of rest." Then, with a knowing look, the old fellow added with a light laugh, "Still, better late than never. After all, you and the sect leader have been married for so many years, yet her womb remains barren. If this celebration finally results in a heavenly heir, it would truly be a blessing for our Lingxi sect." At this, Yi Kanglin let out a laugh, but it wasn't joyful. It was bitter, laced with sorrow. Without a word, he reached into his storage ring and pulled out an envelope, which he handed to Elder Yang. Elder Yang, taken aback, instinctively accepted it, asking, "What is this?" Yi Kanglin gave a faint smile. "A divorce decree." That single sentence struck like thunder. Elder Yang froze, stunned for several heartbeats before finally opening the envelope. Inside was indeed a folded divorce letter, clearly written by sect leader Yu Xiao herself, sealed with her official sect seal. There was no way it could be forged. Now Elder Yang was utterly bewildered. Yi Shuai had just returned in triumph. How could the sect leader immediately send him divorce papers? Then Yi Kanglin spoke slowly, calmly. "I arrived back at the sect last night. I hadn't even sat down on my chair when her personal maid delivered this divorce letter. At first, I was confused. I didn't understand what she meant. I thought to go to her private quarters to speak, but her guards wouldn't even let me near the door. The meaning is clear enough, isn't it?" Elder Yang's mind snapped into clarity. Carefully, he whispered, "Does the sect leader intend to kill the donkey after it's ground the flour?" Yi Kanglin remained silent, a silence that confirmed Elder Yang's suspicion. Moments later, he smiled bitterly. "Right now, I've personally suppressed the Northern Desert Rebellion. The 13 provinces of Huiying are reclaimed under Lingxi sect rule. Our dominance over the entire Jin Tian domain has reached unprecedented heights. Small independent principalities and city-states have completely submitted, too terrified now to even think of rebellion. So now, to Yu Xiao, I am of no further use. That's exactly why she sent me this divorce decree the very moment I stepped through the gate, to sever ties with me immediately." With that, Yi Kanglin clasped his hands behind his back, a cold, calm smile forming. "This morning assembly may well be my farewell banquet. The moment I entered here, I might never walk out again." As his words fell, Yi Kanglin let out a melancholy chuckle. Hearing this, cold sweat broke out along Elder Yang's spine. Glancing around cautiously to ensure no one was eavesdropping, he quickly raised a finger to his lips. "Yi Shuai, watch your words. All this is merely speculation. Perhaps there's another reason for this letter, something we're missing." But Yi Kanglin offered no reply. Just then, an acolyte announced loudly, "The sect leader arrives." At once, the noisy hall fell silent. Every disciple, ranked from low to high, turned their gaze toward the entrance. Through the doorway stepped a woman of ethereal beauty, her hair coiled high like clouds, her figure swaying with grace. She wore a dazzling red celestial robe called the Blushing Beauty Crimson Gown, accentuating her exquisite curves. Her delicate features bore a subtle touch of makeup, enhancing her already transcendent beauty with a new layer of allure. Though a woman, she carried herself with the bearing of one who looked down upon all under heaven, as if every living being before her were mere ants beneath her feet. This woman was none other than the current leader of Lingxi Sect, Yu Xiao. As Yu Xiao ascended the sect leader's throne, hundreds of disciples below knelt down in unison, shouting loudly, "Our Lord, may your fortune fill the heavens, and may you live 10,000 years." The roar was thunderous, shaking the very air. Yet amidst the entire hall, one person remained standing upright, conspicuously defiant. No other than Yu Xiao's former husband, Yi Kanglin. Yu Xiao saw this clearly, but she did not react. Instead, she calmly declared, "Rise." "Thank you, Lord." The crowd stood up as one, their eyes all fixed upon Yu Xiao. In the next moment, an elderly man stepped forward and reported respectfully, "Your lordship, this humble servant has urgent matters to report." "Speak," replied Yu Xiao indifferently. The aged elder trembled slightly as he began. "This servant accuses young Commander Yi Kanglin. During his campaign, he permitted his troops to burn, kill, and loot. He abducted common women, causing unbearable suffering among border civilians. We beg our lord to punish him severely as a warning to others." Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin looked at the elder with mild astonishment. His eyes narrowed slightly as he mused inwardly. So they're framing me already? Immediately after, several other elders rose one by one and reported to Yu Xiao. This servant accuses young commander Yi Kanglin of forming cliques, corruption, and persecuting loyal and righteous men. This servant accuses young commander Yi Kanglin of oppressing men and seducing women, seizing what he pleases, and showing utter contempt for the law. This servant accuses young commander Yi Kanglin of colluding with foreign tribes, secretly stockpiling weapons, and plotting rebellion. In an instant, numerous impeachment memorials were piled onto Yu Xiao's imperial desk. This scene seemed meticulously orchestrated, giving Yi Kanglin absolutely no chance to defend himself. Then, from her throne, sect leader Yu Xiao coldly demanded, "Yi Kanglin, do you admit your crimes?" Hearing this, Yi Kanglin let out a light chuckle. He had expected nothing less. This woman had finally dropped all pretenses. Without even glancing at the accusations laid before her, she was already demanding his confession. He slowly lifted his gaze toward Yu Xiao and said calmly, "I am guilty." 3 simple words sent shockwaves reverberating through the entire assembly hall. Clearly, no one present had expected Yi Kanglin to admit guilt without offering even a single word of defense. It was so unlike his usual manner. Even Yu Xiao was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated such swift compliance. After a pause, she asked icily, "You don't wish to explain yourself?" Yi Kanglin merely smiled faintly. "Explain what? These trumped-up charges were fabricated by you. What is there to explain?" Yu Xiao's delicate brows furrowed. Then she snapped sharply, "Are you saying I'm framing you on purpose?" Yi Kanglin spread his hands, shrugging carelessly. "My lady sect leader, we're all adults here. If you want me dead, just say it outright. No need for all this theatrical nonsense." Yu Xiao laughed coldly at that. She was actually amused by his boldness. Yi Kanglin could still effortlessly see through her thoughts, just as always. Before him, she felt like an inexperienced child, clumsy, helpless, needing his guidance in everything. Even in military command and sect governance, she fell far short of his abilities. Just as outsiders said, the world knows the young commander Yi Kanglin, but few remember sect leader Yu Xiao. It was precisely because of this disparity that she had long nurtured the desire to eliminate him. But in previous years, the Lingxi Sect remained unstable. She still needed Yi Kanglin's assistance, and thus never dared to move against him. Now, however, Yi Kanglin had eradicated every internal and external threat to the sect. Even the century-long Northern Desert Rebellion, which had plagued Lingxi Sect for generations, had been crushed by him. She now believed she could fully control the situation. With that, Yi Kanglin was no longer necessary. And so, she chose this day, the day of his triumphant return, to strike. At once, Yu Xiao rose from her throne, towering over Yi Kanglin as she sneered. "You want to die? Then I shall deny you even that. I will keep you alive, let you witness how I can elevate Lingxi Sect to new heights, even without you. When Lingxi Sect becomes the supreme ruler across this entire land, and eventually the mightiest sect across the whole continent, you'll finally understand how utterly insignificant your existence was to me." Having spoken thus, Yu Xiao paused, her expression radiating haughty pride, before she announced, "From this day forth, Yi Kanglin is stripped of all titles and positions, demoted to a menial servant disciple, confined permanently beneath Wuyuan Mountain, and forbidden to take even half a step beyond its bounds." Chapter 2, Cultivation Annihilated. As these words fell, the entire hall plunged into a deathly silence. Even Yi Kanglin wore an expression of stunned shock. He had expected Yu Xiao to take his life, but instead, she merely sentenced him to imprisonment, something entirely unexpected. At that moment, however, Elder Yang stepped forward and respectfully addressed Yu Xiao. "My lord, if Marshal Yi is demoted to a menial servant, then who shall succeed him as young marshal of Lingxi Sect? It's true we have no shortage of extraordinary talents in our sect, but the position of young marshal requires more than mere talent." On the surface, Elder Yang appeared to be offering advice for Yu Xiao's benefit, yet in truth, he was subtly warning her against acting rashly. Demoting Yi Kanglin would leave Lingxi Sect without a suitable successor to such a critical role, one akin to a chancellor. Without absolute loyalty to Yu Xiao, appointing the wrong person could bring about catastrophic consequences for the sect. Yet Yu Xiao merely let out a contemptuous laugh. Gazing down at the old man, she spoke leisurely. "Elder Yang, do you truly believe I'd commit such a foolish mistake?" Her words caused a flicker of surprise in Elder Yang's eyes. Could it be? Did the sect master already have someone in mind? Not only Elder Yang was puzzled, Yi Kanglin and hundreds of disciples present were equally curious. Who would this woman Yu Xiao choose to replace Yi Kanglin as her chancellor? Then, Yu Xiao announced loudly, "Summon disciple Mu Chang'e for audience." Hearing this, the 2 young acolytes standing by the gate immediately cried out in unison, "Summon disciple Mu Chang'e for audience." Their voices echoed outward. Moments later, a stunningly beautiful youth dressed in the dragon robe of the young marshal slowly entered from outside. The boy possessed extraordinary handsomeness, rosy lips, white teeth, skin like congealed fat, and a slender frame that gave off a delicate, almost fragile aura. With looks like his, he could captivate countless young maidens simply by standing still. When Yi Kanglin saw who it was, he laughed. He turned to Yu Xiao and said, "You're bringing your adopted son here to replace me? You can't be serious." Indeed, this exquisitely beautiful youth entering the hall was none other than Yu Xiao's adopted son, or more accurately, her foster child. Years ago, during one of her travels outside the sect, Yu Xiao had taken in a little boy and brought him back to Lingxi Sect, officially making him her godson. Back then, Mu Chang'e was still young, so Yi Kanglin hadn't thought much of it. But as the boy grew older and began to show signs of mature masculinity, Yi Kanglin started to realize things weren't as simple as they seemed. Seeing the flicker of displeasure in Yi Kanglin's eyes, Yu Xiao felt a surge of dark satisfaction. After 300 years of marriage, this was the first time she'd seen Yi Kanglin suffer humiliation at her hands, and oh, how delicious it felt. With pride, she declared, Mu Chang'e is my personally trained and groomed successor. Not only is he my closest senior disciple, he is also the most qualified candidate to assume the role of young marshal. This statement left everyone present, including Yi Kanglin, stunned into silence. For her phrase, my closest senior disciple, carried implications far beyond formality, inviting all sorts of suggestive interpretations. It was then that Yi Kanglin suddenly realized something. All along, without even noticing, he had already been cuckolded by the woman standing before him. While he fought battles on the front lines, risking life and limb, his wife had been indulging in affairs with her adopted son. And now, once everything was settled, she planned to discard him completely, casting him aside so she could openly be with her foster son. Even Yi Kanglin, with all his composure, couldn't help clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white. The look in his eyes toward Yu Xiao was murderous. He wanted nothing more than to tear her apart. By then, Mu Chang'e had already approached Yi Kanglin's side. Perhaps because of their proximity, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted from Mu Chang'e and reached Yi Kanglin's nostrils. Yi Kanglin stared at him in shock, for he recognized that scent instantly. It was Yu Xiao's personal perfume. Mu Chang'e shot him a taunting glance, then leaned in slightly and whispered, just low enough that only the two of them could hear. Do you know why the guards wouldn't let you into the bedroom last night when you came looking for master? Because she was still cultivating with me at the time. Cultivating, body-to-body cultivation. And this fragrance on me. You must recognize it too, don't you? Want to know why I smell like this? I'm still wearing the undergarments she changed out of yesterday. With that, Mu Chang'e burst into giggles, high-pitched and effeminate, like a twisted eunuch, making anyone within earshot want to punch him square in the face. Then, Mu Chang'e swaggered over and sat himself down upon the young marshal's honored seat. He looked down at Yi Kanglin with the arrogant gaze of a victor. He seemed to be eagerly anticipating the sight of Yi Kanglin flying into a rage, screaming in agony and despair. Unfortunately for him, Yi Kanglin remained calm, so calm that he didn't even spare him a second glance. Instead, he turned toward Yu Xiao and said, now that I'm merely a menial disciple, this grand audience hall is no longer a place meant for me. From this day forward, I shall never step foot in this hall again. Our 300 years of marital ties end here. With that, Yi Kanglin tore off his official robes and hurled them violently onto the ground before turning and walking toward the exit. But then, Yu Xiao's voice rang out. Did I say you could leave? Yi Kanglin paused mid-step. He glanced back at her and asked, does the sect master have further orders? Yu Xiao sneered. You're no longer the young marshal. Shouldn't you return the young marshal's insignia now? Yi Kanglin frowned, turning fully to face her. What insignia are you talking about? Yu Xiao didn't reply. In the next moment, she vanished from her spot and instantly reappeared right before Yi Kanglin. Her speed was so astonishing that Yi Kanglin couldn't react in time. Instinctively, he tried to turn and flee, but the next instant, Yu Xiao's palm struck sharply against his abdomen. The force was immense. A surge of pure spiritual energy rushed from her hand and violently surged into his body. Yi Kanglin's eyes bulged as if they would pop from their sockets. His body flew backward, crashing through the air, and from his mouth erupted a jet-black pearl the size of a longan fruit. Yu Xiao caught it swiftly, seizing the pearl as it flew out of Yi Kanglin's mouth. Then she turned her gaze toward Yi Kanglin, who lay sprawled outside the hall. He lay like a dead dog, convulsing on the ground, blood continuously trickling from the corners of his mouth. As the black pearl left his body, his cultivation base began collapsing at an alarming rate. Even his lifespan plummeted rapidly. This scene stunned everyone present, especially Elder Yang, whose face twisted in terror as he stared at Yu Xiao. He never imagined that someone who had been married to Yi Kanglin for 3 centuries could do something so ruthless, not only stripping him of all status, but now also destroying his entire cultivation foundation and even shortening his life. Could this truly be the same woman? Holding the black pearl she had extracted from Yi Kanglin's body, Yu Xiao declared aloud. This black pearl was bestowed upon you by my father, the previous sect master. It is thanks to this treasure that you, a mere mortal with no innate talent for cultivation, were even able to embark on the path of martial refinement. The sole reason my father granted you such a priceless artifact was in hopes that you would wholeheartedly assist and support me, helping secure Lingxi Sect's dominion over the entire Jin Tian territory. But now, with the entire Lingxi Sect firmly under my control, you've become worthless to me. There is no longer any reason for this pearl to remain inside your body. I've reclaimed it. Do you have any objections? Lying outside the hall, his breath growing weaker and more faint, Yi Kanglin spat out another mouthful of blood after hearing her final words, and then fell completely unconscious. Seeing this, Yu Xiao called out, "Guards!" At once, several guards hurried forward. Yu Xiao tilted her chin toward Yi Kanglin and ordered, "Have someone treat his injuries. Keep him alive, but once he's healed, throw him to the foot of Wuyuan Mountain. He is forbidden from ever stepping beyond it for the rest of his life." The guards clasped their fists and responded in unison, "Yes, my lord." Then, as if suddenly recalling something, Yu Xiao turned to one of the senior guards and said, "Qin Shao." The guard captain named Qin Xiao stepped forward respectfully. This one is at your service. After a brief pause, Yu Xiao continued. From now on, you will visit Wuyuan Mountain regularly and report to him every single detail of what happens within our Lingxi Sect. I want him to see clearly, with his own eyes, how under my leadership, Lingxi Sect rises in power, flourishes, and reaches new heights of glory. Chapter 3, The Homestead System. Qin Xiao clasped his hands together and said respectfully, Understood, sir. After that, he signaled 2 guards to help him carry Yi Kanglin away, then hurried down the mountain. As Yu Xiao watched Yi Kanglin's retreating figure, for some reason, a strange flicker passed through her eyes, but instantly, she reverted to her usual aloof and proud expression. Then she calmly sat back down upon the sect leader's throne and addressed the disciples below. You all seem dissatisfied with how I've dealt with Yi Kanglin. Now that everyone is here, speak freely. Let me hear your thoughts. Earlier, when Yu Xiao had acted against Yi Kanglin, she had already noticed many disciples in the hall casting glances filled with anger, resentment, even hatred. Yet these emotions had ultimately been suppressed by force. Now that she had removed Yi Kanglin, the biggest thorn in her side, her next move would naturally target those closest to him. So she seized this moment to confront dissent among the ranks. But at this moment, Jin Tian, the elder of Tiandu Peak, laughed loudly and said, Leader, you jest. Men like Yi Kanglin, the very definition of treacherous ministers, we disciples of Lingxi Sect have long wished to eliminate him. How could any of us harbor dissatisfaction? Immediately after, Shun Xiuling, the hall master of Zongjin Pavilion, added respectfully. Exactly. Lingxi Sect should belong to you, our leader, not to Yi Kanglin. In truth, he was nothing more than a dog raised by the master. If the dog disobeys, replacing it is only natural, isn't it? Though their words reeked of deliberate flattery toward Yu Xiao, she found them exceedingly pleasing. At once, she couldn't help but smile and turned to ask the others below, Do the rest of you feel the same way? Many disciples quickly chimed in agreement. Li Wuwu, the hall master of Yaoyuan Hall, stepped forward directly, indignation evident on his face, and declared, Yi Kanglin deceived superiors and bullied subordinates. He got exactly what he deserved. Removing him was a righteous act that eradicated a plague from our Lingxi Sect. With our leader and commander Muchanga guiding us, Lingxi Sect will surely become stronger and more prosperous than ever. This statement flattered both Yu Xiao and Muchanga. Muchanga, freshly appointed, couldn't help laughing heartily. He turned to Yu Xiao and said, Master, this man certainly knows how to speak well. Yu Xiao also smiled lightly, then slightly disdainfully replied, It's just fawning rhetoric, fine to listen to occasionally. But at this moment, Muchanga rose from the young commander's seat. In a clear voice, he declared, Master, I must disagree. Hall Master Li is a veteran serving 3 generations of leaders within Lingxi Sect. His insight into matters runs deep. If even Hall Master Li believes Lingxi Sect will grow mightier under your leadership, then indeed, you shall make our sect stronger than ever. The Hall Master of Yusho Hall stood up and added, Commander Mu speaks truly. Having a wise ruler like our leader govern Lingxi Sect isn't merely a blessing for our sect. It's a fortune for the 800 million people of the Jin Tian domain. The Master's achievements will surpass even those of our founding patriarch. Her name shall echo across the entire continent. With that, he knelt down with both knees and proclaimed aloud, Our sovereign bears the bearing of a holy hero, destined to unify the continent and ascend as the supreme sovereign. No sooner had these words been spoken than every disciple present dropped to their knees in unison, shouting together, Our sovereign bears the bearing of a holy hero, destined to unify the continent and ascend as the supreme sovereign. Their voices boomed, louder than during the morning court session, reverberating through the entire hall like rolling thunder. High atop the sect leader's throne, Yu Xiao could no longer contain her inner ecstasy. At this moment, she truly felt the intoxicating thrill of absolute power. And at this very instant, her prestige within Lingxi Sect reached an unprecedented peak, the true dignity befitting a sect master. Gazing out from the grand hall toward the sky beyond, Yu Xiao silently mused, Father, watch me from above. The Lingxi Sect founded by our Moon Clan shall, beneath my hand, unite the entire continent. At the foot of Xiangong Peak, Qin Xiao carried the heavily wounded and unconscious Yi Kanglin in haste toward the infirmary. 2 guards followed closely behind. Yet as they saw blood continuously dripping from the corner of Yi Kanglin's mouth, they cried out in alarm. Sir Qin, General Yi is bleeding. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao turned his head to look at Yi Kanglin, who was completely unconscious behind him, and shouted in alarm, Hold on, General Yi. We'll reach the infirmary soon. As he spoke, Qin Xiao quickened his pace even further, carrying Yi Kanglin on his back. At this moment, had he possessed a flying artifact, he might have already activated it and dashed straight to the infirmary. Unfortunately, his rank was too low to even lay hands on such high-grade items. He could only sprint with all his strength, rushing toward the infirmary. In that instant, he couldn't help but feel a surge of resentment toward Yu Xiao. Even ordinary people knew the saying, one day as husband and wife brings 100 days of kindness. How much more so after 3 centuries together? Yet she could still strike Yi Kanglin with such brutality. Was her heart even made of flesh? Though rage burned within him, he dared not show it. After all, as captain of the guards, gossiping about the master's affairs was punishable by beheading. Unbeknownst to him, at this very moment, Yi Kanglin's soul had entered a certain space. It was a vast, endless expanse of white, a dreamlike world stretching infinitely, as if no matter how far one walked, there would never be an end. Yi Kanglin wandered through this blank void, his eyes filled with confusion, muttering under his breath, "Strange. Where's this place? How did I end up here?" Just as doubt clouded his mind, a sudden mechanical voice echoed beside his ear. Beep. Homestead system activated. Binding to host now. Binding progress 1%. Hearing the sound, Yi Kanglin froze. He turned his head only to see a thin, translucent screen floating in midair, like a movie theater projector casting an image onto empty space. Staring at the screen, he saw a long progress bar slowly advancing from 1% to 99%. Then, the system's voice rang out once again. Beep. Binding complete. Congratulations, host. Homestead system successfully activated. At those words, Yi Kanglin blinked, then asked aloud, "System?" He twitched the corner of his mouth, then snorted bitterly, laughing. "Damn it. I've been stuck in this world for 300 damn years, and you piece of shit finally shows up now." Yes, Yi Kanglin wasn't actually native to this cultivation world at all. He was originally an ordinary person from Earth. 300 years ago, he'd accidentally transmigrated into this realm, fully expecting the legendary cheat abilities every transmigrator supposedly received upon arrival. To his shock, however, he'd waited a full 3 centuries, with nothing. Only now had this damn system finally appeared. He was utterly disgusted. Yet upon seeing the name of the system, Yi Kanglin suddenly understood. Because truthfully, this homestead system could only activate when its host gave up striving and chose instead to retire peacefully into seclusion. For the past 300 years in Lingxi Sect, Yi Kanglin had practically worn himself out, laboring day and night like a dog. Thus, he'd never met the activation condition. Now, having been stripped of his position by Wuxiao, he'd essentially been forced into retirement, triggering the system's activation at last. Realizing this, Yi Kanglin sneered dryly once more. So indeed, lying flat and giving up is life's ultimate goal. Once again, the system's notification sounded. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a newcomer gift package. Would you like to claim it?" Hearing the term newcomer gift package, Yi Kanglin's eyes lit up instantly. Excitement spilled from his lips. A starter pack? There's actually something like that. Chapter 4. You only have 3 days left to live. At that moment, Yi Kanglin raised his hand and tapped the confirm claim button on the system panel. Immediately, a prompt sound rang in his ears once again. Claim successful. You have obtained 6 longevity fruits, 1 cosmic star stone, and 1 rare earth core. Looking at the items displayed on the panel, Yi Kanglin murmured to himself, longevity fruit, cosmic star stone, rare earth core. Although Yi Kanglin had served as young marshal of Lingxi Sect for 300 years and had seen countless rare and strange objects, he had never even heard of these items rewarded by the system. The longevity fruit was easy enough to understand. It should be a fruit capable of extending one's lifespan. But the cosmic star stone and rare earth core? He had absolutely no idea what they were. Just as Yi Kanglin was pondering this, suddenly a childish voice piped up. Hey, big brother, what's your situation here? How come your lifespan is down to almost nothing? Did you take some poison or something? Are you trying to kill yourself? As the childish voice echoed, Yi Kanglin saw a tiny figure fly out from the system panel. It was a little boy who looked only about 3 or 4 years old. He wore a diaper on his lower half and a small blue t-shirt on top, with a pair of butterfly wings sprouting from his back. The wings didn't flap, yet they allowed him to float and drift freely through the air. Seeing the little boy, Yi Kanglin froze. Instinctively, he stepped backward and asked, "Who are you?" Xianxia ignored Yi Kanglin's question entirely. Instead, he floated right up close and pressed a single finger against Yi Kanglin's forehead. In the next moment, his spiritual energy poured into Yi Kanglin's body, thoroughly examining his condition. A moment later, he cried out in shock, "Damn it! What the hell did you do? How messed up is your body? No wonder your remaining lifespan is only 3 days. That's exactly where the problem lies." Yi Kanglin was stunned. He subconsciously muttered, "I only have 3 days left to live?" Without offering much explanation, Xianxia snapped his fingers. Instantly, the system panel before Yi Kanglin shifted to display a new screen. Host, Yi Kanglin. Current lifespan, 3 days. Stored lifespan, 0 days. Staring at the information now shown on the system panel, Yi Kanglin said incredulously, "Is this real? Is the system malfunctioning?" Although after the night luminous pearl inside his body was removed, his cultivation had been completely destroyed and his lifespan severely damaged, he still believed it shouldn't have deteriorated to the point where he had merely 3 days left to live. Hence, his instinct told him the system must have made an error. But Xianxia shouted, "If you're broken, the system isn't." Yi Kanglin looked at him curiously and asked, "Why are you so certain?" Xianxia snorted with disdain. "Why? I'm the system administrator. That's why, obviously." Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin stared at Xianxia in surprise. "System administrator? That's impressive." Ignoring Yi Kanglin's flattery, Xianxia turned and tapped several times on the system panel. In the next instant, the 6 longevity fruits from the newcomer's gift package automatically floated into view. Without hesitation, Xianxia tossed all 6 fruits directly in front of Yi Kanglin. "Take them. See how much longevity effect these 6 longevity fruits can give you." Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin instinctively caught the 6 cherry-like fruits. Immediately, the information on the system panel updated. Host, Yi Kanglin. Current lifespan, 3 days. Stored lifespan, 18 days. Seeing that the stored lifespan showed only 18 days, Nong Xiaoxian couldn't help but burst into furious curses. What the hell? There are 6 longevity fruits here, for crying out loud. And they only extend lifespan by 18 days total? On average, each fruit only gives 3 days? That's outrageous. Fuming, Nong Xiaoxian started waving his arms wildly. This was the first time he'd managed to emerge in ages. If Yi Kanglan died prematurely due to lack of lifespan, he might be sealed away again. That was utterly unacceptable to him. This was precisely why he became so infuriated upon seeing the mere 18-day gain. Still, realizing that something was better than nothing, he could only let out a heavy sigh and reluctantly accept reality. Meanwhile, Yi Kanglan spoke up. Hey, Administrator, how exactly am I supposed to use these longevity fruits? Do I just eat them directly to gain lifespan? Or do they need to be purified first like regular pills before consumption? Yi Kanglan's mood had improved significantly. He didn't know the exact effects of the longevity fruits, so he hadn't expected them to add much lifespan. Now, seeing that these fruits could grant him an additional 18 days of life, he felt genuinely pleased. After all, for someone on the verge of death, 21 days was more than enough time to accomplish many things. But Nong Xiaoxian snapped irritably. I have a name. I'm called Nong Xiaoxian, not Administrator. Administrator is just my title. Yi Kanglan nodded calmly. All right, Administrator sir, can you now tell me how exactly I should use these longevity fruits? Nong Xiaoxian rolled his eyes, too tired to argue further. He said slowly, just eat them directly, but spit out the pits. The kernels can be used as seeds. You'll depend on these seeds to extend your life later. Yi Kanglan grunted in acknowledgement and began popping the fruits into his mouth one by one. He carefully spat out each kernel, which were tiny, about the size of rice grains. Several times, he nearly swallowed them by accident. After finishing all 6 longevity fruits, Yi Kanglan noticed the system panel update once again. Host, Yi Kanglan. Current lifespan, 21 days. Stored lifespan, 0 days. Seeing that his remaining lifespan had increased to 21 days, Yi Kanglan felt a surge of joy. At least for now, he no longer needed to worry about dying suddenly. At the same moment, however, he realized something strange. His body seemed to be changing. As his lifespan increased, his muscles became tighter and filled with explosive power. His 5 senses, sight, smell, taste, touch, and hearing, all sharpened dramatically. If earlier Yi Kanglan had been nothing more than a dying invalid, now he had essentially regained the physical condition of a healthy adult, perhaps even better. Feeling these changes, Yi Kanglan looked at Nong Xiaoxian in surprise. Are the longevity fruits this powerful? Can they actually transform my body? Nong Xiaoxian rolled his eyes again. It has nothing to do with the longevity fruits. It's all because of your lifespan. Yi Kanglan blinked. Related to my lifespan? Nong Xiaoxian nodded. The Tingyun system, you activated Link's lifespan directly to strength. Simply put, the longer your lifespan, the greater your power. So when your lifespan reached 21 days, your physical abilities naturally skyrocketed. Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglan's eyes lit up. Wow, this system is that strong? Then if I keep planting longevity fruits and increase my lifespan to hundreds of years, won't I become invincible? But then, he hesitated, glancing down at the kernels in his hand. Still, before my 21 days run out, will I even be able to grow these seeds into fruit-bearing plants? Nong Xiaoxian let out a mocking laugh. Did you already forget what your other 2 rewards were? Yi Kanglan paused. Instinctively, he turned to look at the 2 remaining items displayed on the system panel. Cosmic Star Stone, Rare Earth Core. Then he looked back at Nong Xiaoxian. What do these 2 things do? Nong Xiaoxian tapped the system panel. In the next moment, the Cosmic Star Stone and the Rare Earth Core flew out. The Cosmic Star Stone was a fist-sized crystal orb, inside of which swirled a miniature galaxy-like scene. The Rare Earth Core was an egg-sized lump of clay-like material. Chapter 5. Are you really at peace with this? At that moment, Nong Xiaoxian began to explain briefly. The Universe Star Stone is similar to a storage artifact. It contains a space of its own inside. That space can be used perfectly for you to grow crops. As he spoke, he tossed the Star Stone forward. It immediately hovered in midair, then emitted a force that enveloped Yi Kanglan and carried him into the stone's interior. Yi Kanglan felt his surroundings spin wildly, his body briefly weightless. When he came to his senses, he found himself standing on a vast, open island. Well, calling it an island was generous. The area was extremely small, roughly the size of a basketball court. Around it stretched an endless ocean. The wind rippled across the surface, creating waves, while seagulls soared far in the distance. Fish darted beneath the water's surface, and above, the scorching sun beat down mercilessly on the skin. Standing on the island, Yi Kanglan was utterly stunned. He muttered in disbelief. Whoa? This is the inner space of that Universe Star Stone? It feels way too real. By then, Nong Xiaoxian had flown in as well. He glanced around, then fixed his gaze back on the tiny island below. He landed on the ground, casually scooped up a handful of soil, examined it closely for a moment, then turned to Yi Kanglan and said, the soil quality here is terrible, very low fertility. If not for the rare earth nucleus, longevity fruit probably couldn't even survive here. Yi Kanglan turned to Nong Xiaoxian and asked, that lump of clay is only about the size of an egg. Can it really enhance the fertility of this entire island? From Nong Xiaoxian's words just now, Yi Kanglan had already inferred that this so-called rare earth nucleus functioned like fertilizer, boosting soil nutrients to promote better crop growth. Still, the rare earth nucleus was only egg-sized. He wondered how much effect such a small amount could have. Nong Xiaoxian scoffed. With this much rare earth, you're still worried it won't be enough? Saying this, he broke off about half of the rare earth nucleus and forcefully slammed that half deep into the island's soil with one powerful slap. As the rare earth nucleus entered the ground, the soil around Nong Xiaoxian's hand underwent a subtle transformation. The originally yellowish soil rapidly darkened before their eyes, turning into rich black earth, and then the blackness spread outward in all directions. Within moments, the entire island's soil had been transformed into the finest grade of fertile black soil. Though it covered only the area of a single basketball court, it was more than sufficient for growing longevity fruit. Then, Nong Xiaoxian said to Yi Kanglin, "All right, the soil's ready. Just plant those longevity fruit seeds you have here. Come back after a day, and you'll be able to harvest the fruit." Hearing this, Yi Kanglin's eyes widened slightly in surprise. "What? Come back after just one day to harvest? Are these longevity fruits really that fast-growing?" Nong Xiaoxian rolled his eyes. "It's not that the fruit grows quickly. It's because time flows faster inside this universe star stone. The ratio between time inside and outside is approximately 365 days to 1 day. That means for every single day you spend outside, a full year passes in here. And since longevity fruit takes exactly 1 year to mature, once you plant the seeds here, you can come back in just 1 day and harvest them." At this point, Yi Kanglin, who had already crouched down and started digging the soil, suddenly lit up. 1 day outside equals a whole year in here. So, does that mean from now on, I can get a fresh batch of longevity fruit every single day, and keep extending my lifespan? Nong Xiaoxian nodded. "You could say that, but eventually, this island will become too small. Once the number of planted longevity fruit reaches a certain limit, you won't be able to expand further." After burying the seeds into the soil, Yi Kanglin smiled and said, "We'll deal with that when the time comes. Let's solve our immediate problem first before thinking too far ahead." With that, he finished planting the seeds, brushed his hands together, then turned to Nong Xiaoxian. "By the way, you haven't told me how to leave this place yet." Nong Xiaoxian replied lazily, "Just think clearly about the outside world in your mind, and your body will automatically exit." "Oh," Yi Kanglin said, surprised. "That's simple. Let me try." As he spoke, his eyes closed, and he focused on the image of the outside world in his mind. The next moment, that weightless sensation returned once again. When Yi Kanglin opened his eyes, he was met with a face so stunning it seemed unreal, staring at him with clear concern. The moment she saw he was awake, Yu Qingyan exclaimed in relief, "Brother-in-law? Brother-in-law, you're finally awake." She immediately turned and shouted to the side, "Hey, come quick. Brother-in-law's awake." At her call, the group of people who had been standing guard around quickly rushed over. Leading them was none other than the head guard, Qin Xiao. Upon seeing Yi Kanglin's eyes truly open, he said excitedly, "Lord Yi, how are you feeling? Are you doing better now?" Yi Kanglin glanced around at the gathered crowd before finally, turning his gaze to Yu Qingyan. He asked, "Why are you here? Where exactly am I? And what are all of you doing gathered here like this?" Perhaps due to being injured by Yu Xiao earlier, Yi Kanglin instinctively felt some aversion toward her younger sister, his sister-in-law. But Yu Qingyan didn't seem offended. She sat down beside him gently and softly explained, "This is a cave residence at the foot of Wuyuan Mountain. You've been placed under house arrest here by my elder sister's order. Yesterday afternoon, Qin Xiao brought you to my clinic. You were nearly dead when you arrived. Fortunately, you pulled through in the end. There's no life-threatening issue, but your cultivation base is completely gone. From now on, you might very well be reduced to an ordinary person." At this point, her expression darkened, and she hesitated to meet Yi Kanglin's eyes. Qin Xiao and the rest of the guards were expressions of sorrow. They had all been personally promoted by Yi Kanglin. Without him, they would likely have died long ago outside these walls and never survived to this day. Now, seeing their benefactor reduced to this state, each one of them was deeply distressed. Especially Qin Xiao, whose eyes flickered with a trace of hatred. Clearly, he harbored intense resentment toward Yu Xiao. In his eyes, if even someone as accomplished as Yi Kanglin could be treated this way, then what fate awaited them if they ever made the slightest mistake? Yi Kanglin slowly sat up and asked, "How long have I been asleep?" Yu Qingyan thought for a moment and replied, "From yesterday until now, roughly a day and a night." Hearing this, Yi Kanglin murmured quietly, "A day and a night." At that moment, Qin Xiao spoke up with a gloomy tone, "Lord Yi, there's some bad news. I'm not sure whether I should say it or not." Yi Kanglin turned his head sharply toward the young man and said with slight irritation, "Spit it out. What's with all this hesitation?" Startled, Qin Xiao instinctively snapped into a straight posture and responded crisply, "Yes, sir." Then, he reported solemnly, "Reporting, Lord Yi. During the time you were unconscious, the sect master issued an order to purge every member of the young lord faction throughout the entire sect. All disciples closely associated with you, or those you elevated to key positions, have been arrested by the sect master on charges of plotting rebellion. They're already imprisoned in the heavenly dungeon now, awaiting trial by the law enforcement hall." Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin's expression turned grim. He hadn't expected Yu Xiao to act so decisively. After settling accounts with him, she still wouldn't spare the innocent. At this moment, Yu Qingyan gently said, "Brother-in-law, now that the young lord faction has been purged, my sister's control over the entire sect will only tighten further. It will be extremely difficult for you to make a comeback." Yi Kanglin looked up at this former sister-in-law and chuckled. "A comeback? Why would I want to return? Since I've been demoted to this desolate place, I might as well retire completely. After all, I've spent so many years exhausting myself for Lingxi Sect. It's about time I took a proper break. With that, he smiled, a look of genuine release on his face. Seeing this, Yu Qingyan pressed further. But, are you really at peace with this? You built up the Lingxi Sect from nothing, only to hand it all over to someone else. Muchanggu is nothing more than a useless ornament. Putting him in your position will only drag the Lingxi Sect downhill. Chapter 6. Yu Xiao, your sister is truly beautiful. Yi Kanglin raised his hand, cutting her off with a gesture indicating she needn't say more. It doesn't matter anymore whether Muchanga is a waste of space or not. This was Yu Xiao's decision to make. I have no right to interfere, nor do I care to. As for the Lingxi Sect that was built up, it was always meant to be the family power base of the Yu clan. How could anyone call that wearing another's wedding dress? Yu Qingyan found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, the Lingxi Sect had always belonged to the Yu family. At best, Yi Kanglin had merely been a professional manager. As the owner, Yu Xiao had every right to make her choices, and Yi Kanglin truly had no authority to object. So she asked, does that mean you'll completely let go of the Lingxi Sect from now on? Yi Kanglin laughed. I'm just an errand disciple now. What does the future of the Lingxi Sect have to do with me? As he spoke, he couldn't help but laugh again, his mind drifting back to the scene 300 years ago. Back then, he had just transmigrated into this cutthroat cultivation world. For the first time, he'd experienced what it meant for absolute power to belong solely to the absolute strong. Someone like him, utterly powerless and ordinary, would almost certainly meet a grim fate. Even he himself had believed there was no way he could survive. Then he met the former sect leader of Lingxi Sect, Yu Xiao's father, Yu Wuya. Not only did the old patriarch bring Yi Kanglin back to the sect, but he also gave him food, taught him how to read and write, guided him onto the path of cultivation, and even married his daughter Yu Xiao to him. To Yi Kanglin at the time, the old patriarch was practically his second father. The debt of gratitude he owed was one he might never repay in this lifetime. But perhaps even heaven didn't want Yi Kanglin to owe such great debts. Just 1 year after Yi Kanglin married Yu Xiao, the old patriarch reached the end of his life. On his deathbed, he entrusted the Lingxi Sect, along with his 3 children and wife, to Yi Kanglin, begging him only to protect the sect and look after Yu Xiao. And Yi Kanglin had solemnly promised. It was precisely because of this promise that, over the next 3 centuries, Yi Kanglin struggled tirelessly to save the crumbling Lingxi Sect. It was because of this same promise that, even when his influence within the sect peaked, he never entertained thoughts of usurping power to become its new leader. After 3 centuries of effort, he successfully revived the Lingxi Sect, fulfilling his original vow to the old patriarch, and naturally, the time came to return authority to the Yu family, to Yu Xiao. Thus, being demoted now didn't bother him nearly as much as one might expect. Coming out of his reverie, Yi Kanglin turned to Yu Qingyan and said, if you're so worried about that good-for-nothing Muchanga, aren't you at least confident in your own sister? Her abilities are sufficient. With her presiding over Lingxi Sect, what major problems could possibly arise? Yu Qingyan replied, I know my sister's capabilities better than you do. To be honest, I don't think she's capable of managing such a vast sect. Yi Kanglin couldn't help but chuckle softly. Relax, there's nothing to worry about. All the internal and external crises facing Lingxi Sect have already been resolved. As long as she follows the rules I've established and proceeds cautiously, everything will run smoothly. Besides, I've already arranged things externally. There won't be any major conflicts for the next 50 years at least. With half a century to grow and gain experience, that's more than enough time. After 50 years, I believe she'll become a worthy sect leader. Hearing this, the anxiety and frown on Yu Qingyan's face finally eased somewhat. She glanced at the guards nearby, and Qin Shao, then snapped. What are you all standing around for? Can't you see my brother-in-law has woken up? Go get some food ready now. Qin Shao and the others instantly caught her meaning, and quickly chimed in with cheerful obedience. Yes, ma'am. With that, they stampeded noisily out of the room. Once they were gone, Yu Qingyan stepped closer to Yi Kanglin. She threw her arms around his neck and murmured softly, if you were my husband, I would never let you divorce me. Yi Kanglin was momentarily taken aback by her sudden move. Gazing at her unbelievably beautiful face, he calmly replied, I've just divorced your sister, and now you're trying to seduce me. She playfully slapped him and pouted, seduce? Why do you have to phrase it so crudely? And besides, haven't you already had feelings for me for a long time? At her words, Yi Kanglin instinctively showed a flicker of panic and hurriedly explained, what the hell? How could I possibly have any thoughts about you? As he spoke, he turned his face away by reflex, avoiding looking at Yu Qingyan. Seeing this, Yu Qingyan couldn't help but let out a teasing laugh. She grabbed his face and forced it back toward her, making him lock eyes with her as she murmured softly, don't think I don't know? You've always secretly admired my body. Do you really think I never noticed? I just didn't want to call you out on it. Caught by her words, Yi Kanglin flushed with embarrassment and snapped back. So what? Since when is there a rule against looking at my own sister-in-law? Yu Qingyan giggled again, bringing her face even closer until their foreheads touched. Her breath warm against his lips, she whispered, my sister put such a huge green hat on you. Aren't you planning to get back at her at all? Her closeness sent Yi Kanglin's heartbeat racing. His hands instinctively settled on her waist as he asked, how do you want me to get back at her? Yu Qingyan gently brushed her full, red lips against his and smiled. I'm her little sister. And her forbidden fruit. So many men have tried to get close to me, only to be driven away by her. Don't you want to taste what belongs to her? The meaning behind her words was unmistakable. Yi Kanglin sneered. then suddenly pinned Yu Qingyan down onto the bed, his eyes blazing as he said, "You're the one who said it." Yu Qingyan rolled her eyes, her expression now exquisitely alluring. "Consider it a little compensation for you." Yi Kanglin smirked darkly. "Then I won't hold back." With that, he fiercely claimed her lips in a deep kiss. This beauty, he had desired her for years, though he'd never dared act on it. Moreover, bound by the old patriarch's final request, he had suppressed every forbidden thought. But now, his promise to the old patriarch had been fulfilled. Yu Xiao had divorced him. He was utterly free, no longer tied to anything or anyone. And besides, it was Yu Qingyan herself who had offered so willingly. Why refuse such a gift? It would be a waste not to take it, and the perfect revenge against Yu Xiao. Chapter 7. An irritated Yu Xia. Inside the sect master's quarters, Yu Xia sat upright in the imperial study, going through stacks of memorials piled as high as a mountain. It had only been one day since Yi Kanglin was removed from his position, and she had fully taken control of Lingxi Sect, yet the reports flooding in from various departments were so numerous they nearly collapsed her desk. For the entire day, apart from attending the morning assembly, she had barely left the study to process these documents. She hadn't even found time for cultivation. Arg, this is so annoying. Are all these elders and hall masters useless? Why does everything need to be reported? Why must everything require my approval? Am I keeping you lot around just to eat and do nothing? In a fit of rage, Yu Xia actually kicked over the table before her, sending all the memorials scattering across the floor. At that moment, Xiaoyuer, Yu Xia's personal maid, stepped inside. She carried another fresh batch of submitted memorials, easily 20 or 30 more volumes. However, instead of presenting them directly to Yu Xia, Xiaoyuer first set them aside, then approached her mistress and softly asked, "Mistress, what's wrong?" Yu Xia's kicked a nearby scroll aside and snapped irritably. In the past, watching Yi Kanglin handle these memorials, he made it look so effortless. Within moments, they'd all be processed. So why has it become such a mess now? Could it be that those elders below suspect I've taken power and are deliberately making things difficult for me? Hearing this, Xiaoyuer couldn't help but suppress a smile. So that's all this was about. She gently righted the overturned table and said with a light laugh, "You've just purged all the members associated with the young commander faction. That incident has stirred considerable waves throughout the sect. Do you really think anyone dares cause you trouble at a time like this?" Yu Xia had paused and thought for a moment. It made sense. Then she asked, "Has the Bloodcloak Guard gathered any new intelligence?" The Bloodcloak Guard was a direct division under the sect master, answering only to the master's command. It held the authority to investigate officials, elders, and high-ranking disciples at any level within the sect. After removing Yi Kanglin, Yu Xia had ordered the Bloodcloak Guard to investigate every disciple who had maintained close ties with him. Her sole purpose? To find evidence proving these individuals truly harbored rebellious intentions, planning to rise up alongside Yi Kanglin, so she could justify her own actions. After picking up all the scattered scrolls, Xiaoyuer shook her head and replied, "The commanding officer is still doing his best to investigate, but so far, there's been no sign of rebellion." Upon hearing this, Yu Xia pursed her lips, her mind drifting back to something Yi Kanglin had told her half a month ago. "The disciples I promoted are loyal to Lingxi Sect, not to me. Besides, there's no such thing as a young commander faction, and certainly no one plotting rebellion. It's all your own suspicion." Recalling these words, Yu Xia slightly furrowed her delicate brows. Had Yi Kanglin already known she would turn against him back then? But if he'd foreseen it, why had he surrendered so obediently? Could it be he truly held no personal ambition? No, impossible. How could someone who ruled the sect for 300 years not have secretly cultivated their own faction behind the scenes? That defied logic. With that thought, Yu Xia turned to Xiaoyuer and asked, "Xiaoyuer, have all the members of the young commander faction been captured?" Xiaoyuer hesitated briefly, then looked at her mistress and said, "To be honest, mistress, I'm not entirely clear on how you define a member of the young commander faction. Therefore, I can't say for sure whether they've all been caught. If by young commander faction, you mean those promoted by Marshal Yi to key positions, then yes, I can affirm they've all been apprehended. But if you consider anyone close to Yi Kanglin as part of this faction, then I can also tell you with certainty, there are too many to capture." Yu Xia looked puzzled. "Why?" Xiaoyuer lowered her head and began organizing the scattered scrolls, neatly stacking each one before preparing ink for her mistress once more. Softly, she continued, "Because over 1/3 of the entire sect shares a close relationship with him. We simply can't arrest 1/3 of our disciples all at once." Hearing this, Yu Xia fell silent. Her gaze shifted toward the neatly arranged memorials, and her expression grew even darker. Ever since yesterday, in fact, many of these reports had contained pleas from junior disciples begging for mercy on behalf of Yi Kanglin. Some even threatened to take their own lives to prove that Yi Kanglin absolutely harbored no rebellious intentions, and some elders still knelt outside the quarters, begging her to show mercy to Yi Kanglin. As for these people, Yu Xia naturally labeled them all as members of the young commander faction and had them arrested without exception. It was only upon seeing so many pleading on Yi Kanglin's behalf that she finally realized just how deep his influence ran throughout Lingxi Sect, and it further convinced her how utterly correct her decision had been to strip Yi Kanglin of his position. Fortunately, from this day forward, there would no longer be any place for Yi Kanglin within Lingxi Sect. Even the trusted subordinates he had placed across the sect, and all other roots of his power, she had uprooted completely. Thinking of this, Yu Xia's mood seemed to improve considerably. Even the memorials that Xiaoyuer had res-tacked on the desk appeared more tolerable now. At this moment, Xiaoyuer asked again, Master, these memorials were supposed to be processed by the young marshal's office first before being submitted to you. Why are the lower officials daring to bypass the young marshal's office entirely? The meaning behind Xiaoyuer's words was clear. She was subtly reminding Wuxia that this workload should be delegated to Mu Chang'e, who was now the new young marshal. These memorials should go to him for handling first, only arriving at Wuxia after preliminary review and approval. Yet Wuxia merely replied calmly, Do you want us to create a second Yi Kanglin in Lingxi Sect? In the past, Yi Kanglin wielded too much power, which led to his overwhelming influence within the sect. Now that times have changed, I won't repeat the same mistake. Besides, Chang'e isn't capable enough yet to handle such matters. I'd like to give him time to adapt. Xiaoyuer blinked her eyes, sensing that everything her master said earlier was mere justification. The last sentence was the real truth. With a mischievous smile, she teased, Master truly cares deeply for the young Marshal Mo. You'd rather suffer yourself than let him grow weary. Wuxia shot Xiaoyuer an exasperated glare. After all, he's my disciple whom I raised with my own hands. I still have some responsibility toward him. But Xiaoyuer pouted slightly and said, Actually, you don't need to dote on him so much. After all, today's Lingxi Sect isn't anything like the chaotic mess it was when Marshal Yi first took over, is it? Chapter 8. Mu Chang'e is truly a genius. Yu Xiao fell silent at this, her smile fading significantly. Indeed, Xiaoyu was right. Looking back, when the old sect master suddenly passed away, he had entrusted the position of sect master to Yu Xiao on his deathbed, while also appointing Yi Kanglin as young marshal. At that time, immediately upon taking power, Yu Xiao realized just how severe the problems within Lingxi Sect truly were. Internally, members of the Yu clan had formed their own factions, not only draining Lingxi Sect's resources, but even plotting to seize the throne of sect master. Externally, numerous kingdoms, city-states, and empires under Lingxi Sect's control were constantly defaulting on their tributes, causing severe financial deficits for the sect. To the north, rebellious forces such as the Divine Demon Ancient Sect and the bloodthirsty barbarians were aggressively encroaching upon Lingxi Sect's territories, aiming to dominate the entire Wuyuan North region. To the south, prolonged droughts led to complete crop failures, widespread famine, and consequently, massive peasant uprisings. To the west, other cultivation sects like Tai Sword Sect and the 12 Chan schools watched Lingxi Sect with hungry eyes, waiting for its final collapse so they could divide the Jin Tian realm among themselves. To the east, Xuanhuan, the first Naniwe vassal king and theft by the Yu clan, held military power independently and sought to break free from Lingxi Sect's control to establish his own kingdom. At that time, facing such overwhelming crises, it wasn't merely accurate to say Lingxi Sect was declining. It was teetering on the brink of total collapse, ready to crumble at any moment. And faced with this hopeless situation, the newly ascended Yu Xiao simply chose to give up. She believed Lingxi Sect was beyond saving. Even a god descending would be powerless to save such a sect. Rather than exhausting herself trying to fix the unfixable, she might as well wait passively for its inevitable downfall. Thus, on the very second day after becoming sect master, Yu Xiao declared seclusion and completely withdrew from all affairs. But at that critical moment, Yi Kanglin stepped forward. As the young marshal of Lingxi Sect, with the sect master absent from governance, he wielded the greatest authority, virtually equivalent to regent of the entire sect. He then launched a series of bold and sweeping reforms. First, using limited funds, he established one forge workshop after another, increasing the sect's medicinal pill production by over tenfold without increasing the number of disciples. This greatly alleviated financial pressures. With more funds available, Yi Kanglin created two specialized institutions, the Law Enforcement Hall and the Crimson Robe Guard. The Law Enforcement Hall was tasked with monitoring and investigating the various factions within Lingxi Sect, especially high-ranking members of the Yu clan. The Crimson Robe Guard operated in secrecy, gathering evidence of how these parasites were devouring the sect's resources. Fortunately, Yi Kanglin had secured the support of 7 elders from the Yu clan, allowing his reform initiatives to proceed smoothly. In less than 5 years, all internal factions were completely eradicated. Then, he restructured Lingxi Sect's bureaucratic system and granted the Crimson Robe Guard inspection authority to audit all sect members, drastically reducing corruption. Once the internal reforms were complete, Yi Kanglin swiftly turned to external threats. With reduced corruption and more available funds, excess resources could now be invested in infrastructure or used to raise additional armies. These armies became Yi Kanglin's tools for asserting dominance across the Jin Tian realm. To the north, he deployed large military forces to suppress rebellion, forcing the Divine Demon Ancient Sect and bloodthirsty barbarians into submission. To the south, he initiated massive water conservancy projects, improving local water efficiency and mitigating famine caused by drought. To the east, he implemented the Grace Decree, weakening Lingxiangwang's power from within and consolidating Lingxi Sect's control over the entire Jin Tian realm. To the west, he opened markets, allowing cultivators from outside sects to trade within Jin Tian realm, thus easing tensions between Lingxi Sect and rival cultivation sects. In just 300 short years, through decisive and forceful measures, Yi Kanglin single-handedly rescued the sect from the brink of destruction and restored stability to a collapsing empire. He brought a dying sect back to the pinnacle of the Jin Tian realm. Recalling all this, Yu Xiao seemed momentarily dazed. Frankly speaking, Even she had to admit, Yi Kanglin was indeed an extraordinarily capable man. At the very least, she never imagined that the near-collapsed Lingxi Sect could be revived at all, let alone thrive again. Moreover, he achieved this in under 3 centuries, boosting Lingxi Sect's overall strength by more than tenfold. But precisely because Yi Kanglin was too capable, his achievements too immense, and his influence too profound, Yu Xiao had resorted to every possible means to eliminate him. Yi Kanglin seized all the glory, making her, Sect Master Yu Xiao, nothing more than a mere figurehead, rendering her presence or absence utterly meaningless. What would the world think? What would the disciples within the sect think? Moreover, Lingxi Sect could only have one master. It belonged to only one person. That person was her, Sect Master Yu Xiao. Anyone daring to challenge her authority, even Yi Kanglin, the great contributor who achieved unparalleled feats, must be erased without hesitation. At this thought, a self-satisfied smile seemed to blossom across Yu Xiao's face. She turned toward Shower and asked with a smirk, Shower, what good does it do for Yi Kanglin to be so capable? In the end, didn't I emerge victorious? Shower merely smiled faintly in response, remaining silent. But inwardly, she scoffed. That's right. Now that you've demoted Marshal Yi to a menial servant and imprisoned him permanently at the foot of Wuyuan Mountain, while destroying his young martial faction overnight, of course you're the final winner. Just then, a soft, feminine voice rang out. Master, I'm back. The two women in the imperial study instinctively turned toward the source of the voice, only to see Mu Chang'e cheerfully walking in from outside. The young marshal's robe he wore fit quite well, tightly outlining his slender figure. Seeing the newcomer, Shower respectfully bowed. Marshal Mu. Mu Chang'e gave a light nod, then cheerfully approached Yu Xiao and sat beside her. Master, why are you still reviewing memorials at such a late hour? Upon noticing the sweat on Mu Chang'e's face, Yu Xiao instinctively pulled out a handkerchief and gently wiped his cheeks, speaking tenderly. There's just so much official business to handle after the recent transition. By the way, where have you been running off to all day? You didn't even come to greet me. I went to inspect the forging workshops below, Mu Chang'e replied cheerfully, and also paid a visit to the young marshal's mansion. At first, I thought managing the mansion's affairs might be difficult, but it turned out surprisingly simple. I estimate I'll be ready to formally assume office within 2 days at most. Hearing this, Yu Xiao couldn't help but look pleasantly surprised. You've already familiarized yourself with the operations of the young marshal's mansion so quickly? Mu Chang'e puffed up proudly. Of course, it's just handling memorials, approving documents, and following up on production progress in the forging workshops. What's so difficult about that? If Yi Kanglin can do it well, can Mu Chang'e not do it just as well? Touched by his words, Yu Xiao affectionately ruffled Mu Chang'e's hair and laughed. That's right. Whatever Yi Kanglin can do well, our Chang'e can do just as well, or even better. Truthfully, Yu Xiao was rather astonished that Mu Chang'e had adapted so swiftly to the duties of the young marshal's mansion. After all, when Yi Kanglin first took over, it had taken him over a month to fully grasp everything. Yet her own personal disciple had managed to master it in less than 3 days. Clearly, the difference in ability between the two was now obvious. Yu Xiao firmly believed that given just a little time to grow, Mu Chang'e would undoubtedly become an even more outstanding administrative minister than Yi Kanglin. At this thought, she couldn't resist leaning forward and planting a kiss on Mu Chang'e's cheek. This sudden act made Mu Chang'e blush slightly. He chuckled bashfully. Master, what are you doing? There's someone else here, you know. Yu Xiao gazed at him with warm amusement. What? I'm your master. Can I give you a kiss? Mu Chang'e continued grinning foolishly. Well, not that I mind. But, master, could you grant me one request? Her eyes brimming with adoration for Mu Chang'e, Yu Xiao readily agreed without hesitation. Of course, no problem at all. Not just one thing. Even if you had 100 requests, I'd say yes. Hearing this, Mu Chang'e brightened and said, It's not a big deal, really. I was wondering if I could take charge of the Bai Ling pill project in the alchemical workshops. At these words, Yu Xiao, who had been basking in admiration of Mu Chang'e's charm, snapped back to awareness. She looked at him with mild confusion. The Bai Ling pill project? Why do you want to take charge of that? Mu Chang'e replied seriously, because I want to establish my own authority within the sect. Yu Xiao pursed her lips, rarely showing such a stern expression toward Mu Chang'e, she said. Then you must understand just how crucial this project is to Lingxi Sect, don't you? This project is the largest transaction our Lingxi Sect has ever received in its 800 years of existence. The deal amounts to 18 million spirit crystals. Our entire sect's annual income is only a little over 80 million spirit crystals. The Bai Ling pills alone account for 2/10 of that. If mismanaged, it would be an enormous loss for our Lingxi Sect. Do you understand? Seeing his master's serious expression, Mu Chang'e also replied solemnly, Of course I understand. But master, you really don't need to worry too much. Wasn't Yi Kanglin in charge of this project all along? Now he's been demoted to Wuyuan Mountain. Someone has to take over his position, right? And I believe I'm perfectly suited for it. On one hand, if I can complete this project independently, it will greatly enhance the disciples' recognition of my capabilities within the sect. On the other hand, the project is already nearing completion. Only the final 200,000 Bai Ling pills remain unrefined. Surely, at this point, you don't think I can't handle it? After hearing this, Yu Xiao fell into thought for a moment. She had to admit, Mu Chang'e did have a point. Mu Chang'e had just assumed the position of young marshal, and he held almost no prestige among the sect members. Letting him finish this project could indeed strengthen their acceptance of him. Even the several senior elders in the Divine Palace would likely recognize his competence. Moreover, with only 200,000 pills left, such a minor remaining task was practically guaranteed to succeed. Even if Mu Chang'e did nothing at all, there was truly no risk involved. At this realization, Yu Xiao affectionately rolled her eyes at Mu Chang'e and said, You're always so eager to grab credit. Fine then. Since you're so eager to contribute to the sect, I'll let you take charge. But you must promise me one thing. Don't give arbitrary orders. Listen carefully to the workshop supervisors and follow their guidance. Understood. Upon hearing this, Mu Chang'e happily nodded. Yes, I understand. Thank you, master. With that, he actually stepped forward, wrapped his arms around Yu Xiao's slender waist, and planted a kiss on her fair cheek. Yu Xiao rolled her eyes again and playfully scolded, You rascal. Mu Chang'e chuckled cheekily, then whispered into Yu Xiao's ear, Master. What about tonight? Can we? Yu Xiao shot him another glance, then looped her arms around his neck and said, That depends on how well you perform tonight. Let's see if you can satisfy me. Mu Chang'e joyfully nodded, then swept Yu Xiao into his arms in a bridal carry and turned toward her cultivation chamber. Why the cultivation chamber? Because it offered the utmost privacy. For 300 years, even though Yi Kanglin had been married to Yu Xiao, he had never once entered her private cultivation room. Yet Mu Chang'e could come and go as he pleased, a clear testament to the stark difference in their treatment. Chapter 9. Master, something terrible has happened. Inside the secret chamber, master and disciple were locked in a passionate kiss, before moving on to more serious matters. The night passed unnoticed. When the first light of dawn spread across the land, outside the patriarch's quarters, Xiao Yuer shouted frantically. Master, something's wrong, something terrible. Inside the cultivation chamber, Yu Xiao, who had just been sleeping soundly, groggily opened her eyes at the sound of Xiao Yuer's voice. What's going on so early in the morning? Yu Xiao stirred, preparing to get up and see what was happening. But Mu Chang'e caught her wrist with one hand, his voice soft and drowsy as he murmured. Why bother, master? It's probably just another elder or disciple threatening suicide again to pressure you into releasing Yi Kanglin from imprisonment. Yu Xiao thought for a moment, then nodded. It made sense, and it made her angry. These elders really never give up. Is Yi Kanglin their biological father or something? Why do they keep defending him like this? Or do they think I'm easy to push around because I have no temper? Mu Chang'e sat up and wrapped his arms around Yu Xiao's waist from behind, resting his chin gently on her shoulder. He smiled and said softly, Come now, master, don't be upset. You shouldn't ruin your health over people like that. Outside the cultivation chamber, however, Xiao Yuer grew increasingly anxious. Seeing that Yu Xiao still hadn't emerged, she raised her voice once more. Master, it's an emergency. The Bailing pill production line has halted. At these words, the two who had been lingering in each other's warmth suddenly froze. Yu Xiao, in particular, bolted upright in shock. What? The Bailing pill production line has stopped. She grabbed a robe nearby and rushed toward the door. Throwing it open, she saw Xiao Yuer waiting anxiously outside and immediately demanded, What happened? Why did the Bailing pill production line shut down all of a sudden? Xiao Yuer was nearly hysterical, stammering incoherently. The director of the Imperial Pharmacy said you must come in person. He says it can't be explained properly through the communication jade tablet. By now, Mu Chang'e had also stepped out of the cultivation chamber. Wearing only a pair of modesty pants with his bare, pale chest exposed, he spoke gravely. I inspected every forging workshop yesterday. There were no signs of danger anywhere. Why would the production stop out of nowhere? His tone carried clear displeasure, obviously suspecting foul play. Xiao Yuer shot a glance at Mu Chang'e, then quickly turned back to Yu Xiao. Master, please go see for yourself as soon as possible. I doubt anyone else can handle this except you. Yu Xiao gave a slight nod. With a swift turn, a streak of light enveloped her body. As the glow faded, her loose sleepwear had transformed into formal court attire. Her hair was neatly coiled into a bun, and a light layer of makeup graced her face. Then, with a dark expression, she strode out. Mu Chang'e quickly tidied himself and followed closely behind. Since the Imperial Pharmacy was located halfway up the main peak of Lingxi Sect, it took only a few steps before they arrived at its entrance. The so-called Imperial Pharmacy was essentially a large-scale alchemy workshop. As soon as they entered, a wave of intense heat washed over them. Yu Xiao swept her gaze across the interior, and sure enough, all the production lines responsible for manufacturing the Bailing pills had come to a complete halt. Disciples from Lingxi Sect lined both sides of the inactive assembly lines, glancing at each other in confusion. At that moment, Lu Shaoan, the director of the Imperial Pharmacy, hurried forward and bowed deeply to Yu Xiao. Your Majesty, long life and good health to our master. Yu Xiao glared coldly at Lu Shaoan and snapped. Who gave you the authority to shut down these production lines without permission? From the moment she'd walked in, Yu Xiao had noticed there was no visible damage, nor any mechanical malfunctions. The shutdown could only mean one thing: human intervention. And throughout the entire alchemy workshop, the only person with the power to order such a shutdown was Lu Shaoan himself. If he couldn't provide a reasonable explanation, Yu Xiao would either dismiss him on the spot, or even have him arrested. But now, Lu Shaoan looked troubled, hesitating as if unsure how to speak. His eyes kept darting toward Mu Chang'e standing behind Yu Xiao. Seeing this, Yu Xiao lost her patience and snarled at him. Speak up. Have you gone mute? Lu Shaoan, seeing that the sect master was furious, quickly dropped to his knees and stammered tremblingly. The core ingredient for refining Bai Ling pills, Bai Ling original essence, has been completely depleted, so the production line had no choice but to shut down. But Yu Xiao seized Lu Shaoan in one swift motion, her delicate arm effortlessly hoisting him. A grown man weighing nearly 180 pounds, up with a single hand, then coldly snapped. Don't you dare spew nonsense. I personally inspected the Bai Ling original essence just recently. It was more than enough to produce the remaining 20,000 Bai Ling pills. How could it possibly run out? Bai Ling original essence was a highly concentrated liquid medicinal pulp, the key ingredient in crafting Bai Ling pills. Across the entire Lingxi Sect, only the former young commander, Yi Kanglin, had the skill to refine this ultra-pure essence. That was precisely why, before Yi Kanglin departed to suppress the Northern Rebellion in Mo Bay territory, Yu Xiao had specifically instructed him to finish refining the remaining stock of Bai Ling original essence before leaving. Yi Kanglin had readily agreed, completed the refining on the same day, and personally delivered it to Yu Xiao. Only after confirming the supply was sufficient for the remainder of the pill production did she allow Yi Kanglin to set off on his campaign. And now, because she clearly remembered the essence being in full supply, she had immediately demoted Yi Kanglin the moment he returned from battle. Yet here stood this bastard, daring to tell her the essence was gone. Was he treating her like some naive child? Or worse, was Lu Shaoan also one of those loyalists to the young commander? Chapter 10. Fortunately, it's not a big problem. Lu Shaoan was being choked by Yu Xiao, his face turning red and his neck bulging as he struggled to speak. He could only keep bowing desperately, begging for mercy. Only then did Yu Xiao fling Lu Shaoan down onto the ground, then stomp her foot on his chest and growl lowly. Speak up, what exactly happened? Otherwise, I'll kill you right here today. Faced with Yu Xiao, a powerhouse who had reached this spirit flame realm, even someone like Lu Shaoan had absolutely no resistance. He could only honestly confess. At first, we had enough 100 spirit primordial elixir. But yesterday, General Mu Chang'e suddenly came to inspect the Imperial Pharmacy and demanded to see whether the 100 spirit primordial elixir was safe. How dare I refuse him? I had no choice but to obediently take it out and hand it over, while warning General Mu Chang'e that this substance was extremely important and must be handled with utmost care. Then, General Mu Chang'e asked me, who refined such high-purity primordial elixir? He said he wanted to properly reward that person. So I told him these 100 spirit primordial elixirs were made by the former, young, General Yi Kanglin. But the next moment, General Mu Chang'e flew into a rage. He smashed all the elixirs onto the floor, slapped me across the face, and warned me that from today onward, absolutely no item related to Yi Kanglin should ever appear in the Imperial Pharmacy, otherwise he would chop off my head. After finishing his story, Lu Shaoan actually burst into tears right there. He knew he had just deeply offended Mu Chang'e beyond repair. Sure enough, Mu Chang'e roared the next instant. You're lying. I only broke one tiny vial of medicine yesterday, about the size of a thumb. How could such a minuscule amount represent all the 100 spirit primordial elixir? Clearly, you're framing me on purpose. Then, turning to Yu Xiao, Mu Chang'e said, Master, I suspect this man is also part of the young general's faction. Please issue an order immediately to arrest him and interrogate him thoroughly. But at this moment, Yu Xiao fixed him with a dark, stormy gaze. That look startled even Mu Chang'e, causing him to instinctively stumble backward a step. Yu Xiao then spoke gravely. Is what Lu Shaoan saying true? Did you really break that vial of 100 spirit primordial elixir? Mu Chang'e was stunned. Angrily, he replied. Yes, I broke one vial of it, but it was only about the size of a thumb. If someone were to drink it, it wouldn't even be a full mouthful. How could such a tiny dose possibly serve as the raw material for producing 200,000 100 spirit pills afterward? At this point, Xiaoyu stepped forward calmly and said, General Mu, the 100 spirit primordial elixir isn't used directly in the making of 100 spirit pills. Its purpose is to dilute and create 100 spirit primordial liquid. According to the mixing ratio, 1 gram of primordial elixir can produce 50,000 grams of primordial liquid. That's roughly 100 Jin. And 100 Jin of primordial liquid, when combined with other medicinal ingredients during refinement, can yield approximately 4,000 100 spirit pills. A thumb-sized amount of primordial elixir weighs about 50 grams, exactly enough to produce the remaining 200,000 pills. As she finished speaking, Xiaoyu glared irritably at the now pale-faced Mu Chang'e and asked, Didn't you study up before coming to inspect the Imperial Pharmacy? Now desperate, Mu Chang'e turned helplessly toward Yu Xiao. He quickly stepped forward, grabbing her wrist with a pitiful tone. Master, your disciple didn't know any of this. If I had known those few drops of primordial elixir were the key ingredient needed to make the rest of the 200,000 pills, I wouldn't have dared touch it even if I was sentenced to death. Besides, this matter shouldn't fall solely on me. What about Lu Shaoan? What about the other supervisors in the pharmacy workshop? Don't they bear any responsibility? If they had explained everything clearly when I came to inspect, I wouldn't have committed such a foolish act. They are clearly trying to frame me. Listening to this blatant attempt to shift blame, Yu Xiao couldn't help but inhale deeply. Although she was furious that Mu Chang'e had destroyed the last of the primordial elixir, after all, it was his first offense, and truthfully, the mistake wasn't insurmountable. With proper handling afterward, there were still ways to resolve it. With this thought, Yu Xiao looked at Mu Chang'e and said, Since you acted out of good intentions despite causing trouble, and since this is your first transgression, I will forgive you this once. But don't let it happen again, understood? Seeing that Yu Xiao had forgiven him so quickly, Mu Chang'e hurriedly smiled and said, "Thank you, master. Your disciple will never repeat this mistake." Yu Xiao then turned her gaze to Lu Shaowen and asked, "Are there any other alchemists in the workshop capable of refining high-purity 100-spirit primordial liquid?" Truthfully, asking this question was pointless. Yu Xiao knew better than anyone that throughout the entire Lingxi Sect, no one but Yi Kanglin could produce primordial liquid of such purity. Even she herself couldn't achieve it. Sure enough, Lu Shaowen shook his head and said, "The refinement of 100-spirit primordial liquid is far too difficult. Leaving everything else aside, even precise flame control alone is beyond our capabilities. At present, aside from Grand General Yi Kanglin, I doubt anyone else in the sect can refine 100-spirit primordial liquid." Yu Xiao took a deep breath. Though she had already suspected this, disappointment still weighed on her heart, and she couldn't help muttering angrily. "Here we are, the Lingxi Sect, the greatest cultivation sect in the Jin Tian domain, yet we can't even produce a simple batch of 100-spirit primordial liquid. How utterly humiliating." As she spoke, she began thinking deeply about how to handle the remaining 200,000 100-spirit pills. 200,000 wasn't an overwhelming number, but it certainly wasn't small either. Without 100-spirit primordial liquid, the pharmacy workshop's assembly line couldn't be activated. Without the efficiency of the production line, relying solely on manual refinement by alchemists, producing 200,000 pills would take every single alchemist in the entire Lingxi Sect until next year. But the delivery deadline for the 100-spirit pill project was only 1 week away. Even if Yu Xiao ordered everyone to refine manually, it was completely impossible to finish in time. If they failed to deliver the pills, the Lingxi Sect's long-term client, the Lingxi Sect, might erupt in fury. At this thought, Yu Xiao's delicate brows knitted tightly together. The Lingxi Sect was an even greater cultivation sect than Lingxi. She absolutely did not want to jeopardize relations over something as minor as the 100-spirit pill project. This matter had to be handled properly, no mistakes allowed. Immediately, Yu Xiao turned to Xiaoyu and said, "Xiaoyu, send out the order. Gather all alchemists ranked grade 2 and above across the entire sect to the Grand Assembly Hall. We must discuss the finalization of the 100-spirit pill project." Hearing this, Xiaoyu nodded in acknowledgement and promptly took out her communication jade tablet to begin sending messages to the alchemy supervisors of each workshop. Yet at that very moment, a young apprentice rushed anxiously toward Lu Shaowen, exclaiming in panic, "Supervisor, disaster! The heating furnaces have gone out." Upon hearing this, Lu Shaowen's pupil shrank in shock as he cried out, "Gone out? That can't be. Weren't they working perfectly just moments ago?" With that, Lu Shaowen's eyes swept frantically around the massive heating furnaces surrounding the workshop. These furnaces were each the size of a small room, arranged in rows along both ends of the hall. And right before his eyes, the flames within every furnace flickered and died completely. This caused a chain reaction. Other pill production lines were immediately affected, and within moments, every single assembly line came to a full stop. Chapter 11. Is it that Mu Chang'e's fault again? This scene, of course, was also witnessed by Yu Xiao. She turned to Lu Shaowen and coldly asked, "What exactly is going on this time?" Lu Shaowen immediately broke into a cold sweat. He hurriedly said, "Master, please give your subordinate a little time. I will immediately investigate why these heating furnaces have no fire." With that, Lu Shaowen turned and left. At that moment, Xiao Yuer approached Yu Xiao and whispered urgently, "Master, something has happened at the central fire control chamber as well." Hearing this, Yu Xiao sharply turned her head toward Xiao Yuer and exclaimed, "The central fire control chamber?" Xiao Yuer nodded. The chief supervisor there reported that the ignition flame inside the control chamber has gone out. Upon hearing those words, Yu Xiao's pupils constricted sharply. Looking back at the rows of heating furnaces before her, she suddenly seemed to grasp the full cause of everything. Without hesitation, she rushed outside in haste, heading straight toward the central fire control chamber. The so-called central fire control chamber was in fact a massive control room. Its function was to extract the earth fire from beneath Lingxi Sect and channel it through a network of conduits to each forging workshop. Thus, the central fire control chamber served as the energy core of the entire Lingxi Sect, one of the foundational infrastructures personally overseen by Yi Kanglin in earlier years. Through distribution and regulation within this chamber, the earth fire energy could be rationally allocated to the heating furnaces across all forging workshops. As a result, even a low-level grade 1 alchemist, supported by abundant earth fire, could produce grade 2 pills, something normally impossible. Moreover, the efficiency of pill refining could be increased several-fold. It was precisely due to the support of earth fire from the central fire control chamber that hundreds of forging workshops came into existence within Lingxi Sect. Now, however, the chief supervisor of the central fire control chamber had told Yu Xiao that the ignition flame inside had extinguished. Once the ignition flame died out, it meant the control chamber could no longer extract earth fire to supply the various forging workshops, which implied that every alchemical laboratory and weapon forge workshop throughout Lingxi Sect would have to halt operations. If the shutdown of the Bailing pill production line had only annoyed Yu Xiao before, news of the central fire control chamber's failure now made her genuinely anxious. After all, if hundreds of workshops across Lingxi Sect ceased production entirely, enormous losses would accumulate with every passing second. Thinking of this, Yu Xiao quickened her pace even more. In no time, she arrived at the entrance of the central fire control chamber. Since the chamber was located on the main peak, Yu Xiao could reach it very quickly. Following closely behind her were Xiao Yuer, Mu Chang'e, and several other guards who arrived shortly after. When they reached the front of the central fire control chamber, they saw its supervisor, Wang Bingsan, anxiously waiting there. The moment he spotted Yu Xiao's arrival, he rushed forward, about to kowtow in greeting, but Yu Xiao abruptly seized him by the collar and angrily demanded, "What happened? Why did the ignition flame go out for no reason? Are you people here just eating your meals without doing your duties? How could you fail to protect the sacred flame?" Wang Bingsan trembled under Yu Xiao's wrath, too terrified to breathe. His eyes flickered nervously toward Mu Chang'e. Meanwhile, Mu Chang'e's face had turned pale. He seemed to recall something, yet hesitated to speak, his gaze darting uneasily aside. Seeing this, Yu Xiao snapped at Wang Bingsan. "I'm asking you a question. Answer me." Wang Bingsan stammered. "Yesterday, when Marshal Mu inspected the forging workshops, he complained that the heating furnaces were too hot. He ordered us to shut them down temporarily until his inspection ended, then restart them afterward." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao froze. She turned sharply to her beloved disciple, Mu Chang'e, and demanded, "Is this your doing again?" Mu Chang'e, now appearing somewhat irritated, retorted with clear resentment. "The furnaces in the forging workshops are burning hot, and summer is just around the corner. Was it wrong for me to ask them to turn it off for a while? Besides, I only told them to pause operations briefly, not to extinguish the ignition flame altogether. How can this possibly be my fault?" Xiao Yuer shot him a look of utter disbelief and said, "Marshal Mu, do you really think the ignition flame in the control chamber is like a switch, something you can just flip on or off at will?" Mu Chang'e, startled by her tone, realized he might have messed up again, but still asked cautiously, "Isn't it?" Xiao Yuer took a deep breath, then explained, "The ignition flame is the catalyst used to draw out the earth fire. Therefore, in order to stop the earth fire, we must extinguish the ignition flame. And once the ignition flame is extinguished, reigniting it requires preparing a new flame from scratch." Upon hearing this, Mu Chang'e naturally replied, "Then just have them prepare a new one. How difficult could it be?" Xiao Yuer gave a cold chuckle and said, "Why don't you try doing it yourself? Then you'll know how hard it is." Hearing this, beads of sweat instantly broke out on Mu Chang'e's forehead. When he looked at Yu Xiao, his voice trembled uncontrollably as he stammered, "Master, I didn't mean to." Yu Xiao didn't even glance at Mu Chang'e. Instead, she stared at Wang Bingsan and the others kneeling on the ground and shouted in fury, "My disciple orders you to extinguish the sacred flame, and you actually do it? If he told you to die, would you go kill yourselves too? He knows nothing. Do you all know nothing as well? When he acts recklessly, do you have to follow his recklessness too?" The more Yu Xiao spoke, the angrier she became, and her overwhelming aura of power began radiating outward. Wang Bingsan immediately cried out in terror, "Master, I told Marshal Mu countless times that the ignition flame must never be shut down arbitrarily, but he accused me of challenging his authority as heir, and even had guards press their blades against my throat. I truly had no choice but to obey his order. Master, I beg for your mercy." As he spoke, the overweight Wang Bingsan actually burst into tears, kowtowing frantically before Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao's delicate frame now quivered with rage. In a chilling voice, she demanded, "If he ordered the flame shut down yesterday, why did you only report this to me today?" Wang Bingsan hastily answered, "I fully understand the gravity of extinguishing the flame, so I dared not report it immediately. I wanted to see if I could fix it myself first. I spent the entire night attempting to rekindle a new ignition flame, but every attempt failed. Only when there was no hope left did I dare to come forward and inform you." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao could no longer contain her fury. With one powerful kick, she sent Wang Bingsan flying. A single strike from a Linghua realm expert sent Wang Bingsan soaring dozens of meters before he finally crashed to a halt. At that moment, everyone present dropped to their knees in unison, including Xiao Yuer and Mu Chang'e. Then came Yu Xiao's cold, cutting voice, "Mu Chang'e." Chapter 12. The spirit gathering array of Lingxi Sect has also ceased. Mu Chang'e hastily replied, "Disciple is here." His voice trembled slightly, but he still answered obediently. Yet Yu Xiao coldly said, "After returning, copy the sect rules 20,000 times. Complete it within 3 days. One stroke short, and I'll whip you once with the soaring dragon whip." At her words, Mu Chang'e inwardly groaned. 20,000 copies, that was going to take forever, but he still clasped his fists and acknowledged, "Yes, master." Only Mu Chang'e probably thought this punishment harsh. Shower, the other guards, disciples, and even the fire control workers, all secretly sneered in their hearts. Isn't the sect leader being way too protective? He literally stopped the sacred flame in the fire control chamber. If someone else had committed that crime, they'd already have lost their head. And yet for Mu Chang'e, the punishment was just copying the rules 20,000 times? How utterly biased could one be? But facing such a sect leader, none of them dared to say anything aloud. Immediately, Yu Xiao turned to one of the fire control chamber disciples and asked, "Who originally adjusted the sacred flame mixture? Summon him at once to prepare a new batch, within 3 days." The disciple addressed quickly responded, reporting to master, "The person who previously handled the flame mixture was the former young marshal, Yi Kanglin. He is currently imprisoned under your orders." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao suddenly remembered, it was true. The entire fire control chamber, even every forging workshop throughout the sect, had been built almost single-handedly by Yi Kanglin. Thus, only Yi Kanglin knew how to properly mix the sacred flame. She immediately questioned, is there truly no one else besides Yi Kanglin who knows how to prepare the flame mixture? One disciple stepped forward respectfully and said, "Master, Marshal Yi once proposed to you to take on an apprentice specifically to train in preparing the flame, but you rejected the request. Therefore, apart from Marshal Yi, no one else knows the method." When Yu Xiao heard this, she felt as if she were about to faint. Only now did she recall, Yi Kanglin had indeed mentioned wanting to take a disciple before. Back then, she assumed he simply wanted to shirk work or build his own power base, so she denied his request and told him to handle his responsibilities himself. Never did she expect that the karma from years ago would now strike back directly between her eyes. At that moment, Yu Xiao instinctively raised her hand to press against her forehead, filled with regret. Had she known this would happen, she should have found replacements for all of Yi Kanglin's duties before demoting him to menial labor. Now look what happened. Whose fault was this? Frustrated, Yu Xiao snapped, "Damn Yi Kanglin. Couldn't he have warned this lord before being demoted that his duties hadn't been handed over? Now whose responsibility is this mess?" Beside her, Shower rolled her eyes, thinking, he was about to be demoted. How much could he possibly say? As Shower stood there rolling her eyes, a guard suddenly ran up and reported to Yu Xiao, "Master, something's wrong." Yu Xiao, upon hearing those words, nearly exuded killing intent, so dense it seemed tangible. All day long, people kept telling her something's wrong. Over and over again, she was utterly furious. She roared at once, "What now?" The guard, shouted at, instantly dropped to his knees, trembling as he stammered, "The spirit gathering array. It has stopped. The spiritual energy within the sect is rapidly depleting." At those words, Yu Xiao's face turned pale. She sharply turned her gaze toward Mu Chang'e. Mu Chang'e immediately shouted, "It wasn't me. It absolutely wasn't me. I would never order anyone to shut down the spirit gathering array." Though foolish, Mu Chang'e was still a cultivator. He understood perfectly well how vital spiritual energy was to cultivators. He wouldn't be stupid enough to order the shutdown of the spirit gathering array. Seeing that, for once, Mu Chang'e truly wasn't involved, Yu Xiao actually breathed an unconscious sigh of relief. But then, recalling that the spirit gathering array had also failed, her heart sank like a stone into an abyss. In the next instant, a flying sword materialized beneath Yu Xiao's feet, rose into the air, and carried her body swiftly toward the direction of the spirit gathering array. Behind her, Shower, Mu Chang'e, and several others summoned their flying spirit beasts and followed close behind. They soon arrived at the summit of Gathering Spirit Peak, where a vast open plaza lay. At the center of the plaza stood a thick, towering pillar, roughly 10 meters high, and so wide it would take 3 or 4 people to encircle. At the top of the pillar stood a mechanical device resembling a lotus flower, surrounded by several crystal chandelier-like apparatuses suspended around it and connected by iron chains. This was Lingxi Sect's spirit gathering array, one of Yi Kanglin's masterpieces. Back when Yi Kanglin had first assumed the position of young marshal, he noticed that the spiritual energy within Lingxi Sect's territory wasn't particularly abundant. Worse still, this already meager concentration of qi was steadily diluting year after year at a consistent rate. At that pace, Lingxi Sect would eventually become a barren land devoid of spiritual energy. To counter this, Yi Kanglin gathered hundreds of skilled artisans and spent 10 grueling years constructing this very spirit gathering array. Its working principle resembled that of the fire control chamber, drawing energy up from beneath the earth. The difference lay in what it extracted. Instead of raw thermal power, it pulled up ley-aligned spiritual energy. Once drawn upward, this energy radiated outward across the entire Lingxi Sect through the lotus-shaped mechanism atop the central pillar. Thanks to the steady infusion of spiritual energy from the array, the ambient qi density throughout the sect increased by over a dozen magnitudes. This surge led to an explosive rise in cultivation talent within the sect. With more powerful cultivators emerging, Lingxi Sect's dominance over the entire Jin Tian domain grew increasingly secure. But now, the spirit gathering array had ceased functioning. How could Yu Xiao not panic? Spiritual energy was as vital to cultivators as food was to ordinary people. Skipping a few meals might not be fatal, but prolonged starvation would surely lead to death. A cultivator deprived of spiritual nourishment over a long period would suffer physical withering and even experience cultivation regression. On a larger scale, the operation of a sect's spirit gathering array could determine its very survival or downfall. In truth, this single malfunctioning array posed a far greater threat than the combined crises of the Bai Ling pill production line halting and the sacred flame extinguishing in the fire control chamber. When Yu Xiao arrived before the spirit gathering array, Zhao Chongyang, the general stationed to guard this site, hurriedly knelt down and declared, "Honoring my lord's arrival." Yu Xiao ignored the general, her gaze fixed once more upon the array. Seeing how the once thick spiritual energy here was now thinning at an alarming rate, she instantly diagnosed the problem. The core issue was clear. The interior had run out of fire rock crystals, causing the entire system to shut down. Fire rock crystals were a form of energy source specifically used to power and sustain the spirit gathering array. Yu Xiao could clearly see that the reason for the shutdown was simply the depletion of these crystals. Upon realizing this, she quietly exhaled in relief. As long as the array itself hadn't been damaged, the situation wasn't critical. She immediately turned to the general and demanded sharply, "You didn't even realize the fire rock crystals inside the array had been completely consumed? Why did you just stand by and watch it stop without taking any action?" Chapter 13, Dead Duck, Hard Beak. Perhaps after an entire day of hearing bad news, she had grown numb. Faced with the most crucial spirit gathering array in the entire Lingxi Sect, She didn't, as she had done twice before, fly into a rage. Instead, she asked in a relatively calm tone. Zhao Chongyang reported honestly. Yesterday, Elder Muchanga came to inspect our operations just as we were replacing the fire rock crystals in the spirit array. At the time, Elder Muchanga demanded to inspect the fire rock crystals himself and declared that no one was allowed to take them away until his inspection was complete. But he spent such an incredibly long time inspecting, so long that by the time he still hadn't finished, the spirit array had completely shut down. Afterward, this humble subordinate attempted to restart the array, but failed. I am incompetent. I cannot form the secret key required to activate the spirit array. That's why I've come to request your guidance, my lord. Upon hearing this, Moonlight again realized it was Muchanga who was behind the disaster. In that moment, her heart felt so heavy, so utterly exhausted. For a brief instant, she seemed to fall into a fleeting state of self-doubt. Just then, Xiao Yuer and Muchanga arrived on the scene. Seeing Yu Xiao standing motionless, Muchanga stepped forward and asked, Master, what's wrong? Yu Xiao didn't answer. Suddenly, she whirled around and slapped Muchanga across the face. Slap. The sound was sharp and crisp. Yu Xiao had struck hard, not giving Muchanga even a moment to react. Muchanga was completely stunned. He fell backward onto the ground, staring blankly at Yu Xiao. Then Yu Xiao coldly accused. Why did you deliberately choose to inspect the fire rock crystals precisely when we were replacing them yesterday? And why did you inspect for so long? You just stood there, indifferent, while the spirit array completely collapsed. Are you trying to sabotage everything on purpose? Or are you also one of young Marshall's people? Confronted by Yu Xiao's questions, Muchanga first looked bewildered, then slowly rose to his feet, furious. Someone reported to me that someone was secretly replacing our spirit array's genuine fire rock crystals with inferior ones for personal profit. I simply wanted to verify whether it was true. How could I have known this would happen? But Yu Xiao roared back. Did you really need to inspect for that long? After checking just one crate, why didn't you let them use the rest? Were you planning to hoard them forever? Eat them. Muchanga, seeing his master, someone who had always doted on him, publicly slap and berate him over something as trivial as a spirit array, finally lost control of his anger. So what if I wanted to double check? Yu Xiao, do you really think being my master makes you so extraordinary? Who do you think you are? My own parents, even when they were alive, never laid a hand on me. What right do you have to hit me? No wonder Yi Kanglin divorced you without a shred of regret. With that, Muchanga didn't wait for Yu Xiao to respond. He turned and walked away. His words left Yu Xiao completely stunned. Perhaps Yu Xiao had been too kind, too indulgent toward Muchanga, to the point where he seemed to have forgotten who he truly was, daring to speak to her in such defiance. And in front of so many witnesses, the dignity of the sect's leader, the pride of an entire sect, was trampled into nothing by this mere Muchanga. In that instant, two clear tears rolled down Yu Xiao's exquisitely beautiful face. Her feelings for Muchanga were deeply complex, blending three distinct emotions: motherly affection, mentor devotion, and lover's passion. Each emotion corresponded to a different role he held in her heart: son, disciple, and paramour. It was because of these intertwined roles that she had indulged him so completely. Yet perhaps it was precisely this love, precious as a treasured gem in her eyes, that now cut her deepest. Seeing her distress, Xiao Yuer immediately stepped forward and comforted her. My lord. At the sound of Xiao Yuner's voice, Yu Xiao quickly composed herself, turned her gaze to Zhao Chongyang kneeling on the ground, and said, Zhao Chongyang, tell me, how can the spirit array be restarted? I'll try it myself. Zhao Chongyang hurriedly replied, one must combine soul force and spiritual power into a 22-pathway spiritual array diagram, then inject it into the activation steel. Only then can the spirit array be reignited. Hearing this, Yu Xiao frowned. A 22-pathway spiritual array diagram? Who among us is capable of forming such a thing? Zhao Chongyang answered quickly. Commander Yu was always able to activate the array this way. We've tried, but none of us can manage it. Hearing this, Yu Xiao let out a bitter laugh. Yi Kanglin, again it's Yi Kanglin. Does my vast Lingxi Sect truly come to a halt without him? At those words, no one dared speak. Everyone silently lowered their heads. After a moment of calm reflection, Yu Xiao said gravely, Xiao Yuer, issue the order. Have the alchemist at Imperial Pharmacy manually produce the Bailing pills for now. As for the Bailing essence, I will discuss with the heads of all alchemy halls first, and then make a final decision. Xiao Yuer quickly acknowledged. Then Yu Xiao turned to a nearby guard and called, Muchuan. The guard named Muchuan hurried forward. After a moment's thought, Yu Xiao said, later, go together with Bai Lu, the commander of the Blood Cloaks, to the residence where Yi Kanglin once lived. Search thoroughly, look for any notebooks, journals, or records. If you find anything, bring everything back. We need to check whether there are formulas for adjusting the fire cores in the flame control chambers, or the secret key manual for activating the spirit gathering array. Muchuan nodded firmly and turned to leave. Nearby, after hearing this, Xiao Yuer stepped closer to Yu Xiao and said, My lord, actually, I think we could let Yi Kanglin return to handle these issues. He was, after all, the chief engineer overseeing all these projects. No one is more skilled than he is. But Yu Xiao snorted coldly. I have already dismissed him from his post. He is now nothing but a lowly servant disciple. What qualification does he have to warrant me sending someone specially to seek his help? Moreover, I've already declared, if necessary, even without him, I can still build Lingxi Sect into a powerful force. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuer softly murmured, "Oh," and turned to leave. But the next moment, Yu Xiao said, "Wait." Xiao Yuer stopped and turned back, asking, "What further instructions do you have, my lord?" Yu Xiao took a deep breath and said, "I won't send anyone to ask for his help, but he may voluntarily come before me to admit his wrongdoing and offer to resolve these matters, as a way to atone for his sins and redeem himself." With that, she fixed her gaze on Xiao Yuer and continued, "You go see Yi Kanglin sometime later. Pay him a visit, and subtly hint to him that if he shows remorse and kneels facing the imperial court hall for an entire day and night, I may consider lifting part of his house arrest and restoring some of his authority. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuer's lips twitched slightly, and inwardly he couldn't help but mutter, "Stubborn as a dead duck, hard beak." Then, he bowed respectfully and said, "I'll carry it out immediately." Chapter 14. Yu Xiao's younger brother, Yu Longqing. After Xiao Yuer turned and left, Yu Xiao finally let out a slight sigh of relief. At this moment, she even felt a bit fortunate. Thankfully, she hadn't executed Yi Kanglin during his previous trial. Otherwise, dealing with the current problems would have been extremely difficult. Although Yu Xiao had a strong aversion toward Yi Kanglin, to the point of nearly hating him, she still fully acknowledged his abilities. In her opinion, as long as Yi Kanglin was willing to step in, there was no issue too complex to resolve. Of course, she didn't worry about him refusing to help. The reason was simple. Over the 3 centuries since their marriage, similar situations had occurred many times. Once, while managing the sword forging workshop, she noticed that the cost of refined iron stones currently used by Lingxi Sect was exceptionally high. She thought that replacing them with black iron stones would significantly reduce costs. So, during Yi Kanglin's absence, she secretly ordered workers to switch from refined iron stones to black iron stones for forging swords. While patting herself on the back for what she believed was a clever move to save Lingxi Sect a fortune, the workshop supervisor approached her and explained that the flying swords forged with black iron stones were of terrible quality, full of cracks, and completely unusable. Reforging them would result in enormous losses. At that moment, Yu Xiao panicked. Her unilateral decision had pushed Lingxi Sect's finances into another precarious crisis. To avoid punishment, she went straight to the sect's senior elders and claimed that Yi Kanglin had ordered her to make the change. In one stroke, she shifted all blame onto Yi Kanglin. When Yi Kanglin returned, she approached him personally and demanded he take responsibility. At first, Yi Kanglin naturally refused. Arbitrarily changing raw materials for artifact forging was a grave crime. Even as the young master of Lingxi Sect, he couldn't bear such consequences. But Yu Xiao flatly declared that if he didn't shoulder the blame, she would divorce him. In the end, Yi Kanglin gave in and accepted the guilt. As a result, he was punished by several senior elders, receiving 20 lashes of the powerful dragon whip atop Lejia Peak. That punishment left Yi Kanglin bedridden for a full week. And after recovering, he immediately had to clean up Yu Xiao's mess. By then, only 3 days remained until the deadline for delivery of the flying swords. If they failed to deliver, the sect would hold him accountable. Back then, Yu Xiao assumed Yi Kanglin would be whipped again. After all, there were over 70,000 substandard flying swords, while production was still short by 90,000. Such a massive shortfall. How could it possibly be made up in just 3 days? Yet, unbelievably, Yi Kanglin managed it. He somehow acquired a special iron smelting technique, grinding refined iron stones into powder, then using this method to fuse the powder into the flawed blades, upgrading their strength to meet customer requirements. On the 3rd day, when the major client from Shunxiao Sword Sect came to inspect the goods, he repeatedly praised the excellent quality of the swords. Not only did he pay the promised 8 million spirit crystals, but he also gifted a peerless-grade flying sword in gratitude. At that moment, however, Yu Xiao stepped forward, claiming credit for overseeing and managing the entire process. Then, without a hint of embarrassment, she took possession of the peerless-grade flying sword, throwing all the blame onto Yi Kanglin while seizing every benefit for herself. Yi Kanglin sulked for several days afterward, but after Yu Xiao sweet-talked him a little, he returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Recalling this memory now, Yu Xiao couldn't help but suppress a light smile. In her eyes, whenever it came to matters concerning her, Yi Kanglin would almost always give in. This time, having Xiao Yuer subtly hint that if Yi Kanglin knelt for a full day and night, she'd forgive him and allow him to handle those troublesome issues regarding the spirit-gathering arrays and fire control chambers, he would undoubtedly feel grateful beyond words. Because if not for her, where else would he even get the chance to prove himself? Thinking this, Yu Xiao's mood brightened considerably. She didn't even feel like attending the alchemist's meeting anymore. As long as Yi Kanglin handled these petty matters, she wouldn't need to trouble herself at all. At the foot of Wuyuan Mountain, Yi Kanglin was tilling a patch of wasteland before his cave dwelling, working like a common farmer. Surrounding him, the guards assigned to watch over him were actually holding hoes and helping him work. Some dug irrigation channels, others shoveled soil, and some weeded. The group labored together in orderly fashion, cultivating the land. At this moment, Yi Kanglin wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to the guards, "You guys take a break for now. We'll continue later." The guards assigned to watch over him chuckled and replied, "We're not tired at all. You rest, Lord Yi. We've got this." Yi Kanglin smiled at that, but didn't argue further. He simply walked over and settled onto a reclining chair nearby, picking up a bowl of chilled tea and gulping it down in one go. Beside him, Yu Qingyan cast him a coquettish glance and remarked, "If the other disciples saw this scene, they'd probably think these guards were servants arranged by Yu Xiao just to attend to you." Yi Kanglin laughed and said, "Who would come to this godforsaken place anyway?" And even if someone did see, so what? Is your sister going to kill me or something? Yu Qingyan burst into soft laughter, her smile strikingly beautiful. Even Yi Kanglin found himself momentarily dazed. Truth be told, compared to her elder sister Yu Xiao, Yu Qingyan was in no way inferior. Not only was her beauty stunning, but her figure was also incredibly voluptuous. Sometimes, even Yi Kanglin couldn't help but wonder whether women of the Yu clan were all built so extravagantly. Just then, a familiar voice called out from afar. "Senior brother." Upon hearing it, Yi Kanglin instinctively turned his head. A handsome young man was walking toward him. Recognizing the figure, Yi Kanglin said, "Longcheng, you're back." The newcomer was indeed Yu Xiao's younger brother, Yu Longcheng. He was also the leader among Lingxi Sect's 12 sword-bearers. The term sword-bearer referred to the sect's most powerful individual warriors. How formidable were they? To put it simply, unless one of the reclusive senior elders emerged, practically no one could defeat them, not even sect master Yu Xiao herself. And Yu Longcheng stood as the foremost among the 12 sword-bearers, bearing the codename Azure Dragon. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the spiritual flame realm, significantly stronger than his older sister Yu Xiao. Chapter 15, Xiao Yu arrives. At that moment, Yu Longcheng strode over quickly. He glanced around, and his expression instantly turned exceptionally grim. He hadn't expected that his elder sister had actually demoted Yi Kanglin to this remote backwater. In an instant, he felt a surge of anger, suspecting it was likely that Mu Chang'e had whispered nonsense into his sister's ear, convincing her to make such a decision. The guarding servants nearby bowed respectfully to Yu Longcheng and said, "Greetings, Lord Qinglong." Yu Longcheng nodded and said, "Rise." Then, his gaze fell upon Yi Kanglin lying lazily on the recliner. His voice grew worried as he said, "Senior brother, something terrible has happened." Yi Kanglin spoke slowly. "What's so terrible?" Yu Longcheng's face turned solemn. Yesterday, someone in Gufeng Prefecture spotted traces of the Xuanhuan ancient sect. They attacked a small village west of Gufeng, slaughtering everyone. No survivors left at all. Hearing this, Yi Kanglin furrowed his brow and said, "The Xuanhuan ancient sect? I just killed their sect leader not long ago. How could they reappear so soon?" Sitting beside Yi Kanglin, Yu Qingyan turned toward Yu Longcheng and said, "Isn't Gufeng Prefecture under Elder Nine's supervision? Why were you there? Also, didn't the Xuanhuan ancient sect only operate within the northern desert regions? How did they end up in Gufeng?" Yu Longcheng looked at Yu Qingyan, surprised. "Second sister? You're here too." Yu Qingyan rolled her eyes. This kid hadn't even noticed her until now. She fanned herself casually and said, "Well, since this brat Yi Kanglin got demoted, I came over to keep him company. And by the way, you still haven't answered my questions." Yu Longcheng then lowered his voice and said gravely, "Yesterday, Elder Nine sent me a message saying that the Xuanhuan ancient sect had been sighted in Gufeng Prefecture. At first, I was puzzled too. After all, the vast majority of the Xuanhuan ancient sect's forces were already wiped out by Senior Brother, and their sect leader was beheaded by him. In theory, even if any survived, they should have gone into hiding immediately, not resurfacing so soon. But when I arrived in Gufeng, I discovered that far from retreating, the Xuanhuan ancient sect had become even more brazen. Just based on Elder Nine statistics, deaths linked to the Xuanhuan ancient sect have surpassed 500 cases. The total number of fatalities has reached 1,300. Not only that, they seem to have appointed a new sect leader, apparently named Wu Niang. He's supposedly the late sect leader's son, and now commands the entire Xuanhuan ancient sect. After hearing this, Yi Kanglin spoke leisurely. "Shouldn't you report all this to Mu Chang'e and your sister instead? What are you doing coming to me?" This made Yu Longcheng's expression darken. He stepped closer and crouched down beside Yi Kanglin. "Senior brother, you know full well my sister isn't fit for warfare, let alone quelling rebellions. As for Mu Chang'e, forgive me for being blunt. Even if his face is pretty to look at, what else can he do? He's nothing but a useless waste. Right now, throughout the entire Lingxi Sect, besides you, I truly can't think of anyone else I could turn to." Yi Kanglin chuckled slightly. "It's not that I don't want to help you, but frankly, I'm powerless now. Look, I've been stripped of my position by your sister. I'm just a menial disciple now, under lifetime house arrest here. How exactly am I supposed to assist you? Or perhaps, are you daring enough to defy your sister's orders and forcibly drag me out?" These words left Yu Longcheng momentarily speechless. Indeed, as sword-bearer of the Lingxi Sect, he couldn't openly defy the sect leader's command. After a pause, he said again, "Senior brother, can you at least give me some advice?" Yi Kanglin turned to look at him and asked, "Advice about what? A few insignificant ants from the Xuanhuan ancient sect. Can't you handle them yourself? Or did you completely forget everything I taught you on the battlefield?" Yu Longcheng shook his head. "No, it's not that. What I mean is something very strange is happening with the Xuanhuan ancient sect. They seem to have acquired some kind of special cultivation method, and their rate of growth is astonishing. From the day before yesterday to yesterday, I clashed with them twice. During both encounters, I clearly felt their strength had increased dramatically. They still fall far short of our Lingxi Sect Battle Division disciples, but at this rate of advancement, they'll eventually threaten the Lingxi Sect's standing once more. Senior brother, you've seen so much and know so much. Do you have any idea what secret technique they're using?" When Yi Kanglin heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "If their strength can increase dramatically within just one day, they must be cultivating using some kind of sacrificial cultivation technique. If it's a sacrifice, then there needs to be an offering. So what exactly is that offering?" Yi Kanglin casually picked up a bowl of cold tea beside him and took a large sip before saying, "The ordinary people they've slaughtered. Upon hearing these words, Yu Longqing seemed to have realized something. Immediately, he clasped his fists toward Yi Kanglin and said, "Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance." With that, he turned and left. Yu Qingyan, watching nearby, looked at Yi Kanglin with curiosity and asked, "What did you say to him? Why is he so worked up?" Yi Kanglin let out a chuckle. "Just made up some nonsense ramblings. Who knows what else I could have said? As for whether he actually understood anything, well, that's beyond me. Come on." Yi Kanglin had been screwed over so badly by Yu Xiao, so why would he lift a finger to help solve the Lingxi Sect's rebellions now? True, it was Yu Longqing who came asking, but Yu Longqing still served Yu Xiao. So Yi Kanglin just spewed random nonsense, hoping Yu Longqing would leave him alone and stop bothering him. He never expected this kid would actually walk away thinking he'd gained some profound insight. Thinking this, Yi Kanglin couldn't help laughing again. Then suddenly, he called out toward a certain direction. "Xiao Yuer, why are you so free today? Coming all the way here to me. Don't you have to attend to your noble master?" This immediately put the guards on high alert. They turned their gazes toward the spot Yi Kanglin was looking at and shouted loudly, "Who's there? Come out." Even Yu Qingyan curiously turned her eyes in that direction. There, Xiao Yuer, who had been hiding perfectly behind a large boulder, lightly leapt down. Seeing the guards glaring at her intensely, she gave a soft laugh and said, "No wonder he was once our great marshal. Managed to turn the guards assigned to watch over you into personal bodyguards." Upon recognizing Xiao Yuer, the guards quickly sheathed their weapons and greeted her respectfully with folded fists. Jiang Marin. Xiao Yuer's full name was Jiang Xiaoyu. Though officially only a maid, because she was one of sect leader Yu Xiao's trusted confidants, many junior guards and disciples respectfully addressed her as Marin. But Xiao Yuer ignored them completely. She strolled casually through the group of guards and approached Yi Kanglin with a playful smile. "I've brought you some good news, want to hear it?" Yi Kanglin snorted with laughter, then spat out 2 words, "Don't." Chapter 16. Do you think I'm that much of a beast? Hearing this, Xiao Yu's face immediately fell as she said, "I haven't even told you yet." Yi Kanglin stood up from the reclining chair and stretched lazily, saying, "Let me guess. Imoshia ran into some trouble again, so she wants me to go over and clean up her mess, right?" Xiao Yu pouted. "What cleaning up messes? Why do you have to put it so crudely? The master has given you a chance to redeem yourself. Such a great opportunity. Aren't you going to seize it?" Yi Kanglin raised his hand to stop her, then chuckled. "No thanks. I'm doing just fine here. I don't need any redemption opportunities." With that, he picked up his hoe, preparing to finish plowing the rest of the field. But Xiao Yu quickly stepped directly in front of him, urgently blurting out, "The master said that if you kneel facing the Grand Assembly Hall for 1 full day and night, and confess your mistake to all the disciples, she'll consider lifting part of your house arrest and restoring some of your authority. What a generous favor. Can you really turn this down, Marshal Yi?" At these words, Yi Kanglin was completely stunned. He pointed at his own nose, staring at Xiao Yu incredulously. "I divorced her already. Do you seriously think I still need to grovel at her feet like before?" Xiao Yu shot back defiantly. "Are you saying it's not necessary? Marshal Yi, Lingxi Sect is a cultivation sect you built with your own hands. Would you really stand by and watch it fall into decline again? And besides, this time the master has already taken the first step toward reconciliation. She only asks you to kneel for 1 day and 1 night, not 10 or 20. That's already extremely lenient. After all, didn't she publicly announce during the assembly, right in front of all the senior members, that she was stripping you of your rank? She even declared that she could run the entire sect perfectly fine without you. If she revoked your punishment entirely and simply called you back without any conditions, wouldn't that be slapping herself in the face? As the sect master, how could she allow such a thing to happen? That's precisely why she's giving you this chance, to admit your fault willingly. That way, you can regain your position, and she can save face instead of being humiliated in front of so many disciples. Don't you see? It's a win-win situation. Besides, I don't think you're suffering much anyway. It's not like you've never knelt before." Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin's lips twitched involuntarily. For some reason, he suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to slap this little brat across the face. So her pride is preserved, but mine isn't worth protecting? Fine then. In that case, go back and tell her to find someone else. I'm not serving her anymore. With that, Yi Kanglin sidestepped Xiao Yu and walked toward the farmland. But Xiao Yu widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Marshal Yi, you're the chief engineer responsible for the spirit gathering array and central flame control room. Who else can take care of those projects besides you?" Hearing this, Yi Kanglin froze mid-step. He turned his head slowly toward Xiao Yu. "Spirit gathering array? Central flame control room? What about them?" Xiao Yu then recounted everything that had happened the previous day. After listening, Yi Kanglin first pursed his lips silently, seemingly trying hard to suppress laughter. But eventually, he couldn't hold it back. He burst into loud, unrestrained laughter. Almost immediately, Yu Qingyan and the other guards joined in, laughing uproariously, clearly delighted by the chaos. Seeing their amusement, Xiao Yu looked hurt and whined. "What are you all laughing at?" Crossing his arms, Yi Kanglin said, "Didn't Imoshia declare that Mu Chang'e was the most suitable candidate for young marshal of Lingxi Sect? How come, after only 1 day, he's turned the entire sect upside down?" Xiao Yu instinctively wanted to defend Imoshia, but recalling Mu Chang'e's utter incompetence, she bit her tongue. Waiting until everyone finished laughing, she finally turned to Yi Kanglin and said, "Marshal Yi, there's only 1 week left until the delivery deadline for Biling pills. If the master fails to deliver on time, we'll face Heaven Apex Sect's wrath and suffer nearly 18 million spirit crystals and losses. Even if you refuse to apologize, surely you'd still help us reforge a bottle of by Ling essence. Yi Kanglin waved his hand with a grin. Stop, enough. I can't forge by Ling essence anymore. Don't forget, your master stripped my cultivation. That level of alchemy is beyond me now. I'll say it again, I'm perfectly content here. If she truly can't solve her problems, let her find someone better. I can't do anything for her. Hearing this, Xiaoyu was about to say something else, but at that moment, Yu Qingyan walked over and gently said to her, all right, just go back. If he doesn't want to help you, forcing him won't make any difference. He's incredibly stubborn, you know that better than anyone. Only then did Xiaoyu softly murmur an, okay, her expression clearly crestfallen. After all, failing to complete the task assigned by her sect master left her feeling somewhat guilty. She turned to leave, but just then, Yi Kanglin suddenly called out, wait. Xiaoyu brightened immediately, instinctively turning around and asking, has Marshal Yi changed his mind? Yi Kanglin pulled a small vial of liquid from his pocket and casually tossed it to her. Xiaoyu caught it on reflex and asked curiously, what is this? With a warm smile, Yi Kanglin said, when you take your bath tonight, pour this into the water and soak in it for half an hour. It'll increase your chances of breaking through to the next cultivation stage. At those words, Xiaoyu's face instantly flushed red. She hadn't expected Yi Kanglin to see right through her impending breakthrough, and that he had specially prepared a bottle of medicine for her. Even though she was the sect master's trusted aide and seemed well-positioned, in truth, she had very few artifacts or pills available to aid her advancement during a bottleneck. Most of the time, she had to spend her own spirit crystals to buy them, and even then, good items were often unavailable. Until now, she had been genuinely worried about her cultivation barrier. After all, mishandling such a breakthrough could cost her life. But now, with the vial Yi Kanglin gave her, everything was different. Even if it only increased her success rate by 10%, to her, it was nothing short of priceless. Blushing deeply, Xiaoyu dipped into a respectful bow and sweetly said, thank you, Marshal Yi, for your gift. Then, she quickly turned and ran off. If she'd stayed another moment, others might have seen her face, already so red it looked ready to bleed. Watching her go, Yi Kanglin let out a soft chuckle, but Yu Qingyan stepped beside him and suddenly remarked coolly, I used to think you were just good at handling people, but I never expected you'd be so skilled at wooing girls too. As she spoke, Yu Qingyan flashed a sly grin and nudged Yi Kanglin's shoulder with her elbow. Hey, tell me, aren't you planning to trick that little maid serving my sister onto your bed too, so she can work for you as well? Yi Kanglin's eyes widened in shock, and he declared with righteous indignation, how could you even think that? Do you really believe I'm such a beast? Chapter 17, A Surge in Lifespan. As he spoke, a system notification suddenly rang in Yi Kanglin's ears. Ding! Today's idling reward, the natural treasure, water spirit origin, the Tao artifact Heavenly Abyss, and the Moon Tier Advanced Blade Technique Divine Guidance to the Void. Upon hearing this notification, Yi Kanglin froze for a second, then couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips upward, delight flooding his heart. He had originally assumed that the farm system would require completing daily tasks to earn rewards, but never did he imagine that simply doing nothing, just lounging around, could actually yield such valuable rewards. And not just one or two things either. The variety was surprisingly rich, and every item was of exceptionally high quality. Forget everything else. Even the mere Tao artifact, Heavenly Abyss, would be enough to send shockwaves throughout the Lingxi Sect. After all, even within the Lingxi Sect itself, there were only 2 artifacts that had reached the level of Tao artifacts. Moreover, both of these precious Tao artifacts were in the hands of the 2 supreme elders from the Divine Palace, and ordinary disciples weren't just forbidden from using them. They could hardly even catch a glimpse. Even sect leader Yu Xiao used a weapon ranked only as a spiritual artifact. This alone shows just how rare and priceless Tao-level artifacts truly are. Not to mention the Moon Tier martial skill Divine Guidance to the Void, or the natural spirit treasure, Water Spirit Origin. At this thought, Yi Kanglin immediately wanted to find some secluded spot where he could privately examine his rewards. But just then, Yu Qingyan suddenly grabbed hold of his ear and asked, hey, did you fall asleep? Why'd you go silent all of a sudden? Only then did Yi Kanglin remember that Yu Qingyan was still beside him. He gently pulled her hand off his ear before saying with a smile, Qingyan, could you do me a favor? As he said this, he moved closer to her with a suspiciously lewd grin on his face. Yu Qingyan frowned slightly, annoyed. What kind of favor? She knew from that look on his face that he was surely up to no good. Sure enough, Yi Kanglin grinned widely and said, could you go buy me some seeds? Look, the farmland here is already tilled. But if we don't have any seeds, what exactly am I supposed to plant? Makes sense, right? Yu Qingyan tilted her chin toward the surrounding guards. There are so many people here. Why don't you ask one of them to buy it for you? Yi Kanglin glanced at them briefly and replied, they're guards assigned to watch over me. Do you really think they can just leave whenever they want? Besides, if they bought the seeds, what if they ended up getting poor quality ones? It's better if you do it. I'd feel much more at ease. Will you please? To emphasize his point, Yi Kanglin even slung an arm around Yu Qingyan's waist and leaned in close. Yu Qingyan rolled her eyes dramatically and snapped playfully, get lost. What do you mean by better if I buy it? You probably just want to dump me after you get what you want. Now you're acting like you don't need me anymore. Yi Kanglin was startled and hurriedly said, no way. Why would I ever look down on you? But Yu Qingyan wasn't listening anymore. With a huff, she turned sharply and stormed off toward the exit, muttering angrily, you men are all the same. Not a single decent one among you. Humph. I'll never talk to you again. With that, She lightly tapped her foot on the ground and instantly leaped dozens of meters into the air. Then, a flying magical beast swooped down, catching her securely mid-air, and carried her away somewhere unknown. Yi Kanglin looked up at this scene, his lips twitching involuntarily. Damn it. Why do women always get angry for absolutely no reason? All he did was ask her to buy something. Was that really such a big deal? Shaking his head, Yi Kanglin stopped dwelling on it and turned back to walk into the cave residence. The guards stationed outside remained obediently in place, silently standing guard like door gods. Once inside, Yi Kanglin immediately sat cross-legged on the bed and took out the Cosmic Star Stone. Focusing his mind, he projected his consciousness into the internal space within the Cosmic Star Stone. Inside the Cosmic Star Stone, the life-extending fruits had all flowered and borne fruit. Delicate vines had sprouted and climbed steadily upward along the bamboo poles Yi Kanglin had planted earlier, winding tightly around each one until every pole was completely wrapped. Only then did they begin to blossom and produce fruit. The fruits resembled grapes, though entirely red in color. When picked individually, they looked somewhat like cherries. Just then, xianxia drifted over lazily and said, "This harvest turned out fairly well. 124 life-extending fruits have fully ripened. On average, each seed produces about 20 fruits." Yi Kanglin gave a light nod and said, "A ratio of 1 to 20 isn't bad at all. Originally, I was just hoping for 70 or 80 fruits. I would have been perfectly satisfied." As he spoke, he couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to gently stroke the newly grown life-extending fruits. The next moment, the system panel refreshed. Host, Yi Kanglin. Current lifespan, 20 days. Chubai lifespan, 376 days. Yi Kanglin turned to look at the system, his eyes widening slightly as he blurted in astonishment. Huh, this batch of life-extending fruits actually grants me over a year's worth of lifespan. With that, Yi Kanglin plucked and ate every single fruit from the vine. As the fruits were consumed, his lifespan rapidly increased. Moreover, Yi Kanglin could clearly feel his physical strength surging dramatically. Within the farm system, cultivation power was directly tied to lifespan. The more lifespan one possessed, the stronger they became. After finishing every last fruit, the system panel updated once again. Host, Yi Kanglin. Current lifespan, 1 year and 31 days. Chubai lifespan, 0 days. Seeing that his lifespan had finally reached over a year, Yi Kanglin burst into hearty laughter. For any person facing death, suddenly gaining an extra year and 1 month of life. Surely anyone would be ecstatic? Even Yi Kanglin was no exception. After all, 1 full year allowed for countless possibilities. He clenched his fist, feeling the power flowing through his body, then turned to xianxia and asked, "With my current total lifespan, am I roughly comparable to a practitioner at the early origin realm?" Xianxia thought for a moment before replying. More or less, yes. But 1 year of lifespan is still far too little. In terms of ability among early origin cultivators who have achieved minor completion, you'd basically be at the very bottom. In the cultivation world where Yi Kanglin resided, cultivators were ranked into distinct realms. From lowest to highest, early origin realm, mystic true realm, spirit flame realm, heavenly sun realm, and beyond. Each realm was further divided into minor completion, major completion, perfection, and apex. Take Lingxi Sect as an example. Cultivators at the early origin level were typically ordinary disciples. Only upon reaching the mystic true realm could one be promoted to positions such as Hall Master, Guardian, or Chief Officer, roles with actual authority within the sect. Daily assemblies at Lingxi Sect usually gathered members of this rank for discussions on sect affairs. Those who reached the spirit flame realm belonged to the upper echelons of management. Department elders, sword bearers, commander of the Crimson Cloak Guards, and hall masters of the law enforcement hall all held positions at the spirit flame realm. Though most were only at the stage of minor completion. Yu Xiao, the sect leader, had reached the perfection stage of the spirit flame realm. Her younger brother Yu Longxing surpassed her by half a stage, having reached the apex stage of spirit flame realm. That was precisely why Yu Longxing ranked first among the 12 sword bearers. As for the heavenly sun realm, those cultivators entered the domain of supreme elders. Whether there existed even higher levels beyond heavenly sun realm, even Yi Kanglin didn't know. After all, during his 300 years in this cultivation world, he had never encountered a cultivator above the heavenly sun realm. Chapter 18, Nong Xiaoxian's Concern. Yi Kanglin's current cultivation level was merely the early Yuan realm, minor stage, barely scraping by at the very bottom of this tier. If not for his title as the former young master of Lingxi Sect, with such a weak cultivation base in the ruthless world of cultivators where the strong preyed upon the weak, he would have died tens of thousands of times over by now. He might even be snatched into a soul-refining banner while asleep and used as nourishment without ever realizing it. After absorbing all the longevity fruits, Yi Kanglin was left with over 120 fruit cores in hand. He turned to Nong Xiaoxian and asked, "You mentioned earlier that the soil fertility of this island can only support planting a portion of these longevity fruits. How much exactly does a portion mean?" Nong Xiaoxian crossed her arms across her chest and pondered carefully before replying. It could probably sustain the growth of about 2,000 seeds. Any more than that wouldn't work. The excess seeds simply wouldn't survive. Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin smiled faintly and said, 2,000 seeds can grow? Then what do I have to worry about? With that, he lowered his head and placed all 120 seeds he held into the soil for cultivation. At that moment, Nong Xiaoxian spoke up again. "By the way, wasn't today's reward a nature element treasure called Water Spirit Origin? Why haven't you taken it out yet?" After burying the last seed, Yi Kanglin didn't say a word. He immediately opened his system interface and laughed. I'd nearly forgotten you were going to remind me. Originally, when Yi Kanglin entered the inner space of the Universe Star Stone, he had intended to test the rewards he received. But after seeing so many longevity fruits, he completely forgot about the rest. Now reminded by Nong Xiaoxian, he naturally brought them out right away. As Yi Kanglin clicked to confirm receipt, in the next instant, a sharp Tang-style saber shot forth, along with a thick scroll and a droplet of water the size of a thumb. These three items hovered before Yi Kanglin, and his gaze swept slowly across them. He reached out first and picked up the brand new Tang saber. The blade was straight, almost like a rod, but the moment Yi Kanglin gripped the hilt and began drawing it from its sheath, a pitch-black blade, dark as ink, appeared before him. Lifting the saber under the sunlight, the edge reflected a blinding gleam. Carved clearly onto the blade were two characters, Xuanhuan. Those two characters were likely the name of this Tang saber. With a casual swing, Yi Kanglin slashed the ground, leaving behind a shallow trench. This demonstrated just how incredibly sharp the blade truly was. So this is a Dao-level artifact. Yi Kanglin commented indifferently. Looks nice enough, but doesn't seem any different from an ordinary sword. Beside him, Nong Xiaoxian let out a mocking chuckle. Of course you can't feel its power. You're far too weak right now. Yi Kanglin thought for a moment and realized she was right. After all, Dao-level artifacts were typically wielded only by senior elders who had reached the heavenly Yang realm. It was normal for junior disciples to be unable to unleash their true power. Next, Yi Kanglin picked up the scroll. He gently unfurled it and discovered it contained a saber technique, clearly designed to complement the Tang saber. It was titled Divine Descent to the Abyss, seemingly a highly formidable technique. Just as Yi Kanglin stood puzzled, a beam of light shot from the scroll and entered his forehead. In the next instant, streams of information surged violently into his mind. Characters formed within his consciousness, assembling into sentences. Sentences linked together, forming paragraphs. And paragraph after paragraph built up into a complete, comprehensive saber technique. Within moments, every bit of knowledge encoded in the scroll had fully transferred into Yi Kanglin's mind. Then, as if set aflame, the scroll disintegrated into a pile of ash, scattering with the wind. Yi Kanglin couldn't help but exclaim, "What an incredible skill scroll." A technique that would normally take ordinary people years, even decades, to master, Yi Kanglin had absorbed completely in less than 10 seconds. Indeed, products from the system were truly top-grade. Finally, Yi Kanglin turned his attention to the small water droplet the size of a thumb. He looked toward Nong Xiaoxian and asked, "What's this thing good for?" Nong Xiaoxian explained briefly, "For you personally, it might not be useful. But if you infuse it into the soil here, it will enhance the longevity effect of the longevity fruits. Instead of each fruit granting just 3 days of extended lifespan, they'll now grant 4 days each." When Yi Kanglin heard this, his eyes lit up in excitement as he blurted out, "Damn, that's insane. Don't underestimate the extra day of life. It might seem small, but when multiplied across a large number, it became staggering. Take today's 120 longevity fruits, for instance. If each could now extend life by 4 days instead of 3, Yi Kanglin would gain an additional 4 months of lifespan right away." At that thought, Yi Kanglin quickly grabbed the droplet and asked Nong Xiaoxian, "How do I use this thing?" Nong Xiaoxian replied, "Swallow it, then press your palms to the ground." Yi Kanglin didn't hesitate. He followed her instructions immediately. As the water spirit origin entered his mouth, the first sensation was icy cold, like sucking on a piece of ice. Once it reached his stomach, it rapidly dissolved, transforming into streams of energy. Then, with a sudden forceful motion, Yi Kanglin slammed both hands onto the ground. In an instant, pure water attribute spiritual energy surged violently into the soil below, instantly moistening the entire area. Empowered by this surge of water qi, the seeds Yi Kanglin had just planted sprouted tender green shoots almost immediately. Even more astonishing, the previously withered vines now regained vitality, showing signs of fresh growth. At this sight, Yi Kanglin already began envisioning tomorrow's bountiful harvest. But at that moment, Nong Xiaoxian casually spoke up. "Hey, Yi Kanglin, what about that matter concerning the divine demon ancient sect? Are you going to deal with it or not?" Yi Kanglin froze, turning his head toward her in surprise. "The divine demon ancient sect? Why are you bringing them up?" Nong Xiaoxian crossed her arms over her chest, her expression turning grim. "In theory, I shouldn't be telling you any of this. But I'm afraid you might suddenly die, leaving me sealed away again, so I have no choice but to speak." Hearing this, Yi Kanglin furrowed his brows instinctively and asked, "Why would I die?" Nong Xiaoxian took a deep breath, then said gravely, "The Divine Demon Ancient Sect possesses a method that allows cultivators to rapidly increase their cultivation within a short period. This will cause their power to expand explosively. In at most 1 or 2 months, they should be strong enough to completely annihilate Lingxi Sect. When that time comes, you'll likely die alongside them. And that brother-in-law of yours, Yu Longsheng, won't stand a chance against those devils." Chapter 19. Yu Xiao takes the initiative to apologize to Mu Chang'e. But soon, Yi Kanglin's tightly knitted brows relaxed, and he said offhandedly, "Such needless worry. Are all the cultivators in Lingxi Sect just here for show? 1.7 million combat disciples. Do you think they're mere decorations? These foundations I've spent 300 years building up. Yu Xiao might as well be a pig if she lets the Divine Demon Ancient Sect wipe them out overnight. Besides, I've been dealing with the Divine Demon Ancient Sect long enough. From what I know of them, they can't stir up any real trouble. Seeing Yi Kanglin's indifference, Nong Xiaoqian immediately retorted angrily. Times have changed. Their newly installed leader, Wu Niang, is an extremely capable man. Under his leadership, the divine demon ancient sect has undergone a complete transformation. If you remain so careless and underestimate them, all that awaits you is death. Even though Nong Xiaoqian tried hard to emphasize the gravity of the situation and hoped to get Yi Kanglin to take it seriously, Yi Kanglin remained completely unconcerned. When Nong Xiaoqian finished speaking, Yi Kanglin even yawned openly, clearly bored. Even if the divine demon ancient sect truly does grow powerful enough to overthrow Lingxi Sect one day, it has nothing to do with me. I'm just an ordinary servant disciple now. When the sect actually falls, I'll just run away. It's Yu Xiao and her little lover Mu Chang'e who should be worrying about this. If even they don't care, why should I stick my neck out? With that, Yi Kanglin swung his Tianyuan Tang blade and began attempting some practice movements. Nong Xiaoqian, seeing Yi Kanglin's stubborn attitude, seemed about to say something else, but, noticing his resolute expression, swallowed back the words. After a moment of reflection, Nong Xiaoqian realized that at Yi Kanglin's current rate of progress, by the time the divine demon ancient sect actually attacked, Yi Kanglin would probably already have the strength to defend himself. Even if he couldn't defeat those flesh-eating demons, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Thinking this, Nong Xiaoqian waved a hand and opened the system interface. Immediately afterward, an aerial view of Lingxi Sect's main gate appeared on the panel. As Yi Kanglin's system administrator, Nong Xiaoqian decided to plan an escape route for him in advance, so that when the time came to flee, Yi Kanglin wouldn't panic and run blindly. The next day, at the young master's residence in Lingxi Sect, Yu Xiao entered gracefully. The numerous disciples present promptly bowed respectfully. Yu Xiao waved her hand, signaling them not to stand on ceremony, then walked further inside. At that moment, Mu Chang'e's maid stepped forward, bowing slightly. Greetings, Supreme Leader. May you enjoy everlasting fortune and peace. Yu Xiao glanced toward the bedroom direction and asked the maid, Where's Chang'e? Why didn't he come out with you? The maid looked toward the bedroom before replying softly. Young master returned yesterday and has locked himself inside ever since. He hasn't eaten or drunk anything for a full day now. And also, the young maid paused here, as if hesitating to continue. Yu Xiao's delicate brows furrowed sharply, and she snapped, And what? Speak up. The maid quickly replied. Last night, young master cried for a long time. He said he never should have accepted the position of Lingxi Sect's young master, otherwise he wouldn't have upset you. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao paled slightly, snapping in anger. How could he think such things? And none of you thought to comfort him. Without another word, Yu Xiao stormed toward the bedroom, calling out, Chang'e, Chang'e, your master has come to see you. Meanwhile, the attendants following behind Yu Xiao stayed outside and did not enter. Xiao Yu'er, however, pursed her lips and sneered, got scolded twice and already burst into tears. What a useless weakling. She had long despised Mu Chang'e. Were it not for Yu Xiao spoiling him, Xiao Yu'er would have kicked him out of Lingxi Sect ages ago. Having someone like him as the young master of Lingxi Sect was like appointing a eunuch as a military general, utterly absurd. Just then, Mu Chuan approached and said slowly beside Xiao Yu'er, Keep your voice down. If that sissy inside hears you, he'll surely go whining to our leader again. Xiao Yu'er scoffed dismissively. Let him complain if he wants. When someone's a waste of space, why shouldn't others point it out? Before she could finish speaking, a voice came from within the bedroom. Xiao Yu'er, come in here. The moment those words were spoken, Xiao Yu'er was instantly shocked, silently cursing in her heart. Shit, could he have actually heard me? Beside her, Mu Chuan immediately looked delighted at her misfortune. He tightly pressed his lips together to suppress his laughter. Had it not been for the presence of so many others, he probably would have burst out laughing on the spot. Seeing this, Xiao Yu'er swiftly kicked him hard on the shin, making Mu Chuan nearly yelp in pain. Just as he was about to demand, what was that for? Xiao Yu'er instead called toward the bedroom. I'm coming. With that, she hurried inside. The moment she entered, Xiao Yu'er saw Mu Chang'e sniffling and crying, nestled in Yu Xiao's arms. Yu Xiao, in turn, gently stroked his back with a pained expression, soothing softly. There, it's master's fault. I shouldn't have hit you in front of so many people yesterday, and made you lose face. How about this? I'll apologize to you, okay? Only then did Mu Chang'e puff up his cheeks and mutter, Fine. This time, I'll forgive you. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yu'er felt a wave of goosebumps crawl up her skin. She turned to Yu Xiao and asked, My lady, you called for me? Yu Xiao glanced at Xiao Yu'er and said, I was occupied with official matters all day yesterday. I almost forgot to ask you about Yi Kanglin. At her words, Xiao Yu'er recalled the scene of speaking with Yi Kanglin. Especially when remembering the vial of Foundation Establishment spirit fluid he had given her, her cheeks involuntarily flushed red. She softly replied, Why Yi Shuai is still staying at Wuyuan Mountain. He hasn't gone anywhere. Yu Xiao frowned slightly. That's not what I meant. I'm asking, did he kneel and admit his mistake? If he has apologized, I can send someone to lift his confinement, so he can come out and handle the apothecary workshop and the spirit gathering formation. From yesterday until now, numerous disciples have submitted petitions saying the lack of spiritual energy within the sect is hindering their cultivation progress. At this point, Yu Xiao sounded quite annoyed. Honestly, can't they wait a little? It's only been one day without spiritual nourishment, like anyone's going to die. They're all acting like soul-snatching demons breathing down my neck. Even as she spoke these words, Yu Xiao knew clearly that the spirit gathering formation needed to be repaired as soon as possible. After all, A sect's growth heavily relied on the improvement of its disciples' cultivation abilities. But upon hearing her, Xiao Yuer awkwardly stammered, well. Yi Shuai seems rather unwilling to apologize. Chapter 20. Mu Chang'e hopes Yu Xiao will take the blame. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao immediately stood up from the bed, her expression annoyed as she said, "What? He's not apologizing." Xiao Yu gently nodded and said, "Lord Yi said he's quite comfortable staying at the foot of Wuyuan Mountain, so he might as well retire completely. He has no intention of returning to the sect from now on." As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Xiao flew into a rage and immediately demanded, "Are you joking? Can he really just decide to retire like that? Who's going to clean up this mess in the sect then?" This outburst seemed ironic, considering she had completely forgotten who it was that originally exiled Yi Kanglin to Wuyuan Mountain. Xiao Yu then cautiously suggested, "Why don't you simply order him back to his former position?" Yu Xiao snapped back harshly, "Nonsense. Order him back to his post? Would that not be admitting to the entire sect that I wronged him? Or are you implying? Do you also believe that without Yi Kanglin, I, Yu Xiao, am incapable of handling any affairs within Lingxi Sect?" Seeing her mistress's anger, Xiao Yu quickly knelt down and meekly said, "I know my mistake. Please punish me accordingly, master." Yu Xiao took a deep breath upon seeing this, then slowly sat back down and said to Xiao Yu, "Rise. I have no intention of punishing you." Only then did Xiao Yu slowly stand back up. At that moment, Yu Xiao asked, "Where's Bai Lu? I sent her to search through Yi Kanglin's former residence for notebooks or diaries, anything written down. Did she find anything?" Before Xiao Yu could answer, a dark shadow flickered into existence, accompanied by a voice soft yet alluring. "I found them, but there was quite a lot, so it took some time to organize everything." As she spoke, a stunning woman dressed in tight black leather emerged slowly from the shadows. She resembled a worldly 30-year-old woman from the mortal realm, exuding a mature charm from head to toe. In particular, the curves of her chest rivaled even those of Yu Xiao and Yu Qingyan. This woman was none other than Bai Lu, commander of the Blood Garment Guards of Lingxi Sect, an expert who had reached the peak of the Spirit Flame realm, and also Yu Xiao's maternal aunt. Upon hearing Bai Lu's words, Yu Xiao's face lit up with delight. She quickly approached and said, "Since you found them, let me see them now." Bai Lu stroked her storage ring, and in an instant, streams of light shimmered into being, revealing 7 or 8 scrolls floating in midair. "Master," said Bai Lu, "these scrolls contain construction blueprints and engineering designs used by Yi Kanglin when building the Spirit Gathering Array, including the formula book containing the activation key to restarting the array. However, the content is quite complex. It may take some time before one can fully understand it." Yu Xiao casually picked up one of the scrolls and began to read. Indeed, it contained detailed records of various data and notes taken during Yi Kanglin's construction of the Spirit Gathering Array. Each scroll alone held millions upon millions of characters, symbols, and diagrams, testament to the depth and precision of the documentation. Once satisfied with their authenticity, Yu Xiao turned to Bai Lu and asked, "Auntie, how exactly did you manage to find these? When Yi Kanglin was exiled, I clearly sent people to search his estate. They found nothing." Bai Lu smiled mysteriously, then spoke with a seductive tone. "When I found them, they had already turned to ashes. It seems Yi Kanglin foresaw danger before his exile and chose to burn them beforehand. Poor thing. He probably didn't know about our Lingxi Sect's secret technique, the art of time reversal, which can restore any destroyed object to its original form. Even if these scrolls were reduced to dust, we still have ways to bring them back whole." With that, Bai Lu giggled softly, her expression brimming with pride. Yu Xiao too broke into a sly smile. Looks like Mother was wise after all to keep Yi Kanglin in the dark about Lingxi Sect's full arsenal. If he had known we possessed such a time-reversing technique, he wouldn't have burned those records so carelessly. The two women exchanged glances, each catching a glimpse of cunning in the other's eyes. Clearly, in their minds, what did it matter how clever Yi Kanglin was? In the end, he still couldn't outwit them. Yet at that moment, Mu Chang'e suddenly asked, seemingly out of nowhere, "Master, if we possess such time reversal ability, why didn't we use it the day before yesterday to restore the Spirit Gathering Array, the shattered by Ling elixir, and the extinguished sacred flame?" Upon seeing Mu Chang'e's idiotic expression, Bai Lu rolled her eyes in disdain. Even she couldn't understand what exactly Yu Xiao saw in this useless Mu Chang'e. Of course, she would never say such things to her face, so she simply turned away and ignored him. Yu Xiao, however, gently explained to him, "This time reversal ability requires a massive amount of spirit crystals. Generally speaking, the larger the object and the further back in time we wish to restore it, the more spirit crystals are consumed. Things like the Spirit Gathering Array and the Sacred Flame at the Control Fire Chamber are large-scale artifacts. Even if we had the capability to reverse them, the number of spirit crystals required would be far beyond what we could afford. As for the Bai Ling elixir, that substance simply cannot be restored through reversal at all." Just as Mu Chang'e was about to ask why, Bai Lu cut in first. "Master, now that we've recovered these scrolls, may I proceed with handling the matters concerning the Control Fire Chamber and the Spirit Gathering Array?" Yu Xiao gave a gentle nod. "Wait outside for a moment. To be safe, I'll accompany you myself." Bai Lu didn't refuse and simply replied, "Understood," before turning and walking out. Xiao Yu, seeing this, also bowed slightly and said, "Master, this servant takes her leave," and followed out as well. Now, only Yu Xiao and Mu Chang'e remained in the room. Softly, Yu Xiao spoke to him. "Chang'e, for now, stop attending to the young master mansion's affairs. Go down to the lower levels and study for a while. Once you've improved, then I'll let you resume managing the mansion. Is that okay? Although Yu Xiao was still furious over Mu Chang's idiotic behavior earlier, he was still her disciple whom she had raised from childhood. To prevent anything similar from happening again, she decided it best to have him undergo some training first. This time, Mu Chang'e offered no resistance. He simply nodded obediently. But then he added, Master, there's just one thing. Could you promise me something? At that moment, Mu Chang'e wore an especially pitiful, pleading look. Yu Xiao stroked his hair gently and asked softly, what else is it? Mu Chang'e fidgeted nervously, then said, could you please tell everyone in the sect that my idiotic actions the day before yesterday were actually done on your orders? Hearing this, Yu Xiao froze in shock and instinctively exclaimed, what? You want me to tell everyone that I ordered you to do those things? The implication behind Mu Chang'e's words was clear. He wanted Yu Xiao to take the blame for him. And as sect leader, how could Yu Xiao possibly fail to understand that? Thus, she said with clear displeasure, these messes were you're doing. You should bear responsibility yourself. What kind of example would it set if I covered for you? Chapter 21. Suddenly, I miss Yikanglin a little. Mu Chang'e started acting coquettish again, saying, Master, you've already punished me. Surely you wouldn't want me to be laughed at by the other disciples in the sect all over again, would you? Besides, I only made that silly mistake because I didn't understand the rules of these departments. If I'd just become young marshal and then caused such a scandal right away, how could I ever hold my head up in the sect? But if it was on your instruction, Master, then the nature of it changes completely. No one would think I'm foolish. Instead, they believe you did it deliberately. In that case, won't my standing among the sect members be preserved? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao hesitated. Though she was the sect leader and had absolutely no concern about underlings gossiping behind her back, the idea of taking responsibility for someone else's mistake still troubled her. After all, she'd never intended to cover up for anyone before. In the past, it had always been Yikanglin who took the blame for her. Never did she imagine that now she'd have to take the fall for someone else. What kind of irony was this? At that moment, Yu Xiao considered rejecting Mu Chang'e's request. But Mu Chang'e began acting even more pitifully, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if he were about to cry. Seeing him like this, Yu Xiao couldn't bring herself to say no. She silently nodded and said, fine, but this is the one and only time. I will not allow it again. Hearing this, Mu Chang'e immediately jumped up with joy, wrapped his arms around Yu Xiao, and planted a quick kiss on her pale cheek, grinning, thank you, Master. Seeing how happy he looked, Yu Xiao couldn't help but smile faintly in return. All right, go eat something first. You haven't had a single bite all day. Don't starve yourself. Mu Chang'e vigorously nodded and hurried out. As soon as he left, the smile faded from Yu Xiao's face. If Yikanglin were here, I wouldn't have to take the blame, would I? Or rather, if he were still around, such an incident probably wouldn't have happened at all. Listlessly, she walked toward the door. As she walked, memories of her past moments with Yikanglin involuntarily flooded her mind. That man had always been careless and boisterous, laughing without a care in the world. Yet, whenever she was with him, she felt truly at ease. It was as if, so long as he was there, no problem was insurmountable. Suddenly, Yu Xiao murmured to herself, if there hadn't been that power struggle between us, could we have stayed together forever? Or perhaps, if we had simply been an ordinary couple, could we have grown old together? Saying this, she once again pulled out the communication jade tablet. This jade tablet had been specially made by Yu Xiao to stay in contact with Yikanglin. Back when they were still husband and wife, Yikanglin would send her messages nearly every day, no matter what happened. Even when there was nothing worth mentioning, he would make up terrible, unfunny jokes just to cheer her up. Although she'd told him countless times that such behavior annoyed her, Yikanglin still clung to her relentlessly, as always. Now, Yikanglin had been demoted by her to the status of a menial disciple, confined to the foot of Wuyuan Mountain, and stripped of all his cultivation, a permanent solution to get rid of that bothersome man. Yet, for some unknown reason, she felt a strange emptiness inside, as though something vital had been taken out of her life. When Yu Xiao opened the communication jade tablet, the last message Yikanglin had sent her was several days ago, the day he returned after successfully suppressing the rebellion. Back then, Yikanglin had just received the divorce letter from Yu Xiao, and immediately sent her a barrage of messages. Yu Xiao, what do you mean by this? Why are you sending me a divorce letter? What? Do you want a divorce? Are you trying to discard me after using me? Or do you think I'm no longer useful to you and plan to kick me aside? Say something. What does your silence mean? Even if you want me dead, at least let me die knowing why. After 300 years of marriage, you're throwing it all away just like that? Is your heart really made of stone? Yu Xiao, answer me. Right now, immediately. Otherwise, I'm coming straight to your palace. I'm already at your palace. The guards won't let me in. Tell them to let me pass. Hey, Yu Xiao, are you even reading my messages? Yu Xiao, what do you think you're doing? Or are you just testing me? Fine. Then, I'll play this game with you to the end. The messages ended abruptly there. No matter how far down Yu Xiao scrolled, there was nothing more. In fact, that entire day, she had been watching the communication jade tablet the whole time. She had anticipated Yikanglin would desperately question her, even come to her chambers in person. Yet she simply refused to respond directly. After all, after so many years with Yikanglin, she was utterly tired of it, sick of it. She deeply resented being lectured by someone beneath her rank, someone who constantly reminded her how a sect leader should act and behave. Even if those reminders were correct, she didn't want to hear them. They only annoyed her beyond measure. So on the night Yikanglin returned in triumph, she summoned Mu Chang'e and spent the entire night tangled with him in her private chambers. No matter how fiercely Yi Kanglin shouted outside her door, she didn't utter a single word in reply. Her purpose was clear, to retaliate against Yi Kanglin for all his past crimes. She wanted him to know, once and for all, who truly ruled this sect. Now, however, her goal had been achieved. Yi Kanglin had completely vanished from her sight. Finally, no one could lecture her ever again. Finally, she could act without restraint. This feeling of holding absolute power, no one else could truly understand just how intoxicating it was. And now, she no longer needed to hide her relationship with Mu Chang'e as she once had. She could openly allow Mu Chang'e to come and go from her chambers, spending entire nights tangled together, chatting intimately. All these were things she had once dreamed of, but strangely, now that she actually possessed them, she found herself not as happy as she'd imagined. In fact, there was even a faint sense of loss, especially when she realized that after being demoted, Yi Kanglin hadn't sent her a single message since. Was he really just going to ignore her completely after she punished him? Not even a simple good morning or good night. Not asking whether she'd been tired these days, whether she'd been overworked. Nothing at all. At that moment, Yu Xiao stomped her foot in frustration and muttered under her breath, "Damn fool." Didn't he realize that sending Xiaoyu to find him was her way of giving him an excuse to reconcile? If only he would admit fault and say something simple like, "Sect leader, I know I was wrong. I will never harbor any defiance again. Please forgive me." That's all it would take. Was such a phrase really too difficult for him? Even if he felt wronged, even if he truly held no rebellious intentions, setting facts aside, wasn't there still some fault on his part? If he would just lower his pride, she would let him return. Wouldn't that be better? Or did he actually enjoy being confined to that tiny patch of land? The more she thought about it, the angrier Yu Xiao became. Coldly, she declared, "Fine. If you enjoy prison so much, then stay there forever. One day, you'll beg me to set you free." Chapter 22, Blood Wheel Eye. Ding. Today's passive reward, 15 caddies of rare medicinal seeds, a nature element treasure Dawnlight, and the awakening of the special talent, Blood Wheel Eye. As the notification rang in his ears, Yi Kanglin couldn't help but chuckle gleefully. He had to admit, having this farming system was truly amazing. Without lifting a finger, just lying around passively could bring him a mountain of rewards. Yet he didn't rush to claim those rewards. Instead, his gaze shifted toward the longevity fruit plantation. After a full day of cultivation, all 120 seeds Yi Kanglin had sown yesterday had already borne fruit. Across the island the size of a basketball court, nearly half its area now bristled with lush green branches, each laden with clusters of small red fruits resembling grapes. At this moment, Yi Kanglin looked like a rural housewife, a bamboo basket hanging from his arm as he meticulously picked each longevity fruit. Every time Yi Kanglin's fingers touched a longevity fruit, the system would calculate how much additional lifespan this batch would grant him. Once he had harvested every single fruit, the system interface automatically updated. Host, Yi Kanglin. Current lifespan, 1 year, 30 days. Stored lifespan, 27 years, 17 days. Seeing that this harvest alone granted him an extra 27 years of life, Yi Kanglin couldn't resist letting out a loud, triumphant yell. Awesome. Adding over 2 decades to one's life. Surely anyone would be ecstatic beyond control. After all, who in this world ever complained about living too long? Especially under circumstances where lifespan directly correlated with strength, the value of longevity became even more precious. Without delay, Yi Kanglin began stuffing the harvested longevity fruits into his mouth, one after another. Because there were so many this time, it took him over an hour to finish them all. As the fruits entered his stomach, Yi Kanglin could clearly sense his vitality rapidly strengthening. Alongside it, his physical power surged dramatically, while streams of a unique energy began to form within him. This energy, called Yuan power, was fundamentally different from the spiritual energy or magical force used by cultivators. Spiritual and magical energies relied on absorbing ambient spiritual qi from the external world, converting it within the body for a cultivator's use. Thus, if external spiritual qi vanished, cultivators would face utter catastrophe. Yuan power, however, worked entirely differently. It was an internally sourced energy. Simply put, when a person's physical foundation reached a certain threshold, their body could naturally generate a corresponding level of Yuan power. And the method of replenishing Yuan power was remarkably simple. Just like ordinary people, through eating food and getting adequate sleep. Yi Kanglin's Yuan power emerged as his physique continuously strengthened and his lifespan steadily increased, a potent energy born from these accumulations. To put it without exaggeration, if the threshold for cultivating Yuan power weren't so incredibly high, perhaps it would have already replaced spiritual energy as the dominant cultivation path. As Yi Kanglin fully absorbed the energy from the longevity fruits, the data on the system panel refreshed once again. Host, Yi Kanglin. Current lifespan, 28 years, 1 month, 16 days. Stored lifespan, 0 days. When Yi Kanglin saw he could now live for another 28 years, he burst into his signature awkward giggling yet again. With this universe star stone and the longevity fruits, my lifespan should be capable of infinite extension, which means my strength can also rise without limit. At this rate, I probably won't even need to wait until the arrival of those ancient divine and demonic sects. I'll already become the strongest in the world by then. Ahaha. At this point, Yi Kanglin broke into unrestrained laughter. Nong Xiaoshen floated over lazily and said, 28 years of lifespan is roughly equivalent to a peak mystic origin realm expert. Still, against a flame spirit realm expert, you'd die just the same. Cultivation realms, primordial origin, mystic origin, flame spirit, celestial sun. Yi Kanglin was in the middle of laughing when Nong Xiao's cold remark drenched him like a bucket of icy water. Irritated, he snapped, "Seriously? Did you have to ruin the mood right now?" Nong Xiao ignored Yi Kanglin's complaint. He glanced at the system panel and said, "Today's passive reward has been issued. Claim it already." He sighed afterward, clearly exasperated by Yi Kanglin's self-indulgent antics. Yet paired with his tiny childlike appearance, that dramatic sigh only came across as slightly ridiculous. Yi Kanglin said nothing more. He immediately opened the system panel, claimed the passive reward as soon as he saw it. The next moment, a sack of medicinal seeds flew out from the system interface, followed by a bulb-like bead that emitted blinding light even in the bright daylight. The last item was a scroll. All three items hovered before him. He first reached out and took the sack of medicinal seeds. Upon opening it, he was delighted to find it filled with seeds of various rare medicinal herbs, numerous in kind and exceptionally high in quality. If he planted these seeds on this farmland, it wouldn't be long before Yi Kanglin had an endless supply of medicinal ingredients. However, he didn't plant the seeds right away. Instead, his gaze shifted to the second item, the scroll. He reached out and took the scroll, scanning it slowly before murmuring, "Talent awakening. Blood wheel eye." With that, he gently unrolled the scroll. Just as before, the same scene repeated itself. A beam of light shot out from within the scroll and steadily struck Yi Kanglin's forehead. In the next instant, Yi Kanglin's vision went completely black, followed by an intense surge of pain. Erf! He shut his eyes tightly in agony, screaming uncontrollably as thick streams of blood poured from both eyes, making him look terrifying. Beside him, Nong Xiaoshan, witnessing Yi Kanglin's torment, spoke seriously. Just a few days have passed, and he already obtained a talent awakening scroll. And it's for an eye technique at that? I can't tell if this kid is just ridiculously lucky or if it's pure coincidence. Even as he said this, Nong Xiao couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy toward Yi Kanglin. As for Yi Kanglin's pain screams, he didn't spare them a single glance. About an hour later, the searing pain in Yi Kanglin's eyes finally began to subside. Slowly, when he opened his eyes again, a pair of intricate blood wheel eye patterns appeared within them, glowing with eerie red light even under the daytime sun. Yi Kanglin looked around. At this moment, he felt his vision had reached an unprecedented, terrifying level of clarity. He could clearly see a tiny parasite wriggling on a single feather of a seagull thousands of meters away. He could also see the network of blood vessels, muscles, and bones beneath the skin. In short, with these eyes, Yi Kanglin could now see virtually anything he wished to see. Chapter 23. Bai Lu is Yi Kanglin's secret lover. At that moment, Yi Kanglin excitedly said, "These eyes are incredible." Nong Xiaoxian then said, "Of course the supreme eye technique, blood wheel eye, is powerful. With these eyes, combined with the Tianyuan Tang blade and your sword skills, there probably isn't anyone at your cultivation level who can match you." Yi Kanglin nodded seriously, having no doubts about Nong Xiaoxian's words. His gaze then shifted toward the last item. It was an object resembling a light bulb. Yi Kanglin turned to Nong Xiaoxian and asked, "What is this?" Nong Xiaoxian replied indifferently, "The nature-type spirit treasure Dawn Light. It's a kind of treasure similar to light attributes. When activated within this space, it can maximize the intensity of illumination here, thereby increasing the yield of every seed." Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin's face lit up as he exclaimed, "It can increase the yield of longevity fruits? That powerful." But Nong Xiaoxian slightly frowned and said, "However, given the soil's current capacity, your longevity fruit output won't increase by much. It can probably handle no more than 80 additional seeds before reaching its limit." This made Yi Kanglin look shocked. "Only 80 more seeds until we hit the limit? But didn't you say earlier this farmland could grow at least 2,000 seeds? Right now we've only planted 130. Even if we add another 80, that's only 210 seeds. That number is over 10 times less than what you originally claimed." Clearly detectable in Yi Kanglin's tone was dissatisfaction, even a sense of being deceived by Nong Xiaoxian. Yet Nong Xiaoxian sighed bitterly and said, "At first, I thought we could indeed plant 2,000 seeds, but who knew these longevity fruits would absorb nutrients from the soil so aggressively? In just a few days, they've already depleted the field's nutrients so severely. At this rate, before long, this farmland will revert back to barren land." As he spoke, Nong Xiaoxian sighed again, his expression turning grim as he looked at the field. But Yi Kanglin's gaze now shifted to the luminous source, Dawn Light, and he said, "What if we use this spirit treasure? Didn't you just say it could increase the yield of longevity fruits? If we infuse this into the world, wouldn't that slow down the farmland's degradation into wasteland?" Nong Xiaoxian nodded. "Indeed, it would help, but not for long. So in the coming days, you'd better pray the system grants you more rare earth cores. Otherwise, this farmland will turn into desert." Yi Kanglin pursed his lips, seeming about to say something else, but swallowed his words before speaking. Without hesitation, he reached out and took Dawn Light. Just like how he had used the water spirit source earlier, he placed the bulb-sized Dawn Light directly into his mouth. Surprisingly, the Dawn Light rapidly shrank and slid down Yi Kanglin's esophagus into his body. Soon after, its energy merged completely with Yi Kanglin's being. Then, raising one hand, he focused his mind. In no time, a pure ball of light formed in his palm, intangible yet visible. Without another word, he hurled this glowing sphere upward toward the artificial sun hanging in the sky inside the universe stone realm. The sun within the universe stone was simulated. Though capable of promoting photosynthesis, its energy was inherently weak. But with the addition of a natural spirit treasure like Dawn Light, everything changed. Empowered by Dawn Light, the solar energy here increased dramatically. Previously, a single longevity fruit seed could produce at most 20 fruits. Now, with enhanced lighting, each seed could yield up to 30 longevity fruits. According to known xiaoxian, the internal farmland of the universe stone could support no more than 200 or so longevity fruit seeds. Thus, the final harvest could reach approximately 6,000 longevity fruits, converted into lifespan extension that amounted to 65 years. While this increase in lifespan was substantial, realizing this was already the maximum possible gain per cycle still felt frustrating. Still, Yi Kanglin didn't stay disheartened for long. He figured he'd check later whether the system might reward other treasures to raise this upper limit. Thinking this, he began looking forward to what new treasures the system might grant him tomorrow. Of course, no matter how much he thought about it, Yi Kanglin didn't forget to plant the seeds into the soil. He was worried that if he forgot, there would be no longevity fruits for him to eat when he returned tomorrow. As for the seeds of rare herbs granted by the system, Yi Kanglin had no intention of planting them here. After all, this farmland was reserved specifically for growing longevity fruits. Other medicinal herbs simply had to take a back seat. That said, it wasn't as though these seeds were useless. Outside in the real world, Yi Kanglin had already cultivated other fields where these could be planted. After Yi Kanglin finished burying all the longevity fruit seeds, a sudden voice rang out in his ear. Yi Kanglin. Hearing the voice, Yi Kanglin turned his head toward the distant sky. Nong Xiaoxian flew over and said, "Someone's looking for you outside. Go check quickly. I'll handle things here." Yi Kanglin had no objection, nodded in agreement, and in the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot. Whoosh! The awareness of Yi Kanglin returned to his physical body in the outside world. At this moment, Yi Kanglin still sat cross-legged on the bed like a motionless puppet. When he opened his eyes, he saw a familiar figure standing gracefully before him. "Bai Lu, why are you here?" Seeing that it was Bai Lu, the commander of the Blood Garment Guard, Yi Kanglin immediately rose from the bed, approaching her with a cheerful smile and saying, "I thought Lady Yu Xiao must have sent you on another mission again. You haven't come to see me in so long." Having been married to Yu Xiao for 300 years, Yi Kanglin naturally knew that this woman standing before him was Yu Xiao's maternal aunt. Yet boldly, without hesitation, he wrapped an arm around Bai Lu's slender waist and swept her up into a horizontal embrace. Bai Lu was startled by his sudden action. She slapped his chest lightly in mock irritation, pouting, "You rascal, why are you in such a hurry?" Still chuckling, Yi Kanglin carried Bai Lu back to the bed, gently set her down, then sat beside her and reached for the sash tied around her waist. Chapter 24. Yi Kanglin's illegitimate daughter. But Bai Lu raised her hand and swatted Yi Kanglin's away, irritably saying, "Are you some breeding boar? Trying to bed me the moment I walk in?" Yi Kanglin withdrew his hand and asked, "Did you come here for anything else?" Their secret affair had lasted nearly 2 years, and every time Bai Lu came to him of her own accord, it was almost always for one thing, sleeping together. So naturally, this time he assumed her intentions were the same as always. But instead, Bai Lu reached into her storage ring and pulled out a mirror, which she handed to Yi Kanglin, saying, "Your daughter's already a month old. You're not even curious about her." As she spoke, an image of a cute infant girl appeared within the mirror. The baby lay sleeping soundly in her swaddling clothes. Yi Kanglin took the mirror and gazed at it. It was indeed his and Bai Lu's secretly born daughter. A year ago, the rebellion in the northern desert region had grown increasingly fierce. Several generals assigned to suppress it had already fallen in battle. At that time, Yi Kanglin realized that if things continued down this path, Yu Xiao would inevitably order him to go to the northern desert to quell the uprising. And facing those man-eating monsters, Yi Kanglin wasn't certain he'd survive. Therefore, in order to leave behind a descendant in this world, he approached his secret lover, Bai Lu, and made clear his desire for a child. Surprisingly, at that time, Bai Lu had agreed, almost as if possessed. For over half a month, the two became inseparable, and as expected, Bai Lu soon became pregnant. In truth, Yi Kanglin had initially wanted to ask Yu Xiao to bear him a child, but that woman had always looked down on him. It was already a miracle she'd ever slept with him. Asking her to bear his child? That was beyond absurd. Moreover, back then, Yu Xiao had been deeply entangled with Mu Chang'e. There was no way Yi Kanglin could have rekindled any intimacy with her. Thus, in the end, Yi Kanglin had no choice but to turn to his mistress, Bai Lu. After becoming pregnant, Bai Lu immediately requested leave from Yu Xiao, claiming she was on the verge of a breakthrough and needed to seclude herself for a year. Yu Xiao noticed nothing suspicious and actually approved the full year of leave. In reality, during that entire year, Bai Lu remained hidden in her own residence, quietly carrying the pregnancy until she gave birth and completed her postpartum recovery, only then reappearing before Yu Xiao. When Yu Xiao questioned why her cultivation hadn't advanced and why she looked so weak, Bai Lu simply said her breakthrough attempt had failed, weakening her body. At the time, Yu Xiao had even felt terribly guilty, bestowing countless medicinal tonics upon Bai Lu. After all, Bai Lu was Yu Xiao's stepmother. If Yu Xiao didn't care for her, no one else would. Yi Kanglin stared at the baby in the mirror. Though barely a month old, her delicate features already bore a striking resemblance to him. Then Bai Lu spoke slowly. "I've sent the child back to the Bai family. My parents are taking care of her now." Hearing this, Yi Kanglin nodded lightly, yet instinctively asked, "Why not keep her in Lingxi Sect? Sending her all the way back, it must be hard on your body too." But Bai Lu responded with clear displeasure, "You're not the young lord of Lingxi Sect anymore. You can't protect my daughter. If she stays in Lingxi Sect, Wuxia will find out eventually. And when she does, both you and I will be finished. At that moment, the faint smile that had lit Yi Kanglin's eyes upon seeing his daughter vanished completely. He nodded again. Bailu was right. With his current status, he couldn't protect the child. Sending her to her maternal grandparents' home was indeed safer. After all, the Bai family was a powerful force within the Jin Tian domain. If the Yu clan ruled Lingxi Sect like royalty, then the Bai family was akin to imperial in-laws. His daughter would undoubtedly be safer under their protection than within Lingxi Sect. Thinking this, Yi Kanglin turned to look at Bailu and asked, "Will her grandparents accept her?" Bailu stepped off the bed and stood before Yi Kanglin. As she spoke, she began undressing. "My parents have accepted this child, but they do not accept you as her father." Her words stunned Yi Kanglin momentarily. He was taken aback, yet upon reflection, it made perfect sense. After all, he had lost his power and influence. It was only natural her parents wouldn't acknowledge him. But then, Bailu added, "Also, our Bai family has decided. The child will be fully incorporated into the Bai clan lineage. This means our Bai family will take full responsibility for raising the child, including providing her with the best cultivation resources. Of course, it also means she won't bear the surname Yi. She'll bear the surname Bai." The implication was clear. The child would take her mother's surname and be registered into the maternal family lineage. Yi Kanglin, taken aback, replied, "From what I remember, the Bai family isn't the kind to clean up other people's messes. Don't tell me they're willing to raise this child just because she's yours." By now, Bailu had completely undressed, revealing her pale, flawless body. Though she had just given birth, the nourishment of spiritual energy had allowed her figure to quickly return to its pre-pregnancy state. She straddled Yi Kanglin's thighs and said, "You don't need to concern yourself with that. All you need to know is that the Bai family will take full responsibility for this child." As she spoke, Bailu recalled the scene at the Bai residence when she first brought the baby home. Initially, her parents had refused to acknowledge the child, calling her a bastard who wasn't even worthy of stepping through the gates of the Bai family. But everything changed when the Bai clan elders sensed the aura radiating from the infant. They were stunned. This child possessed an extremely rare innate constitution, the great ascension ultimate spirit Dao body. The last time these elders had encountered the ultimate spirit Dao body was in Yi Kanglin himself. Yet Yi Kanglin's version was a broken, useless variant, completely worthless. It was precisely because his constitution was deemed defective that he couldn't cultivate spiritual energy at all. To put it plainly, if it hadn't been for the pearl bestowed by the previous sect master of Lingxi Sect, Yi Kanglin wouldn't even have been admitted into the sect, let alone become a cultivator. Now, however, the child born of Yi Kanglin and Bailu had perfectly inherited Yi Kanglin's ultimate spirit Dao body, but in its complete, unblemished form. Even more astonishingly, the child had elevated her physical foundation beyond that, achieving the legendary level known as the Great Ascension Ultimate Spirit Dao body. Such a constitution was a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, a peerless genius. If nurtured properly, she could one day surpass even the senior elders of Lingxi Sect and rise to become one of the world's supreme rulers. It was precisely for this reason that the Bai elders were ecstatic, so thrilled that they willingly agreed to register the child into their ancestral lineage. But ironically, it was because of this extraordinary Great Ascension Ultimate Spirit Dao body that the Bai family refused to acknowledge Yi Kanglin as the father. In their eyes, perhaps, a fallen young master like Yi Kanglin simply wasn't worthy. Chapter 25. Yu Xiao, your aunt is truly beautiful. Back in the room, Bailu had already stripped Yi Kanglin's upper body bare and was about to press her lips against his in a passionate kiss. But Yi Kanglin blocked her, staring into her eyes as he asked, "Since your Bai family refuses to acknowledge me as the father of your child, then why are you even here with me?" In Yi Kanglin's eyes, a family as calculating as the Bays would never allow Bailu to continue seeing him. Therefore, he suspected she must have come for some other reason entirely. Yet Bailu merely giggled coquettishly, gazing at him with amusement. "Yi Kanglin, weren't you always so sharp before? Why are you being so slow on the uptake now?" Yi Kanglin furrowed his brow, thinking deeply for a moment before replying. "The old elders of your Bai family have twisted minds. How could I possibly guess what they're thinking?" Bailu gave a light smile. "That child possesses an extraordinarily powerful constitution, an unmatched genius recognized even by our clan elders. Any family would never have too many geniuses like that." At those words, realization dawned on Yi Kanglin. His eyes widened as he stared at her. "You mean, your Bai family wants to use me as a stud?" As he said this, clear anger flared within him. But the next moment, Bailu slapped him hard across the face. Slap. The sound rang out sharply in the quiet room, and instantly, a bright red handprint bloomed on Yi Kanglin's cheek. Then, coldly, she said, "And just who do you think you are? To us Bai family, aside from possessing superior bloodline, do you have any other value at all? Listen well, Yi Kanglin. Ever since I first approached you, and even when I bore you a child, my goal has remained singular, to give birth to offspring with the ultimate spirit body. As long as more genius descendants can be produced, I don't care whether your body is depleted or completely drained." At that moment, a strange fervor gleamed in Bailu's eyes, like a devoted follower willing to sacrifice everything for her faith. Perhaps within the Bai clan, there existed some form of indoctrination, driving its descendants to expand the family's power at any cost. But in that instant, Yi Kanglin, who had just been slapped, paused for a single second in stunned silence, then slowly turned his head to look at Bailu. Gradually, a bizarre smile crept onto his face. It was chilling, almost unnervingly perverse, a smile that sent a shiver down Bailu's spine. The next moment, as Bailu let out a startled cry, Yi Kanglin suddenly grabbed her and forcefully pushed her onto the bed, laughing darkly. Is that so? Since you're willing to go this far for the Bai family, then I won't hold back either. With that, he struck her across the face. The blow left her dazed. Staring at him in shock, Bailu snapped angrily. How dare you hit me? But Yi Kanglin locked his gaze onto her, smirking wickedly. So what if I hit you? And with that, he slapped her again, this time balancing the mark on her other cheek until both sides mirrored each other perfectly. After that, the two became entangled in passion. Half an hour later, when Yi Kanglin finally collapsed, arms weak, lying limply atop Bailu, she curled up against him like a tender little girl, murmuring softly. Did my slap hurt you badly? Was that why you were so angry? Pouting slightly, she gently stroked his cheek with her delicate fingers. Truthfully, she hadn't put much strength into the slap earlier, and within minutes, the mark on Yi Kanglin's face had already faded. Still, she spoke apologetically. It's just, you shouldn't say such awful things, calling yourself a stud and all. That's disgusting. If you hadn't said something so vulgar, I wouldn't have hit you. Promise me you won't say things like that again, okay? With that, she nestled herself against Yi Kanglin's chest. Chapter 26, Bailu's Counsel. At this moment, facing Bailu who had approached him amicably, Yi Kanglin said undud. Next time there's a chance, could you let me go back and see my daughter? Upon hearing this, Bailu's delicate face flushed slightly. It was our Bai family elders who forbade you from visiting her, but since you've brought it up, I'll try my best to plead your case with them. Yi Kanglin looked at her with mild surprise, then couldn't help but smile as he saw her demure, feminine demeanor. Just then, however, Yi Kanglin twitched his nose, seemingly catching a certain scent, and blinked before saying, why has the concentration of spiritual energy in the air changed? Although Yi Kanglin was no longer a cultivator, his senses remained sharp. Thus, any shift in the ambient spiritual qi was instantly perceptible to him. Bailu smiled lightly and said, oh right, you don't know yet, do you? Yesterday, Wuxiao managed to reactivate the spirit gathering array entirely. She also reconfigured a new flame core for the central flame control chamber. The entire sect now has its spiritual energy supply restored. All forging workshops have resumed normal operations. Even the Bai Ling essence fluid. Wuxiao personally refined a batch. While the purity of her version can't match yours, it's still usable. At least, the senior apothecaries at the medicine workshop found no significant issues with it. Hearing that Wuxiao had already resolved all these problems so quickly, Yi Kanglin said in mild astonishment, she fixed everything this fast? Seems I underestimated her. He pursed his lips slightly. He had expected that given Wuxiao's usual pace, it would take 4 or 5 months, perhaps even half a year, to resolve these matters. Yet in just a few days, everything had been restored. This alone caused Yi Kanglin to regard her with newfound respect. Then, he asked, by the way, how did she reactivate the spirit gathering array? And how did she adjust the flame core in the central flame control chamber? Tell me about it. At this, Bailu's expression stiffened slightly. Of course, she couldn't possibly tell Yi Kanglin that she had sneaked into his former residence, recovered and repaired the documents he had burned, and then handed them over to Wuxiao for use. In her view, if Yi Kanglin didn't want those records seen by Wuxiao, there must have been a reason. Repairing them and presenting them to Wuxiao might be seen by him as an act of betrayal. Though Bailu herself didn't care much about such things, she didn't want to reveal the truth now. Not during this brief, quiet moment. She didn't want Yi Kanglin to grow resentful toward her. So instead, she evaded tactfully. I think Wuxiao probably invited experts from other sects for assistance, which is how she managed to restart the spirit gathering array. As for the specifics, I'm not quite sure. Yi Kanglin nodded upon hearing this. Though still harboring some doubts, he didn't press further. But just then, Bailu suddenly said, Yi Kanglin, will you apologize to Wuxiao? Yi Kanglin turned to look at her again, puzzled. Why bring this up all of a sudden? Bailu pressed her lips together gently. Because I don't want you to remain imprisoned forever. Then, lifting her gaze to meet his eyes, she continued. After all this time, you've surely seen Wuxiao's capabilities. No matter what major crisis arises within Lingxi Sect, she handles it skillfully and impeccably. Her becoming the supreme ruler of Lingxi Sect was inevitable. A generation's dominant leader was always bound to rise. It's no shame for you to admit fault and submit yourself fully to her. All you need to say is, Master, your servant realizes his error. From now on, I shall never harbor defiance again. I beg your forgiveness. After 300 years of marriage, if you're willing to lower your head, she will certainly spare you. Even if she truly wronged you, she had no choice. Your power struggle had reached a point of direct confrontation. She had to strip you of your position. How can you blame her for that? Just apologize, give her a way out, and give yourself one too. Wouldn't that benefit her, you, and even me? Bailu's gentle persuasion made Yi Kanglin momentarily consider it. Yet in the next second, he smirked darkly and said, what if I simply refuse to apologize to her? The moment these words left his mouth, Bailu, who had been so calm and kind moments earlier, suddenly changed. Slowly rising to sit upright, she stared straight at Yi Kanglin and declared, then I will stand firmly on her side, and support her with all my strength in governing the entire Lingxi Sect. These words were tantamount to telling Yi Kanglin that she would not distance herself from Wuxiao because of her relationship with him. In fact, she would wholeheartedly pledge her loyalty to Wuxiao. At this, Yi Kanglin sat up. He said in bewilderment, is it just because she's your niece that you're so determined to stand by her side? Bailu took a deep breath. Her gaze fixed forward, leaving only a beautiful profile visible to Yi Kanglin, as she spoke again in a cool, calm voice. I've already said it. Wuxia was destined to become a great ruler. Only under her leadership can Lingxi Sect achieve true glory. And only when Lingxi Sect grows strong can my Bai family rise along with it. She is a peerless sovereign, a true sage monarch. I believe following her will bring a brighter future. Even if right now her heart might be clouded by some petty villains, I trust she will awaken soon and immediately call off that wedding. The moment these words left her lips, Yi Kanglin's eyes widened. Instinctively, he sat upright and asked, call off the wedding? What wedding? Bai Lu turned her head to look at him, asking, you really don't know? Yi Kanglin frowned, utterly confused. How could I possibly know anything, stuck in this godforsaken place? Bai Lu let out a soft laugh, then murmured gently, in a few more days, Yu Xiao will marry Mu Chang'e. By then, Mu Chang'e will officially become the sect leader's consort. Chapter 27, The Second Spirit Gathering Array. Bai Lu got off the bed, casually picked up her fallen clothes, and began dressing herself as she spoke. To be honest, I don't want Mu Chang'e to marry Yu Xiao, because that good-for-nothing will only drag her down. But if after marrying Yu Xiao, Mu Chang'e could just behave himself and settle into being a quiet consort in the inner palace, then I wouldn't object. Of course, if you came out of seclusion, perhaps Yu Xiao wouldn't end up marrying Mu Chang'e at all. In Bai Lu's eyes, Mu Chang'e was utterly unworthy of Yu Xiao. If he started interfering with Yu Xiao's governance of Lingxi Sect, he'd be even more insufferable. Therefore, Bai Lu hoped Yi Kanglin would take the initiative to apologize to Yu Xiao. She believed that if Yi Kanglin admitted his fault, Yu Xiao might soften her heart toward him, and perhaps abandon the marriage altogether. Compared to Mu Chang'e, Bai Lu still felt it would be far more reliable to have Yi Kanglin serve as Lingxi Sect's chief counselor. Yet Yi Kanglin merely chuckled lightly. Leaning against the wall, he watched Bai Lu getting dressed with an amused smile, saying carelessly, I'm already divorced from Yu Xiao. Who she wants to marry has nothing to do with me, and I don't care one bit. All I want now is to enjoy life without worrying about anything else. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu took a deep breath. Turning to look at Yi Kanglin's indifferent expression, she said, I know you're still holding a grudge because Yu Xiao crippled your cultivation and stripped you of your position. But let me tell you this, if you choose to sulk over such a trivial matter, you'll end up losing badly in the end. Not just you. Anyone or any force that dares oppose Yu Xiao will meet a grim fate. So while you still have some value to her, swallow your pride and reconcile with her. That's your wisest move right now. After finishing her words, Bai Lu stared intently at Yi Kanglin. Even now, she still hoped he would take the first step to apologize. But Yi Kanglin let out a cold laugh, then lay back down on the bed. If Yu Xiao herself doesn't care whether I bow or not, why are you bothering yourself on her behalf? Bai Lu snorted in contempt. After finishing dressing, she turned and left, muttering angrily as she went, like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, utterly unappreciative of goodwill. She couldn't understand why Yi Kanglin had to be so stubborn. She had clearly told him what was right and what was wrong, all for his own good, yet he showed no gratitude at all. Truly incomprehensible. How could someone with such poor judgment have once revived Lingxi Sect when it was on the verge of collapse? It was downright baffling. After Bai Lu left, the cave residence fell back into its peaceful silence. Yi Kanglin pursed his lips and whispered, Gnome Xiaoxian, how far has the ancient god-demon sect progressed? Have Lingxi Sect spies or Heishui platform detected their movements yet? Heishui platform was an intelligence division within Lingxi Sect responsible for monitoring the ruling classes across all major empires and dynasties in the Jin Tian domain, ensuring they harbored no rebellious intentions. At that moment, Gnome Xiaoxian emerged from the cosmic star stone, sat down beside Yi Kanglin, and asked curiously, why do you suddenly ask about this? Yi Kanglin sighed helplessly. I just want to know, before the ancient god-demon sect arrives, do I stand a chance of growing strong enough to stand against them on equal footing? And of course, if possible, I want to take my daughter and escape together. Gnome Xiaoxian also lay back, placing his hands behind his head leisurely as he said, normally, I shouldn't tell you any of this. As a system administrator, I'd be punished if I revealed too many secrets about this world. But I can give you a little hint. Yi Kanglin turned to look at him. What hint? Gnome Xiaoxian stuck a finger in his mouth, chewed on it briefly, then grinned. If it's fortune, no disaster comes. If it's disaster, no escape. With that, Gnome Xiaoxian vanished from sight. The phrase left Yi Kanglin completely baffled. He frowned and asked aloud, wait, what does that even mean? But Gnome Xiaoxian did not reappear. Yi Kanglin fell into deep thought, slowly turning those words over in his mind. If it's fortune, no disaster comes. If it's disaster, no escape. As he murmured, his lips tightened. Then he pondered, could it mean I'm fated not to evade the ancient god-demon sect's attack? But if that's truly the case, why did Gnome Xiaoxian earlier bother helping me plan an escape route? Could it be that even if I escape from Lingxi Sect, I'll still run into people from the ancient god-demon sect? This is seriously messed up, isn't it? Lingxi's Sacred Martial Calendar, May 11th, year 843. The entire Lingxi Sect was festooned with lanterns and decorations, bustling with celebration. Today was the wedding day of Yu Xiao and Mu Chang'e. Rulers from all major kingdoms and empires across the Jin Tian domain had come to offer their congratulations. The gifts they brought filled several palaces to the brim. It had already been half a month since Yi Kanglin was stripped of his position and demoted. Although there had been a minor setback when Yu Xiao first took over the sect, causing the forges and spirit-gathering arrays to halt operations temporarily. Luckily, thanks to the notebooks and formula books found in Yi Kanglin's former residence, Yu Xiao managed to resolve all issues. Production at the workshops resumed, Ling pills were once again being refined, and every disciple in the sect continued to benefit from the spirit-gathering arrays built by Yikanglan. Everything seemed to be gradually returning to normal, and the younger disciples appeared to have already forgotten about Yikanglan's dismissal. Moreover, within one of Yikanglan's old notebooks, Yu Xiao discovered a rough draft, a blueprint for constructing a second Lingxi Sect. Though only a vague concept, Yu Xiao believed this plan could actually be realized. She immediately assembled large numbers of architects, artifact makers, and formation masters to discuss the construction of a second set of spirit-gathering arrays. At this moment, Yu Xiao sat quietly atop a flying beast, gazing down at the bustling workers below. These were the craftsmen she had gathered to build the second spirit-gathering array. Even though today was supposed to be Yu Xiao's joyous wedding day, she still chose to personally supervise the labor here. The reason was simple. The second spirit-gathering array was too important, not only for Yu Xiao herself, but for the entire Lingxi Sect. If successfully constructed, within at most 20 years, Lingxi Sect's power would surpass even Tianji Sect and possibly rise to become the dominant sect among all others. Lord, a soft voice called out. Yu Xiao instinctively turned her head toward the source of the sound. Bailu arrived riding another flying beast. After approaching, she leapt onto the same mount as Yu Xiao and said, "The wedding ceremony is about to begin. Why are you still here?" As she spoke, she sat down beside Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao lowered her gaze to the blueprint in her hand and sighed helplessly. Laying the foundation for the spirit-gathering array is extremely critical. It determines the lifespan of the entire new formation. I just don't trust anyone else to supervise it properly, so I came myself. Hearing this, Bailu gently pulled out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from Yu Xiao's forehead, then softly said, "You're the leader of an entire sect now. You can't manage every single detail yourself. Supervising construction work like this should be left to subordinates." Chapter 28. The spirit-gathering array explodes. Yu Xiao gently smiled, and then shook her head, saying, "It's fine. I'm not tired." With that, her gaze returned to the blueprint in her hands as she asked curiously, "By the way, Auntie, do you understand what this symbol on the drawing means?" She pointed at a peculiar symbol on the manuscript sketch, her eyes filled with confusion. It was precisely this symbol that had puzzled many formation masters and architects in Lingxi Sect. Although they all believed it could probably be ignored, something in her womanly intuition told her this mark wasn't so simple. She knew Yikanglan too well. There was no way he'd draw anything meaningless on his own design drafts. This symbol must therefore carry some significance. But exactly what that significance was, she had absolutely no idea. Bailu looked over at the sketch and after a moment, also shook her head. "I don't know either." Then she added with slight irritation, "That brat Yikanglan, drawing blueprints is one thing, but why add all these strange symbols? If he's going to include them, at least explain them properly. How is anyone supposed to understand this nonsense?" Yu Xiao let out a soft laugh, then wrapped a fair hand around Bailu's slender waist, and said playfully, "Auntie, have you forgotten? These drawings weren't meant for anyone else to see in the first place. If not for your time reversion technique, this manuscript would still be nothing but ashes." Bailu pondered and conceded, "You're right, but should we go ask him someday? Wuyuan Mountain isn't that far from here." Yu Xiao shook her head again. "He burned these manuscripts deliberately to keep us from seeing them. It's obvious he can't stand seeing us succeed. And even if we went to ask, he'd likely refuse to tell us anything. Better to just figure it out ourselves." Bailu nodded slightly. "True enough. Our Lingxi Sect doesn't lack for talented formation experts anyway." But suddenly, Yu Xiao leaned in close to Bailu, her delicate face inches away as she stared intently. Taken aback, Bailu stammered, "Mistress, what's wrong?" Gazing at the mature beauty before her, radiant like a ripe peach, Yu Xiao spoke softly. "Auntie, why do you always have this faint milky fragrance about you?" At those words, Bailu's heart skipped a beat. Of course there was a milk scent. She was still nursing. Instantly tense, she feared Yu Xiao might uncover the truth between her and Yikanglan. That would spell trouble. So, without thinking, Bailu slipped her own arm around Yu Xiao's waist and smirked teasingly. "Well, aren't your senses sharp? Actually managed to catch my new perfume." As she spoke, she pulled open her collar slightly and gestured for Yu Xiao to smell it. But Yu Xiao immediately lowered her gaze straight into Bailu's neckline and instinctively murmured in awe, "Wow, so big, so white." Bailu's cheeks flushed red. Annoyed yet flustered, she snapped, "Perverted girl. I said smell my perfume, not gawk down my clothes." After all, she was Yu Xiao's aunt. Being teased like this by her own niece left her feeling quite embarrassed. Yet Yu Xiao burst into giggles. "Come on, I'm serious. I feel like your chest has gotten bigger recently. Let me guess, you found a cultivation partner, haven't you? Am I right?" She gave Bailu a knowing look, clearly delighted with herself. Bailu rolled her eyes and pouted. "What are you babbling about? I don't have any cultivation partner. Don't make things up." Yu Xiao simply began tickling her all over, laughing mischievously. "You won't admit it? I'll tickle you until you confess." Bailu shrieked with laughter as the two beautiful women wrestled playfully atop the flying beast. Since Bailu and Yu Xiao were nearly the same age, despite their generational difference, they usually acted more like sisters than aunt and niece. Perhaps that was why, when forced to choose between Yikanglan and Yu Xiao, Bailu had chosen the latter without hesitation. Undeniably, the pair sitting together created a breathtaking sight, a vision of beauty that drew furtive glances from construction workers below. A few men with weaker willpower couldn't help it. Their saliva trickled unashamedly from the corners of their mouths. To them, Dying instantly in exchange for even a single kiss from such beauties might very well seem worth it. Of course, if they knew that Yi Kanglin had actually slept with both women, and not just slept, but savagely, violently taken them in the most intense way imaginable, they'd probably die of envy on the spot. Yet at that very moment, a sudden, deafening boom echoed across the Lingxi Sect, as if an earthquake had struck. The ground itself trembled violently. Many construction workers who were still hauling stone slabs collapsed to the ground in shock, looking around in panic and shouting, "What happened? What's going on?" The explosion naturally caught Yu Xiao's and Bailu's attention too. They stopped playing at once, their eyes turning toward the direction from which the blast had come. Yu Xiao's pupils shrank slightly as she gasped. "Isn't that where the spirit gathering array is located?" Without hesitation, she steered the flying beast beneath her toward the source of the explosion. Even Bailu's expression turned grim now, silently praying in her heart that the spirit gathering array hadn't been damaged. However, as the old saying went, what you fear most is exactly what comes true. When Yu Xiao arrived above the mountain peak where the spirit gathering array was set up, horror gripped her. The entire peak looked as though it had been obliterated by a nuclear bomb. Nearly the whole summit had been blown apart. Actually, no. More precisely, the upper half of the entire mountain was completely gone, along with several neighboring peaks that had collapsed alongside it. With the mountain peak destroyed, the spirit gathering array erected upon it was naturally reduced to nothing but fragments. In an instant, both Yu Xiao and Bailu turned deathly pale, their faces drained of all color. The next moment, Yu Xiao leapt directly off the back of the flying beast. A peak-stage spirit flame realm cultivator like her could fall from 1,000 meters without suffering any real harm. Besides, the flying beast wasn't even close to a kilometer above the ruined mountain. Her gaze fell upon several disciples lying near the epicenter of the explosion. She rushed over and grabbed one of them, intending to demand answers. But the disciple had no breath left. The man's face was almost entirely blown away, unrecognizable. Then she turned to the others, desperately searching for someone still alive. Yet after scanning the area, her heart sank. There wasn't a single survivor. Overwhelmed, Yu Xiao cried out in anguish. What the hell happened here? Chapter 29. Apprehend the criminal minister Yi Kanglin. The roar released an overwhelming aura of spiritual power. In an instant, this surge of energy dispersed the smoke left by the explosion. At that moment, Bailu leapt down from the sky and said, "My lord, I brought the mirror of time reversal. We can use it to see exactly what happened here before the explosion." Yu Xiao suddenly remembered the existence of the mirror of time reversal. She spoke anxiously. "Good. Hurry and take it out. I want to see who dares to destroy Lingxi Sect's spirit gathering array. If I find out who did this, I'll exterminate their entire bloodline." But even as she spoke, Bailu had already produced the mirror of time reversal, a mirror resembling an ancient bronze disc. By channeling spiritual energy into it, one could view events that occurred at the site up to 5 minutes prior. This device should reveal the culprit behind the destruction of the array. As Bailu infused the mirror with her energy, the scene within began to reflect before their eyes. They saw the massive spirit gathering array functioning perfectly, until suddenly, thick support pillars developed fine cracks. The fissures rapidly spread, while the flow of spiritual energy fluctuated wildly, surging and collapsing irregularly. Then, in the astonished eyes of Yu Xiao and Bailu, the array exploded, asterisk on its own star. Yes, it self-destructed. No outside interference. No disciples' blunder. The formation simply fractured and blew itself apart. The sight nearly stunned Yu Xiao into silence. Disbelief flashing across her face, she turned to Bailu and snapped angrily. "What is going on? Why would the spirit gathering array suddenly explode like this?" This was far worse than the earlier incident when the array merely stalled. When the array halted, they only needed to find the restart key to reactivate it. But if the entire formation had been destroyed, there was no option but complete reconstruction. Bailu's mind, too, went blank. Clearly, she had no explanation either. Yet in that moment, a memory surfaced, one of Yi Kanglin's words echoing in her mind. Strange. Why has the concentration of spiritual energy in the air changed? Back then, shortly after the array had been restarted, Yi Kanglin immediately sensed something off about the ambient spiritual energy. At the time, Bailu assumed he was unaware of the restart and briefly explained the situation. After that, Yi said nothing more, and Bailu forgot all about it. Now, seeing the array self-destruct without warning, recalling those words, a chilling realization struck her. Had Yi Kanglin already known the array was at risk of exploding? Understanding this, rage flashed in Bailu's eyes. But before she could voice her suspicion, another voice rang out. My lord, my lord." Both Yu Xiao and Bailu turned toward the source. It was the general in charge of guarding the spirit gathering array. Sobbing uncontrollably, he rushed forward, collapsed onto his knees before Yu Xiao, and cried out, "My lord, I am guilty. Please punish me." With that, he glanced at the devastated mountaintop and wept even harder. Seeing this, Yu Xiao instantly realized the old man must know the cause of the sudden explosion. In a flash, she grabbed him by the collar and shouted furiously. "What happened? Why did the array self-destruct? Was it you?" The general wailed louder, but managed to stammer out. It's that formula scroll for restarting the array. The one you found in General Ye's mansion. It doesn't match our current spirit gathering array." Yu Xiao froze. She abruptly released him and hissed coldly. "What do you mean it doesn't match? Explain yourself clearly." The general lay crumpled on the ground for a moment before scrambling back up, tears and snot streaming down his face. Truthfully, ever since the day you restarted the array, I noticed the spiritual energy leaking from it felt wrong. But you were in such high spirits at the time, I didn't dare disturb you. So I kept silent and returned to research the matter myself. For days I searched through records trying to pinpoint the issue. Until just now, I finally discovered the truth. The formula scroll you used to restart the array is incompatible with our current system. Using such a mismatched formula causes the array to draw in spiritual energy faster than it can release it. It's just like a reservoir. When the water flowing in exceeds the water flowing out, the water level inside will keep rising. Likewise, during this period, the spirit gathering array has been continuously accumulating spiritual energy. And when the total amount of accumulated spiritual energy reaches the limit that the array can withstand, it will result in a massive explosion. The general shouted the last sentence so loudly it echoed across the mountaintop, his emotions utterly overwhelmed. After speaking, he burst into even louder sobs. Yu Xiao stood completely dazed, her legs buckling as if she were about to collapse. Only Bai Lu's quick support from behind prevented her from falling. At once, Yu Xiao screamed at the general, "You discovered something was wrong with the spirit gathering array long ago. Why didn't you report it immediately? Why did you wait until now to tell me? What exactly were you thinking?" The general quickly kowtowed on the ground, banging his head repeatedly while wailing, "Lord, concealing the truth is a capital offense. Without confirming whether the array truly had abnormalities, I, this humble servant, dared not report such matters recklessly. Please have mercy, my lord. Spare me, my lord." Hearing this, Yu Xiao felt her blood pressure surge once more. She had even forgotten that it was she who had established this rule. No one was allowed to report anomalies without absolute certainty. Otherwise, execution would follow immediately. And she had enacted this rule for a simple reason. Within the sect, many disciples constantly fretted. This process in the workshop might have safety issues, or that procedure might affect pill quality. Their endless complaints had driven Yu Xiao to her breaking point. So she issued the decree, no reporting without concrete evidence, otherwise, immediate beheading. That had finally brought peace to her ears. But now, mere days after this order was announced, such a disaster occurred? Who could she possibly blame? Taking a deep breath, Yu Xiao raised her voice and declared, "Wuchuan, head of the enforcement hall, Bai Lu, commander of the Crimson Robes Guard, step forward and receive orders." At her words, the members of the enforcement hall, led by its chief Mu Chuan, materialized behind Yu Xiao like shadows. Even the 170 elite warriors of the Crimson Robes Guard silently appeared at her back. In an instant, nearly 400 people gathered at the scene. All 400 dropped to one knee in unison before Yu Xiao, their voices deep and resounding. "We are at your service." With furious eyes, Yu Xiao roared, "Follow this lord to Wuyuan Mountain, to apprehend the traitorous minister Yi Kanglin." Chapter 30, A Bewildered Yi Kanglin. 400 people on the scene roared in unison, "Yes, master." In an instant, Yu Xiao lightly stepped on the ground and leapt once more onto the back of a flying magical beast. Behind her, the 400 disciples also summoned their own flying beasts and followed Yu Xiao toward Wuyuan Mountain. Although Wuyuan Mountain lay at the fringes of Lingxi Sect, with the speed of the flying beasts, they arrived in just a few dozen breaths' time. Soon, figures rained down from the sky like drops of rain. In no time, these 400-plus cultivators stood Lingxi Ly before Yi Kanglin's residence. Yu Xiao's gaze locked immediately onto the figure not far away, Yi Kanglin himself. That guy was lying leisurely on a reclining chair, fast asleep, with a fishing rod propped up beside him, looking as relaxed as one could possibly be. Apparently, due to sleeping so deeply, he hadn't noticed the arrival of Yu Xiao and her group at all. When Yu Xiao saw Yi Kanglin lounging there so carelessly, her anger flared even higher. Without hesitation, she barked at the guards beside her. "Seize this brat now." The guards didn't hesitate. They surged forward instantly, reaching Yi Kanglin in a blink and grabbing his hands and feet. Only then did Yi Kanglin suddenly jolt awake, still dazed and confused, his eyes blinking around wildly as he muttered subconsciously, "Huh? What's going on?" But before he could utter another word, the 4 guards who held his limbs slammed him forcefully onto the ground. His chin hit the ground hard, sending a sharp wave of pain through his body. He winced and shouted furiously, "F***CK? What the hell are you doing? Are you insane?" He thrashed violently, trying to break free from the guard's grasp. At that moment, Yu Xiao calmly stepped forward and coldly accused, "Yi Kanglin, what crime do you have to answer for?" As the words rang out, Yi Kanglin looked up, and the first thing he saw were a pair of finely embroidered crimson phoenix pattern boots. Lifting his gaze further, he met the icy stare of Yu Xiao herself, clad in full red wedding attire. Yi Kanglin raised an eyebrow. "Yu Xiao? Why are you here?" Yu Xiao remained silent. But beside her, Mu Chuan, the head of the law enforcement hall, snapped sharply, "Disrespectful. How dare you address the master by name directly?" Yi Kanglin rolled his eyes. He turned back to Yu Xiao and asked, "You said I'm guilty of something? What exactly am I guilty of? What the hell are you talking about? What did I ever do to you? I've been right here these past half months, nowhere else. So what could I possibly have done?" Yu Xiao gazed down at him. She took a deep breath first, her full chest rising slightly, then spoke. "You still want to play dumb at a time like this? Or is it simply that you can't bear to see me at peace? Is it true that whenever anything goes my way, you'll stop at nothing to ruin it?" Yi Kanglin was even more bewildered now. He stared wide-eyed and retorted, "What are you even saying? Can you please explain yourself clearly? What did I do?" In this moment, Yi Kanglin truly felt speechless. He hadn't done anything. Yet this woman suddenly sent men to tackle him and spewed a bunch of incomprehensible accusations. If he didn't already know her, he'd suspect she had water in her brain. Just as Yu Xiao was about to open her mouth and reveal the matter, a deep roar suddenly rang out. "Senior brother!" At the sound, everyone present turned to see Yu Longsheng, the leader among the 12 sword-bearers of Lingxi Sect, charging forward at full speed. Upon seeing Yi Kanglin pinned down by the 4 guards, Yu Longsheng abruptly swung a powerful kick. Boom, 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 boom. Within less than a single breath span, all 4 elite guards were sent flying. Indeed, as the strongest fighter beneath the level of a senior elder, his reputation was well earned. Then, Yu Longsheng hurriedly helped the fallen Yi Kanglin to his feet, asking with genuine concern, "Senior brother, are you alright? You're not hurt, are you?" Yi Kanglin shook his head, indicating he was fine. But Yu Longsheng's eyes now narrowed with displeasure as he glared at his sister, along with the large contingent of blood robe guards and law enforcement hall disciples, and coldly demanded, "Master, what is the meaning of this? Attacking a defenseless man in broad daylight. Do you really find such conduct honorable?" When Yu Xiao saw her younger brother shielding Yi Kanglin behind him, her eyes narrowed slightly. She stepped forward, said nothing, and without warning, slapped Yu Longsheng across the face. Slap. The sharp slap sent Yu Longsheng's face turning sideways, a vivid red handprint instantly appearing on his cheek. Then, Yu Xiao rebuked coldly, "You insolent fool. Do I need your permission for anything I choose to do?" Struck across the face, Yu Longsheng's expression immediately filled with resentment. He suppressed his inner outrage and stared at Yu Xiao, saying, "Sister, you've brought hundreds here to confront senior brother. Does that not warrant me asking a few questions?" Meeting her younger brother's gaze, Yu Xiao merely sneered. Her eyes shifted back to Yi Kanglin as she spoke icily. "Am I the one making things difficult for him? Or is it he who's causing trouble for us?" Hearing this, Yu Longsheng froze in confusion. He turned to look at Yi Kanglin, his eyes silently asking, "What did you do?" But Yi Kanglin only shrugged, as if saying, "I don't know, don't ask me." Then Yu Longsheng looked back at his sister and asked, "Senior brother has been staying at Wuyuan Mountain the whole time. How could he possibly cause any trouble for us?" Yu Xiao let out a cold laugh before replying darkly, "Causing me trouble? Very well, then let me tell you exactly how. Just moments ago, our Lingxi Sect's only spirit-gathering array exploded." At those words, Yu Longsheng's pupils sharply contracted. Even Yi Kanglin's expression stiffened slightly, disbelief flashing in his eyes. He had personally built the spirit-gathering array. He knew its safety mechanisms were absolutely reliable. How could it possibly have exploded? Could someone have secretly detonated the array and framed him? That thought barely flickered through Yi Kanglin's mind when Yu Xiao's next words extinguished it entirely. In furious indignation, Yu Xiao shouted, "Do you even know why the spirit-gathering array exploded? It was because of you, Yi Kanglin. Our formation master used your restart formula book, and that caused the entire spirit-gathering array to self-destruct. How dare you claim this isn't part of your scheme?" With that, Yu Xiao reached directly into her storage ring and pulled out the repaired spirit-gathering array formula book, hurling it onto the ground before Yi Kanglin. Yi Kanglin's brows rose. He exchanged a glance with Yu Longsheng. Both clearly saw the same confusion reflected in each other's eyes. Without thinking, Yu Longsheng asked, "Senior brother, when did you give the spirit-gathering array formula book to my sister?" Yi Kanglin glanced down at the sheet on the ground, then bent over and picked it up, replying as he did so, "I haven't even finished drafting the new version of the restart formula book yet. How could I have given it to her?" Yu Longsheng stepped closer to Yi Kanglin, eyeing the formula sheet. "Then what about this one right here? What is it?" Yi Kanglin didn't respond. Instead, he carefully studied the document, scanning every detail. Yu Xiao didn't press him. She simply folded her arms and waited, curious to see just how Yi Kanglin would try to talk his way out of this. After a moment, Yi Kanglin's face twisted into an expression of profound discomfort. Looking up at Yu Xiao, he asked, "Where did you get this thing?" Yu Xiao crossed her arms and replied coldly, "Don't worry where I got it. I'm asking you one simple question. Did you write this formula book or not?" Chapter 31. Chaos everywhere. Yu Xiao collapses from fury. Yi Kanglin blinked, then said, "I drew this. But it's the formula book designed for the old version of the spirit-gathering array. It's completely useless for the current one." Hearing this, Yu Xiao stiffened instantly and instinctively asked, "What do you mean?" At that moment, Yu Longsheng also stepped in to explain. 10 years ago, wasn't the spirit-gathering array struck by lightning, causing severe damage to its main axis traction system? At that time, you ordered senior brother to repair it. Then you further instructed him to upgrade the array, and specifically forbade it from ever being struck by lightning again. Following your orders, senior brother repaired and upgraded the array. This formula book was meant only for the older, pre-upgraded version of the spirit-gathering array. Our current spirit-gathering array is the new, upgraded model. You used an outdated formula book to restart a modernized array. Of course it exploded. The moment these words were spoken, Yu Xiao froze in place. She herself was not an array master, so she had no idea there was even a distinction between old and new versions of the restart formula. Yet in the next second, she stubbornly retorted, "If that's true, why didn't you label this formula book accordingly? If you had, I wouldn't have used it. The array wouldn't have exploded, and those disciples guarding it wouldn't have died." Yi Kanglin let out a cold chuckle. The array had already been upgraded. This formula book was obsolete. Why would I bother adding any notes? As he spoke, Yi Kanglin paused momentarily. He glanced at the formula book in his hand, then turned to look at Yu Longsheng as he added, "Come to think of it, Didn't I already burn this thing? How did it end up restored like this? Yu Longxing now turned to face Yu Xiao and said, Sister, I can personally vouch for this. Before you demoted senior brother, he worried you might still use these obsolete formula books, so he spent an entire day burning every last one. I was right there with him, helping burn them for several hours. Yu Longxing stepped forward openly, standing as witness to defend Yi Kanglin. As the sword-bearer of Lingxi Sect, Yu Longxing was willing to stake his own status on Yi Kanglin's integrity, a clear sign of just how much he trusted him. At that moment, Yi Kanglin suddenly spoke up, addressing Yu Xiao directly. Hey, Yu Xiao, to be honest, I think your investigation is headed in the wrong direction. If the spirit gathering array exploded and you're looking for someone to blame, you shouldn't be targeting me. You should be finding the person who restored this formula book. Just what kind of intentions did that person have? They knew full well I had destroyed it, yet they went ahead and repaired it before handing it over to you for use. So clearly, the one who restored this formula book bears primary responsibility. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao's expression turned complex. Instinctively, she turned her head toward Bai Lu standing behind her. Bai Lu remained silent for a moment, then stepped forward and said to Yi Kanglin, It was me. I found this formula book and restored it to its original state. Yi Kanglin froze slightly at her words, staring at her in disbelief. You restored it? Why on earth did you do that? Yu Xiao took a deep breath and said, I told her to do it. Yi Kanglin shifted his gaze back to Yu Xiao, raising an eyebrow. You told her to do it? Yu Xiao huffed coldly. Yes. On the day Chang'e first became young marshal, his lack of knowledge caused the spirit gathering array to shut down. So I sent someone to search through your former residence for any formula book that could restart it. Bai Lu retrieved this book. That's all there is to it. It was hard to believe Yu Xiao would admit so openly that she was the root cause of everything. Yi Kanglin opened his mouth slightly, staring at her as if she were an idiot, then drawled slowly. If you wanted to restart the array, why didn't you just confine me? Why go through all this trouble? Yu Xiao snapped angrily. Would you have helped me restart it if I came to you? Yi Kanglin replied matter-of-factly. Of course not. In fact, I'd have laughed in your face. Yu Xiao. With that, she stomped her feet hard on the ground and shrieked. I don't care. The explosion of the spirit gathering array is entirely your fault. No matter what it takes, you must fix it immediately and restore the array back to normal. Yu Xiao had now descended into near hysterics, lashing out like a child throwing a tantrum. But at that moment, Yu Longxing standing beside Yi Kanglin seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly stepped forward and asked anxiously, Wait, sister, apart from this formula book, did you use any of the other notes we burned? As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Xiao's heart leapt into her throat. Because the fire seed inside the central fire control chamber had also been adjusted using those burned notes. In an instant, Yu Xiao felt every hair on her body stand on end. She asked nervously, Surely, those burned notes can still be used normally, right? Yi Kanglin let out a cold chuckle. If they could still be used normally, why would we bother burning them in the first place? In that instant, Yu Xiao felt a chill run straight up to the top of her skull. Before she could react, the next second came a deafening explosion. It sounded like something else had blown up. And then, that single blast triggered a chain reaction. Boom, 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 boom. One explosion after another erupted continuously across the entire Lingxi Sect territory. Anyone unaware might have thought the Lingxi Sect was being bombarded with hundreds of explosives. Yu Xiao and everyone present heard the explosions clearly. Especially Yu Xiao. Her beautiful face turned deathly pale, drained of all color. At that moment, a bloodguard sentry from above, dressed in crimson robes, rode his flying demonic beast toward Yu Xiao and the others. He jumped down from the beast's back, tumbled forward, crawled to Yu Xiao, and immediately kowtowed with urgency, blurting out, Master, terrible news. The central fire control chamber has exploded. Hundreds of forging workshops throughout the sect, and nearly 1,000 heating furnaces, have all been detonated as well. Nearly 1,000 disciples couldn't escape the workshops in time and were killed instantly, and the death toll is still rising. Moreover, the flames caused by the explosion have ignited numerous buildings, vegetation, and other infrastructure within the sect. The entire inner sect has become an ocean of fire, and since these flames originate from the deep earth fire beneath the magma, ordinary rain cannot extinguish them. Any disciple with weak cultivation will be burned alive. Master, please issue orders quickly. Evacuate the masses of disciples inside the sect. The moment he finished speaking, Yu Xiao, who was still standing there, rolled her eyes upward and collapsed unconscious on the spot. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone present into screaming in panic. Master! Master! Imperial Physician! Go summon the Imperial Physician! Chapter 32. Yu Xiao regrets her decision. But after a short while, Yu Xiao drowsily opened her eyes again. Although the previous blow had dealt her severe damage, she was still a cultivator who had reached the peak of the spirit flame realm. She retained at least some recovery ability. Supported by others, she slowly stood back up. Taking a deep breath, she turned her gaze toward Mu Chuan and said, Mu Chuan, go gather every able-bodied person from the enforcement hall and have them join the rescue effort immediately. Mu Chuan clasped his hands in salute and respectfully replied, Understood. With that, he gathered all the present enforcement hall disciples and left the scene. Next, Yu Xiao turned to her younger brother, Yu Longcheng. Longcheng, take the rest of the blood cloaks and activate the heavenly rain array at the rear mountain. You must extinguish all the earth flames within the sect in one incense stick's time. Yu Longqing nodded firmly, returned the salute, then summoned the remaining blood cloaks and rushed toward the back mountains. Watching them leave, Bai Lu turned to Yu Xiao and asked, "My lady, what should I do? What is my task?" Yu Xiao didn't respond. Instead, she fixed her gaze once more on Yi Kanglin, and suddenly laughed, a bitter and heart-wrenching smile spreading across her face. "You must be feeling quite triumphant right now, aren't you?" She stepped closer to Yi Kanglin. "The Lingxi Sect has been thrown into chaos because of me, and so many lives have been lost. This must be exactly the scene you've dreamed of witnessing, right?" Yi Kanglin pressed his lips together, then calmly replied, "To speak honestly, yes, this is indeed a sight I've long wished to see. But strangely, I don't feel particularly joyful." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao burst into loud laughter, as if she had just heard an incredibly ridiculous joke. Tears even welled up in her eyes. She shouted at Yi Kanglin, "You're not happy. Don't make me laugh. Isn't this exactly what you wanted? To see me like this, broken and helpless? To see me regret throwing you away, sobbing in remorse? If that's truly what you've been hoping for, then fine. I admit it, you've won. Yes, I regret it. From the moment you left, everything slipped out of my control. Nothing has gone according to my plans since. I acknowledge it. My leadership skills are far inferior to yours. Without you, I simply can't manage many things properly. Are you satisfied now? Does this finally soothe your pride?" Yu Xiao grew increasingly agitated, shouting toward the end. Bai Lu tried to calm her, but she ignored him completely, her eyes locked fiercely on Yi Kanglin. Yet Yi Kanglin merely sneered and replied coolly, "Yes, I'm perfectly satisfied and deeply comforted." Yu Xiao took several deep breaths, clearly struggling to steady her emotions. After a brief pause, she spoke quietly. "Fine, since you're satisfied, come with me now and help fix the fire containment chambers and the spirit gathering array. After everything is restored, I'll reinstate you, officially returning you to your position as young marshal of Lingxi Sect." At those words, both Bai Lu and Yi Kanglin stared at her in utter disbelief, because though her tone sounded authoritative upon closer thought, it was clear she had just submitted to Yi Kanglin. At this moment, perhaps she truly regretted it. Regretted dismissing Yi Kanglin too soon, regretted not staying calmer and better prepared, regretted handing over the authority of the young marshal too quickly to Mu Chang'e. But there was no turning back now. The disciples who had died in the explosion would not return to life no matter how much she grieved. All of this could only be called her just deserts. Still, she was someone capable of swallowing her pride when necessary. Having realized that she truly couldn't manage without Yi Kanglin's assistance, she chose to lower herself and beg for his return, hoping he would come back and help her salvage this disastrous mess. Yet Yi Kanglin shook his head. "I've already retired. I no longer wish to involve myself in the affairs of Lingxi Sect. Let someone more capable take the position of young marshal." With that, he turned to walk back to his own cave residence. But Yu Xiao called out sharply, "Yi Kanglin." He paused, then turned his head back. "What now?" Yu Xiao spoke coldly. "If you refuse to help me clean up this mess, I will hate you for the rest of my life. Our 300 years of marriage and companionship will end forever, completely severed." This was the strongest threat Yu Xiao could think of, the ultimate pressure she could place on Yi Kanglin. But Yi Kanglin merely sneered. "From the moment you brought that good-for-nothing Mu Chang'e back to Lingxi Sect, our bond as husband and wife was already severed." When Yu Xiao heard this, a look of sudden realization flashed across her eyes. At this moment, she finally understood why Yi Kanglin refused to help her. Everything, all of it, still came down to Mu Chang'e. Yi Kanglin was still jealous of Mu Chang'e even now. She guessed that Yi Kanglin intended to use Mu Chang'e to threaten her. If she didn't cut ties with Mu Chang'e, then he wouldn't help her repair the fire containment chambers or restore the spirit gathering array. Having figured this out, Yu Xiao took a deep breath and said somewhat desolately, "If you truly don't wish to help me, then I won't beg you anymore. Because I can manage without your help, but I cannot live without Chang'e." Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin let out a cold laugh, thinking how self-centered this woman truly was. Did she actually believe he cared who she was with? Without another word, Yi Kanglin walked back to his reclining chair, sat down, raised a wine gourd to his lips, and took a long swig. Then he remarked, "At first, I thought you took up with that Mu Chang'e just for amusement, something fleeting, something you'd discard once you grew bored. Later, when I heard you planned to marry him, I realized you were actually serious." As he spoke, Yi Kanglin chuckled slightly and curiously studied Yu Xiao as he asked, "I really can't figure it out. What exactly is so special about that useless man that makes you so infatuated with him?" The moment these words left his mouth, even Bai Lu turned to look at Yu Xiao. Clearly, she was curious too. What kind of bewitching charm had Mu Chang'e cast on Yu Xiao to make her so utterly obsessed? Chapter 33. The house arrest is lifted. Yi Kanglin restored to his position. Yu Xiao simply smiled calmly in response. "You wouldn't understand. Someone like you, a workaholic, will never get it. In your eyes, there's only the sect, only power, only duty, nothing else really exists. But Chang'e is different. To me, he's like a ray of light in the darkness, someone who makes me feel warm. Every day with him, I'm truly happy and content. When I'm sad, he tells terrible jokes that aren't even funny just to make me laugh. When I'm drunk, he'll go wild with me, laughing alongside me. He's like a gift sent by God, the first thing that made me truly feel the meaning of being alive. It's because of him that I felt this overwhelming urge to be with him, no matter the cost. And none of it, did I ever experience during our 300 years of marriage. Yi Kanglin, do you know how many times I've wished it was Chang'e standing beside me at the altar instead of you?" As Yu Xiao spoke of Mu Chang'e, her eyes filled with deep affection and sweetness. But Yi Kanglin, hearing this, became furious. So that's why you couldn't wait to kick me aside and let him take over completely? Yu Xiao didn't deny it. She admitted openly, that's right. Because I'm tired of living in secrecy. I want to be with Chang'e openly, proudly. I want him to be my husband. I want him to stand beside me and lead this sect into a new era of glory. At that moment, Yi Kanglin could no longer stay seated. He abruptly rose from his reclining chair, staring daggers at Yu Xiao as he said, "So what am I to you then? A stepping stone paving your way? A platform for your rise to greatness? Or just the fallback when your dreams fall apart?" With that, Yi Kanglin took a deep breath, his fury boiling over before he roared. "You claim all I care about is the sect, power, work, and nothing else. Well, listen clearly, damn it. Lingxi Sect belongs to your Yu family. It's not mine. For 300 years, I've slaved myself to the bone for this sect. Who do you think I've been doing it for? Your father, you, and your entire Yu clan. I've given 3 centuries of endless effort and sacrifice, and what did I get in return? Your suspicion, your betrayal, like discarding a donkey after grinding the grain. Now you dare compare me to that good-for-nothing Chang'e? Fine. If I'm really so inferior in your eyes, then stop coming to me. Let him handle all the sect affairs. Let him clean up these messes. Why are you even talking to me about this?" Tears welled up in Yu Xiao's eyes at that moment, and suddenly her voice softened into one of hurt. "That's not what I meant." As she spoke, she even reached out slightly, trying to grasp Yi Kanglin's hand. But he violently yanked his hand away, shouting, "Stay away from me." She didn't try to touch him again. Instead, she stood still, head slightly lowered. After hearing Yi Kanglin's words, guilt began to stir within her. No matter how little she cared for him, she couldn't deny that Yi Kanglin had done so much for her, and for the sect. Without him, Lingxi Sect might have collapsed long ago. Thinking of this, tears finally spilled down her cheeks. Looking at Yi Kanglin, she whispered, "I never thought you were worse than him in every way. I just simply don't feel anything for you. That's all. All these years of marriage, I've tried, many times, to force myself to love you, to pay attention to you, to understand you. But after years of effort, I realized I still couldn't do it. You're simply not the kind of person I could fall for. Being with you gives me no sense of belonging, not even the slightest closeness. Sometimes, I'd even feel more comfortable spending time with a servant girl than with you. So my decision to divorce you isn't about seizing power or control, as you assume. It's simply because I felt nothing. That's why I chose to end it." After speaking, Yu Xiao raised her hand and wiped the tears from her face, gently closing her eyes for a brief moment. When she opened them again, she had regained the composure befitting the sect leader she was. Yet, as she looked at Yi Kanglin, the earlier arrogance had faded. In the next moment, she touched her storage ring, and a small luminous pearl shot out from it. She placed the luminous pearl onto the nearby reclining chair and said, "This is the night vigil I took from you back then. I've thought it over. Since my father gave this pearl to you, it rightfully belongs to you. I have no right to reclaim it. Now, it returns to its rightful owner. As for your cultivation being ruined because of this, I'm truly sorry. As compensation, you may take anything you want from the Lingxi Sect storage vault. No spirit stones will be charged. Furthermore, I'll lift your house arrest and announce to the entire sect that you never plotted rebellion. Everything was a misunderstanding on my part. Then, I'll restore you to your former position as Lingxi Sect's young master. The young master's manor will also be reopened for you. Of course, whether you come or not is entirely up to you. If you find it comfortable staying here, you're free to remain. I won't object." With that, Yu Xiao didn't wait for Yi Kanglin's reply. She lightly stepped on the ground, leaping into the air. As she reached midair, a flying magical beast flew over and caught her steadily. Then, it carried her body off into the distance. Yi Kanglin, still standing where he was, folded his arms across his chest, his expression darkening. His mood had actually been quite good today. If Yu Xiao hadn't shown up, he might have slept comfortably until late at night. But now, thanks to her visit, he felt utterly speechless. Now even a short nap was out of the question. At this moment, Bai Lu beside him spoke up. "If there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving too." With that, she turned to walk away. But Yi Kanglin suddenly called out, "Bai Lu." Bai Lu paused, turning her head back toward him. "What is it?" Yi Kanglin suddenly looked up at her and asked, "Do you still believe Yu Xiao is an enlightened ruler, a true sovereign?" Bai Lu hesitated. His words were clearly in response to that day when she advised him to apologize first. Back then, she had insisted Yu Xiao was an enlightened ruler who would surely achieve great feats one day. If Yi Kanglin kept opposing her, he would be the only one suffering in the end. But now, Bai Lu's thoughts had shifted slightly. She glanced toward the direction Yu Xiao had left before saying, "She just needs a little time to grow." That meant she still believed Yu Xiao could become an enlightened ruler. She simply needed more trials and experience. But Yi Kanglin merely laughed coldly. He turned, picked up the night luminous pearl from the reclining chair, raised it, and with a sudden forceful squeeze, there came a crisp crack sound. The luminous pearl shattered instantly in his hand. Bai Lu's beautiful eyes widened in shock. "What are you doing?" Yi Kanglin sneered. "Anything touched by Yu Xiao, I find it filthy." Chapter 34. Lifespan increased by 90 years. With those words, Yi Kanglin scattered the powder in his hand onto the ground, then walked toward the cave residence. Seeing this, Bai Lu said, "Yu Xiao has already lifted your house arrest. Why are you going back there?" Yi Kanglin chuckled and said, "I feel quite comfortable staying here. Why should I leave? Am I out of my mind?" Bai Lu pressed her lips together. She seemed to want to say something else, but ultimately stayed silent, turning around and leaving as well. After Bai Lu left, Yi Kanglin also returned inside the cave residence. He shut the door heavily, then took a deep breath, looking somewhat drained. His peaceful reclusive life had been completely ruined all because of that wretched woman, Wuxia. Now it seemed that if he truly wanted to retire into seclusion, he could no longer remain in Lingxi Sect. Yi Kanglin sat down on the bed, then took out the Xuanyu Star Stone and focused his intent. The next moment, his consciousness entered the interior of the Xuanyu Star Stone. Same scene as before, on a farm the size of a basketball court. Over half the area was planted with lush, green yanshou fruits. On the other side stood a small workshop. Yi Kanglin crossed his arms and walked directly into the workshop. Inside, adult-sized stone golems worked busily along an assembly line. They poured yanshou fruits onto the conveyor belt, while other stone figures on either side used knives to separate the flesh from the seeds. The separated fruit flesh moved forward to the next stage, where it was squeezed into juice. The juice flowed into a massive alchemical furnace for stewing. Once reduced to a thick pulp, the yanshou juice was mixed with various rare medicinal ingredients to balance its potency, then poured into large vats to ferment. Watching these hard-working stone laborers tirelessly toiling away, Yi Kanglin couldn't help but exclaim, "The system-rewarded technique of mimetic serfs is truly amazing. Turning stones into serfs allows them to work non-stop 24 hours a day. No need to eat or drink, no sleep required, never get tired, and don't even excrete waste. Truly the ultimate Jin Tian worker's body." As he spoke, Yi Kanglin couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that the unpleasant mood caused earlier by Wuxia had lightened considerably at this moment. Just then, Gnome Xiaoxian flew over, holding in his hand a gourd filled with wine. He called out to Yi Kanglin, "Hey Yi Kanglin, the first batch of yanshou fruit wine is ready. Come taste it." Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin instinctively reached out and took the gourd. The moment it touched his hands, the system interface automatically refreshed. Host, Yi Kanglin. Current lifespan, 46 years, 2 months, 27 days. Chubai lifespan, 91 years, 7 months, 11 days. When Yi Kanglin saw that the yanshou wine inside the gourd could grant him over 91 additional years of life, his eyes widened. What the hell? So much lifespan. Is this winemaking technique seriously this insane? If Yi Kanglin remembered correctly, the yanshou fruits used in this batch were harvested 10 days ago. That harvest only contained about 3,600 fruits. If each fruit normally granted 4 days of life, then at most, they should have given him only 40 years. Yet after fermenting them into wine, the total lifespan had doubled. This clearly showed just how powerful this winemaking technique really was. At this moment, Gnome Xiaoxian added, "While the effects of this winemaking method are impressive, its only drawback is the extremely long brewing time. Without this Xuanyu Star Stone, you'd have to wait a full 10 years before tasting this wine." Yi Kanglin swallowed hard upon hearing this. Indeed, based on the Xuanyu Star Stone's internal time dilation rate, although only 10 days had passed in the outside world, 10 full years had elapsed within the stone. In other words, the wine inside this gourd was a vintage aged for a full decade. Had Yi Kanglin not possessed the Xuanyu Star Stone, he would never have had the patience to wait so long. Thinking this, Yi Kanglin carefully uncorked the gourd and first inhaled the rich, fragrant aroma wafting from within. An expression of intoxication immediately spread across his face. Perhaps because it had been exactly 10 days since he last consumed any yanshou fruit, the scent triggered the same sensation he'd felt the very first time he'd eaten one. His entire body tingled with pleasure, as if he were passionately entwined with a lover in bed. Gulp! After the first sip of fruit wine slid down his throat, Yi Kanglin's eyes lit up. The flavor was surprisingly similar to yogurt, tangy and sweet, incredibly rich and creamy, with lingering notes of fine liquor dancing on his palate. The next moment, Yi Kanglin suddenly poured the fine wine from the gourd straight into his mouth. Glug, glug. The wine gourd, forged from a special spatial artifact, had contained over 100 jin of fruit wine. Yet, under Yi Kanglin's vigorous drinking, it was emptied in a very short time. Immediately afterward, the system panel updated once again. Host, Yi Kanglin. Current lifespan, 137 years, 10 months, 7 days. Chubai lifespan, 0 days. When Yi Kanglin saw that his lifespan had reached 137 years, he grinned widely. At this moment, even without nourishment from spiritual energy, he could live for over a century. In fact, his longevity surpassed even that of most cultivators. At the same time, Yi Kanglin could clearly feel the strength within his body had become vastly more powerful. Just then, Gnome Xiaoxian flew over. Glancing at the system interface, he said, with 137 years of life force, converted into cultivation level, that's roughly the middle stage of Tianyang realm. By your Lingxi Sect standards, your current strength is comparable to that of an elder ancestor. Progression realms, Wuyuan realm, xuanhuan realm, Linghua realm, Tianyang realm. Yi Kanglin merely smiled and replied, still early. The few elder ancestors from Shun Palace Hall are almost all at the peak, or even pinnacle stage of Tianyang realm. If I actually fought any one of them, I'd still end up dead. As he spoke, he glanced toward the jars filled with fruit wine and chuckled. But then again, once tomorrow's second batch of yanshou fruit jam is ready, who knows who'll win or lose. Yi Kanglin's eyes narrowed slightly, and his tongue flicked across his lips. The next day, inside the sect leader's private study, Yu Xiao sat at her desk, her expression dark and gloomy. Beside her, Mu Chang'e stood silently in place, head lowered, like a child caught misbehaving. Before Yu Xiao, her personal maid, Xiao Yuer, held a stack of memorials and reported. So far, the fire incident has caused approximately 9,700,000 spirit crystals in property damage. Among these, 136 forging workshops were destroyed, equivalent to 1/3 of all forging workshops across our entire Lingxi Sect. In addition, the death toll within the workshops has reached 8,600, with as many as 22,000 injured. The subsequent medical expenses for the wounded and compensation payments to families of the deceased will also be an enormous sum. After finishing her report, Xiaoyuer gently placed the memorials on Yu Xiao's desk. Yu Xiao stared expressionlessly at the table, her thoughts unreadable. After a long silence, she finally spoke. Is there anything else? If not, leave. I'd like to be alone for a while. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyuer pursed her lips. She glanced down at another memorial in her hand. Though she didn't want to bring more bad news at such a moment, she mustered her courage and said, Last night, Xuanhuan City, the directly administered city under our Lingxi Sect, was attacked by assassins from the ancient demon spirit sect. There were 140 deaths and 2,700 injured, including the city's ruler, Yu Ruyu. At the mention of Yu Ruyu, Yu Xiao abruptly lifted her head. Staring straight at Xiaoyuer, she asked coldly, What happened to my aunt? Chapter 35, The Divine Palace Magistrate. When Xiaoyuer faced Yu Xiao's sharp gaze, he instinctively took a step backward and said, She was injured by a hidden weapon during a battle with assassins from the ancient god-demon sect, poisoned by a potent toxin, and is currently still unconscious. However, Xuanhuan City lacks the medical expertise to treat this kind of specialized poison, so they decided to bring Yu Ruyu back to our sect for treatment. Given their pace, they should be arriving soon, I think. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao turned deathly pale. She abruptly stood up from her seat, unable to suppress her outburst. Why would people from the ancient god-demon sect appear in Xuanhuan City? Weren't they already eradicated by Yi Kanglan long ago? Why are they resurfacing now, right in the heart of our Jin Tian territory? What about the Blackwater Platform Scouts? What are they doing? How could intruders reach our doorstep without being detected? What am I paying that bunch of useless fools for? Will they just stand there and do nothing even if someone cuts off my head? Yu Xiao was clearly furious, her emotions boiling over. It was bad enough that a major casualty had occurred within the sect, but now a subordinate city-state under their jurisdiction had also been attacked, by the very same ancient god-demon sect, no less. Even her most trusted aunt had been wounded in the assault. How could she not be enraged? Before Xiaoyuer could explain further, a young servant came sprinting into the room and blurted out to Yu Xiao, Master, it's terrible. The magistrate of the Divine Palace has arrived. At these words, Yu Xiao's expression immediately turned grim. As the sect master of Lingxi Sect, she certainly understood what a magistrate was, a direct emissary representing the 9 supreme elders of the Divine Palace. Though their official authority wasn't greater than that of a sect master, they held the power to impeach, or even dismiss, the sect leader when necessary. Thus, the Divine Palace magistrate was like a sword perpetually hanging over the sect master's head. Without delay, Yu Xiao turned to Mu Chang'e beside her and said, Come out with me. Hearing this, Mu Chang'e's already pale face filled with terror, but he dared not disobey. Nervously, he replied, Yes, master. And so, he followed Yu Xiao out of the imperial study. They walked one after the other toward the reception hall. Inside, a noble and elegant lady sat calmly in the seat of honor, sipping delicately from a fragrant cup of tea, radiating grace. Flanking her side were a line of uniformed guards, entirely different from Yu Xiao's own men. These guards wore black soft armor, each bearing a large character, Shun, on their chest. This was the exclusive uniform set of the Divine Palace. When Yu Xiao entered the reception hall, the Divine Palace guards on both sides simultaneously clasped fists and bowed in unison, saying, Greetings, Sect Master. These guards did not kneel, nor did they address her as Lord, but instead used the formal Sect Master. Yu Xiao ignored them entirely, fixing her gaze solely on the noblewoman seated at the front. She was none other than Li Xiaoxiang, the magistrate of the Divine Palace, and also Yu Xiao's biological mother. Ever since the previous Sect Master passed away and passed leadership to Yu Xiao, Li Xiaoxiang had retired into the shadows, assuming the role of Divine Palace Magistrate. Under normal circumstances, she rarely appeared in public. Only when major incidents occurred within the sect would she emerge, acting upon the orders of the 9 supreme elders. Now, Yu Xiao respectfully clasped her fists toward her mother and said, Greetings, Magistrate. Li Xiaoxiang then rose from her seat, stepped around the table, and slowly approached Yu Xiao. She wore a snow-white, sheer gown, which, despite being called a dress, appeared short from the front, its hem reaching only the upper thighs, exposing her long, slender, porcelain-white legs. The back train, however, was extraordinarily long, requiring 2 attendants to carry its trailing fabric. Undeniably, Li Xiaoxiang possessed an extremely alluring figure. Her waist was slender, swaying gently with each step she took, creating a hypnotic rhythm. And her chest, remarkably full, was even more generous than either Yu Xiao's or Yu Qingyan's. The low neckline of her gown accentuated her cleavage, pushing the lush mounds almost to the point of spilling out. As Li Xiaoxiang drew near Yu Xiao, she spoke calmly. Why did you divorce Yi Kanglan? Yu Xiao pursed her lips, about to speak, when suddenly, a light slap echoed through the hall. Without warning, Li Xiaoxiang had struck Yu Xiao across the face. The slap sent Yu Xiao's delicate face whipping to the side, leaving a bright red mark across her pale cheek. She stared at her mother in stunned disbelief. Li Xiaoxiang, however, looked utterly exasperated, as if scolding a hopeless failure. Answer my question. Why did you divorce He Kanglin? At that moment, Yu Xiao's stubborn pride flared. She raised her chin defiantly and shot back. Can't I pursue my own happiness? I wasn't happy for a single day with He Kanglin. What was the point of such a marriage? What does it matter how well he treated me? Mother, I'm your daughter, but have you ever stopped to think about whether I was happy during the 300 years I was married to him? You haven't, because you never consider my feelings. Ever since father left, you've never once come to see me on your own initiative. If yesterday's major incident hadn't happened, would you even remember you have a daughter? Staring into Yu Xiao's slightly reddened eyes, Li Xiaoxiang coldly rebuked once more. Do you think being sect master of Lingxi Sect is some kind of leisure? Just because you say you weren't happy, does that justify demoting a minister who made great contributions to our sect to the status of a lowly servant disciple? Before making such a decision, did you ever consider how the other meritorious disciples in the sect would feel? How will they now regard the Yu family? If you continue like this, who in the future will dare to devote themselves to our Lingxi Sect? But Yu Xiao merely turned her head away and proudly declared, say whatever you want. I've already divorced him, and I will never be with him again. Moreover, yesterday I already issued a public edict confessing my faults, announcing to the entire sect that I wrongly accused Yi Kanglin and restored his former title. As for the fact that he personally refuses to return, that has nothing to do with me anymore. Perhaps in Yu Xiao's eyes, she had already apologized to Yi Kanglin, publicly confessed her error to the entire sect. What more could anyone possibly demand of her? Should she also destroy her cultivation just to let Yi Kanglin vent his anger? Upon hearing Yu Xiao's words, Li Xiaoxiang's expression filled with deep disappointment. Then, her gaze shifted toward Mu Chang'e standing behind Yu Xiao. The moment Mu Chang'e met Li Xiaoxiang's eyes, he dropped to his knees in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Li Xiaoxiang's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. This man before her was the very third party who had lured her daughter into committing so many irrational acts. In that instant, Li Xiaoxiang coldly commanded, "Guards, drag this man away and execute him immediately. Let his head be displayed as a warning." Chapter 36. The position of sect leader, or the one you love. As soon as these words were spoken, guards from the divine palace immediately bowed and stepped forward, grabbing Mu Chang'e by both arms and dragging him toward the exit. Seeing this, Mu Chang'e screamed in terror, crying out desperately, "Master, save me! Master, save me!" When Yu Xiao saw this, she panicked. She shouted directly at the guards, "Stop! I'd like to see who dares lay a hand on him." At her command, the guards froze. Their eyes turned once more to Li Xiaoxiang. But Li Xiaoxiang, furious, barked, "Drag him away!" This time, the guards didn't hesitate. They hauled Mu Chang'e toward the door without delay. The fear was too much. Mu Chang'e instantly lost control of his bladder, urine soaking his lower half as he struggled frantically, weeping, "Master, save me! I don't want to die! Master, master!" Yu Xiao turned urgently to her mother. Seeing the cold resolve on Li Xiaoxiang's face, she suddenly snatched a sword from a nearby guard, pressed it against her own throat, and declared to her mother, "Mother, if you harm him today, I will not live either." Li Xiaoxiang was stunned. She stared blankly at her daughter, eyes filled with disbelief. Was this really her proud, arrogant daughter? Why would she go so far to threaten suicide for such a worthless man? Yu Xiao continued, "I'll count to 3. If you don't release him, I'll kill myself right here." And with that, she shouted loudly, "Xuanhuan." She counted fast. The sharp blade already cut into her skin, a single drop of crimson blood trickling down. Just as she was about to say 3, Li Xiaoxiang finally commanded the guards, "Release him." The guards let go of Mu Chang'e, who immediately collapsed to the ground in trembling fear. Then, like a dog, he scrambled to crawl behind Yu Xiao, clinging tightly to her legs with both hands, shaking as he blubbered at the surrounding guards. "I warn you, all of you, my master is the sect leader. If you dare touch me again, she won't let you get away with it." Li Xiaoxiang looked at this pitiful, cowardly man, then back at her daughter, and said, "This is the man you love? Hiding behind a woman, trembling in fear? Who even wet himself in front of everyone? Xiao, what has come over you?" Yu Xiao lowered the sword from her neck. She turned to look at the still trembling Mu Chang'e, gently helped him up, and softly asked, "Are you okay?" Mu Chang'e took a deep breath and shook his head. "I'm fine. Thank you, master." Yu Xiao nodded. Then, noticing his soaked pants, she turned to a maid and said, "Take him to my chambers to change into clean clothes. I'll be there shortly." The maid bowed and prepared to lead Mu Chang'e away. Indeed, Yu Xiao treated Mu Chang'e with extraordinary care, a kindness so evident that even Li Xiaoxiang couldn't help but feel a pang of shame. In her 300 years with Yi Kanglin, she had never shown him such devotion. Still, Li Xiaoxiang declared, Mu Chang'e is the root cause of this entire incident. If he hadn't shut down the fire control chamber, yesterday's fire wouldn't have happened. He must take responsibility for this. As she spoke, a group of divine palace guards blocked Mu Chang'e's path. Seeing this, Mu Chang'e once again turned to Yu Xiao with pleading eyes. Yu Xiao did not challenge her mother's claim, but quietly asked, "Mother, how do you wish to punish him?" Li Xiaoxiang glanced at the sword still clutched in her daughter's hand, stained with fresh blood. She realized she could no longer consider execution. Her daughter, love-struck as she was, might truly do something irreversible. Thus, Li Xiaoxiang declared, "Death may be spared, but punishment cannot be escaped. 30 lashes of the Konglong whip, 50 years' worth of salary confiscated, stripped of his position as young commander, and banned from holding any rank for life." As these words rang out, many of the guards present couldn't help but gasp. Losing the title of young commander might not matter much. After all, with Yu Xiao as sect leader and his master, Mu Chang'e could still enjoy luxury and privilege within Lingxi Sect. But 30 lashes of the Konglong whip? That was terrifying. Yi Kanglin, after taking the blame for Yu Xiao long ago, had received just 20 lashes and had been bedridden for a full week afterward. This time it was even harsher, 30 lashes outright. Given Mu Chang'e's frail health, he would likely be beaten to death on the spot. Upon hearing this, Mu Chang'e immediately dropped to his knees and sobbed before Li Xiaoxiang, snot and tears streaming down his face. Judge Li, have mercy. Please, have mercy. I'll never be young commander again. I won't compete with Yi Kanglin ever again. Please show compassion and spare my life. As he spoke, Mu Chang'e kowtowed fiercely to her. But Li Xiaoxiang barked, stand up and speak. Scolded, Mu Chang'e instantly rose to his feet, too terrified to cry further. Then Li Xiaoxiang turned her gaze to Yu Xiao. Do you have anything else to say now? Yu Xiao fell silent for a moment. He can't survive 30 Konglong lashes. Can I take part of the punishment for him? If I hadn't appointed him as young commander, this accident wouldn't have happened either. Ultimately, I'm the one truly to blame, aren't I? These words struck the core of the matter. Yet Li Xiaoxiang shut her eyes tightly, frustration evident in her expression as she glared at her daughter. Yu Xiao, have you lost your mind completely? I've been doing everything I can to convince the elders that you had nothing to do with this, that you were manipulated into making an irrational decision. And now, look at you. Just to protect this worthless fool, you're actually volunteering to share in his punishment. Do you think you're noble? Or has this bastard poisoned your mind so deeply that you don't even know who you are anymore? Yu Xiao turned squarely to face her mother, voice firm and resolute. I know exactly what I'm doing. Mother, there's no need to say more. I made the mistake, and I will bear the consequences. Of the 30 Konglong lashes, I'll take 20 myself. Let him bear the remaining 10. That should be sufficient to satisfy the elders, shouldn't it? Hearing her daughter's words, Li Xiaoxiang took a deep, heavy breath, as if, in that instant, she had aged hundreds of years. She even began to wonder, had she been too cold, too distant as a mother, that her daughter's heart had developed such a twisted notion of love? In the end, Li Xiaoxiang chose not to argue further with her daughter. She simply walked to a nearby seat and sat down, then said, if you're so eager to suffer, what more can I say? But once this is over, you will immediately remarry Yi Kanglin. This isn't a negotiation, it's an order. It comes directly from our Yue clan's ancestors. The moment these words were spoken, Yu Xiao froze. Her eyes turned red in an instant, her voice trembling with grievance. Why should I? As the leader of an entire sect, am I not even allowed to stay with someone I love? Li Xiaoxiang slammed her hand hard on the table and shouted, it's because you're the sect leader that I cannot allow you to act so recklessly. Stunned, Yu Xiao stared at her mother, mouth slightly open as if about to protest, but Li Xiaoxiang cut in again. The ancestors have already declared, if you refuse to remarry Yi Kanglin, then you must relinquish the position of sect leader and pass it on to your younger sister, Yu Qingyan. So choose, will it be the position of sect leader, or the one you love? Chapter 37. Yu Xiao agrees to remarry. As she finished speaking, Li Xiaoxiang took a deep breath, casually picked up a cup of fragrant tea, sipped it lightly, and then waited for Yu Xiao's reply. At this moment, Yu Xiao fell silent. Her face was expressionless, her eyes dull and lifeless, as if the world itself had grown darker around her. After a moment, she turned to look at Mu Chang'e. He was staring back at her, his eyes wide with desperate hope. That pitiful gaze pierced her heart like a knife, just as it had when she first found him as a helpless child all those years ago, evoking a bond she could never truly sever. Yet, asking her to give up the position of sect master and pass it on to her younger sister, Yu Qingyan, was something she simply couldn't bring herself to do. Realizing this, Yu Xiao gently closed her eyes, as if making a final decision. A single tear rolled down from the corner of her eye. I will go find Yi Kanglin and remarry him. But from this day forward, he is not to touch me, not even a single finger. He cannot come within 1 meter of me. The words struck like thunder. Mu Chang'e's face instantly drained of color. His legs buckled, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He hadn't expected his master to truly abandon him. Hearing this, Li Xiaoxiang's previously dark expression finally relaxed slightly. She gave a small nod. Once you remarry Yi Kanglin, how you live your life is between the two of you. I won't interfere. As for whether or not you allow him to touch you, that's none of my concern. As long as the two of you remain married, everything else can be worked out. Li Xiaoxiang's words carried the typical tone of a traditional Chinese parent. No matter whether you're happy, content, or fulfilled after marriage, as long as the wedding takes place, that's what matters. Yu Xiao then asked, when will Chang'e's punishment begin? If it's now, I'll go to the law enforcement hall and receive the whipping myself. Even at this point, Yu Xiao was still trying to protect Mu Chang'e, a testament to just how deeply she loved him. Li Xiaoxiang, however, dismissed it with indifference. Why in such a hurry? Clean up this mess in the sect first before you go to take your punishment. With that, she turned her gaze to Yu Xiao's maid, Xiao Yuer, and said, girl, come here. Hearing this, Xiao Yuer approached Li Xiaoxiang nervously. What does your honor the judge require? Li Xiaoxiang removed a token from her waist and handed it to the girl. Take this token to Dongshui Peak. Tell the peak master there to activate the Beiyong spirit-rich array. If he refuses your order, show him this token and tell him it's by my command. Xiao Yuer cautiously accepted the token, then frowned in confusion. Spirit-rich array? Is that a type of spirit-gathering array? But our Lingxi sect only has one functional spirit-gathering array, doesn't it? Seeing the girl's bewildered expression, Li Xiaoxiang let out a faint chuckle. The spirit-rich array is an inheritance left behind by the previous sect master. Its function is similar to the spirit-gathering array, but it's ancient, an old relic. Its efficiency in drawing spiritual energy might not even reach 1/10 of the modern array. After your master Yi Shuai established the new spirit-gathering array, this older spirit-rich array was stored away at Dongshui Peak. It's been nearly 300 years now. Fortunately, we never dismantled it. It'll serve us well in this emergency. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuer finally understood. She had only joined the Lingxi Sect over a century ago and knew little of events from 300 years past. Now, after Li Xiaoxiang's explanation, she grasped the situation well enough. Softly, she said, "This servant will go to Dongshui Peak immediately and ask the Peak Master to activate the spirit-rich array." With that, she turned and walked out. Li Xiaoxiang then shifted her gaze back to Mu Chang'e, who was still frozen in place. "Mu Chang'e, come here." Hearing her voice, Mu Chang'e rushed forward and immediately dropped to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling. "Jay Judge, what are your orders?" Li Xiaoxiang looked at this cowering figure with exasperation. She truly couldn't fathom why her daughter would fall for someone so pathetic. After a brief silence, she said, "Divine Demon Ancient Sect assassins have appeared in Changhua City. The local city guards failed to capture even a single one. Judging by that, these assassins must be quite formidable. I now command you to lead 500 combat disciples to Changhua City and apprehend these assassins, alive. I need to know how they infiltrated the heart of Jin Tian territory and how they slipped past Blackwater Platform's sentinels." When Mu Chang'e heard that he was to capture the assassins of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect, his face instantly turned pale. He had never personally encountered members of the sect, but he'd often heard stories about them. They were a group of monsters who ate human flesh and drank human blood. Even Yi Kanglin in his prime had nearly fallen into their hands more than once. Sending someone like him to apprehend such fiends, wasn't that sending him to his death? At once, Mu Chang'e trembled as he looked at Li Xiaoxiang, clearly wanting to plead for mercy. But Li Xiaoxiang coldly said, "If you refuse, then go to the law enforcement hall and receive 30 strikes of the Qianlun whip. Not one strike less." Hearing this, Mu Chang'e immediately stammered, "No, Your Honor. This humble servant will head to Changhua City right away and bring back the assassins in the shortest time possible." With that, he rose and rushed out. Finally, Li Xiaoxiang turned her gaze to her daughter Yu Xiao, who remained standing in place, silent. Li Xiaoxiang took a deep breath and said, "Xiao, go find Yi Kanglin now. Don't delay the remarriage. It should be done as soon as possible." Yu Xiao said nothing. She simply turned and walked out. This might have been Yu Xiao's silent protest against her mother. Watching her leave, Li Xiaoxiang sighed helplessly. At that moment, she found herself wondering, if Yu Xiao's father hadn't died so early, would her daughter have turned out differently? In a cave dwelling on Wuyuan Mountain, Yi Kanglin was still with Yu Qingyan, Yu Xiao's younger sister, having just finished another intense encounter. Afterward, Yu Qingyan nestled in Yi Kanglin's arms and asked softly, "What's wrong with you today? You seem unhappy." Yi Kanglin took a deep breath and suddenly recalled what had happened yesterday, instinctively wearing a bitter smile. Seeing this, Yu Qingyan pursed her lips and giggled. "Let me guess, could it be about my sister?" Yi Kanglin froze, then looked at the lovely woman before him and laughed. "Not bad. You actually guessed it." Yu Qingyan teased playfully. "Don't I know you well? Aside from my sister, who else could make you wear that gloomy expression all day long?" Chapter 38. Mo Qingyan is pregnant too. Yi Kanglin smiled slightly and said, "Yesterday your sister came to me. She lifted my house arrest and restored me to my former position." Mo Qingyan raised her head to look at Yi Kanglin's profile and said, "Isn't it good that she lifted your confinement?" Yi Kanglin sneered coldly. "Good? It felt like she was doing me a favor, as if I were receiving charity. I've been in a bad mood all day yesterday because of it." Hearing this, Mo Qingyan understood perfectly. She rolled her eyes and said dryly, "So you're in a bad mood, and now you specially called me here just to comfort you?" Yi Kanglin stiffened slightly. That was exactly what he'd had in mind, but of course he couldn't admit it out loud. So he grinned at Mo Qingyan and said, "I simply missed you. What other ulterior motives could there possibly be?" Mo Qingyan narrowed her eyes slightly, suspiciously saying, "Is that so?" Yi Kanglin replied casually, "Of course." Mo Qingyan suddenly leaned over and rested her head against Yi Kanglin's chest, then said, "Hey, Yi Kanglin, I have something to ask you. Answer me honestly, okay?" Yi Kanglin instinctively replied, "What do you want to know? Ask away." Mo Qingyan pursed her lips, then said, "If I became the sect master of Lingxi Sect, would you come and assist me?" At these words, Yi Kanglin froze. He stared blankly at the beauty lying on his chest, then sighed wryly. "Your sister isn't dead yet. As long as she's alive, there's no way you'd become sect master. You should understand that better than anyone." These weren't just empty words meant to scare Mo Qingyan. They were based on the decree of her great-grandfather, the supreme elder of the Yu family. In the old patriarch's eyes, Yu Xiao would always be far more suitable for the position of sect master than Mo Qingyan. Unless Mo Qingyan earned the approval of those elders, she could never truly inherit the leadership. But upon hearing this, Mo Qingyan merely smiled calmly and gently whispered, "Don't worry about whether I can become sect master or not. Right now, I'm only asking one thing. What if I really did become sect master? Would you help me govern the sect?" Her tone was serious, clearly not joking in the slightest. At this moment, Yi Kanglin sensed something profound beneath her words. He pressed his lips together and said, "But I've already retired." Before he could finish, Imo Qingyan lifted a slender finger and gently pressed it against Yi Kanglin's lips, silencing him. Then, she murmured softly, "Save that excuse for my sister. I don't want to hear it. Besides, I already know what you're afraid of. You fear that if I become sect master, I'll betray you once I achieve success, just like my sister did. But let me tell you this, I'm different from her. I won't do anything to hurt you. And furthermore, though you may despise my sister and that good-for-nothing Mu Chang'e, deep down, you still care about Lingxi Sect. Even if you refuse to admit it, I know you wouldn't want to see Lingxi fall into chaos under their hands. Am I wrong?" As she spoke, she cupped Yi Kanglin's face with both hands, her voice turning solemn. "Yi Kanglin, please answer me seriously. Would you help me lead Lingxi Sect if I became its master?" Faced with Imo Qingyan's intense seriousness, Yi Kanglin momentarily felt unsettled. After a pause, he prepared himself to refuse again. But Imo Qingyan's next words stopped him cold. "If you dare reject me, then your child will never see their father again." At those words, Yi Kanglin's heart skipped a beat. Instantly, his thoughts flew to the daughter he had entrusted to the Bai family. Had Imo Qingyan somehow found out about that child? The thought made Yi Kanglin instinctively tense up, though he forced himself to stay calm, and said, "What child? I don't know what you're talking about." Imo Qingyan gave a mocking laugh, then breathed softly against his ear. "I'm pregnant, with your child. And if after I ascend as sect master, you refuse to help me govern the sect, then I'll make sure you never lay eyes on this child again." The moment she spoke, Yi Kanglin's pupils contracted sharply. He shot upright from where he lay, staring at her in shock. "What did you say? You're pregnant?" "No, how is that possible? It's only been a few days, barely half a month. How could you already be pregnant?" Seeing Yi Kanglin's panicked reaction, Imo Qingyan smiled in satisfaction. Her smile was radiant, as if she'd anticipated exactly this response. Casually brushing her fringe behind her ear, she purred seductively. "If you don't believe me, wait a few months until the baby is born. We can perform a blood kinship test then. Then you'll know whether the child is yours or not." Yu Qingyan said this with great confidence. After all, she had been quietly trying to conceive for nearly half a year now, and during that entire time, the only man she'd ever been with was Yi Kanglin. So whose child could it possibly be if not his? But at this moment, Yi Kanglin's expression turned rather grim. The daughter he had left with the Bai family already felt like a thorn in his throat. Now, on top of that, there was another illegitimate child. It hadn't even been born yet, but already he couldn't escape it. And judging by Yu Qingyan's attitude, asking her to abort the baby was completely out of the question. Thinking about this, Yi Kanglin suddenly regretted why, whenever he slept with these women, he only thought about his own pleasure and never considered the consequences. At that moment, Yi Kanglin spoke bitterly. "What do you want me to do to help you?" This was clearly a sign of surrender. Seeing this, Yu Qingyan smiled smugly. She knew exactly what would happen. Using the child to threaten Yi Kanglin ensured he wouldn't dare refuse her. With that thought in mind, she straddled Yi Kanglin's lap and wrapped her arms around his neck, saying, "The first step is to bring down my sister. Once she falls, the ancestor of the Yu family will have no choice but to appoint me as sect master. After that, you just need to assist me the same way you once supported my sister. Once I've stabilized my rule over Lingxi Sect, this child in my womb can officially bear your surname, Yi." What Yu Qingyan meant was clear. The child she bore for Yi Kanglin could carry the name Yi Kanglin, effectively acknowledging him as the father and granting him lineage rights within the Yi clan. Yi Kanglin let out a miserable chuckle. He pressed his lips together, his face showing visible exhaustion. But when Yu Qingyan saw that look, she became annoyed. She pinched both sides of his cheeks with her hands and snapped. "What kind of expression is that? You've slept with 2 successive sect masters of Lingxi Sect, got one of them pregnant, and still aren't satisfied?" Yi Kanglin bit his lips slightly, then forced a smile. "Nothing unsatisfying per se. I'm just wondering how much longer Lingxi Sect will even exist." As he spoke, Yi Kanglin furrowed his brows deeply, suddenly recalling a piece of information Nong Xiaoshan had told him yesterday. The Divine Demon Ancient Sect has already gathered over 1.6 million troops in the northern desert region, and they're expected to launch a full-scale invasion against Lingxi Sect within the week. When that happens, Lingxi Sect's 1.8 million combat-ready disciples will be devoured in an instant, wiped out completely. Everyone will die. While we still have time before they arrive, we should seize any chance to escape. Recalling this, Yi Kanglin suddenly found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to tell Yu Qingyan. Chapter 39. Yi Kanglin turns out to be a scoundrel. But when Yu Qingyan heard Yi Kanglin's words, she was clearly dissatisfied and said, "What did you just say? What do you mean by Lingxi Sect lasting that long? Are you implying something? Are you cursing the Lingxi Sect to be wiped out?" Yu Qingyan was obviously upset now, and her attitude toward Yi Kanglin had turned much colder. Yi Kanglin chuckled. "What I meant was, with our current abilities, do we really have a chance of toppling Yu Xiao? Although she's made many mistakes lately, her foundation is still solid. Taking her down won't be easy." Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyan gave a light snort and said, "You don't need to worry about that. I've got plenty of ways." Seeing her haughty little expression, Yi Kanglin couldn't help but smirk slightly. Just as he was about to ask what her plans were, suddenly a voice came from outside the door. "Yi Kanglin, are you in there?" Both Yi Kanglin and Yu Qingyan were startled upon hearing the voice. Especially Yi Kanglin, who blurted out in shock, "What the hell? Why is that woman Yu Xiao here again?" As he spoke, he glanced at Yu Qingyan. At this moment, they were both completely naked. How would they explain it if Yu Xiao saw them? Before Yi Kanglin could even think of what to do, Yu Xiao pushed open the door and said, "If you're not going to answer, then I'll just come in myself." With those words, she pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to see Yi Kanglin sitting on the bed with a forced, awkward smile. The quilt on the bed looked unusually bulky, as if something had been stuffed beneath it. Yi Kanglin said somewhat embarrassedly, "What's up? What brings you here so late at night?" Under the blanket, Yu Qingyan rolled her eyes and silently cursed in her heart. "Coward, you're already divorced from my sister. Why are you acting like we're having an affair?" Yet at that moment, Yu Xiao had already approached. If she lifted the blanket right now, things would get messy. But Yu Xiao didn't do that. She simply cast a glance at Yi Kanglin's strained smile and asked, "Going to bed so early? Not even wearing clothes? I remember you never used to have the habit of sleeping naked." Yi Kanglin twitched his lips and replied, "After we separated, I started enjoying sleeping naked. Honestly, it's quite comfortable." Yu Xiao then turned her head and looked around the floor. Yi Kanglin's clothes were scattered everywhere. She picked up a torn piece of fabric, brought it to her nose, sniffed it, and said, "This material feels just like a woman's undergarment, and it even has a faint scent." Then she looked straight at Yi Kanglin. Just as Yi Kanglin opened his mouth to explain, Yu Xiao wrinkled her face in disgust, threw the cloth away, and snapped, "Even though you're the former young master of Lingxi Sect, you actually steal women's underwear? Don't you care about your reputation at all?" At that moment, Yu Xiao seemed to have labeled Yi Kanglin as exactly the kind of perverted scoundrel who stole women's intimate clothing. She even imagined a scene of Yi Kanglin hoarding stolen lingerie and hiding in his room, using it for personal comfort. The mere thought was nauseating. Then, she casually took out a scroll from her storage ring and tossed it at Yi Kanglin. "Here, take it. You've achieved your goal. I have nothing more to say. Maybe this is fate. I'm destined never to escape you." Hearing this, Yi Kanglin instinctively caught the scroll and asked, "What is this?" Yu Xiao said, "A marriage renewal contract. Sign your name, stamp it with your spiritual seal, and we'll be remarried." Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin muttered, "Remarry?" His eyebrows rose slightly, and he was about to ask why she suddenly wanted to remarry him for no apparent reason. But then his expression twisted in horror. Sweat began dripping down his forehead as he thought, "Is Yu Qingyan insane? Even if the person in front of her weren't her own sister, but just some stranger, she shouldn't act so recklessly." Didn't she feel any shame at all? Seeing Yi Kanglin's grotesque expression, Yu Xiao coldly huffed again and said, "I'm only remarrying you in name. So don't get too excited. Even if we're married again, I won't share a room with you. And don't blame me for being unreasonable. Blame yourself for playing smart, running straight to our sect's ancestral elder to report me, putting pressure on me so I'd have no choice but to remarry you." Hearing this, Yi Kanglin was utterly stunned. What on earth was she talking about? He couldn't make sense of a single word. At once, he raised his hand to stop Yu Xiao and asked in bewilderment, "Me reporting you behind your back, then forcing you to remarry me? What the hell are you talking about? Can you explain this clearly?" Yu Xiao was already annoyed. She coldly snapped, "You're still pretending ignorance even after going this far? Fine. Since you have no shame left, I won't consider your feelings either. Let me be blunt. My mother came to see me. She conveyed our family's old ancestor Yu's order, demanding that I remarry you. Otherwise, I'll be stripped of my position as sect master. At first, I couldn't understand why the old ancestor would care so much about my marriage. But just now, it suddenly dawned on me. The only person who could make our old ancestor issue such an order and pressure me is you, Yi Kanglin. You must have secretly reported me to our old ancestor, which is why she made this decision." "Yi Kanglin, am I wrong?" As her words fell, Yu Xiao snorted coldly again and said with icy indifference, "Yesterday, I actually felt a little sympathy for you. I thought it was too harsh to treat you this way. You are, after all, a meritorious disciple of Lingxi Sect. But now I see, I completely misjudged you. A despicable man like you, who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals, doesn't deserve any mercy. But unfortunately for you, this time you've miscalculated. You shouldn't have targeted me. Even if you ran to the old ancestor and forced me into remarriage, I'd never let you lay a finger on me. In this world, aside from Chang'e, I won't acknowledge anyone as my husband. Not even you, Yi Kanglin." After speaking, Yu Xiao fixed her gaze on Yi Kanglin once more. Yi Kanglin's lips twitched slightly. Now he finally understood what Yu Xiao meant. Apparently, the Yu clan's old ancestor had threatened Yu Xiao with stripping her title as sect master unless she agreed to remarry him. But Yu Xiao mistakenly believed that he had gone to report her to the old ancestor, prompting the elder's intervention in her personal life. Understanding this, Yi Kanglin sighed bitterly and said, "Yu Xiao, I think you've misunderstood. I never went to your old ancestor at all. If you don't believe me, check my communication jade tablet. See if there's a single word between me and your old ancestor about remarrying you. Besides, I never wanted to remarry you in the first place." But Yu Xiao angrily shot back, "Save your lies. I'd never believe a lowlife like you. Now, sign that remarriage contract immediately. I don't want to stay another second in this filthy place. And one more thing I need to warn you. If after our remarriage you dare come within 1 meter of me, don't blame me for killing you myself." Seeing this, Yi Kanglin realized Yu Xiao wouldn't listen to a word he said, as he turned his eyes toward the remarriage scroll, wondering what to do next. Suddenly, a voice came from under the blanket. "Sister, I can prove to you that Yi Kanglin really doesn't want to remarry you, and he didn't tattle to the old ancestor either." With that, Yu Qingyan crawled right out from under the quilt. When Yu Xiao saw her own sister, naked beneath Yi Kanglin's blanket, she froze in shock. Her pupils contracted sharply as she gasped, "Yu Qingyan, what are you doing here?" Chapter 40. You're just getting back at me, aren't you? Yu Qingyan let out a light giggle, then threw off the blanket and stepped out, leisurely saying, "Why do you think I'm here? Can't you figure it out yourself? As she spoke, she turned to reveal her slender neck to Yu Xiao. At that moment, Yu Xiao's delicate face turned deathly pale. She clearly saw that her younger sister's neck was covered with numerous hickeys and scratch marks. Even the most foolish person would understand what had happened by now. In an instant, Yu Xiao froze completely, her mind blank, as if her soul had left her body, unable to accept the reality before her eyes. Seeing her older sister's stunned expression, Yu Qingyan giggled again. She seemed to thoroughly enjoy seeing her sister so distressed. Then, right in front of Yu Xiao, she walked over to a wardrobe, opened it, pulled out her clothes, and began dressing herself. Ever since Yi Kanglin had been exiled to Wuyuan Mountain, Yu Qingyan had already entered a semi-cohabiting relationship with him. So even though her previous clothes had been torn apart by Yi Kanglin, there were still clean sets of her own garments stored in his wardrobe. Once Yu Qingyan finished changing into a fresh outfit, she spun around playfully in front of Yi Kanglin and said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, tell me, does this outfit look good on me?" Sweat began rolling down Yi Kanglin's forehead. He glanced briefly at Yu Xiao, who stood beside him with her head lowered and silent, then replied, "As long as you think it looks good, that's all that matters. You don't need to ask me." But Yu Qingyan pouted coquettishly. How could that be? Unlike some women who take their husband's affection for granted and cheat with other men during marriage, I'm always considerate toward my husband. She turned her gaze toward Yu Xiao and added sweetly, "Isn't that right, sister? Women who fool around with others while married deserve to end up alone and unloved, never getting what they truly desire." With that, Yu Qingyan burst into another round of giggles. Indeed, her laughter sounded unbearably saccharine. Just then, Yu Xiao, who had been frozen in place, suddenly lifted her head. She looked first at Yi Kanglin, still sitting on the bed, then at Yu Qingyan. Though her expression remained emotionless, her eyes blazed with intense fury. In the next moment, she tapped her storage ring, and instantly, a sharp emerald green sword materialized in her hand. It was a Dao-level artifact, a flying sword. The moment it appeared, Yu Xiao aimed it straight at Yu Qingyan. Her movement was incredibly fast, too swift for the naked eye to follow. Yu Qingyan, however, sneered coldly. She seemed to have anticipated her sister's sudden attack. With a light step on the ground, she swiftly leapt backward. The sharp azure cloud sword missed its mark, but immediately afterward, Yu Xiao slashed forward. A razor-sharp blade of sword chi shot directly toward Yu Qingyan. Yet instead of dodging or blocking, Yu Qingyan simply raised a slender jade finger and gently pointed forward. Swish! The space ahead rippled like water disturbed by waves. At the center of the ripples, a lotus flower shot forth. In an instant, the lotus exploded open, transforming into countless petals. As the petals spun, they formed a protective barrier. Boom! The sword chi struck the shield head-on and detonated violently. A terrifying explosion echoed through the cave dwelling. Crash after crash, the walls cracked, furniture toppled over, and dust rained down from the ceiling. Yet when the smoke cleared, Yu Xiao saw that the lotus-shaped shield protecting her younger sister remained completely intact. Then, in the same instant, the lotus shield suddenly dissolved. Yu Qingyan flew out from within and fiercely thrust her palm toward Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao's heart jolted. Instinctively, she raised her own hand to block. Bang! Their palms collided midair, unleashing a powerful ripple of energy that surged outward in all directions. Both sisters were forced backward, landing firmly on opposite sides. After regaining their footing, Yu Qingyan chuckled lightly. "Sister, do you still want to fight?" By now, Yu Xiao's rage had cooled slightly. Gazing at her equally calm younger sister, she spoke in a cold voice. "You've already broken through to the peak of the spirit flame realm?" Yu Qingyan let out a soft laugh. She casually leaned back, and seemingly out of nowhere, a giant lotus-shaped sofa manifested behind her, gently supporting her as she sat. She crossed her legs and said languidly, "Sister, I guess you've been sect leader for too long. Your reflexes have dulled. How could you only realize this now after so much time?" With these words, Yu Qingyan essentially admitted that her cultivation had reached the peak of the spirit flame realm, and that meant Yu Xiao couldn't overpower her, just as she couldn't overpower Yu Xiao. Then, Yu Xiao coldly turned her head toward Yi Kanglin sitting on the bed and asked, "Yi Kanglin, what exactly do you mean by this?" Yi Kanglin took a deep breath before replying, "We're already divorced. Logically speaking, I shouldn't need to report to you who I'm with now, should I?" Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao abruptly slammed her sword into the ground and shouted, "Then why did it have to be her? Don't you know she's my younger sister?" As she spoke, one of Yu Xiao's fingers pointed straight at Yu Qingyan across from her. Yet Yi Kanglin merely shrugged indifferently. "We're not related by blood. Why can't I be with her?" Yu Xiao cried out in anguish. "No, it just can't be. How could you move on so quickly? You've barely been divorced from me. How desperate are you that you'd even go after your own sister-in-law? Or perhaps, you're doing this purely out of revenge, aren't you?" As Yu Xiao spoke these words, her voice seemed to choke up. Her expression revealed deep sorrow and helplessness. Chapter 41, Shattering Beliefs. But Yu Qingyan suddenly spoke up. "Sister, you can't say that. I truly love Yi Kanglin, and besides, my qualifications aren't worse than yours. Why can't he choose me?" As she spoke, she stepped closer to Yu Xiao again and said with a sweet smile, "In terms of cultivation, both of us are at the peak of the spirit flame realm. In talent, as the ranked saintess of Lingxi Sect, I'm no worse than you. And now that you two are divorced, why can't I be with him?" Yu Xiao completely ignored her younger sister's words. Instead, she fixed her eyes on Yi Kanglin and declared, "Sign the remarriage document right now. Once it's signed, we'll remarry and resume being a normal couple. I'll live with you as husband and wife, and I'll even bear your children. But on one condition, you must never contact this woman again. Can you do that? Yi Kanglin, standing nearby, was momentarily stunned. To prevent him from being with her sister, Yu Xiao was actually willing to resume marital life, and even have children with him? Good grief, what kind of grudge did these two sisters have that they couldn't bear to see each other happy? At that moment, Yu Qingyan turned to Yi Kanglin and said, Yi Kanglin, if you dare sign that paper, you'll never see me again. Now the decision was squarely placed before Yi Kanglin. He lowered his gaze to the remarriage document in his hand. After a brief pause, he slowly tore the document into pieces. Then he looked at Yu Xiao and said, we're already divorced. It's impossible to go back to how things were before. Can you understand that? The moment Yu Xiao saw Yi Kanglin tear up the remarriage document, her eyes seemed to redden. Suddenly, she let out a bitter laugh. Fine. You'd rather choose her than me. Yi Kanglin, I never expected that within less than a month after our divorce, you could become so heartless. Alright then, fine. If you really think she's better than me, then go ahead and live happily together. I won't interfere anymore. But let me make one thing clear. Today is the first time, and also the last time, that I'll ever come begging for a reconciliation. Even if you kneel before me in tears begging to get back together, I won't spare you another glance. Even if you threaten suicide, I won't have anything more to do with you. Our bond as husband and wife is severed forever. With that, Yu Xiao spun around and stormed furiously out of the cave dwelling. Yi Kanglin watched her leave, but made no move to follow. Meanwhile, Yu Qingyan quietly sat back down. Seeing her sister's hurt expression just now, something strange happened. She actually felt a faint pang of guilt. But as soon as she recalled all the things her sister had done to her in the past, that feeling vanished completely. She turned her gaze back to Yi Kanglin and asked, Hey, Yi Kanglin, will you ever regret today, not remarrying her? Yi Kanglin let out a short chuckle. Regret? The only thing I'd regret is if I actually went through with remarrying her. Yu Qingyan asked, puzzled why. Yi Kanglin crossed his arms calmly and said, a marriage contract is nothing but a piece of paper. It has no real binding power. Even if we remarried, she'd still seek out Chang'e behind my back. Even if she agreed to live as husband and wife and promised to bear my child, who could guarantee the child would really be mine, not Chang'e's? So compared to fighting with another man for my wife's affection, this current life suits me far better. Hearing this, Yu Qingyan nodded slightly. After all, everyone in Lingxi Sect knew how deeply obsessed Yu Xiao was with Chang'e. Outside the cave dwelling, Yu Xiao marched forward, slashing wildly at trees and plants with her sword. Her mind kept replaying images of her sister and her ex-husband. Though he was technically her ex-husband now, she was still furious. In her mind, Yi Kanglin simply wouldn't have an affair with another woman. Even though she herself had lain with Chang'e, she believed Yi Kanglin would never betray her. Even if she crippled his cultivation, stripped him of all status, or even sold him to Lingxi Sect, he still wouldn't do anything to hurt her. This wasn't mere delusion on Yu Xiao's part. It was a mental pattern forged over 300 years spent with Yi Kanglin. She had grown accustomed to receiving his unconditional devotion, to relying on his unwavering loyalty. Recalling back to that time, on her birthday, Yi Kanglin had wanted to be intimate with her, but she had driven him away. Then, she turned around and passionately entwined with Chang'e inside the secret cultivation chamber. At the time, Yi Kanglin, unable to vent his fury, could only hide in his room and comfort himself. It sounded absurd, yet that was exactly how things had been. Yi Kanglin had comforted himself alone, while his wife and her disciple were sweating profusely and wildly tangled together in her private chambers. Even though Yi Kanglin could have easily taken a young palace maid or servant girl to satisfy his physical needs, he hadn't done so. Why? Because at that time, Yi Kanglin loved Yu Xiao with every fiber of his being. He loved her so deeply that no matter how cruelly she treated him, he would never utter a single complaint. That was why she was certain. If she took the initiative to seek remarriage with Yi Kanglin, he would immediately accept with overwhelming gratitude. Even if she demanded that after remarrying, he still couldn't touch her, and she would continue her fiery affair with Chang'e, she firmly believed Yi Kanglin would absolutely agree. Precisely because of this profound, bone-deep love from Yi Kanglin, she remained utterly indifferent to all his sacrifices. She could even coldly say, what good is it if Yi Kanglin treats me well? If I can't feel happiness, what meaning does such a marriage hold? Yet what happened before her eyes today completely shattered her beliefs. Chapter 42. Yi Kanglin will regret this. Yi Kanglin actually sought another woman, and not just any woman, but her own younger sister, Yu Qingyan. For a brief moment, Yu Xiao even wondered if she had fallen under some kind of illusion. Otherwise, how could such an absurd scene unfold right before her eyes? There was no way she could ever accept this. Yi Kanglin was her man. Even if she didn't want him anymore and left him abandoned on Wuyuan Mountain, she would never allow anyone else to pick him up, let alone let someone touch him. Not even her own sister. It was precisely this thought that had blinded her with rage earlier, driving her to draw her sword and attack Yu Qingyan. But now, as she regained her composure, that fury slowly turned into deep disappointment and pain. Yu Xiao came to a stop, then sank down onto the ground. Hugging her knees tightly, she buried her face against them and began sobbing quietly. Every time she imagined the image of Yu Qingyan entwined with Yi Kanglin in bed, it felt as though a knife were twisting violently through the most vulnerable part of her heart. The pain was so intense that it made her feel insane. Perhaps because this was the first time she had ever experienced betrayal from someone close, Yu Xiao's sobs grew louder and louder, until they escalated into uncontrollable wailing. If it weren't already late at night, members of Lingxi Sect would probably have rushed over to see what was happening. At that very moment, a figure silently emerged from the darkness. It was Bai Lu, Yu Xiao's young aunt, who walked forward upon seeing Yu Xiao crouched on the ground in tears. She asked gently, "Xiao, what happened? What's wrong?" She spoke now purely as an aunt comforting her niece. When Yu Xiao heard Bai Lu's voice, she lifted her head and looked up. Seeing it was her aunt, she burst into louder cries, throwing her arms around Bai Lu's neck and sobbing wildly. "Auntie, Yi Kanglin, that bastard Yi Kanglin. He actually went behind my back to be with another woman." As soon as these words left her mouth, Bai Lu turned pale, immediately fearing. Had Yu Xiao discovered her secret affair with Yi Kanglin? But the next moment, what Yu Xiao said made her breathe a sigh of relief. "Just now, when I went to ask Yi Kanglin to remarry me, I actually saw him together with that Jan woman Yu Qingyan. They actually..." Yu Xiao poured out everything that had happened earlier. Once finished, she buried her face once more into Bai Lu's chest. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu's expression darkened slightly, not because she was angry that Yi Kanglin had gotten involved with Yu Qingyan behind her back, but because he had dared to make Yu Xiao suffer like this. To Bai Lu, her relationship with Yi Kanglin was nothing more than a clandestine affair. There wasn't even the faintest trace of affection between them. So whether Yi Kanglin messed around with other women meant absolutely nothing to her. But to dare make Yu Xiao cry so bitterly? That she could not tolerate. After all, she had watched Yu Xiao grow up. No matter what, she had to help her niece reclaim her dignity. With that thought, Bai Lu gently said, "Xiao, let me go to Wuyuan Mountain later. I'll teach him a lesson for you, alright?" Her voice was chillingly cold, and heaven knew what terrible thing she might do. But after crying her heart out, Yu Xiao seemed somewhat calmer. She wiped away her tears with a trembling hand, then shook her head. "No need. Beating him up won't mean anything. If I'm going to take revenge, it has to be far more severe." As she spoke, Yu Xiao narrowed her eyes slightly. Bai Lu noticed this and asked softly, "Is there anything I can do?" Yu Xiao remained silent for a moment, then replied, "No, we don't need to do anything. We just need to wait quietly." Hearing this, Bai Lu became puzzled. She asked gently, "Wait?" Yu Xiao nodded slightly, then coldly said, "Just now, I couldn't figure out why, when I went to ask Yi Kanglin to remarry me, I just happened to walk in on him with Yu Qingyan. But now I understand." As she spoke, Yu Xiao clenched her fists tightly, her eyes burning with furious flames. "That damn dog Yi Kanglin deliberately used that Jan woman Yu Qingyan to team up and get back at me." Bai Lu gasped in slight shock. "Get back at you?" Yu Xiao nodded. "I crippled Yi Kanglin's cultivation base, shortening his lifespan by a significant amount. He must harbor deep hatred toward me, and especially just now, when I approached him asking for remarriage, and even demanded he never touch me after. We must have infuriated him greatly. That's why he deliberately made Yu Qingyan appear in front of me, just to provoke me. And the reason he did this is very simple, to tell me that he's not someone no one wants. If I don't cherish him, he can always go find someone else. That's exactly the message he wanted to send me." Upon hearing this, Bai Lu blinked slightly and said in mild confusion, "So what?" Yu Xiao took a deep breath, then sneered coldly, "So, in just a few days, he will definitely come looking for me first and bring up the idea of getting back together. Because he thinks after seeing him sleeping with Yu Qingyan, I'll become insecure, even anxious, and when he proposes reconciliation, I'll immediately agree. Moreover, he can use this opportunity to make me drive Chang'o away. In one move, he achieves two goals." After hearing this, Bai Lu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Yi Kanglin, this guy really has deep schemes." Then she turned to Yu Xiao and asked, "What should we do next?" Yu Xiao sneered, "When he comes to me begging for reconciliation, I'll play along and agree to get back together. But then, I'll make him taste the price of playing games with me. He likes fucking other women in front of me? Fine. Then I'll fuck Chang'o right in front of him, and let's see who destroys whom first." As she spoke, Yu Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. But Bai Lu said, "Still, how will you explain this to the Divine Palace? The senior elders demand that you remarry him immediately, or else they'll strip you of your position as sect leader." Yu Xiao shrugged dismissively. "I'll handle it with the ancestors myself. They'll understand." Hearing this, Bai Lu fell silent. Thereupon, Yu Xiao walked toward her chambers. As she moved forward, a flash of deep venom flickered in the depths of her eyes. "Yi Kanglin, do you really think pulling such petty tricks will make me value you more? How laughable. Just hope you can restrain yourself for the rest of your life and never come crawling to me for reconciliation. Otherwise, I'll make sure you know what true humiliation feels like." Chapter 43, The Beautiful Mistress. The next day, Yi Kanglin was packing up his things inside the cave residence. According to the intelligence provided by Nong Xiaoxian, the divine demon ancient sect would begin attacking the Lingxi Sect in just a few days. While the situation hadn't yet descended into total chaos, Yi Kanglin figured it best to get his affairs in order early, so when the time came to flee, he wouldn't be scrambling around. However, as he gathered his belongings, Yi Kanglin's brow furrowed deeply. He began wondering, when the divine demon ancient sect finally stormed in, should he take others with him when escaping? Although Yi Kanglin utterly despised Yu Xiao and her entire faction within the sect, there were still many people in Lingxi Sect who had treated him decently. He didn't want to abandon them to their deaths. Take Yu Qingyan, for instance. After all, she was carrying his child. If he left her behind when the enemy invaded, the only fate awaiting her would be humiliation and death at their hands. And then there was Bai Lu. True, their relationship wasn't exactly warm, but she had given birth to his daughter. Abandoning her like this didn't sit quite right either. For a moment, Yi Kanglin found himself torn. He casually stuffed all his packed items into his storage ring, then picked up a gourd of wine and opened the system panel. Host, Yikanglin. Current lifespan, 234 years, 3 months, 27 days. Stored lifespan, 96 years, 1 month, 6 days. Seeing the system panel brought Yikanglin great reassurance. Ever since acquiring the art of winemaking, converting longevity fruits into wines with even stronger life-extending effects, Yikanglin's daily lifespan had been increasing by nearly a century. Counting today, his total cultivable lifespan had reached 234 years. The bottle of fruit wine in his hand could add another 96 years to his life. Without hesitation, Yikanglin lifted the gourd and drank deeply, gulp after gulp. As the liquid flowed into his stomach, waves of energy surged within him, accompanied by a rapid expansion of robust life force. About half an hour later, the wine in the gourd was gone, and the system panel updated. Host, Yikanglin. Current lifespan, 330 years, 5 months, 2 days. Stored lifespan, 0 days. Upon seeing that his lifespan had successfully surpassed 3 centuries, Yikanglin couldn't help but chuckle softly. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his lifespan reached 1,000 years, or even 10,000. By then, he might truly achieve immortality, rivaling the heavens themselves. The only downside was that the combat power gained from extended lifespan remained vague and indistinct. Without known xianxia present, Yikanglin had no way of determining just how powerful a 300-year cultivation base really was. He'd have to wait until next time he entered the Xuanyu Starstone to ask. Yet, as these thoughts passed through his mind, Yikanglin's eyes suddenly widened. He turned his head toward a corner of the cave and smiled. Mistress, what brings you here? As his words fell, a translucent figure materialized within the cave dwelling. It was Li Xiaoxiang, the judge of the divine palace, and also Yikanglin's mother-in-law and mistress. Li Xiaoxiang stepped forward gracefully, glancing at the now-empty cave residence. Moving back to the young master's mansion already? Yikanglin coughed lightly and forced a smile. Something like that. Li Xiaoxiang then walked over and sat slowly on the nearby bed, revealing her snow-white, slender legs as she spoke leisurely. Xiao came to see you yesterday, asking for remarriage. Why did you refuse? Hearing this, Yikanglin snapped back to attention. Do we really need to reconcile? She only cares about Mu Chang'e, and I'm done being her lapdog. If that's how you feel, Li Xiaoxiang continued calmly, then I'll set her free. Staying together would only exhaust both of us. Li Xiaoxiang fell silent for a moment before speaking again, unhurried. Last night, she went to the divine palace and told our ancestor about your refusal to remarry her. In a rage, our ancestor stripped her of her position as sect leader and appointed me as acting sect leader. At her words, Yikanglin's pupils shrank, and he exclaimed, stripped of her position? That seems excessive. Li Xiaoxiang, meanwhile, leaned back lazily, accentuating the perfection of her figure. Propping her head up with one hand, she said slowly, when the survival of the sect is at stake, do you still think this is excessive? Yikanglin frowned, and after a moment of calm thought, asked, what happened? Li Xiaoxiang chuckled lightly. What do you think? Yikanglin pulled up a stool and sat down. He casually grabbed a gourd of wine and took a swig before asking, exactly what's going on? Without hesitation, Li Xiaoxiang spoke plainly. Not long ago, our Yu clan's ancestor used the art of heavenly fate calculation to foresee that our Lingxi Sect will soon face bloodshed, a disaster so severe it could lead to our complete annihilation. The source of this calamity lies in the north. The ancestor suspects it is related to the recent activities of the divine demon ancient sect. Therefore, he intended to summon you to the divine palace to discuss the matter. But his subordinates informed him that you had been demoted by Xiao, that little brat, to the status of a menial disciple, and that your cultivation had been entirely severed. Upon hearing this, the ancestor flew into a rage, even wanting to personally punish that insolent girl Xiao. Luckily, the other senior elders managed to calm him down. Still, he issued a strict order. Yu Xiao must immediately remarry you, or else her position as sect leader would be revoked. But that stubborn girl didn't take it seriously at all. She boldly told the ancestor she would only reconcile if you came to beg for it yourself. When the ancestor heard that, he immediately stripped her of her title on the spot, and appointed me as acting sect leader. After hearing the full account, Yikanglin wore an expression of sudden realization, but internally, his mind was racing. That old fellow Yilongjiang's skill in heavenly divination has truly become sharper, to actually predict the rebellion of the divine demon ancient sect. Then again, he actually went that far over my demotion, getting furious at his own great-granddaughter. Seems that old man still values me quite highly. With that thought, Yikanglin turned to his beautiful mistress and said, Mistress, I'm afraid I can't assist with dealing with the divine demon ancient sect. Chapter 44. Yu Xiao, your mom is truly beautiful. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoxiang wore an expression of confirmation on her face. Clearly, she had expected Yikanglin to say exactly that, so she immediately spoke up. If even you can't help, then there's no one else in Lingxi Sect who can. Yikanglin crossed his arms, instinctively asking, why? Li Xiaoxiang sat back up from the bed and leisurely said, 800 years ago, the divine demon ancient sect was the ruling power of Jin Tian Domain. But due to their cruel massacres, the common people grew resentful and rebellious. Until one day, our Yu clan's ancestor led countless civilians to rise up and marched on the path of overthrowing the divine demon ancient sect. That war lasted a full 10 years before they finally succeeded in driving the divine demon ancient sect out of Jin Tian Domain. And because of this, our ancestor established a new ruling power in this land, the Lingxi Sect. However, Lingxi Sect's rule over Jin Tian domain has never been stable. To say nothing of distant threats, even the remnants of the Divine Demon Sect have never stopped causing trouble since Lingxi Sect's founding. Each successive sect master spent immense effort trying to completely eradicate these remnants of the fallen regime. But they're like cockroaches. No matter how hard you strike, they won't die. No matter how many you kill, more keep coming. And sometimes, they'd end up biting you until you were covered in wounds. This situation persisted until 300 years ago, when your arrival changed everything. My late husband, the previous sect master, your master, entrusted you with our family, the four of us, along with the entire Lingxi Sect, on his deathbed. He originally hoped you would protect Lingxi Sect from collapsing too quickly before Xiao could grow strong enough. But unexpectedly, after taking power, you launched bold reforms that greatly enhanced Lingxi Sect's overall combat strength. Then you ruthlessly suppressed and purged the rebellious Divine Demon Sect. To put it without exaggeration, the 3 centuries under your leadership have been the harshest, most oppressive 300 years for the Divine Demon Sect and other rebel factions. Now, the Divine Demon Sect has returned with a vengeance, wielding enough force to overturn the entire Lingxi Sect. Faced with such fanatics, besides you, Yi Kanglin, there isn't a second person in all of Lingxi Sect capable of handling this. After finishing, Li Xiaoxiang quietly gazed at Yi Kanglin. Now do you understand why our ancestors became so furious when they learned Xiao didn't remarry you? Yi Kanglin sneered. They think marriage can bind me, forcing me to keep serving them. But I've completely lost interest in you, Xiao. To me, that so-called marriage has become nothing but a joke. On the contrary, if they truly want to win my allegiance, they should offer something tangible as compensation. Only then might I consider it. Hearing this, Li Xiaoxiang gently pursed her luscious red lips, then stood up and walked slowly toward Yi Kanglin. To Yi Kanglin's surprise, she suddenly straddled his lap. Madam, what are you doing? Yi Kanglin stared, bewildered, at his stunning senior madam. Li Xiaoxiang cooed softly. Didn't you say you wanted some compensation? What if I offer myself as your compensation? Would you accept? As she spoke, her slender arms wrapped around Yi Kanglin's neck. At the same time, a highly seductive fragrance drifted into Yi Kanglin's nostrils. Gulp. Yi Kanglin couldn't help but swallow hard. The next moment, his hands encircled his senior madam's delicate waist as he slowly said, Madam, do you realize how dangerous your words are right now? Li Xiaoxiang brought her face close to his, her breath warm and fragrant as she whispered, What's dangerous about it? Are you going to eat me? Her enchanting demeanor was several times more alluring than Yu Qingyan's. Wait, actually, Yu Qingyan's seductiveness probably came straight from her mother. Yi Kanglin suddenly swept the woman into his arms and laid her onto the bed. Li Xiaoxiang rolled her eyes in irritation, pouting. Could you be a little gentler? Yi Kanglin chuckled, then pressed his lips against hers. Their activities in the room continued for a full half-hour. When everything finally calmed down, Yi Kanglin lay on the bed, utterly exhausted, while Li Xiaoxiang lay atop his chest. She muttered in annoyance, Brat, if I get pregnant, just see what you'll do about it. Hearing this, Yi Kanglin's heart suddenly sank. How could he have forgotten just now? He should have taken precautions. What if he ended up getting his senior madam pregnant? Then escaping Lingxi Sect would become even more difficult. Thinking this, Yi Kanglin said, Madam, how about I refine some contraceptive pills for you? Could you take them now? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoxiang burst out laughing. You wish. You get your pleasure and then want to walk away scot-free? Do you really think it's that easy? Chapter 45, Li Xiaoxiang's thoughts. When Yi Kanglin saw this, he suddenly felt dazed. After all, Yu Qingyan was already pregnant. What would happen if she found out that her mother had also gotten pregnant because of him? She'd probably kill him on the spot. Thinking this, Yi Kanglin wanted to persuade Li Xiaoxiang otherwise. But Li Xiaoxiang immediately sat up from the bed, tying her hair as she said, Relax, I'll take birth control pills when I get back. Don't worry about it. Hearing that Li Xiaoxiang was willing to take contraception, Yi Kanglin let out a subtle sigh of relief. He then wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind, resting his chin gently on her delicate shoulder, and smiled. I'm not the kind of person who just leaves after having fun. I'm only thinking that with everything so chaotic outside right now, raising a child would be extremely difficult. So let's wait until things settle down. If you still want a child then, we can have one, okay? Li Xiaoxiang softly hummed in agreement, showing no objection. But inside, she sneered coldly. Asterisk, by the time circumstances stabilize, who knows which other woman you'll be chasing after? Asterisk, asterisk, taking advantage of this opportunity, I'll first get pregnant. Then I can bind you tightly to the Lingxi Sect. Asterisk, asterisk, you think you can escape? Not in this life. Asterisk. Thinking this, Li Xiaoxiang couldn't help but smirk again. In truth, the moment Li Xiaoxiang entered the cave residence, she realized Yi Kanglin might be planning to run away. If he really intended to return to the young master mansion, he would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Therefore, in order to completely tie Yi Kanglin to the Lingxi Sect, she decided to bear his child. Based on her understanding of Yi Kanglin, although ruthless and often willing to do anything to achieve his goals, he treated those close to him exceptionally well. For someone like him, only a child could truly hold him back. As these thoughts passed through her mind, Li Xiaoxiang suddenly said, By the way, Yi Kanglin, do you know anything about the poison used by the ancient god demon sect? Yi Kanglin paused slightly, surprised at why the beautiful senior madam brought this up out of nowhere, but replied, I know a bit, though not much. What? Li Xiaoxiang pursed her lips before continuing. Yu Ryu, Xiao's aunt, was injured 2 days ago in Xuanhuan City by assassins from the ancient god-demon sect. A special kind of toxin was injected into her body, and none of our alchemists here in the sect have been able to cure it. Long Cheng mentioned that you once resolved a similar poisoning incident before, so I hope you will help save Ryu. Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin fell into deep thought. His relationship with Yu Ryu was neither particularly good nor bad. Back when Yi Kanglin ruled over the Lingxi Sect, she had stood by his side. At that time, their relationship resembled more that of superior and subordinate. According to the usual pattern of growing closer over time, spending more time together should have naturally developed deeper feelings between them. However, something happened later that shattered that possibility. At the time, Yi Kanglin had just quelled the rebellion plot of the non-clan kings within the Lingxi Sect, so he invited Yu Ryu for a drink to celebrate. They both drank too much and ended up sleeping together. That single incident created a rift between them. Though Yu Ryu never blamed Yi Kanglin or demanded responsibility, Yi Kanglin could clearly sense the change in how she looked at him. Because both of them were married people. Yu Ryu had her own husband, Yi Kanglin had his own wife. Two individuals each bound to another family. Doing such a thing, how could either feel comfortable afterward? Furthermore, Yu Ryu was Yu Xiao's aunt, and also the younger sister of Yi Kanglin's master. With all these complicated relationships layered together, Yi Kanglin felt utterly overwhelmed and didn't even know how to face Yu Ryu anymore. Yet, in reality, Yu Ryu didn't trouble Yi Kanglin for long. Shortly after that incident, she requested a transfer from the Lingxi Sect headquarters to garrison duty in Xuanhuan City, a request promptly approved by the sect. From that point onward, there were no further entanglements between Yi Kanglin and Yu Ryu. And now, after 17 years, they were about to meet again. He wondered how she had been all this time. Recalling this, Yi Kanglin couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Seeing this reaction, Li Xiaoxiang instinctively assumed Yi Kanglin was unwilling to help, so she said, Yi Kanglin, Ryu is practically an old partner of yours. I hope you won't take out your resentment over Xiao's matters on her. Besides, she may not even know yet that you've been demoted. Li Xiaoxiang wanted to say something else, but Yi Kanglin raised his hand and said, Sure Nyang, I'll go save Yu Ryu. It's not a big issue. Besides, as you said, we were old partners after all. I'll still help her out. Only then did Li Xiaoxiang nod in satisfaction. That's more like it. At once, Yi Kanglin rose from the bed, casually pulling out an undamaged piece of clothing and putting it on. His previous clothes had all been torn apart earlier. He now had no choice but to find a fresh set. Li Xiaoxiang also got up and began dressing. Likewise, she took new garments from her storage ring and changed into them. Once both were fully dressed, Li Xiaoxiang seemed to suddenly recall something. She abruptly said, Oh, by the way, Yi Kanglin, Ryu's daughter came with her too. Right now, she's at the medicinal hall with her mother. But that girl has quite a temper, so try your best not to provoke her when you meet. Understand? The moment these words left her mouth, Yi Kanglin stumbled mid-step, nearly falling flat onto the ground. He then stared at Li Xiaoxiang in horror, eyes wide as he exclaimed, Daughter? When did you Ryu even have a daughter? How come I don't know about this? Li Xiaoxiang rolled her eyes and said, You're always buried in sect affairs or chasing down rebels outside. When would you ever have time to listen to trivial matters like this? Then she looked at him suspiciously again and asked, But come to think of it, why are you so startled? What's wrong? Yi Kanglin sheepishly scratched his nose, forcing a chuckle. Nothing, I'm just curious. How old is her daughter? After hearing this, Li Xiaoxiang paused to think. She was born on March 8th, Holy Wu year 827. So now, she should be about 16 years old. As soon as she said this, a bolt of shock shot through Yi Kanglin's heart. Born in Holy Wu year 827? That was precisely the year right after he and Yu Ryu had parted ways. Chapter 46, Jiang Xinxin. Upon realizing this, Yi Kanglin's expression turned somewhat unnatural, and inwardly he kept reassuring himself. Yu Ryu had her own husband. The daughter she bore must have been her husband's child. After all, he had only slept with her once. There was no way she could have gotten pregnant so coincidentally, right? And even if she really had become pregnant, why hadn't she come to find him? Why had she continued living quietly and unnoticed in Xuanhuan City all these years? Thinking of this, Yi Kanglin let out a slight sigh of relief. He turned to Li Xiaoxiang and asked, Was Yu Ryu's daughter injured by the assassins from the divine demon ancient sect? By now, Li Xiaoxiang had already dressed herself properly. In response to Yi Kanglin's question, she shook her head and said, The girl wasn't physically hurt, though she was a bit frightened. She should have calmed down by now. Still, just to be safe, when you go over, examine her as well. If she's also been poisoned by some unknown toxin, that would be troublesome. Yi Kanglin gave a light nod and then asked, By the way, what's her name? I'd hate to go over there not even knowing what she's called. Jiang Xinxin, that's her name. You'll recognize her at first glance when you see her. Li Xiaoxiang recalled the image of the young girl and couldn't help but chuckle softly. I wonder whose temper she inherited. She's nothing like her father or mother, more like a tomboy. Yi Kanglin pressed his lips together slightly, said nothing more, and picked up his things to leave. Just then, a communication jade tablet belonging to Li Xiaoxiang suddenly activated. Yi Kanglin paused mid-step, turned his head toward her, and asked, What now? Li Xiaoxiang took out the jade tablet and said, Looks like that Mu Chang'e actually has some talent. He really managed to bring back the assassins from the divine demon ancient sect after all. With that, she stepped closer to Yi Kanglin and handed him the tablet. See for yourself. That kid actually captured all the assassins within just 5 hours. Seems he's not completely useless after all. Yi Kanglin took the tablet and glanced briefly at its contents. Only 10 assassins, and it still took him 5 hours. Li Xiaoxiang snatched the tablet back, her tone annoyed. What do you know? Don't underestimate them just because there aren't many. These assassins are extremely skilled at hiding. The night Yu Ryu was attacked, the entire city guard of Changyue City mobilized, yet they couldn't catch a single one. So I told that kid Mu Chang'e to redeem himself by personally going to Changyue City to capture them. I originally thought it might take him several days. I never expected him to finish in just 3 hours. It far exceeded my expectations. After hearing this, Yi Kanglin furrowed his brows slightly. For some reason, he felt as if something about this whole situation wasn't quite right. Yet he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. In the end, he shook his head and decided not to dwell on such trivial matters. Are you heading back to the enforcement hall now to interrogate those assassins, master? Li Xiaoxiang gave a gentle nod. Since they've been captured, I must go question them personally. After all, the fact that members of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect managed to slip past Blackwater Platform's sentries and infiltrate one of Lingxi Sect's directly governed cities is an extremely dangerous matter. Hearing this, Yi Kanglin fell silent. Shortly after, the two walked out of the cultivation chamber together. They walked side by side for a stretch before parting ways. Yi Kanglin headed toward the infirmary, while Li Xiaoxiang made her way to the interrogation chambers of the enforcement hall. About half an hour later, Yi Kanglin finally arrived at the infirmary. As he entered, he saw rows of wounded patients lying in the courtyard. All of them were Lingxi Sect disciples stationed in Changyue City. However, each of them had been afflicted by a strange poison. Their skin had turned greenish-blue, their faces twisted in agony, and they emitted screams like wild beasts. If their bodies hadn't been tied down with ropes, they likely would have gone berserk by now. At that moment, a series of loud clattering noises erupted from one of the clinic rooms. It sounded like medicine cauldrons or other objects being shattered. Immediately afterward, a sharp teenage girl's voice rang out. Get out. All of you get out. Useless trash. You can't even cure this poison. What's the point of Lingxi Sect keeping you around? Listen up. I'm giving you 15 minutes to fetch a competent apothecary who can antidote this right now. Let me make one thing clear. My mother is the aunt of Lingxi Sect's current sect leader. If anything happens to her, every single one of you will die. Then, a large group of physicians poured out from that clinic room, looking extremely disheveled as they stepped outside. Some even had torn clothes, clearly scratched by someone's hands. At the same time, a familiar figure walked out as well. Sir Yi, you're finally here. Yi Kanglin turned toward the voice and found it was Xiao Yuer, Yu Xiao's personal maid. Yi Kanglin stepped forward and instinctively asked, what's going on? All this noise. Why do those physicians look like this? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuer gave a helpless expression, tilting her chin toward the clinic room as she said with resignation. Don't even mention it. That little miss inside thinks our medical staff aren't skilled enough. They can't save her mother, so she's throwing a tantrum now. Just now, I managed to gather a whole batch of physicians for her, only to have her drive them all away. She even threatened them using her family status. After hearing this, Yi Kanglin walked straight over, saying, I'll go take a look. Xiao Yuer nodded lightly and followed Yi Kanglin inside. However, the moment the two entered the clinic room, a sharp longsword shot straight toward Yi Kanglin. Xiao Yuer's heart leapt in alarm. Instinctively, she tried to protect him, but realized the sword was too fast, far beyond her ability to block. Yet Yi Kanglin simply raised 2 fingers and caught the blade mid-thrust. Then, calmly gazing at the girl holding the sword, he drawled. No wonder no one can cure your mother. With an attitude like yours, anyone would run away. Before Yi Kanglin stood a delicate, beautiful teenage girl. She looked about 16 or 17, with a slender yet shapely figure, not as full-figured as Yu Qingyan or Li Xiaoxiang, but remarkably well-proportioned, giving off an elegant and pure aura. Yet the killing intent in her eyes was far beyond what should belong to someone her age. Jiang Xinxin casually pulled her sword free from Yi Kanglin's grip and coldly said, You're not one of the physicians here. How dare you intrude into my mother's clinic room? If not you, then who else should I kill? Yi Kanglin smiled faintly and turned his gaze toward Yu Ryu, lying unconscious on the bed nearby. Her condition resembled those outside, face pale with a bluish tint, features twisted in pain. But unlike the others, she wasn't screaming. She lay quietly on the bed, breathing heavily. Seeing this, Yi Kanglin looked back at Jiang Xinxin and said, Do you even know who I am? Jiang Xinxin snapped irritably. I don't care who you are. If you can't save my mother, then get out. Jiang Xinxin was still furious. Her mother lay suffering on the bed, while wave after wave of physicians kept telling her there was nothing they could do. Who wouldn't be angry upon hearing such words? Especially now, when some random stranger had just barged in. That made her even more annoyed. Naturally, she showed Yi Kanglin no kindness. Chapter 47, Detoxification. Yi Kanglin, however, smiled and said, I'm an old acquaintance of your mother's. With that, he walked straight toward the sickbed. Seeing this, Jiang Xinxin tried to block Yi Kanglin's path, but Xiao Yuer immediately grabbed her and said, Miss Jiang, he's Yi Kanglin, Great Marshal of Lingxi Sect. Hearing this, Jiang Xinxin's originally indignant expression instantly changed. She stared in shock and exclaimed, He's Marshal Yi Kanglin. Then she turned her gaze back to Yi Kanglin. Clearly, the girl couldn't quite believe it. The legendary top minister of the Lingxi Sect, Yi Kanglin, actually coming in person to treat her mother? It was unbelievable. But Yi Kanglin paid no attention to the girl's astonished stare. He stepped close to Yu Ryu. Gazing at that familiar face now twisted in pain, he gently took her hand into his. At that moment, Yu Ryu's eyes fluttered open. Seeing that it was Yi Kanglin, she murmured in surprise, Why are you here? Yi Kanglin held her wrist, taking her pulse as he replied. If I hadn't come, you might not have survived. Yu Ryu pursed her lips, then quietly turned her head aside. She had always been a quiet person, especially when facing an old friend. Words simply wouldn't come. Unfazed by her reaction, Yi Kanglin continued examining her pulse for a short while, then snapped his fingers lightly. Instantly, a flame burst forth from his fingertip. Next, this chi-formed fire was pressed directly onto Yu Ryu's pulse point. SS. Yu Ryu instinctively hissed in pain, feeling the scorching heat on her wrist. Sweat instantly rolled down her forehead. Jiang Xinxin, seeing her mother's pain state, cried out in worry, "Mother!" But Xiaoyuer grabbed her again and said, "Miss Jiang, let's not stay here. We'll disturb Marshal Ye's treatment. Let's wait outside." And with that, Xiaoyuer all but dragged Jiang Xinxin out of the room. Soon, only Yu Ryu and Yi Kanglin remained inside the infirmary. As Yi Kanglin poured a vast amount of fiery yang energy into Yu Ryu's body, he asked calmly, "What happened the night you were attacked? The divine demon ancient sect isn't composed of mere brutes. I can't think of any reason why they'd attack you without cause." Yu Ryu's body temperature rapidly rose, turning her face slightly flushed. From the top of her head began to rise wisps of black smoke, while dark, viscous sweat started seeping from her skin. As these toxins were expelled, Yu Ryu's body visibly recovered at an astonishing pace. Still, she spoke quietly. "The divine demon ancient sect wanted me to join them. They told me their master has summoned over 1 million ancient demon legions and will soon launch a fierce assault on Lingxi Sect. When that day comes, there will be no survivors in Lingxi Sect. If I voluntarily surrendered and opened the gates of Xuanhuan City when they arrived, letting them flood in, they promised they wouldn't harm me or my daughter. I refused, so they attacked me, especially their leader. He was extremely powerful, at least at the peak of the spiritual flame realm. The other 9 weren't weak either, mostly around the level of xuanhuan realm. Together, I couldn't withstand them." Cough, cough, cough. Yu Ryu hadn't spoken long before she started coughing violently, spitting out a large patch of dark, coagulated, bloody pus. This was the poison extracted from within her body. Observing this, Yi Kanglin asked, "How strong are they individually? Do you think the combat disciples of Lingxi Sect could handle them one-on-one?" After catching her breath, Yu Ryu's complexion improved significantly. She gasped softly for a few moments before replying. "No chance. Our combat disciples would never stand a chance against them. The members of the divine demon ancient sect, somehow, they've mastered a unique technique. It places their bodies in a state nearly devoid of fatigue, while their healing speed increases tenfold. Even if a limb is severed, it regrows instantly. Their strength and speed also surge dramatically. Moreover, their bodies secrete a potent toxin. Anyone touched by their blood or scratched by their claws will be poisoned. After poisoning, the toxin spreads rapidly. The victim's condition deteriorates within just a dozen breaths, eventually being bitten to death alive by the attacker. Based on the individual combat strength of Lingxi Sect's battle disciples, it would take at least 4 or more of them working together to kill a single member of the divine demon ancient sect. And that's just a very conservative estimate. At the actual battlefield, the required ratio might be even higher. Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin's expression turned gloomy. The situation Yu Ryu described was nearly identical to the intelligence Nong Xiaoqian had given him. 3 to 4 Lingxi Sect battle disciples were needed to handle just one follower of the divine demon ancient sect. If that were true, when the enemy's million-strong army launched an attack, Lingxi Sect's current forces truly wouldn't stand a chance. At this thought, Yi Kanglin suddenly felt uncertain, momentarily overwhelmed with the feeling that he didn't know what step to take next. Half an hour later, Yi Kanglin stopped channeling fire attribute yang energy into Yu Ryu, then retrieved a vial of liquid medicine from his storage ring and handed it to her to drink. Obediently, Yu Ryu drank down the entire dose. After finishing it, the greenish tint on her face completely vanished, and the excruciating sensation of countless insects gnawing inside her body disappeared as well. Her mental state improved dramatically. She naturally sat up from the bed, her gaze toward Yi Kanglin, now carrying a trace of gratitude. "After all these years, your medical skills have certainly improved." Yi Kanglin smiled lightly. "My medical knowledge is still what you taught me. If you hadn't left back then, perhaps I'd be even more skilled by now." Hearing this, Yu Ryu's previously relaxed and pleasant expression instantly darkened. She turned her head away and softly said, "Can we not bring up the past anymore?" Seeing her reaction, Yi Kanglin understood she didn't want to recall that night of passion, so he simply nodded. "All right, I won't mention it again." He stood up from the bedside and headed toward the door. Upon opening it, he called out to Xiaoyuer and Jiang Xinxin, who were sitting on the steps outside. "Your mother has recovered. Come in." At those words, Jiang Xinxin, who had been drowsy a moment before, immediately perked up. She jumped to her feet, eyes shining with excitement. "My mother's better? Really?" Without hesitation, she rushed into the room. Once inside, she saw clearly that her mother was indeed restored to normal, her complexion much rosier than before. Jiang Xinxin ran straight over, crying softly, "Mother!" As she cried, she threw herself into her mother's arms, tears flowing freely from overwhelming joy. "You're finally okay? You scare me so much." Seeing this, Yu Ryu couldn't help but laugh. Gently, she brushed away her daughter's tears and said, "Silly girl, what were you afraid of? With your Uncle Yi here, what did you have to worry about?" Only then did Jiang Xinxin seem to remember. She turned her head toward Yi Kanglin standing by the doorway and smiled. "I'll go thank him right now." Yu Ryu softly hummed in agreement. "Go ahead." As Jiang Xinxin stepped out once more, Yu Ruyu's gaze followed her, but it suddenly became extremely complex, filled with a deep tangle of emotions. Chapter 48. The Furious Yu Xiao. Outside, Yi Kanglin handed a prescription to the pharmacist on duty, saying calmly, "These are the remedies for the corpse poison of the ancient divine demon sect. Follow the instructions exactly when gathering the ingredients, then send them to the alchemy room for brewing." The pharmacists took the prescription with tears in their eyes and said gratefully, "Thank you, Commander Yi." Then they turned and left. After they had gone, Jiang Xinxin approached shyly and said, "Why Yi uncle? No, I mean, Commander Yi, I'm here on my mother's behalf to thank you for saving her." Yi Kanglin glanced at the girl and chuckled. "If you really want to thank me, next time you see me, don't stab me with a sword again." At this, Jiang Xinxin's face instantly flushed red. She had been overwhelmed by emotion back then. Otherwise, she would never have done such a thing. Now, she pouted playfully. "Got it, I won't do that again." Yi Kanglin gave a light nod, then suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned to her and asked, "By the way, why are you the only one taking care of your mother? Where's your father? Didn't he come with you?" At his words, a shadow of sorrow crossed Jiang Xinxin's face. She lowered her head and fell silent for a moment before replying softly, "My father passed away 2 years ago. Now it's just me and my mother." Yi Kanglin was surprised. "Passed away?" Jiang Xinxin nodded. "He contracted a special kind of cold poison that paralyzed him. He'd been bedridden ever since. As far back as I can remember, he was always lying there motionless, like a wooden statue." Hearing this, Yi Kanglin blinked rapidly and murmured instinctively, "Cold poison usually takes at least 20 years to develop fully, doesn't it? That means he must have been poisoned and bedridden for at least 22 years? Jiang Xinxin tilted her head innocently. "I'm not sure about that. My mother never told me, and neither did our family steward." Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin felt a sudden chill run through him. His face twisted into a forced, bitter smile. Damn it, what a tragedy. On a forest path outside the medical hall, Yu Qingyan strolled forward with an unusually cheerful expression. Clearly, something delightful had happened to her. But before she could reach the medical hall, a voice suddenly cut through the air. "So stealing someone else's husband makes you this happy?" At the sound of those words, Yu Qingyan froze mid-step, then slowly turned toward the source. There, emerging from the shadows, was the former sect leader, Yu Xiao. Her face was dark with fury, eyes blazing as if ready to devour someone alive. In her hand gleamed the sharp Qingyun sword, its tip carving a deep line across the ground as she advanced, clearly intent on killing. Seeing this, Yu Qingyan let out a soft, mocking laugh. "Oh, sister, fancy meeting you here. Did you come looking for Yi Kanglin too?" Yu Xiao ignored her question, continuing her slow, menacing approach. The tip of her sword scraped along the earth, leaving behind a jagged trench. Her expression venomous, she hissed, "You know full well Yi Kanglin was my ex-husband. Why did you seduce him?" For a brief moment, Yu Qingyan looked taken aback. Then her lips curled into a sly, alluring smile. "Sister, what are you talking about? I have my own duties to attend to. When would I have time to go around seducing this man or that? And besides, I dislike the word seduce. Don't use it again." As she spoke these last words, a cold edge flashed in her eyes. Clearly, neither of these sisters was someone to be trifled with. But Yu Xiao shouted furiously, "If you hadn't used your fox spirit tricks on him, why hasn't he come back to reconcile with me?" Since leaving Yi Kanglin's residence, she had waited nearly a full day and night, but he hadn't come once. It was as if he had completely erased her from his mind. In that moment, Yu Xiao felt a sudden wave of panic and dread, as though she had lost something irreplaceable. Though she refused to admit it, deep down, she had truly hoped Yi Kanglin would seek her out. But he didn't, and that she couldn't accept. How could she possibly understand it? Just how devoted had Yi Kanglin been to her in the past? It wasn't just obedience, it was absolute submission. And yet, a man who once adored her beyond reason could now forget her entirely? How could she possibly believe that? So she kept thinking, over and over, why wouldn't Yi Kanglin come to find her? Was it because of Mu Chang'e? No, that didn't make sense. Mu Chang'e had been by her side for so many years already. If it were him, Yi Kanglin would have exploded long ago. He wouldn't have waited until now. But if it wasn't Mu Chang'e, then what could possibly be the reason he hadn't come for her? Yu Xiao racked her brain, yet found no answer. Only when she bathed and changed clothes, catching sight of herself in the mirror, did she suddenly snap back to reality. Ah, yes, it was that damned woman Yu Qingyan who had seduced Yi Kanglin. If it weren't for her, why wouldn't Yi Kanglin come searching for her? So the root of the problem lay with Yu Qingyan. That's why she'd immediately gone after her. And thus came the confrontation moments ago, her demanding face-to-face why Yu Qingyan had dared to seduce Yi Kanglin. Now, Yu Qingyan laughed, a clear, delighted laugh, as though she'd just heard the most absurd joke. "Sister," she said sweetly, "don't you think you're being awfully childish right now? Do you really believe Yi Kanglin isn't coming for you simply because he has feelings for me?" But Yu Xiao suddenly roared. "If it's not because of you, then who else could it be? Listen carefully, Yu Qingyan. From this moment on, stay away from that man. He will never be with you. And as for why he's been spending time with you lately, it's purely because you resemble me. He sees my reflection in you, which is why he stays with you. The instant that novelty wears off, the first thing he'll do is cast you aside. So don't embarrass yourself any further." Hearing this, Yu Qingyan let out a melodious, mocking laugh. "Oh really? Sister, by what authority are you ordering me to leave him? Don't forget, you're no longer the sect leader of Lingxi Sect. You're merely a grand censor of the imperial court. Yes, the Grand Censor is a powerful position, second only to the Emperor, above 10,000 officials. But you still have no right to command me. Yu Xiao fell silent. Indeed, Yu Qingyan wasn't wrong. She was now just a censor. Within Lingxi Sect, her rank stood equal to that of the young commander, the two jointly ranking among the highest officials, one overseeing external affairs, the other internal governance. In short, civil and military. In the past, when Lingxi Sect lacked capable personnel, Yi Kanglin had held both roles simultaneously, quelling rebellions abroad while reforming the sect's administration at home. Now, after Yu Xiao had been stripped of her position as sect leader, she'd been reassigned to the post of Grand Censor. At this moment, Yu Xiao asked quietly, "If I ask you to stay away from him, as your elder sister, would you accept that?" Her tone had softened abruptly, perhaps because she finally realized she had no authority to command Yu Qingyan, and so sought refuge in the weight of seniority. But Yu Qingyan threw her head back and laughed, a sharp, bitter laughter brimming with sorrow, resentment, grievance, and fury. "Elder sister? Yu Xiao, you actually still remember you're my older sister?" With those words, Yu Qingyan's smile vanished instantly. She glared at Yu Xiao and shouted, "When you imprisoned me in that cold palace for 200 years, did you ever once remember that you were my elder sister?" Chapter 49, The Heart of the Forest. As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Xiao's expression subtly shifted, and her gaze quickly became evasive, unwilling to meet Yu Qingyan's eyes directly. It seemed that Yu Qingyan's words had struck a nerve deep within her heart. After a long silence, Yu Xiao finally spoke slowly. "You'll understand someday. I can't tell you why right now." Hearing this, the cold sneer on Yu Qingyan's face did not fade. She walked straight toward her elder sister, then pouted childishly and said, "Can't tell me? Or are you simply afraid to? Let me guess. Do you fear that I'll take your position as sect leader, so you locked me away all those years? And only after securing your power did you suddenly remember you had a younger sister and decided to release me?" By now, Yu Qingyan had stepped right in front of Yu Xiao. She leaned forward, bringing her face close to her sister's, her beautiful eyes locking onto Yu Xiao's with a piercing glare. In a chilling voice, she said, "Sister, am I wrong?" Yu Xiao's face darkened. The provoking tone in which Yu Qingyan addressed her only fueled her rising anger. "Enough. Don't say another word." Yu Xiao suddenly raised her voice. Her face flushed as she stared at her sister. "In your eyes, am I really such a petty villain who would harm my own sibling for power?" Yu Qingyan shot back immediately. "Aren't you? Yi Kanglin served you loyally for 300 years, helping you secure the sect leader's seat. Yet you still placed him under house arrest at Wuyuan Mountain. With someone like you, what wouldn't you do?" But Yu Xiao merely laughed coldly. She spoke bluntly. "Yes, Yi Kanglin helped me greatly, and yes, after achieving fame and status, I removed him from power. But you're nothing like Yi Kanglin. He was demoted because his abilities grew too formidable. As for you, don't take this the wrong way, but someone like you isn't even worth considering a threat to my position. Moreover, it wasn't even my decision to imprison you in that cold palace back then." Yu Qingyan snorted in disbelief. "Not your decision? Then whose was it? In the entire Lingxi Sect, who else would want me erased from existence more than you?" Yu Xiao took a deep breath, pursed her lips, and chose not to dwell further on the subject. "I've already said it once, you'll understand eventually. For now, I won't tell you anything." Seeing her sister remain so stubborn and unyielding, Yu Qingyan sneered, then gently rolled up the sleeve on her wrist. Immediately, Yu Xiao's eyes fell upon an exquisite bracelet adorning Yu Qingyan's wrist. The moment she saw it, her pupils shrank sharply, and she gasped, "Where did you get that bracelet?" Quietly, Yu Qingyan took several small steps backward, deliberately creating distance between herself and her sister, before sweetly saying, "Oh, didn't expect you'd still remember this little trinket, did you? Too bad, it's not yours anymore. Yi Kanglin gave it to me." At that instant, Yu Xiao's face turned deeply flushed. That bracelet, she could never forget it. It was a gift Yi Kanglin had given her on her 300th birthday. Back then, Yi Kanglin had spent a full 5 years preparing this seemingly simple present. He selected 20 of the finest quality agate stones from over 1,000 high-grade specimens, then hired more than 30 skilled artisans who labored for 5 full years to forge the bracelet named the Heart of the Forest. And engraved within each diamond on the bracelet was a single blessing message. "Happy birthday, Yu Xiao." Even now, Yu Xiao could still recall how excitedly Yi Kanglin had presented it to her on the night of her birthday. His eyes had been brimming with anticipation, clearly eager to see her joy. But he had been disappointed. Yu Xiao, at the time, showed little interest in the gift. Mo Chang'e, seated beside her, even mocked Yi Kanglin, calling the bracelet uglier than street stall trinkets. Yu Xiao had turned visibly green with embarrassment. She had believed Yi Kanglin had actually bought the bracelet from some cheap roadside vendor. In a fit of rage, Yu Xiao threw the very bracelet into a trash bin in front of hundreds of guests. And she even lashed out at Yi Kanglin. "What kind of crap is this? Do you think I'm some beggar on the street? You dare to fob me off with something like this? Yi Kanglin, do you really think now that you've gained some standing in Lingxi Sect, you can treat me however you please? I'm telling you, one day if you ever make me angry enough, a single order from me can strip you of everything you have now. Don't believe me? Go ahead and try." At that moment, Yi Kanglin's previously expectant expression instantly darkened. In the face of Yu Xiao's harsh accusations, he didn't even attempt to defend himself, only silently turned and walked away, leaving behind only Yu Xiao and Mu Chang'e seated side by side at the main table. To any outsider unaware of the truth, it might have seemed as though Yu Xiao and Mu Chang'e were the real couple. Now, Recalling that memory, Yu Xiao stared at the bracelet wrapped around Yu Qingyan's wrist, the very same one Yi Kanglin had once given to her. Back then, Yu Xiao thought it was nothing but a cheap trinket. Only later did she learn from Xiao Yuer that Heart of the Forest was actually a supreme-grade treasure rivaling Dao-level artifacts. She also discovered how Yi Kanglin had spent 5 full years laboring over the gift. Immediately after realizing its true worth, Yu Xiao sent people to search for it, but they never found it. She had assumed someone else must have picked it up, never imagining it would reappear today, adorning Yu Qingyan's wrist. Yu Qingyan revealing it now clearly had only one purpose, to deliberately provoke Yu Xiao. Judging by Yu Xiao's current expression, Yu Qingyan had succeeded perfectly. Yu Xiao was visibly furious. In an indignant tone, she snapped, "That bracelet belongs to me. Even if I discarded it, Yi Kanglin would never give it to anyone else." Yu Qingyan sneered coldly. "How full of yourself you are. Still believe Yi Kanglin will spend his whole life clinging to your crooked little tree." Yu Xiao could no longer contain her rage. In an instant, she raised her azure cloud sword and slashed fiercely toward Yu Qingyan. But Yu Qingyan reacted quickly, taunting mockingly all the while. "Oh, can't win an argument, so you resort to violence? Truly befitting our beloved sect leader." As she spoke, countless flower buds materialized out of thin air around Yu Qingyan. They began spinning rapidly, releasing sharp petals that shot straight toward Yu Xiao like blades. Faced with the barrage of petals, Yu Xiao wildly swung her azure cloud sword. Ding, ding, ding. Each petal clanged against her sword like metal, sending sparks flying through the air as if striking forged steel. Soon, Yu Xiao broke through the onslaught of slicing petals and charged straight at Yu Qingyan. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, two masters at the peak of the spiritual flame realm clashed violently. Their overwhelming spiritual aura radiated outward, powerful enough to shake the nearby clinic. Even Yi Kanglin, still sitting leisurely at the stone table sipping wine, felt the tremors beneath him, so strong one might mistake it for an earthquake. Beside him, Yu Ryu gasped in surprise. "What's happening?" Jiang Xinxin at her side immediately drew her sword, eyes sharp as she said, "Someone's fighting, and judging by the energy fluctuations, it's someone who's reached the spiritual flame realm." Hearing this, Yu Ryu blinked in shock. The spiritual flame realm marked the boundary between cultivators and ordinary mortals. Even within Lingxi Sect itself, fewer than 30 people had ever achieved this level. So who could possibly be fighting in the middle of the night? Slowly, Yi Kanglin rose from his seat and said casually, "Let's go take a look. Nothing better to do anyway." With that, he strolled calmly outside. Yu Ryu and her daughter exchanged glances before following closely behind. They weren't alone. Numerous patrolling disciples throughout Lingxi Sect territory also gathered toward the commotion. But when they saw who was fighting, none other than Yu Xiao and Yu Qingyan, they froze in disbelief. These two were towering figures. How could anyone dare intervene? Chapter 50, Otherwise. When Yi Kanglin saw that it was the Yu sisters fighting each other, he blinked in surprise. Damn it, do these two sisters have a grudge? Every time they meet, they fight. Always fighting. Yu Ryu asked softly, "Do they often fight like this?" Yi Kanglin chuckled, recalling the previous incident when the two sisters had fought so fiercely in his cave residence that their clothes had exploded off their bodies. At the thought, his face grew slightly red. Now, after having drunk some wine, the feeling intensified. He felt a burning desire welling up inside, an almost uncontrollable urge to pounce on them both. But just then, Jiang Xinxin cried out in alarm. "Oh no, they're going all out." At her words, Yi Kanglin's attention snapped back toward Yu Xiao and Yu Qingyan. Sure enough, the two sisters stood on opposite sides, gathering their power simultaneously. In Yu Xiao's hand, the green cloud sword split into countless sword shadows, swirling rapidly around her. In an instant, these projections coalesced into a silver serpent-like blade stretching 100 meters long, which shot straight toward Yu Qingyan. Yu Qingyan was no less formidable. 10 flower buds orbited her body, slowly unfurling and releasing dazzling light. So radiant they resembled 10 miniature suns circling her. Then, these luminous orbs converged into a single lotus of fire large enough to fill an entire house. With a swift motion, Yu Qingyan hurled this flaming lotus directly at the 100-meter-long sword serpent racing toward her. If the two attacks collided head-on, everything within a 300-meter radius would be leveled. Yi Kanglin narrowed his eyes. There was still a medical hall nearby. He immediately tucked away his wine gourd, preparing to intervene and stop the clash. But in that moment, a figure suddenly shot forward. It dashed straight into the space between Yu Xiao and Yu Qingyan, placing itself precisely at the center point where the two attacks were about to collide. Then, to everyone's utter shock, this person used both hands, one to each side, to catch the full force of both sisters' ultimate techniques. From a distance, it looked as though a lone figure stood with arms stretched wide open. To his left, a 100-meter-long silver serpent of sword energy. To his right, a house-sized flaming lotus. Only then did Yi Kanglin clearly see who it was. He murmured under his breath, "Yu Longqing?" Indeed, the figure standing calmly between the two deadly attacks was none other than Yu Qingyan and Yu Xiao's own younger brother, Yu Longqing. The next moment, Yu Longqing clenched both palms tightly, spun his body in a full circle, and sent both the massive sword serpent and the fiery lotus spinning together into the air. With a whoosh, the entwined energies spiraled skyward, exploding high above at over 1,000 meters. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed across the night, sending blinding light flashing through the dark sky. Waves of scorching heat rolled downward, shaking trees and buildings alike, making them sway violently. Meanwhile, both Yu Xiao and Yu Qingyan were pushed back dozens of meters by the backlash. Once they regained their footing, Yu Xiao growled furiously at Yu Longqing. "Yu Longqing, what are you doing? Bursting in here out of nowhere. Do you even know how dangerous that was?" Just moments ago, when Yu Longqing had rushed into the path of her attack, she had frozen in terror, instinctively trying to pull back, but it was too late. Her strongest strike had landed directly in his hands. Even Yu Qingyan, usually so composed, wore a furious expression as she snapped at him. "If you want to die, go grab a sword and slit your throat. What are you doing, interfering here?" She was clearly agitated too. That sudden intervention had shocked her badly. But Yu Longqing merely clasped his fists respectfully and said, "Elder sister, second sister, it is already nighttime. If you wish to spar, please go to the training arena. This place isn't suitable." His words were calm and reasonable. As one of the 12 sword bearers of Lingxi Sect, he couldn't allow sect buildings to be destroyed without acting. Yet deeper down, as their younger brother, Yu Longqing knew very well that if either of their attacks had truly hit the other, serious injury would have followed. Unwilling for either sister to get hurt, he'd taken this risky approach instead. Now, both Yu Xiao and Yu Qingyan snorted in unison, clearly having lost any further desire to continue fighting. At that moment, Yi Kanglan stepped forward, eyeing Yu Longqing with a smirk. "Little Longqing, not bad. Only a few days gone, and your cultivation has improved this much." Seeing Yi Kanglan, Yu Longqing bowed respectfully and replied, "Senior brother." Yi Kanglan stepped forward and turned to Yu Qingyan, asking, "Why did you suddenly start fighting for no reason?" At that moment, Yu Qingyan approached Yi Kanglan, speaking in a pitiful tone. "I didn't start it first. She came after me. What else was I supposed to do but defend myself? See? She hurt my hand." As she spoke, Yu Qingyan extended her palm toward Yi Kanglan. He looked over and indeed saw a red mark across her skin. With an eye roll, he replied, "This tiny little injury still hurts? It'll fade in a moment." But Yu Qingyan pouted, clinging to him playfully. No, you have to blow on it for me. It still hurts right now." With no choice, Yi Kanglan sighed and gently rubbed her hand. This girlish act from Yu Qingyan was completely opposite to the fierce warrior goddess she had been just moments earlier. It was like she was a totally different person. Even Yu Longqing stared in bewilderment, never expecting his second sister could be like this. But just then, Yu Xiao suddenly snapped, "Yi Kanglan." Hearing his name called, Yi Kanglan turned to look. Seeing it was Yu Xiao, he asked casually, "What?" Yu Xiao pressed her lips together, then said with clear dissatisfaction, "I got injured too." It was obvious, she was demanding comfort as well. Before Yi Kanglan could respond, Yu Qingyan suddenly wrapped her arm around his, giggling teasingly, "You got hurt? Serves you right. Go back and find your Muchanga to tend to you." Seeing this, Yu Xiao immediately bristled with anger. She glared at Yi Kanglan, her voice trembling as if about to cry. "Why does she have that bracelet? That was your gift to me. Why is it on her wrist? You explain this to me." Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglan paused. He glanced down at the bracelet around Yu Qingyan's wrist and said simply, "That one. I gave it to her. Since you didn't want it and she didn't mind having it, I figured I might as well give it away." His tone was so casual, as if he were discussing something utterly insignificant. But Yu Xiao wouldn't stand for it. She stepped closer to Yi Kanglan, eyes already glistening, and said firmly, "I want that bracelet back now. Take it back from her." Yi Kanglan blinked, then let out a dry chuckle. "Sister, I've already given it away. It belongs to someone else now. How can I take it back?" Yu Qingyan chimed in, smirking. "That's right, it's mine now. If you want one, tell your Muchanga to go make another one for you." Frustrated, Yu Xiao turned back to Yi Kanglan, her voice breaking into near tears. "I don't care. I want that bracelet back right now. You get it back from me, otherwise. She trailed off, clearly unable to think of any real threat against Yi Kanglan. Chapter 51, Muchanga's Origins. But just then, Yuryu walked over, speaking softly and gently. "All right, enough bickering. Your mother just sent a message asking you all to head over to the Imperial Court Hall." Yu Xiao looked up and saw the beautiful mother-daughter pair of Yuryu and Jiang Xinxin walking hand in hand toward them. Yu Xiao instinctively said, "Aunt, you've recovered." Yuryu gave a slight nod. "Nearly completely healed, thanks largely to your General Yi. Otherwise, I might still be bedridden." Hearing this, Yu Xiao glanced at Yi Kanglan. This man was no longer her husband, yet a deep sense of loss welled up inside her. At that moment, Yu Qingyan asked, "Aunt, what did you say earlier?" "Mother wants us all to go to the Imperial Court Hall." Yuryu nodded. "It seems she extracted crucial intelligence from the assassins captured by Muchanga and wants to discuss it with you. Since you're all here anyway, you might as well go together." Yu Qingyan's expression turned serious. "Intelligence related to the ancient divine demon sect?" She turned to Yi Kanglan and said, "Let's go have a look." Yi Kanglan thought for a moment, then nodded. "All right, let's go." Meanwhile, Yu Xiao turned to Yuryu and asked, "Aunt, aren't you coming with us?" Yuryu remained silent, but her daughter spoke up first. "Cousin, my mother has only just recovered. Heavy matters like this aren't suitable for her right now. You go ahead, we'll skip the fuss." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao didn't press further. Looking at her cousin, she said, "Then make sure to take good care of your mother. We'll come see you once we're done." Jiang Xinxin softly hummed in agreement, then smiled cheerfully as she led her mother away. "Bye for now, cousin." Yu Xiao's expression relaxed slightly. Turning to watch Yu Qingyan walking off beside Yi Kanglan, she said nothing more about the forest heart, but her eyes had grown noticeably dimmer. In that moment, she couldn't help but wonder how wonderful it would be if the three of them, her, Yu Qingyan, and Yi Kanglin, could return to such harmony? Yet deep down, she knew that was impossible. Another half-hour later, Yi Kanglin, Yu Qingyan, and the others successively entered the imperial court hall. The grand hall was already filled with several hundred disciples, great and small. At a glance, nearly every senior official was present. Yi Kanglin and Yu Qingyan exchanged a brief look before taking their respective positions. Yi Kanglin and Yu Longqing stood at the very front of the left side. They belonged to the military faction, primarily responsible for expanding territory outward. Yu Xiao and Yu Qingyan, the two sisters, stood on the right, part of the civil administration group, whose main duty was internal governance. With the arrival of Yi Kanglin and the three siblings from the Yu family, virtually all of Lingxi Sect's top leadership had now assembled. Only then did Yi Kanglin turn his gaze toward the sect master's throne. Immediately, his eyes widened slightly as he murmured under his breath, Yu Wutian? Indeed, seated upon the sect master's throne was none other than Yu Wutian, the eldest among the 9 supreme elders of the Divine Palace, and also the ancestral patriarch of the Yu clan. In terms of seniority, the 3 siblings Yu Xiao, Yu Qingyan, and the rest were required to address him as great-grandfather ancestor. Standing beside Yu Wutian was acting sect master Li Xiaoxiang. Upon seeing Yi Kanglin enter, she pursed her lips into a soft smile, clearly delighted. In response, Yi Kanglin puckered his lips teasingly, pretending to kiss her. This made Li Xiaoxiang blush instantly. She shot him an embarrassed yet feigned angry look, silently signaling him to behave himself. Yi Kanglin chuckled and turned his head away, no longer looking at her, but inwardly thinking how he'd properly tease her once the assembly ended. Just then, Yu Wutian, seated solemnly on the throne, finally spoke. Everyone, I've summoned you here tonight for 2 matters only. At once, the eyes of all officials present turned toward Yu Wutian, awaiting his next words. Everyone understood clearly. Such an urgent gathering must mean something significant had prompted the Lingxi Sect's chief supreme elder to emerge from seclusion. Thus, the entire hall tensed with anticipation. Yet Yu Wutian merely stroked his beard with a gentle smile and said, First, I wish to extend my congratulations to my junior sister Longxian for reuniting with her long-lost great-grandson. The final descendant of the Long family has finally returned to our Lingxi Sect. This is truly a blessing for our sect. The moment these words were spoken, everyone in the hall froze in surprise. Even Yi Kanglin's eyes widened. The last descendant of the Long family has returned to Lingxi Sect? Is that true? Could it be just a hoax? As an old veteran of Lingxi Sect, Yi Kanglin naturally knew exactly what the Long family once represented. 300 years ago, when he had first entered Lingxi Sect, the Long family was still the greatest clan, second only to the Yu family. Back then, even the Bai family could only rank third. Yet, within a mere century afterward, the Long family swiftly declined. Many of their powerful cultivators died in foreign wars, and newborn infants began dying prematurely. This caused the Long family's power to rapidly crumble, until finally, their last descendant fell in battle, and the Long family was effectively erased from Lingxi Sect. Only Grandma Longxian remained, holding the position of Supreme Elder. And once she passed, all traces of the Long family and Lingxi Sect would have vanished completely. Yet no one expected that. After 200 years, Longxian had actually found her great-grandson. That meant the Long bloodline had indeed survived, and the family might one day reclaim its former glory. Understanding this, Yi Kanglin suddenly realized why Yu Wutian had personally come forward to announce this news. It was clear the old man was overjoyed. At that moment, Yu Wutian turned toward the side hall and said, Howren, come out and greet everyone. As his words fell, everyone present saw a clean-faced youth slowly walk in from the side chamber, supporting an elderly woman. Seeing the newcomer, Yi Kanglin was stunned once more, and even Yu Xiao wore an expression of utter disbelief. She couldn't help but gasp aloud. Chang'e? How can it be you? Indeed, the so-called last descendant of the Long family spoken of by Yu Wutian was none other than Mu Chang'e. And the elderly woman beside Mu Chang'e was none other than Longxian, one of the 9 supreme elders of Lingxi Sect, and also Mu Chang'e's grandmother. Chapter 52. Mu Chang'e proposes to Yu Xiao. Mu Chang'e stepped forward into the center of the grand hall and addressed the crowd. Esteemed seniors, elders, magistrates, and hall masters, I am Long Howren, originally named Mu Chang'e. You all likely already know me quite well, so I won't go into further details. It's truly amazing, after living in the Lingxi Sect for over a decade, only today have I realized that this place is actually my home. Perhaps this is destiny. As for how I came to recognize my great-grandmother, it was entirely by chance. Simply put, yesterday when I was ordered to capture an assassin from the Divine Demon Ancient Sect, I inadvertently activated the bloodline power within me, which allowed my great-grandmother to sense my presence. Thus, we were finally able to reunite as family. For this, I must specially thank Magistrate Li. Were it not for Magistrate Li assigning me to pursue the Divine Demon Ancient Sect, I might never have discovered that I even had a great-grandmother serving as an elder ancestor. As he spoke, Mu Chang'e turned his head slightly and smiled at Li Xiaoxiang. Though his words expressed gratitude, to her ears, they carried a hint of provocation. Even Yi Kanglin sensed something unusual. The damn brat, now seemingly backed by powerful allies, was becoming more brazen than ever. At that moment, seated upon the throne, Yu Wutian threw back his head and laughed heartily before addressing the assembly below. Everyone, previously, this young descendant of my junior sister committed a minor transgression within our sect. Although some casualties occurred, fortunately, the damage was negligible. In my opinion, all previous punishments levied against him, including dismissal, flogging, and salary forfeiture, shall henceforth be completely revoked. What say you all? The moment those words left his mouth, everyone present respectfully replied in unison. Ancestor Supreme is wise. Only Yi Kanglan stood there with a dumbfounded expression. Mu Chang'e was indirectly responsible for the deaths of several thousand Lingxi Sect disciples. Yet now, merely because he happened to be the great-grandson of another elder ancestor, all penalties were being lifted. Unbelievable. So this was what privileged status truly meant? Upon hearing that all his punishments were rescinded, Mu Chang'e was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Had this not been the formal audience hall, he would have jumped up and down on the spot. Still, he forced himself to remain calm and solemnly addressed Yu Wutian. Thank you, Ancestor Supreme, for your mercy. However, this humble junior dares to make one more audacious request, and I humbly beg for your approval. Yu Wutian chuckled. Speak freely. Your parents and grandfather all sacrificed themselves for the Lingxi Sect. As the last heir of the Long family, whatever you desire, I will do my best to grant it. Heart pounding with joy, Mu Chang'e turned to look at Yu Xiao standing nearby. He carefully asked, Not long ago, I had an incomplete wedding ceremony with Imperial Censor Yu Xiao. May I, begging your permission, request the honor of completing that ceremony? Because marrying my master, Yu Xiao, has always been the greatest dream of my life. So long as I can be with her, I would willingly do anything. The instant these words rang out, every pair of eyes in the hall turned toward Yu Xiao. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao herself stood frozen, staring blankly at Mu Chang'e. Then, her delicate face flushed bright red, and she glanced hesitantly yet hopefully at the Ancestor Supreme. According to her mother's wishes, and more importantly, the decree from second Ancestor Yulanjiang, she and Mu Chang'e were no longer permitted to be together. But if Ancestor Supreme Yu Wutian himself gave his consent, then perhaps there was still hope for her marriage to proceed. In response, Yu Wutian let out a hearty laugh. This is a matter between the two of you young ones. Decide it amongst yourselves, I shall not interfere. These words amounted to tacit approval for Mu Chang'e to complete the wedding with Yu Xiao. Overcome with gratitude, Mu Chang'e immediately knelt down and kowtowed deeply, saying sincerely, Thank you, Ancestor Supreme. Beside Yu Wutian, Li Xiaoxiang heard these words and could barely conceal her displeasure. That the old ancestor would allow Mu Chang'e to continue pursuing her daughter? She was livid. But with so many people present, she dared not show her anger, and ultimately suppressed her resentment. Then, without hesitation, Mu Chang'e walked directly toward Yu Xiao. From his storage ring, he withdrew a precious ruby ring. Dropping to one knee before her, he gazed up with heartfelt sincerity and said, Master, will you marry me? Will you grow old with me side by side? Staring into Mu Chang'e's earnest eyes, Yu Xiao's own eyes suddenly welled with tears. She looked at him, almost unable to believe what was happening. At that moment, she suddenly felt incredibly foolish. When there was clearly a man right beside her who loved her so deeply, why did she still go after that bastard Yi Kanglan? When the man she had always loved from the very beginning was unmistakably Mu Chang'e, why did she still take the initiative to reconcile with Yi Kanglan? It was truly laughable. Every time she recalled how she had once gone to seek reconciliation with Yi Kanglan, she felt so embarrassed that her toes could have dug holes into the ground. Thankfully, Mu Chang'e wasn't angry at her for her past actions. He still willingly chose to marry her. How could Yu Xiao not be moved to tears of joy? At that moment, Yu Xiao happily declared, I do. As she spoke, she extended one hand, allowing Mu Chang'e to gently slide the ring onto her ring finger. Then, Mu Chang'e rose to his feet, pulled Yu Xiao into a tight embrace, and kissed her passionately. They kissed in front of everyone present, without any hesitation. At that moment, one of the hall masters stepped forward, respectfully addressing Yu Wutian, the newly reunited couple, and Elder Longxian. Congratulations to Ancestor Supreme on gaining such a virtuous son-in-law, to Elder Longxian on reuniting with her bloodline, and to the Imperial Censor on their blessed union. Following his lead, everyone in attendance chimed in unison. Congratulations to Ancestor Supreme on gaining such a virtuous son-in-law, to Elder Longxian on reuniting with her bloodline, and to the Imperial Censor on their blessed union. Only Yu Longcheng, Yi Kanglan, and Yu Qingyan stood silently aside, their expressions blank. Yu Longcheng despised Mu Chang'e, Yu Qingyan resented Yu Xiao, and Yi Kanglan hated both of them. But now, the couple was riding high on fortune and favor. There was no point provoking them at this moment. And so, all three remained silent. After embracing for a while, Mu Chang'e and Yu Xiao finally broke apart, gazing joyfully at the gathering of officials before them. Receiving blessings from so many people only reinforced Yu Xiao's belief that the man she had chosen was absolutely right. Because now, he was no longer just a pretty-faced layabout. He was the great-grandson of an elder ancestor, a heavenly genius destined to be cultivated as a sacred heir, a superstar with the potential to enter the divine palace one day. How could someone like Yi Kanglan, insignificant as he was, possibly compare? In that moment, Yu Xiao couldn't help but chuckle softly. She laughed at how foolish she had been. Why had she even fought with Yu Qingyan over someone like Yi Kanglan? It was utterly ridiculous. Then, she turned her gaze toward Yi Kanglan. Using lip movements only he could understand, she silently said, See this? I don't need you to survive. No matter how kind you were to me before, Chang'e is my true fated partner. And you? You're nothing but a pitiful little crawler. No matter how hard you struggle your whole life, you'll always remain beneath my feet. Chapter 53. Lingxi Sect is almost being destroyed. Yi Kanglan merely chuckled. He could perfectly understand Yu Xiao's lip movements, but he turned his head aside and refused to look at her. This left Yu Xiao feeling as if she had punched into empty air. Then Yu Wutian spoke again. Enough? Now, let's move on to the second matter. At his words, the noisy hall quieted down instantly. Only now did everyone recall that Yu Wutian had mentioned two important announcements for today. The first concerned Mu Changa's return as the last surviving bloodline of the Long family. But what could the second matter be? Yu Wutian continued calmly. The 10 assassins captured by Howren from Xuanhuan City have already revealed all the intelligence they knew. The Divine Demon Ancient Sect has decided to mobilize 50,000 followers in the coming days to launch an attack on our Lingxi Sect's Jiayu Pass. I've decided we should eliminate this 50,000 strong army beforehand, to uphold the prestige of our Lingxi Sect. What do you all think? Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin's eyes gently narrowed. Was the Divine Demon Ancient Sect about to begin its major offensive against Lingxi Sect? Then these 50,000 troops must only be an appetizer. The real main event was surely yet to come. Thinking this, Yi Kanglin spoke up toward Yu Wutian. Ancestor, I oppose launching a military campaign against these 50,000 followers of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect. As soon as he said this, everyone present instinctively sucked in a breath of shock. Goodness, throughout the entire Lingxi Sect, perhaps only Yi Kanglin dared openly oppose the highest ruler's proposal? Even Yu Wutian furrowed his brows slightly and turned to look at Yi Kanglin. Clearly, being publicly contradicted like this bruised his pride. But recalling Yi Kanglin's tremendous contributions to the Lingxi Sect, he suppressed his displeasure and asked, "What is your reasoning?" Yi Kanglin replied unhurriedly. These 50,000 are merely a decoy, meant solely to draw Lingxi Sect's attention. They're still gathering more troops. Once we focus entirely on them, our defenses in other regions will weaken accordingly. When even larger forces of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect appear and launch attacks on us, that would indeed become troublesome. His words triggered a wave of discussion among the crowd. Yu Wutian questioned further. How can you be sure they have more troops? Yi Kanglin pondered briefly and answered. Senior second ancestor Yulongjiang once used celestial divination to foresee the impending crisis for Lingxi Sect. A great calamity will descend from the direction of the northern desert, a disaster capable of wiping out our entire sect. And where lies the northern desert? Precisely where the Divine Demon Ancient Sect is primarily concentrated. Therefore, it's clear their army size far exceeds 50,000. Moreover, since this threat is described as one capable of annihilating our sect completely, I estimate their numbers must be at least over 1 million. These words exploded like a bomb within the grand audience hall. Everyone broke into stunned discussions, making the scene somewhat chaotic. But at that moment, Mu Changa stepped forward and directly rebuked Yi Kanglin. Absurd. How could there possibly be over 1 million followers of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect in the northern desert region? How could we not know about such a thing? Marshal Yi, are you mocking our Blackwater Platform's intelligence network as useless? Or are you implying our ancestor lacks even basic judgment? Furthermore, let's assume, hypothetically, they actually do have 1 million followers. So what? The Lingxi Sect has nearly 2 million combat-ready disciples. Why should we fear them? Yi Kanglin frowned and said, the current individual combat capability of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect soldiers has dramatically improved. Under equal troop numbers, their overall fighting strength is at least 3 times greater than that of Lingxi Sect's combat disciples. If they truly possess a force numbering 1 million, then our 2 million combat disciples would be far from sufficient. As for the Blackwater Platform's intelligence network, frankly speaking, I've completely lost faith in them. Take the recent incident when 10 assassins from the Divine Demon Ancient Sect infiltrated Xuanhuan City and attacked City Lord Yuryu. That alone proves how utterly useless they really are. At this, Yu Xiao stepped forward, her gaze sharp as ice. Even if our Blackwater Platform's intelligence capabilities have declined somewhat, they're still far more reliable than your baseless speculation. You claim the Divine Demon Ancient Sect has over 1 million followers, but that's purely conjecture on your part, without any concrete evidence. What right do you have to call our Blackwater Scouts mere decorations? The Blackwater Platform was an intelligence division established by Yu Xiao, so naturally, she felt extremely dissatisfied when hearing Yi Kanglin dismiss the organization she had founded as nothing more than a decorative facade. Yi Kanglin, however, replied leisurely, whether you believe me or not is up to you. I've merely given you the warning. If you recklessly send out troops and end up getting slaughtered, don't blame me later. Mu Changa let out a mocking laugh and looked at Yi Kanglin with scorn. Marshal Yi, how long has it been since you retired? Have you already grown so timid and cowardly? I've personally dealt with the Divine Demon Ancient Sect before. Those 10 assassins from their sect? I was the one who captured them myself. I know exactly what level they're at. Frankly speaking, their individual combat capabilities are nowhere near matching our fighting disciples. Even calling them trash would be flattering them. And now you claim their overall strength could be 3 to 4 times greater than ours? That's nothing but nonsense. Yi Kanglin responded calmly. Isn't it possible that these people allowed themselves to be captured on purpose, so they could leak information about the attack on Jiayu Pass, thereby diverting the entire Lingxi Sect's attention? Mu Changa immediately snapped back. Bullshit. Yi Kanglin, just because you're afraid doesn't mean you should scare others into an action. By your logic, should we just ignore all those kingdoms and empires beyond Jiayu Pass now? How will they view the Lingxi Sect then? Do you think they'll continue paying us tribute in spirit crystals obediently ever after? Yi Kanglin pressed his lips together and said, when the Lingxi Sect itself is on the verge of annihilation, why bother caring about the survival of those outer kingdoms? Let's focus on saving ourselves first. Truthfully, Yi Kanglin didn't actually care much for the fate of the Lingxi Sect. The main reason he spoke up was because so many women he cared for were still within the sect. Yu Qingyan was carrying his child. The daughter of Yu Ryu might also carry his bloodline. And Bailu's daughter, raised under the Bai family, was undoubtedly his own flesh and blood. It was precisely because of these deep entanglements that he couldn't remain silent, compelled to warn them against falling for the enemy's scheme. At that moment, Yu Wutian, seated upon the throne, suddenly slammed his hand down on the armrest and roared, "Enough!" As Yu Wutian shouted, an overwhelming surge of spiritual pressure exploded outward, instantly forcing everyone present onto their knees. Only Yi Kanglin and a few others like Yu Xiao remained standing. Then came Yu Wutian's furious voice. "Yi Kanglin, do you really think that because you've done a few favors for the Lingxi Sect, you can speak whatever nonsense you please and disrespect this old man however you want?" Yu Wutian had initially been watching the petty bickering between the younger generation with calm amusement. But when he heard Yi Kanglin say, "The Lingxi Sect is almost being destroyed," his anger erupted. To him, such words were even more venomous than cursing him to die sooner. Naturally, he was livid. Yet Yi Kanglin remained expressionless, bowing slightly toward Yu Wutian. "Ancestor, I'm merely stating the truth." Upon hearing this, Yu Wutian's eyes narrowed slightly. He coldly retorted, "And what if I insist on sending troops to eliminate those 50,000 followers of the divine demon ancient sect?" Chapter 54. Let Mu Chang'e teach Yi Kanglin how to wage war? Yi Kanglin took a deep breath and said, "If senior ancestor insists on this, then I have nothing more to say." At that moment, Mu Chang'e stepped forward. "Senior ancestor, your humble grandson-in-law is willing to lead troops to Jeyu Pass and eliminate those 50,000 members of the demon god ancient sect to uphold the prestige of Lingxi Sect." Hearing Mu Chang'e's words, Yu Wutian's expression softened slightly. He looked at Mu Chang'e and asked, "How many troops do you need?" Mu Chang'e declared loudly, "I've had some experience battling the followers of the demon god ancient sect. I don't need too many soldiers. 80,000 will suffice." As he spoke, Mu Chang'e lifted his chin even higher, his face glowing with confidence. Upon hearing this, Yu Wutian let out a hearty laugh. "Excellent. Truly worthy of being a man of Lingxi Sect. That's the kind of spirit we need. 80,000 troops, I grant it." Mu Chang'e, overjoyed, clasped his fists respectfully and said solemnly, "Thank you, senior ancestor. Your humble servant shall not fail in this mission and will completely annihilate the demon god ancient sect's followers." Yu Wutian nodded in satisfaction. Only Yi Kanglin, standing off to the side, wore an expression of utter contempt. He knew the true strength of the demon god ancient sect. To defeat 50,000 members of the sect would require at least 180,000 combat-ready disciples from Lingxi Sect, assuming proper leadership, favorable conditions, terrain advantages, and unity among the troops. For someone like Mu Chang'e, who knew absolutely nothing about warfare, to boldly claim victory with only 80,000 troops was nothing short of absurd arrogance. Yet, somehow, Yu Wutian seemed completely taken by such bravado. Yu Wutian turned toward Yu Xiao with a smile. "Xiao, your judgment of people remains sharp indeed. At first, great ancestor grandfather didn't understand why you were so determined to divorce Yi Kanglin. But now, looking back, your decision proves extremely wise." Hearing this, Yu Xiao gave a graceful bow and sweetly smiled. "Thank you, great ancestor grandfather, for your generous praise." Chang'e merely displayed the kind of conduct expected of any Lingxi Sect disciple. Unlike certain individuals who hold the title of young commander but hide cowardly within the sect like turtles. This last sentence was clearly aimed directly at Yi Kanglin. Yu Wutian glanced at Yi Kanglin again with clear disdain. After a moment's thought, he declared, "Yi Kanglin, since you're unwilling to face those people from the demon god ancient sect, there's no need for you to continue holding the position of young commander. Here's what I'll do. Temporarily transfer the title to Longhauran, letting him serve as young commander and take command at Jeyu Pass. We'll discuss the final ownership of the title upon their triumphant return. How does that sound?" Hearing this, Yi Kanglin raised an eyebrow. How long had he just been reinstated? Only a few days, and now he was demoted again? But perhaps because he'd already experienced demotion once before, this time he wasn't particularly bothered. He calmly responded to Yu Wutian, "As you command, senior ancestor. I have no objection. If Mu Chang'e wants the title of young commander, let him have it." Yu Wutian's face fell once more with disappointment. He'd half expected Yi Kanglin to at least put up a fight. He knew the young commander position wasn't something anyone could occupy lightly. But here Yi Kanglin was, giving it up without a second thought. With a heavy voice, Yu Wutian then declared, "Don't think you can escape responsibility just by relinquishing the title. Listen well, Yi Kanglin. I hereby appoint you as military advisor for Longhauran's expedition. You are to travel with Longhauran, participate in strategic planning against the demon god ancient sect, and provide counsel and guidance. However, make one thing clear. You hold no actual authority over the troops. You only possess advisory rights. True command rests solely with Longhauran. Throughout this campaign, you must follow his orders completely." The moment these words were spoken, Yi Kanglin froze, stunned into silence. Why did Mu Chang'e have to drag him along into his suicide mission? He hadn't even volunteered to go to Jeyu Pass. Immediately, Yi Kanglin opened his mouth to refuse, but suddenly, Nong Zhao's voice rang sharply inside his mind. "Hey, Yi Kanglin, accept what the old man says first." Startled, Yi Kanglin furrowed his brows and mentally replied, "Accept it? Why? Do you also want to see me killed by the demon god ancient sect?" Nong Xiao answered seriously. I'm not joking with you. Trust me, say yes first. I'll explain everything later. Frowning again, Yi Kanglin paused, took a deep breath, and then told Yu Wutian, understood. I obey. Yu Wutian then turned to Muchanga and said, How Ran, I know it'll be inconvenient, but bear with having an extra burden by your side. In your spare time, try to guide him. Teach him how war should really be fought. After all, you've already had some experience fighting against the demon god ancient sect, but he still doesn't have the slightest idea about the gap between our Lingxi Sect and them. Muchanga smirked proudly and bowed toward Yu Wutian. Your humble grandson-in-law obeys your command. Immediately afterward, Muchanga turned to Yi Kanglin and said, Little Yi, come by my camp later. I'll teach you how to read a battlefield map. The moment these words were spoken, Yi Kanglin's eyes turned icy cold. Let this trash teach him warfare? But at that instant, Yu Longqing suddenly spoke up, his voice sharp and cold as he glared at Muchanga. Muchanga, watch your mouth. In the days when my senior brother held power, he crushed rebel factions like the demon god ancient sect, the bloodthirsty barbarians, the crimson robe church, and the bleached bone sword sect so thoroughly they couldn't even lift their heads. What were you back then? How dare you lecture my senior brother on reading maps? At those words, an instinctive flicker of fear flashed across Muchanga's face. Yu Longqing was a direct descendant of the second ancestor, Yu Longjiang, and also the chief sword-bearer of Lingxi Sect, a status not to be trifled with. Still, Muchanga sneered, I was just joking with him. Why get so worked up? Yu Longqing growled, we don't need your jokes. Listen well, my senior brother is serving as your military advisor. Don't even think about pulling any tricks. If he returns with so much as a scratch, I'll cut off one of your arms. His words carried such intense, killing intent it seemed almost tangible in the air. Seeing this, Muchanga subconsciously swallowed hard, unable to utter a word at that moment. But then, Long Xianpapa, seated at the head position, suddenly spoke coldly. Xiao Longqing, you're being too loud. And remember, Hao Ran is now your brother-in-law. You'd better mind your tone when speaking to him. As Long Xianpapa spoke, a powerful ripple of spiritual energy surged outward, the terrifying aura of a Heaven-Yang realm minor perfection cultivator. Cultivation realms, primordial origin realm, mysterious true realm, spirit flame realm, Heaven-Yang realm. Though her aura wasn't as overwhelming as Yu Wutian's, it pressed down on Yu Longqing with immense force. In an instant, Yu Longqing's spine subtly bent, as if he were on the verge of dropping to his knees. Opposite him, Muchanga, seeing his grandmother-in-law standing up for him, instantly shed his earlier fear. He sneered at Yu Longqing, his expression silently taunting. Aren't you so tough? Go ahead, show me some more of that strength now. Beside Muchanga, Yu Xiao instinctively wanted to speak up for Yu Longqing. After all, he was her younger brother. But then she remembered how he had just threatened to chop off her husband's arm, and she quickly suppressed that urge. She thought to herself, it's fine for Long Xianpapa to discipline him a bit. That way, maybe he'll learn some respect and stop acting so disrespectfully all the time. Up on the throne, Yu Wutian witnessed everything but chose to turn a blind eye. Truthfully, he had always quite liked this descendant of his, but after seeing him take Yi Kanglin's side, he felt a twinge of displeasure. He ended up thinking the same thing as Yu Xiao. Let Long Xianpapa teach him a lesson. Chapter 55, Second Ancestor, Yu Longjiang. The next moment, Yu Longqing's back began to hunch over, and blood even seeped from the tips of his nose and mouth. The pressure of Elder Longxuan's spiritual energy continued to press down on Yu Longqing, as if one more push would force him to his knees right there on the spot. Yet at that very instant, Yi Kanglin slowly stepped forward. He stood before Yu Longqing, looked directly at Elder Longxian, and said, Elder Longxian, isn't it a bit excessive to bully a junior like this? As he spoke, a pair of eerie red blood wheel eyes emerged in Yi Kanglin's gaze, locking sharply onto Elder Longxian. Immediately afterward, a fluctuation of energy many times stronger than Longxuan's suddenly exploded outward. This far more overwhelming force focused intensely upon Elder Longxian herself. Boom. In the next instant, the spiritual throne beneath Elder Longxian shattered violently, and the old woman actually dropped to her knees, spewing a mouthful of blood. At this sight, everyone present shrank back in shock. Muchanga cried out in alarm, Grandma! He rushed immediately to Elder Longxuan's side. Outrageous! Seated on the throne, Yu Wutian suddenly roared. He shot up from his seat and struck straight toward Yi Kanglin with one palm. Yi Kanglin, seeing this, instantly countered with a palm of his own. Bang! Upon impact, a ring of explosive force burst outward, causing the ground beneath both men to rapidly collapse. The surrounding Lingxi Sect officials were instantly knocked flat by the blast. Two incredibly powerful surges of spiritual energy caused even the vast audience hall to tremble. Boom. A moment later, their palms separated. Yu Wutian staggered backward dozens of steps before finally stabilizing himself, while Yi Kanglin remained standing firm, unmoved. For a moment, Yu Wutian wore an expression of utter disbelief. Could Yi Kanglin possibly be stronger than him? No, impossible. How could Yi Kanglin ever be his match? This must all be illusionary. In that instant, Yu Wutian prepared to strike Yi Kanglin again. But the next second, another figure suddenly appeared, stepping directly between Yi Kanglin and Yu Wutian. Brother, why bother quarreling with a mere child? With this person's arrival, the chaotic scene instantly settled. Even Yi Kanglin, who had been ready to go on a rampage, quickly calmed down. He raised his head to look at the one who had just blocked his path. It was none other than the second ancestor, Yu Longjiang. Yu Longjiang's appearance caused many hidden Yu clan shadow guards, who had been preparing to attack Yi Kanglin, to freeze in place. Even Yu Wutian ceased his advance. Gazing at his younger brother, he coldly said, "This insolent brat dares to strike his own elder, yet you still protect him?" Yu Longjiang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, offering a gentle smile. He didn't mean to do it. Besides, senior apprentice sister Longxian isn't seriously injured. Why hold it against him? At this moment, elder Longxian, being supported by Mu Chang'e, spat out another mouthful of blood upon hearing Yu Longjiang's words. And she calls this not seriously injured? Yet in front of Yu Longjiang, she dared not argue, only cursing under her breath as she turned and left. Yu Wutian then growled, "Second brother, if you keep shielding him like this, one day he'll strike you too." With that, Yu Wutian also turned and walked away, clearly furious. Only then did Yu Longjiang turn his head to look at Yi Kanglin, speaking gently. "You rascal, always stirring up trouble for me." Facing the second ancestor, Yi Kanglin first froze slightly, a flicker of fear showing in his expression, because he realized the second ancestor was incredibly strong, so strong that he couldn't even sense the depth of his cultivation, even when using his blood wheel eyes. The man's realm seemed completely impenetrable. Surely the second ancestor had surpassed the Tianyang realm and reached some higher level? Yi Kanglin had no doubt that if the second ancestor truly wanted him dead, he could end his life in less than 3 breaths. Thinking this, Yi Kanglin replied to the second ancestor, "Master Jiang, you saw what happened just now. They attacked first. I was merely defending myself." At that moment, Yu Longqing also walked over and addressed the second ancestor. "Grandpa second ancestor, earlier it was Mu Chang'e who insulted my senior brother first. I only rebuked him because of his arrogance. How dare he look down on us just because he has Elder Longxian backing him?" Yu Longqing still sounded rather indignant. If Elder Longxian hadn't intervened, he might have punched that bastard already. Yu Longjiang flipped his hand and pressed it onto the heads of both Yi Kanglin and Yu Longqing, ruffling their hair vigorously. "Why didn't you two just stay out of it when they started first? Why did you have to pick a fight with them?" As he spoke, he actually messed up Yi Kanglin's and Yu Longqing's hair completely. Apparently, in his eyes, he truly treated Yi Kanglin and Yu Longqiang as mere children. Yi Kanglin grimaced painfully and broke free from Yu Longjiang's grasp, saying, "Since you're here, can you help me get out of going on this campaign? Honestly, I don't want to be that bastard Mu Chang'e's military advisor. I feel like I might get killed just by being around him." But Yu Longjiang just rolled his eyes. "You little brat, trying to back out now after already agreeing? What do you expect me to say for you? Just behave yourself and go on the campaign. When you return victorious, I'll personally welcome you back." As he spoke, he smiled and gently fixed Yi Kanglin's hair. Yi Kanglin stared blankly and said, "Old man Jiang, do you actually believe that useless Mu Chang'e can wipe out the 5,000-strong demon cult army?" Yu Longjiang replied softly, "Actually, I have high hopes for him. Besides, your elder brother wasn't wrong. There are things you could learn from someone like Mu Chang'e. At least he knows to step forward when the sect is in danger, unlike you, who just hides behind everyone else and stays silent." Yi Kanglin chuckled dryly, crossing his arms with clear discontent. He only requested an 80,000-man army. How the hell is he supposed to fight with that? Yu Longjiang laughed. "Aren't there already defenders at Jiaiguan? Combined with them, it shouldn't be much of a problem. Alright, stop complaining. Go back and prepare properly. You've rested enough and played enough. Now that the sect faces some trouble, it's time to contribute. Don't forget, your wife and child are still inside the sect waiting for you." Hearing this, Yi Kanglin's eyes widened. He stared straight at Yu Longjiang and asked, "How do you know about that, old man Jiang?" Yu Longjiang rolled his eyes again. "Do you really think you can hide anything from me?" With that, he took a vial of liquid from his storage ring and handed it to Yi Kanglin. "By the way, take this too." Yi Kanglin instinctively accepted it and asked, "What is this?" "It's Zhongjianglagu," Yu Longjiang said casually, "a supreme antidote. The marshlands near Jiaiguan are filled with toxic miasma. Take it with you as a precaution." Hearing this, Yi Kanglin pocketed it reluctantly. "Got it." Yu Longqing also clasped his hands respectfully toward Yu Longjiang. "Second ancestor grandfather, I'll take my leave now." After leaving the grand audience hall, Yi Kanglin walked off alone toward Wuyuan Mountain. Having been stripped of his title as young marshal once again, he naturally wouldn't return to the young marshal's mansion. Not that he cared. He'd never found that place comfortable anyway. His own cave dwelling felt far more solid and peaceful. At the same time, he mentally called out to Gnome Xiaoxian. "Hey, Gnome Xiaoxian, why did you make me agree to become that old man's campaign advisor earlier?" Gnome Xiaoxian flew out from Yi Kanglin's storage ring, licking a lollipop as she spoke to him. "Haven't you been worrying about how little the longevity increase from the fruit wine in the Heavenly Starstone gives you?" Yi Kanglin blinked slightly. Indeed, he had mentioned that before. The issue was that the longevity-boosting wine brewed from the longevity fruits allowed only 1 pot per day, granting just over 90 years of additional lifespan. That might sound like a lot, but remember, Yi Kanglin's total lifespan was tied directly to his cultivation level. This tiny increase in longevity simply couldn't satisfy his current needs. After all, the demon cult would soon launch a full-scale war against Lingxi Sect, and at that point, his current strength might prove utterly inadequate. Thus, he desperately needed a faster rate of lifespan growth. Thinking this, Yi Kanglin turned to Gnome Xiaoxian and asked, "Have you found a way to increase the yield of the longevity fruit?" Gnome Xiaoxian licked her lollipop again and grinned. "Sort of. The place you're heading out to campaign, wasn't it called Jiaiguan?" Yi Kanglin instinctively nodded. Gnome Xiaoxian continued, "There exists there a top-grade Earth attribute natural spirit treasure, the spirit soil core. If you implant that spirit soil core into the farmland within the heavenly star stone, your ordinary fields can evolve to the level of spiritual farmland. Hearing this, Yi Kanglin's pupils contracted sharply, and he gasped aloud. Evolve to spiritual farmland. Nong Xiao Xian hummed an affirmation, then smiled and said, to put it more directly, the current farmland in the heavenly star stone can produce longevity fruits that increase your lifespan by no more than 96 years per day. But if the farmland evolves into spiritual farmland, the yield of longevity fruits will surge by over 3 times. In other words, as long as you obtain that spirit soil core, your daily lifespan increase could exceed 300 years. Upon hearing this, even though Yi Kanglin had already braced himself mentally, he still couldn't help but sharply inhale. Gain 300 years of life for every single day lived? Anyone else would probably go mad on the spot upon hearing such a figure. Even Yi Kanglin, composed as he was, instinctively swallowed hard at the number 300, a flicker of madness instantly flashing in his eyes. Then, his pace suddenly quickened, rushing hurriedly toward the cave dwelling on Wuyuan Mountain. Seeing this, Nong Xiao Xian immediately followed after him, calling out, Hey, Yi Kanglin, where are you going? Yi Kanglin chuckled happily. Going back to prepare? I'm already looking forward to the day we set out on the campaign. Chapter 56, Mu Chang'e, a military genius once in 10,000 years. 5 days later, on the training ground of Lingxi Sect, over 80,000 combat disciples stood upright in formation. They were clad in silver armor issued by the Lingxi Sect, wielding spears, long sabers, heavy maces, or crossbows, fully equipped without exception. Beside these soldiers stood rows of xuanhuan beasts, similarly armored, their imposing figures exuding an aura of might. At the forefront of the army, Mu Chang'e, dressed in commander's armor, slowly sheathed his long blade and turned to look at his newlywed wife, Yu Xiao. With gentle affection in his eyes, he said, You should rest in your quarters. There's no need for you to come all this way just to see me off. Yu Xiao, however, gave him a sideways glance. I'm your wife now. Can't I even see you off? Mu Chang'e smiled. Are you worried about me, master? Actually, there's no need for excessive concern. I've already dealt with the people from the divine demon ancient sect before. I know exactly what kind they are. For me, this campaign is as easy as gaining experience points, effortless. Nothing will go wrong. But Yu Xiao then retrieved a cloak from her storage ring and gently placed it over Mu Chang'e's shoulders as she said, A lion fights even rabbits with full strength. Never underestimate your opponent, or you might end up capsizing in a ditch. That's something Yi Kanglin once told me. Although I don't like him personally, his words hold truth. Besides, this mission was specially arranged for you by Grandfather Gaozu. He wants you to earn glory and achievements so that when you return, he can bestow upon you a higher title. So please, don't mess this up. At the mention of Yi Kanglin's name, Mu Chang'e instinctively showed a flicker of disdain and said, Just wait until I flawlessly complete this suppression mission and achieve even greater feats than him. Then you won't have to quote his words to challenge me anymore. Yu Xiao pouted slightly and softly replied, I hope you can do it. Then suddenly, she wrapped her arms around Mu Chang'e. Caught off guard, he instinctively asked, Master, what is it? Her voice grew heavy. Before, I always treated you like a child. But now, seeing you in military uniform, I realize you've truly grown. You're a capable commander standing on your own. I want to tell you to stay safe, not to rush for military merit. But whenever I think of that woman Yu Qingyan, I clench my teeth in anger. Chang'e, even if I'm begging you, complete this rebellion suppression mission perfectly. Let that woman Yu Qingyan see that the man I, Yu Xiao, chose is no pretty-faced weakling. And let that bastard Yi Kanglin know, you're no failure. You are Lingxi Sect's commander, and your talent isn't just equal to his, it surpasses his by far. Promise me. Touched by her words, Mu Chang'e slowly wrapped his arms around her and smiled. Don't worry, master. I will prove to everyone in the sect that Mu Chang'e stands above them all. Yi Kanglin? He's nothing but a stepping stone beneath my feet. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao couldn't help but burst into soft laughter. Looking at his earnest expression, she leaned forward and kissed him lightly on the lips, then whispered tenderly, I'll be waiting here in the sect for your triumphant return. Mu Chang'e gave a gentle nod. Wait for good news from me. With that, he spun around and mounted his xuanhuan beast. Facing the proud army gathered on the training ground, he delivered an impassioned speech to boost morale. Yi Kanglin had done the same before every departure, so Mu Chang'e followed suit. Nearby, Yi Kanglin ignored Mu Chang'e's roaring voice entirely. He turned to Li Xiaoxiang and said, Mistress, you should head back too. We're about to leave. Li Xiaoxiang gave him a flirtatious smile. What? In such a hurry to send me away? I seem to recall last night you held me tightly, refusing to let me go. Yi Kanglin flushed red at her words. These past few days, he'd spent nearly every night with women like Li Xiaoxiang, Bai Lu, and Yu Qingyan. Now, his legs still felt weak beneath him. Sighing, Yi Kanglin asked, Why didn't Bai Lu and Qingyan come today? Li Xiaoxiang rolled her eyes. Qingyan's been suffering severe morning sickness lately. I didn't wake her, let her keep resting. Bai Lu's staying beside to take care of her. Yi Kanglin nodded and smiled. During my absence, madam, please take good care of her. Li Xiaoxiang, however, playfully huffed. You just want me to look after her. Then who's going to take care of me? Yi Kanglin said wryly. Don't you have maids to attend to you? Besides, you're not even pregnant. What do you need care for? Li Xiaoxiang suddenly burst into giggles, then feigned solemnity as she said, Who told you I'm not pregnant? This startled Yi Kanglin completely. He stared at Li Xiaoxiang in disbelief and stammered, Madam, you. Li Xiaoxiang gently nodded. I conceived just these past couple of days. I've already had the physician confirm it. At that moment, Yi Kanglin's lips twitched slightly before he helplessly shook his head. Well, now he truly couldn't leave. That Yu Qingyan was pregnant was one thing, but now Li Xiaoxiang was too. By this count, he already had nearly 3 children in Lingxi Sect. If counting that girl Jiang Xinxin, then it would be 4. Damn, he never realized before just how impressive he actually was. As Yi Kanglin stood dazed, the army on the training ground suddenly roared. General Invincible! General Invincible! He instinctively turned toward Mu Chang'e, only to see him shouting along with the troops. He hadn't expected this guy to be so skilled at uniting people. Seeing this, Li Xiaoxiang laughed and said, "Looks like Ancestor was right about people after all. This Mu Chang'e does seem to have some real talent. He's united the soldiers' morale so quickly. Maybe he truly has a knack for military command." Yi Kanglin chuckled lightly. Perhaps. Li Xiaoxiang shot him a sidelong glance and said, "Aren't you worried he'll completely replace you?" Yi Kanglin shrugged indifferently. "Let him. What's the big deal if he does?" Just then, Qin Xiao, Yi Kanglin's deputy general, walked over and saluted him respectfully. "Marshal Yi, it's time we depart." Yi Kanglin gave a light nod. "I understand." Then he turned to Li Xiaoxiang. After a brief pause, he stepped forward, cupped her chin gently with one hand, and kissed her. The sudden gesture made Li Xiaoxiang blush, and she lightly slapped him, teasing, "There are people around, you rascal." Yi Kanglin grinned, then turned and mounted his xuanhuan beast, joining the main force as they began their departure. Li Xiaoxiang remained where she stood, gazing at Yi Kanglin's retreating figure. On a nearby high platform, Senior Elder Yu Wutian and Granny Longxian were also watching the rapidly departing army. At that moment, Yu Wutian said, "Junior sister, when Howren returns, what kind of welcoming ceremony do you think I should prepare for him?" Granny Longxian coughed dryly. "The battle hasn't even ended, and you're already planning a victory banquet? How could you think of such a thing?" Yu Wutian stood with his hands behind his back and said, "My eyes may be dim, but my judgment of people remains sharp. Howren is a once-in-10,000 years military genius. Suppressing this rebellion will pose no difficulty for him." Granny Longxian looked at her senior brother in surprise. She hadn't expected him to give Mu Chang'e such an extraordinary appraisal. Even in Yi Kanglin's prime, he had never been called a once-in-10,000 years military genius. Clearly, Yu Wutian held Mu Chang'e in extremely high regard. At once, Granny Longxian asked, then upon Howren's return, "What kind of reward do you plan to bestow upon him?" Her words effectively accepted Yu Wutian's evaluation of her great-grandson. Yu Wutian pondered for a moment and said, "I intend to place 1/5 of Lingxi Sect's combat disciples under his command." Upon hearing this, Granny Longxian was shocked. 1/5 of the combat disciples? That amounted to several 100,000 troops. But quickly regaining her composure, she instinctively asked, "Are you trying to weaken Second Patriarch's military power?" This Second Patriarch, Granny Longxian referred to as naturally Yu Longjiang, the Second Patriarch of Lingxi Sect, and also Yi Kanglin's second master. Yu Wutian nodded. Second Patriarch has controlled Lingxi Sect's armies for centuries. It's about time he relinquished some of that authority. Yet Granny Longxian spoke gravely. Though Howren clearly possesses great talent in command, he is still quite young. Pitting him against someone as seasoned and cunning as Yi Kanglin, won't he be at a disadvantage? She well understood that Yi Kanglin, as one of the ace figures within the Second Patriarch's faction, was far from easy to defeat. Then again, even without Yi Kanglin, dealing with just Yu Longqing alone would probably keep Mu Chang'e busy for quite some time. Thinking of this, Granny Longxian said, "Our faction truly has too few top-tier talents. Sooner or later, we'll be completely devoured by the Second Patriarch." But Yu Wutian merely smiled and said, "No need to worry. We should believe in Howren's abilities. Once he comes into his own, everything will change." At that, Granny Longxian fell silent. Chapter 57. Take one step at a time. Jiayu Pass, located south of Dongguan Prefecture, was a natural strategic choke point nestled in the heart of the Wuyuan Mountain range. It served as the vital gateway connecting Dongguan Prefecture to the outside world. If Jin Tian Domain could be considered the de facto territory controlled by Lingxi Sect, then Dongguan Prefecture functioned like a central province. Xuanhuan City was akin to the imperial capital, with Lingxi Sect serving as the supreme governing body of that capital, while Jiayu Pass stood as the fortress guarding its southern entrance. For 800 years since the founding ancestor of the Yu family established Lingxi Sect, Jiayu Pass had successfully repelled hundreds of large-scale invasions. No force had ever breached this formidable stronghold. Although Jiayu Pass possessed astonishing defensive strength, it harbored one critical flaw. It was too close to Lingxi Sect's main mountain stronghold. The shortest distance between them was less than 100 li, a vast stretch for ordinary mortals, but virtually next door for cultivators. For Lingxi Sect battle disciples riding xuanhuan beasts, this distance could be crossed in merely an hour. Once Jiayu Pass fell, foreign forces could reach the gates of the imperial capital within moments. Precisely because of this proximity, when Yu Wutian, the supreme elder of Lingxi Sect, learned that Jiayu Pass was about to be attacked by the divine demon ancient sect, he urgently reinforced the pass with additional troops. At this moment, across the open fields leading toward Jiayu Pass, Mu Chang'e led 80,000 Lingxi Sect battle disciples advancing at an astonishing speed. Rolling clouds of dust surged behind them as their xuanhuan beasts galloped forward. Riding atop one of these beasts, Yi Kanglin quietly opened his system interface. On the screen displayed the current distance between Yi Kanglin and the spirit soil crystal core. Floating beside him, Nong Xiaoxian studied the map on the system panel and asked Yi Kanglin, when are you planning to break away from this group and go after the spirit soil crystal core? Yi Kanglin zoomed in on the map and, noticing the crystal core's location deep within a region called Wuyuan Mountain Range, turned to Nong Xiaoxian and said, the spirit soil crystal core is in Wuyuan Mountains? But didn't you previously tell me that Wuyuan Mountains is one of the strongholds of the divine demon ancient sect? Nong Xiaoxian blinked in confusion and replied blankly, did I? Then he activated the system's intelligence collector and indeed found records confirming that the divine demon ancient sect's base was located precisely in Wuyuan Mountains. And judging from the coordinates on the map, the spirit soil crystal core was situated right at the very center, the sect's main headquarters. Seeing this, Nong Xiaoxian looked back at Yi Kanglin and said, the spirit soil crystal core is inside the divine demon ancient sect's central base. Now tell me, how exactly do you plan to retrieve it? Yi Kanglin pressed his lips together. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced back at the trailing battle disciples. Then he said, after our army engages with the divine demon ancient sect followers, I'll sneak in during the chaos and see if I can steal it. Stealing would be ideal. If that fails, I'll have to take it by force, or think of another way. Nong Xiaoxian retorted dryly, their divine demon ancient sect has over 55,000 disciples, all highly powerful. It's not just you. Even if Lingxi Sect's second ancestor Yulongjiang came here himself, he'd probably end up dead. Yi Kanglin sighed helplessly. Exactly. That's why I'm hoping stealing is still an option. Nong Xiaoxian snorted. Then pray these 80,000 battle disciples last longer than an hour against the enemy assault. Otherwise, even if you go in, there's no guarantee you'll succeed. Yi Kanglin took a deep breath. Those words struck a nerve. Based on his understanding of both the divine demon ancient sect and these Lingxi battle disciples, a direct confrontation might collapse the entire force in under an hour. That meant Yi Kanglin had at most 60 minutes to infiltrate the enemy headquarters and steal the spirit soil crystal core. Just 1 hour. I wonder if it will be enough. Yi Kanglin murmured with concern, but there was no turning back now. They had already come this far. All he could do now was take things one step at a time. Ahead, not far away, Mu Chang'e, clad in commander's armor, gazed excitedly into the distance. By his estimation, they would reach Jieyu Pass within half an hour. At this moment, Mu Chang'e's deputy general, Wang Heshan, approached and said to him, General, we've just received a message from Jieyu Pass. Hearing this, Mu Chang'e turned his head toward Wang Heshan and asked, what did the defenders there say? Wang Heshan replied solemnly, the divine demon ancient sect has launched another assault. They're urging us to speed up our advance. They said this wave of attack is especially fierce, and they might not be able to hold on for much longer. Upon hearing this, Mu Chang'e broke into an excited smile and declared, another attack? That's perfectly suited to my plans. As he spoke, a spark of exhilaration flashed in his eyes, his mind already conjuring images of himself charging across the battlefield, crushing the rebels of the divine demon ancient sect until they fled in disarray. Ahaha, divine demon ancient sect, your timing couldn't be better. I was just wondering where I'd find you once I reached Jieyu Pass. Now you've come straight to me. Good. Today, I'll use your heads to build my military achievements. With that, Mu Chang'e ordered Wang Heshan. Wang Heshan, relay the command. Accelerate the entire army's pace. Reach Jieyu Pass in the shortest time possible. Wang Heshan clasped his fists and replied, understood. But the next moment, he hesitated slightly and cautiously added, General, we must remain vigilant against the divine demon ancient sect. Your current mindset is verging on reckless pursuit of glory. Upon hearing this, Mu Chang'e lashed out with his whip, striking Wang Heshan as he roared. Do I need you telling me how to conduct myself as a general? Listen well, if when I reach the battlefield, the enemies have already fled, I will hold you personally responsible. Struck by the whip, Wang Heshan immediately fell silent. Not daring to offer further advice, he quietly carried out Mu Chang'e's order and passed it down the ranks. On the towering walls of Jieyu Pass, dense lines of Lingxi Sect soldiers stood tightly packed, wielding heavy crossbows, arrows, and spirit-infused firearms, launching attacks at the divine demon ancient sect's followers below. Boom, boom, boom. A series of consecutive explosions sent countless members of the divine demon ancient sect flying into the air. Yet moments later, they scrambled back to their feet and resumed their assault on the gates of Jieyu Pass. Further away, the divine demon ancient sect's army had set up row after row of pitch-black cannons. These were treasure-tier weapons, specially designed by the sect to destroy Lingxi Sect fortresses, city strongholds, and defensive passes. They were known as Black Demon Cannons. Each Black Demon Cannon possessed immense destructive power, capable not only of delivering powerful impacts directly to the pass itself, but also generating burning effects that scorched Lingxi Sect cultivators nearby, inflicting varying degrees of flame damage. At a glance, the attacking force besieging Jieyu Pass had brought over 300 heavy Black Demon Cannons. Such overwhelming artillery concentration could easily unleash saturation bombardment upon Jieyu Pass. Boom, boom, boom. Another volley of Black Demon Cannons fired in unison. Hundreds of fireballs shot forth in perfect alignment, striking the protective barrier shielding Jieyu Pass. Deafening rumbles reverberated violently within the barrier. Even the thick walls of Jieyu Pass trembled under the force. Li Zhaoyang, the general commanding the defense, nearly collapsed to the ground under the impact of this barrage. Only with the quick support of his aide did he avoid falling in disgrace. Li Zhaoyang, pale-faced, stared down at the vast swarm of divine, demon, ancient sect troops beneath him. His breath came fast and ragged as he shouted furiously at his aide. Where are the reinforcements? Why haven't the sect's unbaying arrived yet? The aide answered nervously. General, the message has been sent. The Yanjin said they'll arrive, but it will take a little longer. Hearing this, Li Xiaoyang angrily drove his broadsword into the ground and roared, damn them all. If they don't arrive soon, Jieyu Pass won't be able to hold. Just then, another officer rushed over urgently and reported, General, cracks have appeared in the eastern section of the protective barrier. A full breach is expected within 1 instance stick's time. Li Xiaoyang's face turned even paler. He shouted in disbelief. Cracks in the barrier? How is that possible? Wasn't it just repaired yesterday? How could new cracks appear so quickly? Before Li Xiaoyang could finish questioning, another officer arrived with more grim news. General, the western gate can barely withstand any longer. It may be completely destroyed at any moment. We beg you to issue orders and dispatch reinforcements immediately. Before Li Xiaoyang could respond, soldier after soldier began rushing over one after another, each bringing reports of worsening disasters. General, casualties in the 9th Army camp have exceeded 80%. They're on the verge of being completely wiped out. We beg you to order a retreat. General, medical supplies are nearly exhausted. Many of our wounded soldiers aren't receiving proper treatment. If this continues, casualties will surge within half a day. General, the spirit crystals sustaining the protective barrier are almost depleted. Once they run out, the barrier will collapse entirely, leaving us defenseless against the divine demon ancient sect's next artillery assault. As one devastating report after another poured in, Li Xiaoyang's face fell into utter despair. He sank weakly to the ground, drained of strength. Chapter 58. The divine demon ancient sect's army panics. For 800 years, Jieyu Pass had always been one of the most formidable fortresses within Lingxi Sect's territory. Back in the day, when Grand General Yi Kanglan personally commanded its defenses, it had withstood an assault by nearly 800,000 rebel troops from 9 rebel factions. For 800 years, Jieyu Pass had always been one of the most formidable fortresses within Lingxi Sect's territory. Back in the day, when Grand General Yi Kanglan personally commanded its defenses, it had withstood an assault by nearly 800,000 rebel troops from 9 rebel factions. Yet now, facing an attack by just 50,000 soldiers from the divine demon ancient sect, the pass was being pushed to the brink of collapse, barely able to mount any resistance at all. At this moment, Li Xiaoyang suddenly let out a bitter laugh, his heart sinking into deep remorse. Though he well understood that these 50,000 troops from the divine demon ancient sect were no less formidable than the 800,000 rebels of old, he still felt he had betrayed Lingxi Sect's trust and disappointed General Yi Kanglan, who had once elevated him to this position. As these thoughts filled his mind, Li Xiaoyang slowly raised the long saber in his hand and whispered, General Yi, if Jieyu Pass falls, this subordinate will take my life to atone. His eyes hardened with resolve. But just as these solemn words left his lips, a junior officer came rushing over, flushed with excitement. General, reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements are here. Hearing this, Li Xiaoyang turned sharply toward the young officer, his voice trembling with exhilaration. Reinforcements? The junior officer nodded fervently. They're less than 5 li away. Among the commanding officers is General Yi Kanglan himself, and a young commander named Mu Chang'e. Upon hearing that Yi Kanglan himself had come, Li Xiaoyang burst into triumphant laughter. Ahaha, heaven refuses to abandon me, Li Xiaoyang. Jieyu Pass is saved. Down below, within the ranks of the divine demon ancient sect's army, Wushan, the commander assigned to lead the assault on Jieyu Pass, sat leisurely on an armchair, sipping fragrant tea. As he gazed at Jieyu Pass across the way, shaking under the relentless bombardment of demonic fire cannons, he laughed heartily and said to an old witch beside him, Master Ji, I'll make you a wager. The fall of Jieyu Pass won't take more than 1 incense stick's time. Care to bet? The crone called Master Ji cackled oddly. 1 incense stick? I'd say not even half that. Wushan considered this and agreed. Then he said, once we take Jieyu Pass, we can use this stronghold as a base to pin down large numbers of Lingxi Sect forces. That should allow the bishops in other regions to seize vast territories from Lingxi without much resistance. If Yu Wutian, Mu Chang'e, or others had been present now, they would have been shocked to realize that every word exchanged between Wushan and the old, which was precisely what Yi Kanglan had predicted. The divine demon ancient sect's true plan was indeed to lure Lingxi Sect's main forces to Jieyu Pass, thus creating favorable conditions for offensives elsewhere. From the very beginning, they had never intended to push through Jieyu Pass directly toward Lingxi Sect's central sect gates. Because although the distance between Jieyu Pass and Lingxi's headquarters appeared short, it was actually protected by layered defensive lines. A direct advance from this direction would inevitably lead to heavy casualties for the divine demon ancient sect. So instead, they abandoned this route altogether and opted for a delaying strategy, tying down Lingxi's forces here, thereby weakening enemy defenses in other areas. But then, the old witch suddenly remarked, Lord Wushan, truthfully speaking, sending those 10 assassins into Changyue City earlier to assassinate the city lord and leak news of our 50,000-strong march on Jieyu Pass wasn't a wise move. Wushan turned and asked, why not? The witch replied, as long as we attack Jieyu Pass, the defenders here will naturally send word to Lingxi Sect's main branch, and they'll dispatch reinforcements regardless. But by revealing our plans ahead of time, you've given them early warning, allowing them to prepare in advance. This means that before we can even breach the pass, their reinforcements might already arrive. And then, capturing this fortress becomes far more difficult. Wushan merely smiled and shook his head. Whether reinforcements arrive early or late makes little difference to us. Whether we capture this pass or not isn't really the point. Our sole objective here is to draw as many Lingxi Sect troops as possible to this location. The sooner the news spreads, the more troops they'll gather here. This reduces pressure on the bishops launching attacks elsewhere. And as for us, the ones anchoring Lingxi Sect's primary fighting force, our contribution grows greater. Once His Holiness topples Lingxi Sect's rule, the rewards we receive will be even greater. With that, he turned again toward the old witch and said, "So, priestess, do you still think revealing our plans to them ahead of time was a bad idea?" Hearing this, the old witch burst into laughter. "No wonder His Holiness appointed you as commander for this operation. Now I see. His decision truly was most wise." Praised like this, Wushan smirked proudly. Yet just as they were still basking in their smug satisfaction, a believer suddenly rushed over frantically and reported to Wushan and the old witch. "Lord Wushan, Master Ji, bad news. The Lingxi Sect's reinforcements have already arrived." The moment these words were spoken, Wushan and the old witch exchanged glances and chuckled. Wushan scoffed disdainfully. "They came rather quickly. How many are there?" As he spoke, he casually took another sip of his fragrant tea. The believer replied, "According to our scouts' reports, roughly 70 to 80,000. Upon hearing this, Wushan immediately spat out the tea in his mouth, then laughed heartily. "Only 70 or 80,000. What is Lingxi Sect thinking? That number isn't even enough to feed our troops for 2 days." The old witch added indifferently, "Probably just probing our strength. They'll likely keep reinforcing afterward." Wushan considered this and nodded. Then, slowly running his tongue across his lips, he grinned wickedly. "It's been ages since I've tasted the flesh and blood of Lingxi Sect disciples. Finally, I can feast myself tonight." Saliva actually began dripping from the corners of his mouth as he spoke. However, the believer immediately added, "Our scouts also reported. They saw Yi Kanglin among the reinforcements." Both Wushan and the old witch froze. Especially Wushan. His facial expression visibly stiffened in an instant. He muttered, dazed, "You said, our scouts saw who?" The believer was almost in tears, pointing desperately toward Jiyu Pass as he stammered in fear. "Lingxi Sect's young marshal, Yi Kanglin." When Wushan clearly heard those 3 characters, Yi Kanglin, the teacup in his hand shattered on the ground. His eyes filled with terror as he screamed, "You're lying." Our informant clearly said Yi Kanglin had been dismissed from office and permanently confined to Wuyuan Mountain. How could he possibly be here? In a frenzy, he seized the believer by the collar, lifting him off the ground, roaring with bulging eyes. "You must have mistaken someone. You must have seen wrong, right? Answer me. Maybe one of the reinforcement troops just happens to look similar to Yi Kanglin, right? Answer me." Even now, Wushan still clung to the desperate hope that his scout had merely misidentified someone. To Wushan, the very name Yi Kanglin was terrifying. Throughout the hundreds of years he'd served as one of the divine demon ancient sect's 12 apostles, he had engaged in battle against Yi Kanglin over 20 times. And each time ended in crushing defeat, only to rise again, only to face near death once more at Yi Kanglin's hands. The most harrowing encounter occurred 50 years ago, when Yi Kanglin slaughtered all 30,000 of his troops down to the last man with merely 2,000 soldiers. Then, placing one foot on Wushan's head, pinning it to the ground, Yi Kanglin had sneered, "Heard you enjoy eating Lingxi Sect disciples? I wonder how your own flesh tastes." At that moment, Yi Kanglin's expression had actually twisted with excitement. Though that scene had taken place 50 years ago, even today it replayed vividly in Wushan's mind. Countless nights, he'd awakened screaming from nightmares, frantically feeling his own head to make sure it was still attached. It had reached the point where, upon simply hearing Yi Kanglin's name, his body would involuntarily tremble. If not for the firm intelligence confirming that Yi Kanglin had been stripped of rank, Wushan would never have dared accept command of this campaign. But now, what exactly was going on? Had Yi Kanglin been reinstated? Even if reinstated, shouldn't he remain at headquarters directing operations? Why would he personally show up over a minor skirmish like this? To Wushan at this moment, it felt as if he had casually thrown out a basic attack, only for his opponent to suddenly slam down a trump card. Who the hell could withstand that? By now, the believer wore a mournful expression as he said, "Lord Wushan, I wish I could believe our scout was mistaken too. But that man, he really was Yi Kanglin himself." Our scout nearly fainted from fright on the spot. He said he'd recognize Yi Kanglin's face even if burned to ashes, and he's willing to stake his life on it. Hearing these words, Wushan went utterly numb. Trembling, he released the believer, nearly collapsing to the ground. The believer quickly stepped forward to support him. "Lord Wushan." Wushan's breathing became rapid, his legs trembling uncontrollably, while cold sweat poured from his forehead and his face turned deathly pale. Escape. Right now, that single word was all he could think of, escape. Otherwise, he would be killed. At that moment, Wushan no longer cared about Jiyu Pass at all. He immediately roared down at the mass of believers below him. "Full retreat. Halt the assault. Pull back immediately." Chapter 59. Yi Kanglin, are you trying to rebel? On the city walls of Jiyu Pass, General Li Zhaoyang was still ecstatic over the imminent arrival of reinforcements. Just then, his aides suddenly shouted with excitement, "General, look! The divine demon sect is retreating." Hearing this, Li Zhaoyang froze for a moment and turned his head toward the scene below the wall. Sure enough, the massive army of the divine demon sect was withdrawing like a tide, moving quickly and appearing visibly frantic. To an outsider, it might have seemed as if Li Xiaoyang was preparing a counterattack. Witnessing this, Li Xiaoyang immediately erupted into triumphant shouts. You damn cowards! Where do you think you're running? Have the guts to keep fighting. You bunch of spineless weaklings who only pick on the vulnerable. Do you really think a ragtag bunch like you could ever lay eyes on Jiayu Pass? Go shove your faces in shit. Even if you had 300 more years, you wouldn't be able to cross this pass by even half a step. Perhaps due to his overwhelming excitement, Li Xiaoyang had nearly lost himself, his face flushed red from yelling. At that moment, a junior officer approached respectfully and said, General, the sect's reinforcements have arrived at the northern gate. We should go greet them now. This snapped Li Xiaoyang back to reality. He quickly patted his own head, nearly forgetting the main matter, and said, Right, let's go now. We can't let General Yi wait too long. With that, Li Xiaoyang hurried down from the wall and headed toward the northern gate. But the junior officer beside him reminded him, General, the commander of this reinforcement force isn't General Yi. Li Xiaoyang paused, confused. As he walked, he asked, Not General Yi? Then who is it? The officer replied, A young man named Mu Chang'e. The sect just sent word. The order states that Mu Chang'e is the supreme commander of these reinforcements, and we are to follow his orders unconditionally. Li Xiaoyang was bewildered. Instinctively, he asked, Who is this Mu Chang'e? How can he be the supreme commander? And if he's in charge, where does that leave General Yi? Why would General Yi come here personally? The junior officer answered, General Yi is merely the expedition's military advisor this time. He holds no command authority. As for Mu Chang'e, he's reportedly the great-grandson of Elder Longxian, our sect's most senior elder, and also the husband of Imperial Censor Yu Xiao. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyang's mind went completely blank. He abruptly stopped walking, his thoughts in chaos. Wait, what are you even saying? How did Yu Xiao become Imperial Censor? She's our Lingxi Sect's sect leader. And shouldn't her husband be General Yi? Since when did it become some Mu Chang'e? Also, didn't Elder Longxian lose all her descendants ages ago? How does she suddenly have a great-grandson now? Li Xiaoyang had been stationed at Jiayu Pass for years, so news from the sect always reached him slowly. Thus, he was almost entirely unaware of everything that had happened in the Lingxi Sect over the past month. Seeing how bewildered Li Xiaoyang was, the junior officer began to explain. It happened like this. Half a month ago, General Yi was dismissed from his post by sect leader Yu Xiao. The junior officer recounted every detail he had learned without holding anything back. After listening, Li Xiaoyang finally understood what had transpired. Immediately, he sneered coldly. So this Mu Chang'e isn't a decent fellow either. In Li Xiaoyang's eyes, anyone who dared steal General Ye's woman couldn't be good. But considering that the man was supposedly Elder Longxian's great-grandson, he suppressed his resentment. Soon, Li Xiaoyang rode swiftly on horseback to the northern gate. The gate had just opened, and there he saw Yi Kanglin and Mu Chang'e arriving at that very moment. Mu Chang'e pulled sharply on the reins, bringing his swift mount Feng Beast to an abrupt halt. His gaze swept over the group of city guardsmen who had come to welcome them, and he loudly declared, Who's the commanding officer? Step forward and face me. His tone was utterly impolite, clearly showing no respect for Li Xiaoyang whatsoever. Yet Li Xiaoyang didn't take offense. He stepped forward briskly and clasped his fists respectfully before Mu Chang'e. I am Li Xiaoyang, Commander-in-Chief of Jiayu Pass Defenses. I pay my respects to General Mu. Observing the bloodstains and torn garments on Li Xiaoyang's body, Mu Chang'e instantly realized he had just come from a fierce battle, explaining his disheveled appearance. Without hesitation, Mu Chang'e commanded, Lead the way. Today, I will personally cut off 1,000 heads from the Divine Demon Sect. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyang immediately responded, reporting to General Mu, the Divine Demon Sect's forces have already retreated. Upon hearing this, Mu Chang'e became visibly irritated and said, What? They've already retreated? Are you joking? I've just arrived at Jiayu Pass, and they're already gone. What's the point of me coming all the way here then? No way. We can't let them escape like this. Otherwise, once they've regrouped, they'll be even harder to deal with. With that, Mu Chang'e turned toward Li Xiaoyang and declared, Which direction did those bastards flee in? I'll lead my troops personally and chase them down. Li Xiaoyang was stunned. Instinctively, he turned his head toward Yi Kanglin. But Yi Kanglin was leisurely sipping fine wine from a gourd flask, looking completely carefree, as if he didn't have a single worry in the world. Seeing this, Mu Chang'e roared again, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or something? Li Xiaoyang hurriedly responded, reporting, General Mu, the Divine Demon Sect has indeed withdrawn, but they still retain considerable forces. Pursuing them now might lead us straight into an ambush. Would it not be better to follow me into the city for rest and resupply tonight, plan our strategy carefully, and decide our next move tomorrow? Mu Chang'e, growing even angrier, raised his whip and lashed out at Li Xiaoyang. Crack! The strike instantly sent Li Xiaoyang collapsing onto the ground. Fresh off a brutal battle, he had no strength left to dodge. It landed squarely on him. The next moment, Mu Chang'e's voice boomed. Do you have a problem with your brain? Or are your ears not working? I asked you which direction the Divine Demon Sect scum ran off to, and you start yammering about strategic planning. What? Do you think I need you to teach me how to fight wars? On the ground, Li Xiaoyang glared at Mu Chang'e with furious eyes. Behind him, several officers rushed forward and helped lift him up. One young lieutenant, clearly outraged, shouted at Mu Chang'e, You dare call yourself one of Lingxi Sect's commanders? Don't you even know the principle of not pressing a defeated enemy too hard? Our general was trying to warn you kindly. The Divine Demon Sect has already pulled back. Chasing them now gains us nothing and might put us in a vulnerable position. Of course, if you're so eager to die, go ahead, I don't care. But don't drag the disciples of Lingxi Sect into your suicidal folly. Hearing this, Wuchanga flew into a rage. He leapt down from Feng Beast in one swift motion, grabbed the young lieutenant by the neck, and coldly snarled. Who the hell do you think you're talking to, you dog? Do you even know who I am? Listen well. I'm the great-grandson of Elder Longxian, the most senior elder of Lingxi Sect. My wife is the imperial censor of our sect. And right now, I am the supreme commander of this reinforcement force. Not only you, but every single person within this entire fortress must obey my orders without question. Also, do you have any idea how many troops I brought with me on this campaign? Wuchanga raised his hand, forming the number 8 with his fingers, then bellowed at Li Xiaoyang and the other Jiayu Pass officers. 80,000. I brought 80,000 soldiers. With such overwhelming strength, what the hell do I have to fear from some ambush? You really think I'm someone who's afraid of threats? Li Xiaoyang, watching the young officer being choked by Wuchanga, could barely contain his fury. General Mu, we can talk. Just let her go first. Wuchanga glanced back at Li Xiaoyang, sneering coldly. And what if I don't? What are you going to do about it? As he spoke, his grip around the officer's throat tightened even further, turning her face red with suffocation. Seeing this, Li Xiaoyang's eyes burned crimson with rage. He was about to charge. But at that very moment, Yi Kanglin stepped forward. He reached out and clamped his hand tightly around Wuchanga's wrist, then smiled faintly and said, If you want to argue, argue. But picking on a little girl, what kind of hero does that make you? Then, Yi Kanglin locked eyes with Wuchanga. In an instant, the blood wheel pupils flared to life in Yi Kanglin's gaze, sending a shiver crawling down Wuchanga's spine. At the same time, Wuchanga felt an excruciating pain shoot through his wrist, as if gripped by a mechanical arm. He grimaced in agony, his hand instinctively loosening its hold on Meng Meng. Li Xiaoyang immediately lunged forward and caught his younger sister, asking anxiously, Meng Meng, are you alright? Meng Meng coughed twice and shook her head weakly. I'm fine. Only then did Li Xiaoyang breathe a sigh of relief, quickly turning his attention back to Yi Kanglin and Wuchanga. Meanwhile, Wuchanga stood frozen, staring at Yi Kanglin with deep wariness in his eyes. 5 days earlier, in the imperial court hall, Yi Kanglin had used these very eyes to violently counterattack Wuchanga's great-great-grandmother, causing her to spit blood. At the same time, he had struck the chief supreme elder Yu Wutian with a single palm strike that sent him stumbling backward repeatedly. Faced with such a monster, it would be pure lies to say Wuchanga wasn't intimidated. In the moment, he lost his temper and shouted furiously at Yi Kanglin. Yi Kanglin, what do you think you're doing? Are you trying to stage a rebellion? Chapter 60, Wuchanga's stubborn pursuit, recklessly chasing the divine demon ancient sect. Yi Kanglin smiled calmly. Nothing serious. I just think some things can be discussed peacefully. There's no need to resort to violence. After all, we're from the same sect, aren't we? As he spoke, he took another swig from his gourd of fine wine. But Wuchanga felt deeply humiliated. Pointing at Li Xiaoyang, he shouted, This bastard keeps blocking me from continuing my pursuit of the divine demon ancient sect. Am I not even allowed to punish him a little? Yi Kanglin was about to speak, but Li Xiaoyang stepped forward instead, his voice cold as ice. The individual combat strength of the divine demon ancient sect is extremely powerful. They're like monsters with infinite stamina, never tiring no matter how much they fight. Their physical regeneration ability is also astonishing. Our Lingxi Sect's spirit-imbued rifles can pierce their bodies, yet they still keep moving. In terms of speed, strength, explosive power, reaction time, and every other fundamental attribute, they far surpass our battle disciples. Don't be fooled by their mere 50,000 troops. Based on my estimation, we'd need at least 200,000 men to even stand a chance against them. He glanced then at the 8,000 battle disciples Wuchanga had brought along before adding bitterly, Not trying to offend, but this number? It won't even be enough to fill their teeth. Truthfully, Li Xiaoyang no longer wanted to stop Wuchanga from rushing headlong to his death, especially after seeing how earlier, Mu had actually choked his own younger sister by the neck. He had inwardly wished the divine demon ancient sect would tear Wuchanga limb from limb. Yet, when he thought of those over 80,000 Lingxi Sect battle disciples who had followed Mu here, his heart wavered. Just like Li Mengmeng, he didn't want those 8,000 disciples to die senselessly because of Wuchanga's recklessness. But now Wuchanga roared. You shut your damn mouth. Do you think I've never fought the divine demon ancient sect before? With their so-called abilities, I could crush them single-handedly. Super healing? Infinite stamina. How ridiculous. You lost, just admit it. Making up excuses won't change anything. I'll tell you this. I'm nothing like the bunch of weak cowards here at Jiaiguan who couldn't even defeat 50,000 enemies. At these words, dozens of Jiaiguan generals who had come to greet them instantly flew into a rage. They shouted angrily at Wuchanga. What did you say? Say that again if you've got the guts. God damn it. We fought till we were near death, and you call us cowards? Come on then, let me show you right now who the real coward is. In an instant, dozens of Jiaiguan generals were pointing fingers and yelling at Wuchanga. Meanwhile, the battle disciples who had followed Wuchanga from Lingxi Sect quickly rushed forward to restrain the enraged officers. Deputy General Wang Hashan shouted urgently. Generals, please calm down. Calm down. We're all brothers in arms. There's no need for this anger. But the Jiaiguan generals roared back. Who are we brothers with? If he wants to die, let him die alone. The scene rapidly descended into chaos. Just as physical conflict seemed imminent, Yi Kanglin suddenly bellowed. Enough. Shut up, all of you. His voice wasn't loud, yet it resonated clearly in every person's ears. In that instant, both sides fell silent, turning to look at Yi Kanglin. Though Yi Kanglin was no longer the young marshal of Lingxi Sect, his authority within the military remained unshaken. Many present had been personally promoted by him, so none dared go too far in front of him. Yi Kanglin took a deep breath, then looked at Li Xiaoyang and said, "Open the south gate. Let us pass." Li Xiaoyang opened his mouth to protest, but Yi Kanglin waved him off. "Unless General Mu Chang'e here personally beheads a few members of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect today, he won't rest easy." Then, turning to Mu Chang'e, Yi Kanglin said, "Isn't that right, General Mu?" Mu Chang'e didn't respond. Instead, he swung himself onto the back of his windchaser beast and called out to the others, "Let's move. To the south gate. Pursue the Divine Demon Ancient Sect." At his command, Wang Heshan and the other Lingxi Sect battle disciples exchanged glances. Then, one by one, they mounted their own windchaser beasts and followed Mu Chang'e into the fortress city. Seeing this, Li Xiaoyang turned to Yi Kanglin and asked quietly, "Marshal Yi, what exactly was the sect master thinking? Why appoint someone like him to command?" Yi Kanglin took a swig of fruit wine and said with a chuckle, "Isn't it obvious? Just some rich kid out here slumming for fun." At that moment, Li Mingming, standing beside Li Xiaoyang, immediately protested. Her delicate voice rang out sharply. "If he wants to experience life, does he have to drag 80,000 lives into his game? What does he think human lives are worth? That bastard. Without old lady Longxian backing him up, I'd have crippled him myself." As she spoke, the little girl crossed her arms huffily, clearly furious. Yi Kanglin looked at the young girl dressed as a boy and instinctively wanted to laugh. He stepped forward and placed a hand on her helmet, smiling. "Mingming, you're almost 19 this year, right?" Caught off guard by Yi Kanglin's sudden gesture, Li Mingming's face flushed slightly. She instinctively stepped back and said, "I still have 2 weeks before my 19th birthday." Yi Kanglin nodded. "Come to think of it, I just realized. You and your cousin are becoming more and more alike. No wonder you're sisters." Hearing this, Li Mingming recalled Li Xiaoxiang's cold yet alluring face and murmured, "Marshal Yi, how is my cousin doing now? Being acting sect master of Lingxi Sect must be really stressful, right?" Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin couldn't help but think of Li Xiaoxiang's pregnant belly. A sudden thought struck him. What if Mingming found out he was the one who got her cousin pregnant? Would she get so angry she'd never speak to him again? At the thought, Yi Kanglin grinned sheepishly. "She's doing great. With Elder Yu Wutian handling sect affairs, she's actually got plenty of free time now." Li Mingming pursed her lips. "I wonder when I'll get a chance to go back and see her." Though Li Mingming and Li Xiaoxiang were only distant cousins, they had always been close. Especially from age 4 to 16, Li Mingming had practically been raised by Li Xiaoxiang. To Li Mingming, her cousin was both like an older sister and a mother figure. Yi Kanglin then swung himself onto his windchaser beast and said with a smile, "In a few days, once we've dealt with the Divine Demon Ancient Sect, I'll personally take you back to see her." Hearing this, Li Mingming's round little face lit up with joy. She exclaimed excitedly, "Really?" Yi Kanglin gave a firm nod. "Of course it's true. All right, I won't chat anymore. I need to leave now. Otherwise, I'll fall behind the main force." With that, Yi Kanglin rode into the fortress city. The so-called fortress city was essentially an urban settlement built around the defensive structure of Xuanhuan. Due to its fully enclosed design and exceptional defensive capabilities, such cities were referred to within the Lingxi sect as fortress cities. This particular fortress city inside Xuanhuan wasn't particularly large, housing only around 300,000 people in total. Despite its relatively small population, however, the city had once flourished economically before the war broke out. It served as one of the primary gateways linking Dongwang Prefecture to the outside world. Most of Lingxi Sect's vassal kingdoms and empires used this route when delivering tributes, making it a major hub. Heavy foot traffic naturally stimulated economic growth. Unfortunately, the rebellion of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect had turned this once glorious fortress city into a shadow of its former self, now desolate and quiet. Sitting atop his windchaser beast, Yi Kanglin surveyed the rows of shops along the streets, nearly all tightly shuttered. Even in broad daylight, only a handful of people dared walk the streets. Seeing this, Yi Kanglin's expression darkened. He resolved that after finding the Spirit Earth Crystal Core, he would personally ensure the complete annihilation of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect. With this thought, he urged his mount forward, accelerating swiftly until he caught up with the main force. Together with the army, he passed through the southern gate. Xuanhuan's fortress city had 2 separate entrances, the north gate and the south gate. The north gate led to Dongwang Prefecture, while the south gate opened toward the outside world. Thus, when Yi Kanglin exited the fortress city through the southern gate, what lay before him was a vast stretch of dense forest. Only a single road cut through the center of the woods, the sole path for travelers. Seeing this, Mu Chang'e instantly declared, "The Divine Demon Ancient Sect must have fled in this direction. Soldiers, follow me and charge." With that, Mu Chang'e surged ahead at the front, leading the charge. The others quickly followed behind him. His eyes blazed with fervor, especially after witnessing earlier how Yi Kanglin had silenced everyone with just one command. It stirred something deep within him. He longed to become someone equally authoritative, someone whose mere presence inspired genuine fear and respect. But achieving all this required one thing: combat merits. And how could one obtain combat merits? There was only one way: going to war. At this moment, Mu Chang'e had already begun planning how he would slaughter the Divine Demon Ancient Sect once they caught up with them. Only Yi Kanglin, standing to the side, frowned slightly. He suddenly found it strange. Why had the divine demon ancient sect chosen to retreat so abruptly? Could it be that they had some other hidden scheme? Chapter 61. Yi Kanglin wants to kill us all. Just as Yi Kanglin was lost in thought, a system notification sounded in his ear. Ding. Today's lifespan absorption is complete. Please confirm uptake, host. As this prompt rang out, Yi Kanglin suddenly remembered he hadn't absorbed today's lifespan gain yet. Immediately, he opened the system panel. Host, Yi Kanglin. Current lifespan, 810 years 5 months 11 days. Stored lifespan, 96 years 1 month 6 days, absorbable. Seeing the word absorbable beside the stored lifespan, Yi Kanglin tapped it without hesitation. Instantly, the stored lifespan on the system rapidly converted into current lifespan. At the same time, Yi Kanglin could clearly feel his strength surging at an astonishing, visible rate. Within moments, all stored lifespan had been fully transferred. Host, Yi Kanglin. Current lifespan, 906 years 6 months 17 days, peak Tianyang realm. Stored lifespan, 0 days. With his current lifespan now reaching 906 years, Yi Kanglin could distinctly sense that his power had ascended to a new peak. Moreover, he was surprised to discover that the system interface had updated. Beside his current lifespan, a cultivation realm label had appeared. This meant that Yi Kanglin's life force power had reached the level of a peak Tianyang realm expert. With this level of strength, even within the divine palace, he could easily overpower the majority of its senior elders. However, against second ancestor Yulanjiang, he was still far from being a match. Memories of his recent encounter with the second ancestor flashed through Yi Kanglin's mind. The ocean-like flow of spiritual energy within the other's body had been monstrous, seemingly boundless in power. Even with his vastly enhanced strength now, Yi Kanglin suspected he wouldn't last 10 breaths before being crushed by that man. At the thought, Yi Kanglin's desire for the Spirit Earth Crystal Core grew even stronger. Once he obtained the Spirit Earth Crystal Core, his daily lifespan increase could exceed 300 years. In no time, he might surpass Yulanjiang. And once he became the strongest in Lingxi Sect, the sect would fall under his rule, a complete overturn of its order. A sinister smile curled upon Yi Kanglin's lips. Initially, Yi Kanglin had planned to defect from Lingxi Sect and never return to this place that had disappointed him so deeply. But later, because Bai Lu had given birth to a daughter, and then Yu Qingyin and Li Xiaoxiang, the mother and daughter pair, both turned out to be pregnant one after another, he found himself unable to leave Lingxi Sect easily. What troubled him even more was that he still couldn't be certain whether Bai Lu's child was truly his. Thus, he decided that after obtaining the Spirit Earth Crystal Core, he'd first go into hiding and allow his power to swell until surpassing the second ancestor. Then, he would overthrow the Yu family and become the supreme ruler of Lingxi Sect. At the thought, the corners of Yi Kanglin's mouth lifted faintly. Just as Yi Kanglin was indulging in these fantasies, his deputy general, Qin Shao, suddenly spoke up. General Yi, look ahead. Those people seem to be the forces of the ancient god-demon sect. Hearing this, Yi Kanglin snapped back to reality. Following Qin Zhao's finger, he saw that about 500 meters ahead, a massive group of people were fleeing in panic. Yi Kanglin narrowed his eyes slightly, silently activating his blood wheel eye. In an instant, he clearly discerned their uniforms, and murmured in surprise. They really are from the ancient god-demon sect, but why are they running? He had originally hoped the ancient god-demon sect's army would clash with Lingxi Sect's combat division, giving him the chance to sneak into their base and sabotage it. Yet, these bastards didn't even seem interested in fighting Lingxi Sect. This made absolutely no sense. Meanwhile, ahead, Mu Chang'e, spotting the ancient god-demon sect's forces, roared excitedly. Brothers, speed up. Chase down those scoundrels. Today, whoever brings me the head of one of their disciples will be rewarded with 100 spirit crystals. The moment these words left his mouth, the Lingxi Sect combatants erupted in wild cheers. In an instant, the entire force surged forward at even greater speed. Within moments, the distance between them and the ancient god-demon sect forces shrank from 500 meters to just around 300. Wu Shan, who was leading the charge, turned pale upon learning that Yi Kanglin had actually brought troops to pursue them. He said in terror, "What did you say? Yi Kanglin is chasing us." The messenger beside Wu Shan pointed behind them and said, "They're less than 300 meters away already." Upon hearing this, Wu Shan was instantly stunned. He abruptly stood up on the back of his Longju mount and looked back. Sure enough, he saw a dense swarm of Lingxi Sect combat division disciples charging toward them like madmen. Among that sea of people, Wu Shan also spotted a familiar figure, Yi Kanglin. At once, his entire face froze. He simply couldn't understand. How dared Yi Kanglin do this? Based on his understanding of Yi Kanglin, the man must have known full well about their combat strength. Therefore, if Yi Kanglin chose to give chase, it would bring him no benefit at all. So why on earth was he pursuing them? Wu Shan's breathing grew rapid. With a swift twist, he sat back down on his Longju beast, his mind racing. What exactly was Yi Kanglin trying to do? Could it be that he truly didn't fear death? Or perhaps, he had made other preparations? At that moment, a sudden flash of insight struck Wu Shan's mind. He finally understood. Yi Kanglin must have had other plans. From what he knew of Yi Kanglin, the man never engaged in battles without certainty of victory. If he dared to chase now, there could only be one explanation. That bastard was absolutely certain he could annihilate every single one of them. Realizing this, beads of cold sweat broke out again on Wu Shan's forehead. His voice trembled as he whispered, "That damn Yi Kanglin. He wants a total annihilation. He intends to slaughter all of us. At that thought, Wu Shan's hands gripping the reins began to shake violently. The deep-seated fear buried within his heart for years suddenly surged to an overwhelming peak. Beside him, one of the junior cult members said to Wu Shan, "Apostle, I don't think Lingxi Sect's forces are anything special. And earlier, they even dared to attack us with hidden arrows. Should I take a team and wipe them out?" But Wu Shan immediately slapped the disciple across the face, roaring, "If you want to die, go die alone. Don't drag us down with you." Chapter 62, Pushing Me Too Far. The cult member was beaten into a daze, completely baffled as to why their apostle suddenly wore such a terrified expression. When he looked around at the other cultists, he noticed that many of the older or more experienced ones also wore identical looks of horror. Especially when they heard the name Yi Kanglin. These seasoned veterans turned deathly pale, trembling like ordinary mortals who had encountered a ghost. He couldn't believe it. Was this Yi Kanglin really so terrifying? Enough to reduce his seniors to such pitiful states? At that moment, Wu Shan shouted back at the group behind him. "The rear ranks, move faster. If Yi Kanglin catches up with you, don't expect me to come save you." This single sentence instantly caused the divine demon ancient sect army's speed to surge dramatically, while a wave of intense panic rapidly spread throughout the entire force. But then the old witch said to Wu Shan, "The Lingxi Sect's gale beasts are slightly faster than our dragon steeds. Even if we retreat at full speed, they'll eventually catch up. Not to mention, we're currently hauling heavy artillery. In this situation, there's no chance of escape at all." Upon hearing this, Wu Shan finally remembered the numerous black devil cannons being transported within the rear guard. Their massive size made them impossible to store in spatial rings. Therefore, if survival was their goal, they would have no choice but to abandon these cannons. Realizing this, Wu Shan clenched his teeth tightly, feeling as though his heart were bleeding. These cannons had been personally assigned to him by His Holiness the Pope, a critical armament now destined to be discarded. The thought alone filled him with unbearable resentment. Yet, if they continued carrying these burdens, Yi Kanglin would inevitably overtake them. Taking a deep breath, Wu Shan issued orders down to the baggage corps hauling the black devil cannons. "Everyone listen. Discard the black devil cannons and any other heavy equipment immediately. Retreat lightly. If His Holiness blames anyone later, place full responsibility on me. Tell him it was my order to abandon these vital weapons." At this point, Wu Shan was willing to risk everything just to preserve the remaining 50,000 troops. Upon hearing his command, the veteran soldiers acted instantly. In moments, all sorts of miscellaneous items were thrown aside, along with one black devil cannon after another abandoned without hesitation. They were truly evacuating with minimal load. With the removal of this dead weight, the retreat speed of the divine demon ancient sect army surged once again. Now, they finally began pulling distance between themselves and the Lingxi sect forces. Far behind, Mu Chang'e witnessed this scene and froze momentarily in surprise. Seeing the enemy ahead discarding supplies and even weapons, he burst into loud laughter and turned to his deputy general, Wang Heshan. "The divine demon ancient sect is nothing special after all. They haven't even fought us yet, and already they're abandoning their weapons. How afraid must they be of our Lingxi sect?" Ahaha. That Li Chaoyang dared claim how powerful the divine demon ancient sect was. Clearly, he's just making excuses for his own incompetence. Wang Heshan, however, kept his gaze fixed on the scattered weapons and supplies, then asked, "General, should I send men to collect those abandoned arms? After all, they're technically war spoils." Mu Chang'e waved his hand dismissively. "What's the rush? Once we exterminate this batch of divine demon ancient sect scum, we can come back and gather the loot later." Wang Heshan nodded. It made sense. Then Mu Chang'e roared again. "Speed up. We're almost upon them. Soon I'll achieve an immortal feat." Ahaha. With that, Mu Chang'e himself charged forward first, urging his gale beast ahead. Riding at full throttle, his beast outpaced all others, surging far ahead of the rest of the formation. At that moment, Mu Chang'e was already envisioning cutting off the heads of every last one of the divine demon ancient sect members, taking them back to humiliate Li Chaoyang and his worthless cronies. Just thinking about their smug faces filled him with rage. They couldn't defeat the enemy themselves, yet still tried to block others from earning military merit. Utter shameless cowards. And then they had the gall to say they didn't want to endanger other frontline disciples. What ridiculous nonsense. These people were born with malicious hearts. Unable to obtain military merits themselves, they wouldn't allow others to have them either. If not for Mu Chang'e being the supreme commander of this campaign, he probably would have been held back by them after all. Thinking this, Mu Chang'e urged his gale beast to accelerate once more. Today he would achieve the first kill against the divine demon ancient sect. He would personally cut off the first head, proving his actions truly worthwhile. However, when the generals behind him, such as Wang Heshan, saw this, they shouted urgently, "General, it's dangerous. Don't act alone." But Mu Chang'e, whose mind was entirely focused on earning military merit, refused to listen to Wang Heshan and the others. He continued speeding forward relentlessly. Gradually, the distance between him and the divine demon ancient sect army shrank to less than 20 meters. Then, Mu Chang'e roared, "Rebels, where do you think you're running? Taste my sword, you scum." As the words left his mouth, he pushed off the back of his gale beast, launching his body into midair, hurtling straight toward a member of the divine demon ancient sect. The sharp blade in his hand stabbed directly at the cultist's back, aiming for the heart. But at that moment, Wu Shan also noticed Mu Chang'e's move. His eyes now completely filled with bloodshot veins, Wu Shan bellowed furiously, "Yi Kanglin, You bastard. You push me too far. Sending some insignificant trash like this to challenge me. Do you take me, Wushan, for something made of clay? How dare you? Wushan was utterly enraged. He had already retreated this far, yet Yi Kanglin still wouldn't let up. Now even sending such a lowly wretch to humiliate him? How could he possibly endure such an insult? In that instant, Wushan leapt from the back of his dragon steed, shooting straight through the air toward Mu Chang'e. At this moment, the fear he harbored toward Yi Kanglin had transformed entirely into overwhelming fury. Just as an ordinary mortal might become maddeningly reckless when driven beyond the edge of terror, Wushan was now in exactly that state. In the blink of an eye, he arrived right before Mu Chang'e and threw a punch with full force straight at him. Mu Chang'e, startled by Wushan's sudden appearance, reacted quickly upon seeing the fierce strike coming. Instinctively, he altered the trajectory of his sword thrust, redirecting it straight into Wushan's chest. In that instant, the two supreme commanders clashed midair. Yet Wushan allowed the blade to pierce deep into his chest, then swung his arm around, delivering a crushing counterpunch directly to Mu Chang'e's face. The impact was terrifying. Mu Chang'e's entire face deformed under the blow, several teeth shattered instantly, and spat out from his mouth. Then, in one fluid motion, Wushan spun his body midair and delivered a powerful kick straight into the center of Mu Chang'e's chest. Chapter 63, 2000 Death Blades. Boom. The force of that kick was immense, almost as if it carried the furious wrath of Wushan himself. In the next moment, Mu Chang'e shot backward like a cannonball, crashing straight into the pursuing foam beast behind him and flipping it over in one blow. This single strike instantly halted the advancing Lingxi Sect army. Wang Hashan came to a stop as well, jumping down from his foam beast and rushing to support Mu Chang'e, urgently asking, "General, are you all right? Are you injured?" At this moment, Mu Chang'e's entire face was disfigured, several ribs in his chest shattered outright. Blood seeped continuously from his mouth, and his eyes stared in shock toward the direction of Wushan. Now standing atop the back of a Longju beast, Wushan fixed his gaze firmly upon them. Meanwhile, the wound on his chest, pierced earlier by Mu Chang'e, had already healed completely, not even a drop of blood remaining. Clearly, Mu Chang'e's attack was nothing more than a joke to Wushan. At once, Wushan turned to one of his disciples and said, "Luo He, we're nearly at the Heikue mountain range. Select 2,000 men to serve as death blades and delay these pests for as long as possible." The disciple named Luo He immediately complied. Soon, 2,000 warriors were separated from the 5,000-strong legion to act as suicide soldiers. They raised their sharp blades high and roared in unison, "We vow eternal loyalty to His Holiness the Pontiff." With that, they charged headlong toward the Lingxi Sect's forces. Meanwhile, Wang Hashan was still tending to Mu Chang'e's injuries. After successfully resetting Mu Chang'e's jawbone, he said, "General, your actions just now were far too reckless. Do you even know who that person was?" Once his mouth was functional again, Mu Chang'e still wore a look of lingering dread as he asked, "Who exactly was that man?" Yi Kanglin strode over and declared loudly, "One of the 12 apostles of the divine demon ancient sect, Wushan Xianxia." Then Yi Kanglin chuckled, "Haven't seen this guy on the battlefield in nearly 50 years. Who'd have thought we'd run into him here, and that he'd actually deigned to fight personally?" Upon hearing that the man he'd just fought was one of the 12 apostles of the divine demon ancient sect, Mu Chang'e suddenly understood. No wonder the opponent was so overwhelmingly powerful, on a completely different level from those assassins they'd captured back in Changhua City. So this was the strongest warrior in the enemy's entire army. No wonder he'd been defeated in a single exchange. Under such circumstances, his loss was entirely understandable. Realizing this, Mu Chang'e's previously deflated spirit lifted somewhat. But clearly, he had no intention of playing the hero again. He decided to fall back and tend to his broken ribs first. Just then, Yi Kanglin remarked, "Oh, the enemy is sending people our way." Hearing this, Mu Chang'e was startled. Instinctively, he turned his head toward the fleeing direction of the divine demon sect. Sure enough, a large group of enemies surged toward them, shouting, "We vow eternal loyalty to His Holiness the Pontiff." Though the enemy's momentum was imposing, once Mu Chang'e saw they only numbered in the thousands, he grinned excitedly and said, "With such a small force, they dare provoke the Lingxi Sect? Excellent. It seems the general must spill some blood today, otherwise these bastards will never learn fear." Yi Kanglin rolled his eyes at this and replied, "Do you think everyone enjoys picking fights like you do? These are clearly death blades. Their charging us head-on almost certainly means they're buying time for their main force to retreat. There's no need to engage them directly. Just assign a few thousand to stall them while the rest pursue the main enemy group." But Mu Chang'e snapped back angrily, "Who's the commanding general here? You or me? Since when do I take orders from you?" Yi Kanglin crossed his arms, gave Mu Chang'e a sidelong glare, and coldly retorted, "You better watch your tone. I won't hesitate to twist your head off right here if you push me." Hearing this, Mu Chang'e instantly backed down. He took a step back, then remounted his foam beast and shouted to the warriors behind him, "Soldiers, follow me. Wipe out those few thousand." Mu Chang'e completely ignored Yi Kanglin's advice. In his mind, what threat could a mere few thousand pose? Why waste manpower stalling them? Why not crush them outright with overwhelming force? What was the point of complicating things? Then, Mu Chang'e rallied a large force and surged toward the opposing 2,000. When Yi Kanglin saw this, he took a deep breath, a trace of helplessness appearing on his face. He had to admit, someone talentless yet obsessed with combat, once backed by powerful connections, could be nothing short of a disaster for those forced to serve under him. Yi Kanglin truly couldn't understand why Li Xiaoxiang had once believed this man possessed any military command ability. At that moment, Vice General Qin Shao approached and asked Yi Kanglin, "Marshal Yi, I actually think General Mu's order isn't unreasonable. After all, the enemy only numbers a few thousand. If we just send our main force straight through, we can crush and overwhelm them completely. There's no need for complex tactics, is there?" Yi Kanglin let out a scoffing laugh, then looked at Qin Shao and said, "Do you really believe more troops always means an advantage?" Qin Shao replied in confusion, "Isn't it?" Yi Kanglin shook his head and gestured toward the front lines, where Lingxi Sect soldiers were already clashing violently with the Divine Demon Ancient Sect's suicide squad. On vast open plains, yes, the number of troops can indeed be decisive. But this place is not a plain. The area is filled with trees, rocks, streams, and much of the ground consists of pits and muddy patches. This terrain is utterly unsuitable for large-scale maneuvers. On the contrary, it offers a significant advantage to that smaller force of a few thousand. Furthermore, they're all death blades, requiring no unified command, free to wreak havoc independently, which will inevitably inflict heavy damage upon our side. Moreover, each of these suicide soldiers possesses individual combat strength far surpassing that of our Lingxi Sect warriors. To truly bury them under sheer numbers would result in catastrophic casualties for us. Upon hearing this, Qin Shao suddenly understood and immediately turned his gaze to the battlefield ahead. Indeed, he saw Lingxi Sect casualties rising sharply, while the Divine Demon Ancient Sect's suicide squad suffered relatively few losses. The situation was exactly as Yi Kanglin had described, extremely disadvantageous for the Lingxi Sect's massive army. Clearly, following Yi Kanglin's original plan, detaching several thousand elite fighters to engage the Deathblades directly would have been the optimal solution. On one hand, Lingxi Sect casualties would be drastically reduced. On the other, the main force could continue pursuing the retreating enemy army, preventing their escape. Truly, a single move achieving two goals. Chapter 64, First Victory. But now, Mu Chang'e had led everyone in a direct assault against those thousands, playing right into their hands. These mere few thousand fanatical warriors actually managed to fully delay Lingxi Sect's 80,000-strong army, ultimately allowing the main force of the Xinyu Ancient Sect to escape completely. Thinking about this, Qin Shao couldn't help but feel genuine admiration as he looked at Yi Kanglin. 2 hours later, the 2,000 elite suicide troops dispatched by the Xinyu Ancient Sect had been completely annihilated by Lingxi Sect's forces, but the price paid by Lingxi Sect was extremely heavy. As many as 7,000 fighting disciples of Lingxi Sect had fallen in battle, with over 5,000 more wounded. In total, casualties reached a staggering 12,000. Such an astonishing loss ratio could only be achieved under the command of someone like Mu Chang'e, a genius unparalleled. Any ordinary experienced general would have avoided such devastating losses. Yet despite this, Mu Chang'e didn't seem to care at all. Holding a severed head in his hand, he rode up on his windchaser beast to stand before Yi Kanglin, laughing loudly. "Yi Kanglin, do you see this? All 2,000 of Xinyu Ancient Sect's men have been wiped out by me. This is the head of their elite suicide squad's captain. Now, do you admit that my talent surpasses yours?" Hearing this, Yi Kanglin merely glanced at the head he held, then replied flatly, "You used 80,000 men to fight 2,000. How can you possibly boast about that?" But Mu Chang'e retorted, "I'm just asking, were those 2,000 men eliminated or not?" To this, Yi Kanglin had no rebuttal and simply nodded, acknowledging his so-called achievement. With that, Mu Chang'e casually tossed the head aside and declared, "Also, I didn't let you participate in this battle at all. It was entirely my own command. So the credit belongs solely to me. You won't get even a fraction of it." Yi Kanglin responded with a blank expression, gave a brief, then asked calmly, "What's next? Are you going to continue pursuing their main force, or are you planning to withdraw?" Mu Chang'e said lightly, "Their 2,000-man elite vanguard has already been destroyed by me. The rest are nothing but trash who no longer pose any real threat. Still, I don't want to tire out our troops with continuous combat. I've decided to return to Jiayu Pass first to regroup, then resume the campaign against these rebels." Yi Kanglin blinked, puzzled, and asked, "How do you know for sure that this 2,000-man unit was their most elite force?" Mu Chang'e argued, "What else could such a powerful fighting force be if not elite troops?" Yi Kanglin chuckled softly and said, "What if these 2,000 were actually just average cult members? Perhaps their commander implanted some kind of death-oblivious spell into them before sending them into battle, which made them act so wildly reckless?" Yi Kanglin had encountered this before in previous battles against the Xinyu Ancient Sect, enemy soldiers charging forward fearlessly, like they had no sense of self-preservation. Back then, he'd found it strange. Why would soldiers throw themselves into death so recklessly? Even a perfect military reward system shouldn't drive men this far. Only later did he learn that within the Xinyu Ancient Sect existed a secret technique, one that erased the fear of death when applied to its followers. Just moments ago, observing these suicide troops, Yi Kanglin had already suspected that Wuxian and others might have used this very art on them. But now, Mu Chang'e scoffed indignantly. "Bullshit. Such terrifying combat power can't possibly come from mere average-level fighters. Even if they used some fearless of death technique, they couldn't reach this level. And besides, even if we assume they really do possess such overwhelming strength, wouldn't they have easily crushed us outright? If so, why retreat at all?" To this question, Yi Kanglin had no answer. He was equally perplexed. Why would the Xinyu Ancient Sect flee like a beaten dog, despite clearly having the power to crush Lingxi Sect's army? So panicked were they that they hadn't even bothered to carry away weapons or supplies, something clearly abnormal. Yet after thinking hard for a while, Yi Kanglin still couldn't make sense of it, so he simply stopped pondering the matter. Seeing Yi Kanglin fall silent, Mu Chang'e assumed he had conceded to his reasoning. Immediately, he turned to his deputy general, Wang Hashan, and ordered, Wang Hashan, take some men and gather all the supplies, weapons, and black demon fire cannons abandoned by the Xinyu ancient sect. Bring everything back to Jieyu Pass. I want Li Zhaoyang and his bunch of bastards to see exactly how rich my spoils of war are. Wang Hashan bowed with clenched fists and replied, Understood, sir. Then, Mu Chang'e turned to another general and said, Wu Jiang, send a message to the sect. Tell them that our expeditionary campaign has achieved a first great victory. We've crushed 20,000 enemy troops and seized numerous supplies, grain, weapons, and black demon fire cannons. Upon hearing this, Wu Jiang froze for a moment. He widened his eyes and said, 20,000? Mu Chang'e stared straight at him and asked, Any problem? Wu Jiang quickly shook his head, and no problem at all. Immediately, he turned around to find a messenger soldier to send word back to the sect. Beside him, Yi Kanglin's lips twitched uncontrollably. Glancing at Lingxi Sect's casualty numbers, he muttered sarcastically, This is called a glorious first victory? Crushing 20,000 enemies? Damn, they really know how to spin a tale. Still, Yi Kanglin didn't say anything aloud. After all, inflating battle achievements was something many battlefield commanders did. He had done it himself before, but never to such an absurd extent. At most, he'd report wiping out 200,000 when they'd actually eliminated 100,000. That was it. Thinking of this, Yi Kanglin suddenly turned his gaze toward Lingxi Sect's direction, murmuring softly, Still, once Yu Xiao hears that her husband has won a great victory in his first battle and captured so much loot, she'll probably jump for joy and make a huge deal out of it. With that, Yi Kanglin took a deep breath and mounted his Windchaser beast, preparing to return to Jieyu Pass. Stealing the spirit earth crystals would have to wait. Not long after Yi Kanglin left, a black-robed figure hiding among the trees suddenly emerged. Looking at the battlefield littered with corpses, Lingxi Sect's mountains of dead bodies alongside the 2,000 from Xinyu ancient sect, he whispered to himself, These Lingxi Sect disciples aren't even that strong. How could they suffer over 10,000 casualties fighting just over 2,000 death squads? Then he glanced in the direction Yi Kanglin had departed, eyes narrowing slightly. Come to think of it, it's strange, Yi Kanglin didn't participate in command at all. So it seems Master Disciple's previous concerns were completely unwarranted. Moreover, this Lingxi Sect army isn't nearly as powerful as Master Disciple imagined. All of it was just baseless speculation. Having said this, the black-robed figure spun around and left swiftly. He needed to deliver this intelligence to Master Disciple immediately. Chapter 65. Li Zhaoyang is shocked. On the wall of Jiaguan, Li Zhaoyang, Li Mengmeng, and other city defense commanders paced back and forth anxiously, their eyes frequently darting toward the distance with deeply worried expressions. It wasn't that Li Zhaoyang was concerned about Mu Chang'e getting into trouble. To them, they wouldn't feel a thing even if Mu Chang'e died at the hands of the demon god ancient sect. However, they desperately hoped that Yi Kanglin and the other 80,000 Lingxi Sect combat disciples remained unharmed. Not long after, one of the guards suddenly pointed excitedly ahead and exclaimed, General, look, they're back. At once, Li Zhaoyang followed the direction the guard was pointing. Sure enough, he saw Mu Chang'e returning slowly, leading a large force of Lingxi Sect soldiers. Yet many among them bore various injuries, and some had even been killed in battle. Seeing this, Li Zhaoyang's heart sank instantly. He immediately guessed that Mu Chang'e must have clashed with the demon god ancient sect. Without delay, he hurried down from the wall and led a group forward to meet them. By then, Mu Chang'e had dismounted from his wind-chasing beast. Upon seeing Li Zhaoyang, he sneered coldly and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Well, isn't this General Li himself? What brings you out here personally to greet us lowly ones? Can't sit comfortably in your city hall, or are you just bored? Hearing this, Li Zhaoyang felt a vain twitch on his forehead. This Mu Chang'e truly made his blood boil. Not only was he foul-mouthed, but he always carried himself with such arrogance. It was infuriating. But remembering that Mu Chang'e was backed by the Lingxi Sect senior elder, Li Zhaoyang swallowed his anger and clasped his fists respectfully. General Mu, did you engage the demon god ancient sect? Mu Chang'e burst into laughter, clearly delighted. In a loud, proud voice, he declared, Engage? Let me tell you the truth. Those puny lackeys of the demon god ancient sect didn't last 2 hours under my command. I crushed them completely. Wiped them out entirely. As he spoke, Mu Chang'e tilted his chin toward the captured black devil cannons off in the distance, adding boastfully, Take a look at that. Recognize what these are. I suppose you all know exactly what these are. Li Zhaoyang, Li Mengmeng, and the rest of the Jiaguan defense commanders turned their gazes toward the rows of black devil cannons, and were instantly stunned. Especially Li Mengmeng, whose cute cherry lips fell open into a perfect O shape. She couldn't believe that this Mu Chang'e standing before her had actually wiped out the demon god ancient sect, and even seized their cannons. Could it be that Mu Chang'e was truly a peerless genius? At that moment, Li Mengmeng looked at Mu Chang'e with growing curiosity. Watching his smug expression, she couldn't help but think. Indeed, the old saying held true. One should never judge a person by appearance. Meanwhile, Li Zhaoyang and the other Jiaguan commanders stared wide-eyed. Some even rushed up to inspect the cannons up close, checking whether they were genuine. Had they not been bombarded by these very weapons just a few hours earlier, They might have suspected Mu Chang'e had brought fake props just to intimidate them. At that moment, Li Xiaoyang cautiously approached Yi Kanglin and quietly asked, "Marshal Yi, are these really the demon god ancient sect's cannons?" Yi Kanglin took a sip from his wine gourd and nodded. "They're real." Li Xiaoyang took a deep breath. He glanced furtively toward Mu Chang'e, then whispered to Yi Kanglin again. "Is it also true what General Mu said, that he wiped out the entire force in less than 2 hours?" Yi Kanglin gave a soft, quiet confirming it was true. At that moment, he wanted to explain to Li Xiaoyang that the number of demon god ancient sect members Mu Chang'e annihilated was only around 2,000. And even then, it had taken nearly 2 hours using an overwhelming force of 80,000 troops to surround and eliminate that mere 2,000. But before he could say anything, Mu Chang'e suddenly called out to Li Xiaoyang. "Have you lot stared enough? If you're done gawking, get the city's physicians assembled immediately. Can't you see how badly injured my men are?" Only then did Li Xiaoyang notice the numerous wounded among Mu Chang'e's troops. He quickly clasped his fists and said, "General Mu, please follow me into the city for medical treatment. Also, could you let me know approximately how many casualties there are, so I can make proper arrangements?" Mu Chang'e thought for a moment and replied, "Roughly over 10,000 casualties. For exact numbers, wait until we reach the infirmary. Your people can tally them then." With that, Mu Chang'e turned and walked toward the fortress city first. Li Xiaoyang respectfully clasped his fists toward Mu Chang'e's retreating figure and said, "This humble general will attend to it immediately." At the same time, his heart was once again shaken by Mu Chang'e, wiping out over 50,000 members of the demon god ancient sect, yet suffering only 10,000 casualties. Such a casualty ratio was extremely rare even among the many renowned generals of the Lingxi Sect. In an instant, Li Xiaoyang's gaze toward Mu Chang'e had transformed from original disgust into genuine admiration. For soldiers, those they truly respected were always top-tier powerhouses like this. Thinking this, Li Xiaoyang suddenly spoke up. "Meng, from now on when you see General Mu, speak more respectfully. Stop being so casual and disrespectful like before, understand?" After he finished speaking, Li Xiaoyang waited but received no reply. He turned his head only to find his sister, who had been following beside him, was nowhere in sight. His eyes swept around the area as he called out, "Meng." Finally, his gaze landed on Yi Kanglin. There, Li Meng had one hand hooked around Yi Kanglin's arm, chattering about something unknown, the two chatting and laughing as they strolled toward the fortress city. Seeing this, Li Xiaoyang hurried over and scolded his sister. "You little brat, always running off everywhere." Li Meng simply stuck out her soft little tongue at her brother, then turned to Yi Kanglin and asked, "Marshal Yi, now that the battle's over, are you still going to keep your promise to take me back to the Lingxi Sect to meet Sister Xiaoxiang?" Yi Kanglin chuckled. "Who said the battle is over?" Li Meng blinked in surprise. She exchanged a glance with Li Xiaoyang, then Li Xiaoyang asked, "But didn't General Mu just say he completely wiped out the demon god ancient sect? Does that mean some of them survived?" Yi Kanglin smiled. "He only eliminated part of them. Another portion of the demon god ancient sect forces escaped. So after a few days of rest, we'll set out again." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyang softly uttered, "Oh," finally understanding. Immediately, he asked, "Do we need to replenish any supplies? I'll prepare them right away." But Yi Kanglin replied, "Just go ask Mu Chang'e yourself. Find out what he needs." Li Xiaoyang nodded in agreement and returned into the fortress city. After seeing her brother's submissive demeanor, Li Meng pouted her cute little lips and murmured, "So what if that Mu Chang'e won one battle? Now my brother's acting all fawning and obsequious. How utterly spineless." Yi Kanglin glanced at the little girl and laughed. 80,000 troops fighting against 2,000 enemies. Can that even be called a victory? Hearing this, Li Meng instantly froze. She stared wide-eyed at Yi Kanglin and exclaimed, 80,000 against 2,000? But didn't the demon god ancient sect have 50,000 people? How come there were only 2,000? Yi Kanglin glanced at the departing figure of Li Xiaoyang, then quietly whispered the entire truth to Li Meng. After hearing it, Li Meng's mouth dropped open in shock, letting out a long, drawn-out "ah." They abandoned these black devil cannons themselves? And they actually sent only 2,000 men just to delay you? Chapter 66. Make you Qingyan a concubine for Mu Chang'e? Yi Kanglin nodded. Li Meng, however, was completely baffled. Wait, why would the people from Divine Demon Ancient Sect do this? They have more than enough strength to crush our army of 80,000. Why would they run away? Yi Kanglin took another swig of fruit wine before replying. I'd like to know the answer to that too. As he spoke, his eyes dropped again to the military uniform Li Meng was wearing. Probably due to the wrong size, her outfit looked sloppy and ill-fitting. So he added, "And where did you even get this uniform? It looks awful. Change it back the moment we return." Li Meng pouted her cute little lips and said, "I just wanted to fight alongside everyone, but my brother wouldn't let me, a girl, go to the front lines. So I sneaked into the warehouse and took a uniform. I thought I could disguise myself as a man and slip past my brother's notice, but he spotted me immediately." Yi Kanglin glanced at her modest chest, her fair complexion, and her luscious red lips, then laughed. "With that face of yours, even a blind man could tell you're pretending to be a man." Li Meng suddenly noticed Yi Kanglin's gaze had lingered on her chest. Her face flushed instantly, and she kicked him sharply on the backside with her foot, exclaiming petulantly, "Pervert." With that, she stomped off in a huff, clearly headed to change back into her regular attire. Yi Kanglin merely shook his head with a smile. But just then, a system notification suddenly rang out in his ears. Ding! System upgrade complete. Shop unlocked. At the sound of this message, Yi Kanglin froze momentarily, muttering under his breath, "A shop." He opened the system interface and indeed saw the word shop appear on the screen. He tapped it open and found an array of dazzling items neatly listed. Silver fox armor. Price, 1 day of lifespan. Meteor warhammer. Price, 2 days of lifespan. High explosive gunpowder barrel. Price, 3 days of lifespan. Low-grade spiritual grain. Price, 1 day of lifespan / 1 kilogram. Spirit beast summoning scroll xianhuan flame steed. Price, 10 days of lifespan. Siege war crossbow. Price, 20 days of lifespan. Yi Kanglin stared at the abundant selection before him, utterly stunned. He never expected the system shop items could be purchased using lifespan, although it seemed only reserve lifespan was usable for transactions. The current lifespan was marked as non-tradable, completely unusable. Seeing this warning, Yi Kanglin twitched at the corner of his mouth. After all, he had just absorbed all his reserve lifespan into his current lifespan, increasing it to 900 years. Now that the shop finally opened, it tells him he can only buy things with reserve lifespan? It felt like the system was playing games with him. Taking a deep breath, Yi Kanglin muttered to himself, "Fine. I'll stop absorbing reserve lifespan for now. Better store it up and save until I've accumulated enough to make real purchases." As he spoke, Yi Kanglin rubbed his chin, a mischievous smirk forming on his face. Not long ago, he was dreaming of rising to rule supreme. Now the system had unlocked a shop. With these system-provided items, he could rapidly build an overwhelmingly powerful army. Then, not only could he overpower Lingxi Sect, but even the 1,600,000 troops of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect would be crushed beneath his heel. However, he wouldn't rush back to relieve Lingxi Sect yet, at least not until most of their combat forces had been drained by the enemy. Only then would he make his grand entrance. There's an old saying, when the clam and the heron fight, the fisherman wins. That way, he could maximize his gains. Thinking this through, Yi Kanglin began mentally calculating when the perfect time for a counterattack would be. If he returned too early, Lingxi Sect and the Divine Demon Ancient Sect might still have considerable strength left, making it likely they'd gang up and surround him. That would indeed be troublesome. But returning too late wasn't good either. If Lingxi Sect was completely destroyed and his several wives were already raped and killed, then everything would be meaningless. Crossing his arms, Yi Kanglin murmured quietly, "Lingxi Sect currently has about 1,700,000 active combat disciples and 3 million reservists. Judging by the current situation, about a month after the full-scale war between the Divine Demon Ancient Sect and Lingxi Sect breaks out should be the most suitable timing." At the main headquarters of Lingxi Sect, inside the Grand Audience Hall, Yu Wutian sat upright upon the Sect Master's throne, eyes scanning through stacks of reports while his brush moved swiftly across documents in rapid approval. Just as Yi Kanglin had said, although Li Xiaoxiang was officially the acting sect leader, all the real responsibilities of leadership were being handled entirely by Yu Wutian. Since passing down the position to his son 600 years ago, Yu Wutian hadn't experienced the feeling of holding absolute power for a very long time. Now that he had returned to the throne, this old man actually felt as if he'd been rejuvenated. But just then, an excited messenger came jogging into the Grand Audience Hall, rushing straight before Yu Wutian and announcing, Ancestor, General Muchanga has just sent word. Our forces achieved a great victory in their first clash against the Divine Demon Ancient Sect after arriving at Jieyu Pass. Not only did we annihilate 20,000 enemy troops, but we also seized massive quantities of supplies, cannons, and weapons. At this rate, we're expected to completely wipe out the entire Divine Demon army within 5 days. As this report of triumph rang out, many present in the hall froze in surprise. Grandma Longxian burst into hearty laughter. Truly worthy of being my long family's descendant. How Ran, my boy, you've truly lived up to my expectations. Although she had anticipated an early victory, hearing it confirmed firsthand still filled her with excitement. At that moment, Yu Wutian took the battle report handed over by a young eunuch and carefully scanned every line. After finishing, he turned proudly toward the deputy seat and said with obvious smugness, Second brother, didn't you say earlier that Hao Ran would need at least 10 days to defeat the divine demon forces? Why does reality differ so much from your prediction? Oh, that's right. I remember you also claimed that since Hao Ran was commanding his first battle, our casualties would likely reach around 40,000 men. But clearly, that hasn't happened either. Ha ha ha, Yu Wutian laughed loudly, unable to conceal his delight. Meanwhile, sitting solemnly upon a spiritual jade seat, second patriarch Yu Longjiang humbly nodded his head. You are correct, elder brother. I underestimated Mu Changa's abilities. Such exceptional command talent. Even Yi Kanglin might not be able to match him. Upon hearing Yi Kanglin's name, Grandma Longxian snorted disdainfully. That cowardly rat? What's a does he have to be compared with my beloved grandson? Second senior brother, don't mind me speaking harshly, but Yi Kanglin's era is long gone. There's no need for you to keep bringing him up in front of us. This world now belongs to my brilliant grandson, Long Howren. Although his report claims he can eradicate the remaining divine demon forces within 5 days at most. In my opinion, 3 days will be more than enough. Embarrassed, Yu Longjiang nodded politely. All right, senior sister, you're right. Yi Kanglin's time has indeed passed. From now on, I won't mention him again. Saying this, he smiled faintly toward his elder brother Yu Wutian. But sitting beside Yu Longjiang, Yu Qingyan merely pursed her lips. Gently stroking her slightly rounded belly, she muttered under her breath. So what? They only won a petty battle involving a few tens of thousands. What's there to boast about? Every campaign Yi Kanglin ever commanded involved armies numbering in the millions. She rolled her eyes exaggeratedly, wearing an utterly unimpressed expression. Across from her, however, Grandma Longxian suddenly grinned and said, "Qingyan, you see now, don't you? The difference between Howren and that Yi Kanglin. Yi Kanglin simply isn't in the same league as our Howren. Sticking with him will bring you nothing but disappointment. Tell you what, if you're willing, I could talk to Howren about taking you as a concubine. How about coming to follow my grandson instead?" Chapter 67. Wuxia is pregnant. At these words, Yu Qingyan widened her eyes and said, "Become a concubine to Mu Chang'e?" Madame Longxian chuckled. "Yes, of course. After all, our Howren is so exceptional. Being his concubine is something countless girls dream of." Yu Qingyan gave a cold laugh. Just as she was about to retort, second ancestor Yu Longjiang spoke sternly. "Junior sister, although Qingyan hasn't formally married Yi Kanglin yet, the two are practically husband and wife already. So please refrain from mentioning such things as offering her to your Mu Chang'e as a concubine. Understood?" With that, Yu Longjiang smiled faintly at Madame Longxian. That look sent a chill down Madame Longxuan's spine. Only then did she remember. Qingyan was Longjiang's direct descendant. Openly trying to poach from him like this would naturally earn his displeasure. Realizing this, Madame Longxian quickly said with a forced smile, Yes. I spoke inappropriately. I won't bring it up again." Then she turned to Qingyan with a warm smile. "Qingyan, you're not upset with your old granny, are you?" Qingyan rolled her eyes, but didn't respond. Instead, she shifted her gaze to Yu Longjiang and said, "Second grandfather, I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll head back and rest now." Yu Longjiang nodded. Then, as if suddenly recalling something, he leaned in slightly and whispered to Qingyan, "Starting tomorrow, don't come to the morning court sessions. Since you're pregnant, it's not convenient. Just stay in your quarters and rest." Though Yu Longjiang had been lavishing praise on Mu Chang'e in front of Madame Longxian and elder brother Yu Wutian, deep down, he clearly understood the gap between Mu Chang'e and Yi Kanglin. Therefore, if he wanted Yi Kanglin to remain by his side and serve him long-term, he absolutely had to protect the child in Qingyan's womb. Qingyan softly hummed in acknowledgement. She rose, bowed gently to Yu Wutian and Yu Longjiang, and said softly, "Grandfathers, this granddaughter takes her leave." With that, she turned to leave. But just then, a young maid came rushing in, her face alight with excitement as she announced to everyone present, "Honorable ancestors, Imperial Inspector Yu has good news." At those words, Qingyan froze mid-step. Even Yu Longjiang and Yu Wutian stared wide-eyed. Madame Longxian leapt to her feet in excitement. "What did you say?" "Xia is pregnant." The young maid nodded eagerly. "The physician has just examined her. It's confirmed. She is indeed with child." Upon hearing this, Madame Longxian burst into hearty laughter. Truly, heaven will not let the Long family perish. At last, the Long clan has new life. As Madame Longxuan's laughter faded, Yuxia gracefully entered the audience hall. She glanced at the young maid who had run ahead to deliver the news, then bowed before Yu Wutian, Madame Longxian, and the others. "Greetings, second and third grandfathers, and great-grandmother." Seeing her daughter-in-law come in person, Madame Longxian hurried forward to meet her, a look of mild scolding on her face. "You silly girl, now that you're pregnant, why wander around like this? Come, sit down quickly." With that, she helped her granddaughter-in-law take a seat, her joy so great that the wrinkles on her face seemed squashed together by her broad smile. Xia gently stroked her belly and said, "I wanted to come and announce the happy news myself, but little Lian here beat me to it." Little Lian, the maid, stepped quietly to Xia's side, pouting slightly. "But mistress, I thought you moved slowly now, so I rushed over to tell the elders first." Xia shot her a look and laughed. "You just wanted to get your reward early, didn't you?" Lian's face flushed red. She stuck out her tongue, but didn't deny it. Madame Longxian casually tossed a pouch of spirit crystals to the girl. "Here, take it." Perhaps because of her excellent mood, Madame Longxian gave quite a generous reward this time. The little maid clapped her hands in delight and profusely thanked her. At this moment, Yu Wutian stood up from the sect master's throne and said with a smile, "Today truly brings wave after wave of joyful news for Lingxi Sect. First, victory at Jeyu Pass. Then, a daughter of the Yu family bears the heir of a meritorious hero. Heaven truly blesses our Lingxi Sect. Ha ha ha." Then, turning to second ancestor Yu Longjiang, he said cheerfully, "Brother two, how about this? When Howren returns in triumph, we bestow upon him the title of True Martial General and place him in command of 2/10 of our sect's army. By the way, let us also formally enshrine the child in Xia's womb as one of the succession saints. When he comes of age at 18, he will be eligible to compete for the position of sect master, just like any other succession saint." At these words, Yu Longjiang's pupils sharply contracted. He turned to face Yu Wutian, who wore a self-satisfied smile, and said, "I don't oppose bestowing Mu Chang'e with the title of True Martial General, but allowing him to command 2/10 of our sect's army seems far too soon. His experience is still rather lacking. As for the matter of Xia's unborn child becoming a succession saint, that may prove difficult. After all, our Yu clan's ancestral decree is clear. Only those of Yu bloodline may ascend to the position of sect master. Brother, surely you remember this." But Yu Wutian merely chuckled mockingly and replied, "Mu Chang'e's abilities are already plain for all to see. His very first battle resulted in the annihilation of 20,000 enemy troops. That speaks volumes. Placing him in command of 2/10 of our sect's forces is entirely feasible. And as for the child in Xia's womb, that's simple enough to resolve. Yu Wutian turned to Madame Longxian and said, "Junior sister, how about this? After the baby is born, we simply give him the surname Yu." Upon hearing this, Madame Longxuan's face instantly lit up with wild delight. Simply changing the child's surname would elevate her descendant to a prime candidate for the leadership of Lingxi Sect. The benefit was too good to pass up. As for continuing the long family lineage, that was no problem either. After all, Muchanga wasn't dead yet. Once he returned, she could easily assign more women to him to ensure the long bloodline thrived. At this thought, Madame Longxian clasped her fists before Yu Wutian and said respectfully, "I shall follow my senior brother's instructions without fail." Yu Wutian burst into hearty laughter. As he glanced over at Yulongjiang, he saw the man's expression had darkened like storm clouds gathering. That sight brought Yu Wutian immense inner satisfaction. But then, Yu Qingyan snorted coldly and spoke aloud. "The campaign against the divine demon ancient sect hasn't even concluded yet. High Ancestor, aren't you rushing things a bit by already deciding on rewards for Muchanga?" Her tone carried unmistakable resentment. After all, if every privilege went to her elder sister's husband and child, what then remained for her own husband and future children? Wuxia, meanwhile, rose to her feet with a pleasant smile toward Qingyan and said, "Qingyan, what are you talking about? The divine demon ancient sect's army numbered only 50,000 to begin with. Now 20,000 of their elite troops have already been wiped out. The rest are just scraps and stragglers. How hard can they be to deal with?" Then she turned to Yulongjiang and continued, "Second Ancestor, the outcome of the war is already decided. It's practically inevitable. So, Granddaughter believes there's nothing inappropriate about High Ancestor's generous decrees. After all, isn't Lingxi Sect built upon the principle that merit, not birth alone, should determine one's status? Even Yi Kanglin, a man with no ties whatsoever to our Yu or Long clans, was allowed to hold the rank of young marshal for many years. So why shouldn't the child I bear be eligible for the position of sect master? And why shouldn't my husband be allowed to lead 2/10 of our sect's army?" Chapter 68, Leading the Tiger into the Trap. Within the temporary base of the 21st Army of the Ancient Sect of Gods and Devils, in the He-Kuei Mountains, Wu Shan sat silently upon a seat covered with tiger pelt, his expressionless face listening to the spy reporting below. As the scout relayed every detail he had gathered, Wu Shan's expression gradually shifted from its original stillness to twitching muscles, until finally his face twisted in rage, and he roared aloud. "You're telling me I've been scaring myself for nothing? Yi Kanglin never even had military authority. The entire previous battle was commanded by that man Muchanga, and they truly have no trump cards whatsoever. Our 2,000 assassins caused over 10,000 of their casualties." The scout kneeling beneath trembled, collapsing onto the floor as he nervously said, "Master Apostle, every word I speak is true. There's not a shred of deception." Wu Shan shot to his feet. Consumed by fury, he kicked the table before him so hard it flipped over, shattering teacups across its surface. At once, the guards surrounding him dropped to their knees, too terrified to meet Wu Shan's eyes. But Wu Shan bellowed, "Yi Kanglin, how dare you mock me like this? Ah, if I don't flay your skin and rip out your bones, I'll take your damn surname." Beside him, the old witch spoke up, "Apostle Master, perhaps you should calm down first. Raging at your subordinates achieves nothing. You'd be better off using that energy to discuss how we can deal with Yi Kanglin more effectively." But Wu Shan turned on her screaming, "How can I stay calm?" He strode toward her, raising his hand to form the number 8, his face twisted with fury. 80,000. They sent only 80,000 trash and my elite forces were driven like dogs, scattering in all directions. This is an unspeakable humiliation. A farce unparalleled under heaven. Wu Shan was now in a state of extreme agitation, bordering on total collapse. It was as if a general commanding 100,000 soldiers suddenly learned he'd been routed by a mere band of 800 bandits. Such disgrace made Wu Shan want to commit suicide on the spot. Seeing clearly how agitated Wu Shan had become, the old witch paused in thought before speaking calmly. "Our spies inside Jiyu Pass have just sent new intelligence. That Muchanga plans to launch another attack against us in 5 days' time. And this time, he claims 7,000 men will be enough to swallow our stronghold whole, and publicly declares he'll sever your head." She stepped half a pace closer to Wu Shan, her expression vicious. "If we actually let that good-for-nothing chop off your head, then we will be cursed for eternity." As her words faded, the previously enraged Wu Shan suddenly seemed doused with cold water, his emotions quickly settling. He raised a hand to wipe sweat from his brow, then slowly returned to his tiger-skin throne, speaking now with chilling composure. "Will Yi Kanglin come with him this time?" Seeing this, the old witch furrowed her brows. She could see plainly that fear of Yi Kanglin had burrowed deep into Wu Shan's bones. Even knowing now that Yi Kanglin held no actual command, even realizing those mere 70,000 troops could easily be wiped out by him, he still lacked the confidence to confront Yi Kanglin head-on. Realizing this, the old witch declared loudly, "So what if Yi Kanglin comes along? Master Apostle, understand one thing clearly. Your current military strength is sufficient to annihilate a 20,000-man army of Lingxi Sect. What is there to fear from their paltry 70,000? But upon hearing this, Wu Shan only laughed bitterly, his voice hollow with defeat. 120 years ago, when I first faced Yi Kanglin, my army numbered 170,000, while his was only 30,000. Back then, I believed I could crush him effortlessly. Instead, he left me unable to lift a finger in resistance. Of my 170,000 troops, fewer than 50,000 escaped alive. 70 years ago, during the Peacock Feather Campaign, I mobilized 500,000 troops, determined to kill Yi Kanglin and avenge my past defeat. At that time, he had fewer than 100,000 men, but still shattered my 500,000 forces into complete disarray. Here, Wuxian lifted his head to gaze at the old witch, his voice trembling. For over 100 years, I've fought Yi Kanglin 23 times. But every single time, I was crushed into the ground by him. And almost every battle, he turned the tide despite being at an absolute disadvantage. Do you know what those 23 defeats mean to me? They mean despair, collapse, utter humiliation. That bastard Yi Kanglin is nothing short of a monster. He's simply not someone any human can ever hope to defeat. Can you even understand that? Wuxian roared out the last sentence. Yet, the old witch turned her head toward the guards still kneeling on the ground and waved her hand, signaling them to leave. Once the guards had departed, the old witch stepped before Wuxian. She extended her withered palm and slowly placed it against Wuxian's face. But the moment that hand, resembling a dried tree branch, touched his skin, it suddenly surged with new life. The dull, sallow complexion changed visibly, becoming fair and smooth. Within several breaths, that shriveled hand transformed into one as soft and delicate as a young maiden's. When Wuxian lifted his head to look upon the old witch, she had already become a breathtakingly beautiful young girl. Then, the girl whispered softly, "There is no enemy in this world who cannot be broken. Even if Yi Kanglin is a god, he too will grow tired. He too will have moments of weakness. As long as we strike him fatally when he's at his weakest, there's no way he'll ever rise again." Wuxian hesitated, then instinctively asked, "Xinlin, what do you plan to do?" Ji Xuanlin's irresistibly alluring red lips curled upward slightly as she softly said, "Aren't they boasting about capturing our stronghold? Don't they claim they'll slaughter us all? Don't they vow to cut off your head and terrify all evildoers? Then let's grant them their wish." As she spoke, Ji Xinlin broke into a sinister, enchanting smile. And Wuxian, as if struck by sudden realization, fell silent for a moment before saying, "You want to use the strategy of leading the tiger into the trap." Ji Xinlin giggled, her pliant, boneless body throwing itself into Wuxian's arms as she settled onto his lap, laughing. "If they so desperately want our stronghold, then fine, let's give it to them. But once they step inside, they won't ever walk back out. As long as we prepare this place well in advance, even if Yi Kanglin himself comes, he'll be captured alive and utterly helpless." Chapter 69, The Arrogant Mu Chang'e. Upon hearing this, Wuxian broke into laughter. He looked at Ji Xinlin and said, "They say a woman's heart is the most venomous. Turns out that saying couldn't be more accurate." Ji Xinlin shot him an annoyed glare. "Am I not thinking of you? If you don't personally sever Yi Kanglin's head yourself, you'll forever remain under his shadow." Wuxian did not refute her words. After all, for the past 50 years, he had indeed lived in fear of Yi Kanglin's tyranny. At that moment, Wuxian suddenly swept Ji Xinlin into his arms and strode toward the inner chamber. If he didn't release his pent-up fury now, he feared he might die from rage-induced heart failure. Soon after, sounds of tearing fabric echoed from the inner chamber, along with Wuxian's bestial roars and Ji Xuanlin's sultry gasps. 5 days later, beneath the walls of Jiayu Pass, Mu Chang'e once again donned his crisp new military uniform, mounted his Xiaofeng beast, and stood with an air of invigorated confidence. At the same time, 70,000 combat disciples of Lingxi Sect stood fully equipped and ready, prepared to launch an assault on the remnants of the god-demon ancient sect at a moment's notice. Li Xiaoyang and numerous other officers arrived to see them off. Li Xiaoyang asked uneasily, "General Mu, are you certain you don't need me to dispatch additional troops to reinforce your forces?" Although Li Xiaoyang was aware of Mu Chang'e's strength and believed that the 10,000 troops should be more than enough to obliterate the god-demon ancient sect's stronghold and execute their top commander. Nonetheless, for added security, he still hoped to send another detachment to accompany Mu Chang'e in the campaign. After all, the greater the number of troops, the higher the chances of victory. But Mu Chang'e merely sneered dismissively. "Don't take offense at my bluntness, but your garrison forces here at Jiayu Pass? Don't even talk about reinforcing me. They'd be lucky not to slow me down entirely." He then lowered his gaze toward Li Xiaoyang with a cold smirk. "So just stay put inside Jiayu Pass and wait for my good news. Don't spend all day dreaming about stealing someone else's military glory. That'd be tasteless, wouldn't it?" These words froze Li Xiaoyang's expression momentarily, while the officers behind him turned visibly grim. Li Xiaoyang had only intended to help Mu Chang'e defeat the god-demon ancient sect. Yet Mu took it as an attempt to snatch credit from him. Where could one possibly appeal such injustice? Li Xiaoyang took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation. With a forced smile, he replied, "Then I, your subordinate, wish General Mu swift victory and enduring martial fortune." Mu Chang'e snorted coldly once more, haughtily lifting his chin without even acknowledging Li Xiaoyang's well wishes, then spurred his Xiaofeng beast forward and rode away. No sooner had Mu Chang'e left than several of Jiayu Pass's city garrison officers began muttering curses. So he won one battle. Who does he think he is? Acting like some unrivaled hero? What arrogance! In all his years, even Marshal Yi never behaved so arrogantly after commanding campaigns with over 1 million soldiers. This kid, he'll end up dead at the hands of the god-demon ancient sect. With these words, the group of garrison officers turned and walked away. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyang turned to look at Yi Kanglin, who hadn't yet departed. Li Mengmeng was supporting him as they approached the Xiaofeng beast and came to a standstill beside it. Judging by Yi Kanglin's unsteady posture, barely able to stand upright. He must have been drunk again. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a state. Li Xiaoyang stepped forward and said, Marshal Yi, how much did you drink this time? Maybe you should skip today's campaign and rest properly in the city instead. Yi Kanglin clung to the xiaophone beast to keep himself from collapsing, then chuckled. Are you joking? How could any campaign proceed without me? Yi Kanglin. Besides, there's a precious treasure still hidden within the god-demon ancient sect's base, one I haven't claimed yet. How could I possibly miss this? Li Xiaoyang was stunned and instinctively asked, Treasure? What treasure? Yi Kanglin's mind jolted. Instantly, much of his drunkenness vanished. He had nearly blurted out the truth about the spirit soil crystal core. He quickly recovered, chuckling sheepishly. Of course it's their collection of aged vintage wines. What else could it be? Li Xiaoyang felt a vain twitch on his forehead, instinctively wanting to retort, but Yi Kanglin swiftly swung himself onto the back of the xiaophone beast and grinned at Li Xiaoyang. All right, no need to see me off. Go back now. Li Xiaoyang respectfully clasped his fists and said, Marshal Yi, travel safely. I, your subordinate, wish you a triumphant return and glorious victory. Yi Kanglin snorted with laughter. All right, I'll thank you here then. Well, no more talk. I should be off. With that, Yi Kanglin raised the leather whip in his hand and gave a sharp crack against the xiaophone beast's rear. The beast let out a long neigh and shot forward, leaving only Li Xiaoyang staring at Yi Kanglin's retreating back, who couldn't help but sigh. Truly, it's much more comfortable dealing with Marshal Yi. Compared to him, Wuchanga doesn't even come close. As he spoke, Li Xiaoyang turned to look at Li Mengmeng beside him, only to find her gazing dazedly at Yi Kanglin's departing figure. Today, Li Mengmeng had changed into a delicate white dress, its light fabric perfectly outlining her graceful, alluring figure. It had to be said, both the Li family and the Yu clan seemed to produce exceptionally beautiful women. The girls from the Yu clan tended to be full-busted, while the Li family women were tall, with slender, elegant physiques. But now, Li Xiaoyang noticed a bright red love bite on Li Mengmeng's neck. His brows furrowed as he said, Mengmeng, what happened to your neck? Why is there a red mark? At those words, Li Mengmeng, who had still been lost in watching Yi Kanglin leave, snapped back to reality. She turned toward her brother and asked, What red mark? Li Xiaoyang pointed at the hickey on her neck. Right there, below your neck, it's all red. Li Mengmeng's heart leapt. Instinctively, she covered the mark with her hand and shyly said, This? It's nothing. Just got bitten by a mosquito yesterday and scratched it myself. It'll fade soon. Don't worry about it, brother. With that, Li Mengmeng quickly turned and left before Li Xiaoyang could press her further, leaving Li Xiaoyang standing alone, utterly bewildered in the wind. On Yi Kanglin's end, riding the swift xiaophone beast, he quickly caught up with Mu Changa's main army. At this moment, Mu Changa was still chatting and laughing with his deputy generals, his expression brimming with smug satisfaction. Then, Mu Changa turned his head toward Yi Kanglin, urging his xiaophone beast forward until he reached Ye's side. He sneered. Well, Marshal Yi, where have you been slacking off to now? You reek of alcohol. Don't tell me you just woke up from your drunken nap. Yi Kanglin casually pulled out his gourd flask and took another swig before saying, What do you want? Chapter 70. The campaign against the divine demon ancient sect begins. Yi Kanglin knew Mu Changa all too well. He knew this guy would never start a conversation with him for no reason. If he was approaching now, there had to be something on his mind. Sure enough, after hearing Yi Kanglin's words, Mu Changa grinned and casually raised one hand. And it was a rolled-up map. He said, Know what this is? Yi Kanglin asked expressionlessly, What? Mu Changa tossed the map to Yi Kanglin carelessly. Have a look for yourself. This is a detailed terrain map of the divine demon ancient sect's base, including exact deployments of their forces, all clearly marked. With this in hand, I estimate we can wrap up the battle within 2 hours at most. At this, Yi Kanglin unfurled the map and scanned it carefully. Sure enough, it clearly indicated the location of the divine demon ancient sect's stronghold deep within the Wuyuan Mountains. Even the sect's spies, hidden outposts, and troop formations were meticulously labeled. Seeing this, Yi Kanglin couldn't help but ask, Where did you get this map? Mu Changa snatched the map back and smiled faintly. Obviously from my wife, Yushir. Don't forget, her Blackwater platform is the most powerful intelligence organization within Lingxi Sect, with agents spread throughout the entire Jin Tian domain. All the information on this map was specially gathered and drawn up by my wife Yushir just for me, to ensure my victory in this campaign. Oh, and one more thing I should remind you of. Our ancestral master has already declared that once this battle is over, upon my return, I'll be formally appointed as General Zhenwu, placed in command of over 20% of Lingxi Sect's entire army. By then, my prestige within the sect will thoroughly surpass yours, Yi Kanglin. As he spoke, Mu Changa smirked triumphantly, his eyes glowing with ambition and visions of future glory. Yi Kanglin took another swig of fruit wine, then said calmly, That map is fake. In my opinion, the divine demon ancient sect probably set up a trap specifically for us to walk right into. At these words, Mu Changa felt as if cold water had been dumped over his head. He turned to Yi Kanglin irritably and snapped, What proof do you have that the map is fake? Did you personally go scout the Wuyuan Mountains? Or perhaps you've also cultivated your own intelligence network and somehow obtained real information? Yi Kanglin tucked away his wine gourd and replied leisurely, Proof? I don't have any. But the reason I say this map is fake is simple. It's too detailed, right down to how many people are stationed in each outpost. No intelligence network in the world could achieve such precision. How could Yushir's decaying Blackwater platform possibly manage it? My guess? The divine demon ancient sect must have planted a mole inside the Blackwater platform long ago. Through that mole, they fed false intel to Yushir, who then passed this forged map straight to you. After finishing, Yi Kanglin yawned, suddenly feeling the urge to go back to sleep. Hearing this, Mu Chang'e grew furious, but instead of shouting like before, he sneered dismissively. You're just jealous, aren't you? Jealous that I have a capable wife who can provide me with strategic intelligence while you've got nothing. Yi Kanglin let out a short laugh. Jealous of you? Spare me. Relying on a woman like Yushir for help. You wouldn't even know how you died. Hearing this, Mu Chang'e became even more convinced that Yi Kanglin was merely envious. He chuckled bitterly. We'll see if you can still say that once I've severed the divine demon sect commander's head and seized their stronghold. Yi Kanglin merely curled his lip, unwilling to continue talking to this fool. He turned his head aside, already pondering how he might obtain spirit soil crystals afterward. But Mu Chang'e, as if addicted to boasting now, kept rambling on. I know people like you, and Li Xiaoyang too. You simply can't stand seeing others succeed. You despise anyone who gets what you can't. If I'd actually believed Li Xiaoyang's nonsense back then and failed to pursue the divine demon sect, I'd never have achieved that first decisive victory. Fortunately, this general has a strong mind and won't be influenced by shameless people like you. Otherwise, if we really let those divine demon ancient sect scum escape, we'd have no place left to cry. Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin let out a cold chuckle. Sometimes he truly felt that communicating with an idiot was utterly impossible, especially when the idiot sincerely believed he was always right, while anyone who tried to warn him must be wrong. Thinking this, Yi Kanglin said lazily, believe whatever you want. With that, he steered his swift-winged beast away from the man, not wanting to get tainted by his nonsense. But Mu Chang'e seemed deliberately attached to him. Every time Yi Kanglin moved away, Mu Chang'e would follow closely again, babbling non-stop and boasting in front of him. Hey, Yi Kanglin, let me guess, you're still thinking about my wife, Yushiyu, aren't you? Otherwise, why would you deliberately slander her and belittle her? Relying on her for help, you wouldn't even know how you died. Aren't you just upset because she's only willing to help me now, and not you? I don't even need mind-reading techniques. I can clearly hear the sourness in your words. You're bitter inside, aren't you? Though come to think of it, it's only natural you'd feel resentful. A devoted and capable wife like Shiyu isn't something every man is qualified to possess. Even though you once had her, you ultimately couldn't walk through life with her. Only someone like me, the once-in-a-thousand-years supreme military genius, has the qualification to be Shiyu's man. After hearing this, Yi Kanglin nearly burst out laughing. He turned his head slightly toward Mu Chang'e and asked, once-in-a-thousand-years supreme military genius? Did you give yourself that title? Mu Chang'e, however, stood proudly. It was given to me by ancestor Yu Wutian himself. The old master long ago recognized my talent and foresaw that my era had already arrived. That's why he promised me earlier. As long as I eliminate this batch of rebel devils from the divine demon ancient sect, I will command over 20% of the entire Lingxi Sect's army. Yi Kanglin chuckled again. We'll talk once you've actually eliminated them. Don't forget, they still have more than 50,000 troops at their stronghold. Mu Chang'e sneered disdainfully. Their 2,000 most elite soldiers have already been wiped out by me. Do you really think the remaining rabble will be hard to deal with? Now that I have this intelligence map, crushing those useless vermin will be effortless. The outcome of this battle is already decided. The victor can only be me, Mu Chang'e. There is no other possibility. Otherwise, why would the ancestor prepare my reward in advance? Seeing that this fool was about to ramble on again, Yi Kanglin simply raised a hand to stop him, then nodded forward and said, the divine demon ancient sect's first line of defense is right ahead. Hearing this, Mu Chang'e looked forward, and sure enough, in the distance stood numerous watchtowers, each flying the military banners of the divine demon ancient sect. Clearly, this was the first defensive line marked on the map. Excited, Mu Chang'e shouted immediately, brothers, follow me and charge. Chapter 71, Breaking Through with Unstoppable Momentum. As Mu Chang'e's words fell, his figure shot forward first. Behind him, numerous disciples of the Lingxi Sect surged forward as well. Yi Kanglin, however, retreated to the side and watched quietly. He held no military authority, nor was he a combat disciple, merely an accompanying strategist. Thus, matters of warfare could be left entirely to Mu Chang'e and the others. At that moment, he secretly brought up his system interface. Host, Yi Kanglin. Current lifespan, 906 years, 5 months, 11 days, peak of Heavenly Yang Realm. Reserve lifespan, 481 years, 3 months, 22 days. After 5 days of accumulation, Yi Kanglin's reserve lifespan had grown to over 480 years, an amount substantial enough to purchase many items from the system shop. Yet, he didn't immediately spend this reserve. He felt intuitively that these saved years would serve a far greater purpose later on. With that thought, Yi Kanglin lifted his gourd and took another long swig of wine. Then, he turned his gaze toward Mu Chang'e. Seeing Mu Chang'e lead their forces in scattering the ranks of the ancient divine demon sect and its followers into disarray, Yi Kanglin narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured, "Since when did the ancient divine demon sect's army become so pathetically weak?" Before Yi Kanglin's eyes unfolded a scene of utter chaos. Their soldiers acted like a disorganized mob, their combat discipline abysmal, their commander's orders chaotic and ineffective. Faced with the charge led by Mu Chang'e, they offered almost no resistance. Calling it a total collapse would not have been an exaggeration. In no time, more than a third of the sect's disciples lay dead, their heads severed. At this sight, Yi Kanglin's expression grew solemn as he whispered, What exactly is Wushan planning? Could it be that those 2,000 elite suicide troops sent earlier were truly his best forces? Does he really have no competent armies beyond them? Then, after a moment's contemplation, he muttered to himself, could it be that he's deliberately placed useless, expendable troops on the front lines as cannon fodder, hoping to drain our Lingxi Sect's energy? Yi Kanglin considered, it wasn't impossible. Even as he pondered, Mu Chang'e broke through the first line of defense. The remaining ancient divine demon disciples fled wildly in panic. But as they escaped, each was swiftly cut down by Mu Chang'e. Then, Mu Chang'e roared again, raising his sword high, charging onward once more. The battle disciples behind him pressed forward relentlessly. Seeing this, Yi Kanglin urged his swift-winged beast forward, following closely with the main force. In the following moments, Lingxi Sect's offensive surged forward like a sharp blade slicing through bamboo. Wherever they advanced, the enemy gave ground. Within merely half an hour, Mu Chang'e had captured over a dozen hidden outposts and breached 3 defensive layers, now less than 200 meters away from the central command base. The entire assault proceeded with such astonishing ease that Yi Kanglin began to feel a strange sense of unreality. Was this base they attacked even truly occupied by the ancient divine demon sect? How could their strength be so pitiful? Yet, when Yi Kanglin glanced at the banners fluttering around him, he confirmed once more, he hadn't made a mistake. Ahead, Mu Chang'e shouted triumphantly, rebels, where will you run? Taste my blade. Slash, Mu Chang'e split a divine demon disciple clean in half. As blood splattered across the ground, Mu Chang'e's face flushed with excitement, his sword swinging even more wildly. Each swing brought another head tumbling down, blood spraying from severed necks. Before long, Mu Chang'e led his men straight into the heart of the ancient divine demon sect stronghold. This place lay within a hollowed-out mountain. The mountain itself was cavernous inside, where the sect had built a fortress resembling a fortified mountain camp. The only external entrance was a cave mouth nearly 3 meters high. As Mu Chang'e stormed into the inner chamber, the divine demon troops stationed there immediately converged to attack. Now trembling with exhilaration, Mu Chang'e led his disciples into fierce combat once more. At this moment, Mu Chang'e felt as if possessed by a war god. Wherever he went, enemy heads flew skyward as if on instinct. Soon, bodies littered the path behind him, piling thickly. Stop him! Stop him now! Don't let him get close to me! From atop a high platform, Wushan screamed frantically at his subordinates, his voice filled with terror, as though Mu Chang'e was someone he feared above all else. His action completely exposed him to Mu Chang'e's sight. Mu Chang'e turned his head toward Wushan and laughed coldly. Dog thief, I was just wondering where to find you. I didn't expect you to show yourself. Perfect, your life is mine now. As the words left his mouth, Mu Chang'e raised his longsword, aiming it directly at Wushan. With a casual flick of his wrist, the sword shot forward like a meteor, piercing straight through the air. Dong! Wushan's body was pierced on the spot, impaled by the sword and pinned against the wall behind him. With Wushan slain, the divine demon sect's army immediately fell into complete disarray. They lost all will to resist Mu Chang'e, dropping their weapons and fleeing wildly in every direction. Seeing the enemy collapse, Mu Chang'e burst into loud laughter. The scene unfolding before him matched his expectations perfectly. Facing General Mu Chang'e's assault, the ancient divine demon sect had crumbled without offering even the slightest resistance, utterly routed and humiliated. At once, Mu Chang'e shouted to his men behind him, capture all these rebels. No one spared. Kill them all. The disciples of Lingxi Sect responded with firm affirmation and launched into a ruthless slaughter of the ancient divine demon sect's forces. In no time, more than 50,000 followers were reduced to only a dozen survivors. Massive piles of corpses lay scattered across an open field, heaped so high they formed a small hill. Just then, Yi Kanglin stepped inside from outside. He glanced around at the massive hollow mountain peak and the fortress built within it, muttering to himself. Strange, there's no visible light source here. Why is it still so bright? Gnome Xiaoqian replied. Moonlight stones are embedded into the walls here. The glow from the stones spreads throughout the cavern via the surrounding rock, which is why you can't see the direct source. Yi Kanglin nodded. Then, he opened his system interface and said, Alright, since we've made it in, it's time to start searching for the spirit soil core. But at that moment, a flying sword shot straight toward Yi Kanglin's face. Without changing expression, Yi Kanglin simply raised 2 fingers and caught the blade midair. Then, slowly, he turned his gaze toward Mu Chang'e, who was walking toward him. Chapter 72. Whose child is in Yu Xiao's womb? Yi Kanglin asked expressionlessly, What do you want to do now? Mu Chang'e still held a severed head in his hand, none other than the head of Wushan. Yet Mu Chang'e said proudly, Didn't you say before how powerful and formidable the divine demon ancient sect was? Now it seems they're nothing special. The battle started less than an hour ago, and already it's over. With their level of strength, I really wonder how you managed to resist them for more than 300 years back, when you were in power. People outside always say that if you hadn't suppressed those rebels, Lingxi Sect wouldn't have its peace today. But from my perspective now, if I had possessed full military and political authority back then, I probably could have wiped out the divine demon ancient sect in less than 3 years. Yi Kanglin rolled his eyes. He didn't feel like wasting too many words on Mu Chang'e, simply replying lazily, Think whatever you want. With that, Yi Kanglin dismounted from the Zhui Feng beast and began heading forward, following the system's prompt to retrieve the spirit earth core. But at this moment, Mu Chang'e spoke up. I'll send today's battle report back, so Xiao and the ancestors will know that I, Mu Chang'e, have successfully completed this campaign against the divine demon ancient sect. And I'll also tell them that you didn't help at all during the entire process. You were just slacking off and doing nothing. Yi Kanglin continued walking forward, saying casually, do as you please. Say whatever you want. At worst, imprison me again. Hearing this, Mu Chang'e was so enraged that his facial muscles twitched involuntarily. If he had enough power, he might have rushed over and beaten Yi Kanglin into the ground right then and there. But in the end, he took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Then he called over a communications officer to send the victory report back to the sect headquarters. However, what Mu Chang'e failed to notice was that deep within the darkness, pairs of blood-red eyes were staring intently at the over 70,000 Lingxi Sect combat disciples within the base territory. When the news reached Lingxi Sect, there wasn't much of a reaction within the sect. Perhaps because this outcome aligned perfectly with everyone's expectations, no one made a big fuss about it. Even Yu Wutian and Grandma Longxian merely nodded upon hearing that Mu Chang'e had completed the suppression mission, indicating they'd received the information. Meanwhile, in the backyard garden of Yu Qingyan's quarters, Yu Qingyan was sitting comfortably in a rocking chair, sipping afternoon tea while flipping through various collections of folk tales. At this moment, Yu Xiao gracefully walked over. Perhaps due to her pregnancy, Yu Xiao, like Yu Qingyan, had changed into loose sleeping gowns, and her face no longer wore delicate makeup. Still, even without cosmetics, her perfectly proportioned features remained breathtakingly beautiful. Yu Xiao sat down opposite Yu Qingyan and said directly, Chang'e's pacification mission has been successfully completed. The rebel leader's head has been chopped off by him. However, in his battle report, he harshly criticized your husband Yi Kanglin. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyan, who had been focused on reading, lifted her head and looked at her sister, asking, what did he say? Yu Xiao took a sip of her red tea before replying. He said your husband didn't help at all. He was merely loafing around throughout the entire process. He requests the ancestors to punish your husband. After hearing this, Yu Qingyan gently placed down the storybook in her hand, then scoffed disdainfully. Yi Kanglin never wanted to participate in this suppression campaign to begin with. It was you people who insisted he go. To this, Yu Xiao merely gave a light laugh. Have you thought about what I asked you earlier? Yu Qingyan instinctively retorted, what are you talking about? Yu Xiao leaned half a step closer toward her younger sister. About becoming Chang'e's concubine. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyan's face instantly darkened. She slammed her teacup heavily onto the nearby stone table and stared straight at Yu Xiao. Sister, don't tell me that man sent you here to persuade me. With that, she chuckled, go back. I won't be anyone's concubine. Hearing this, Yu Xiao's expression fell. She coldly said, would it really be so humiliating to become a daughter-in-law of the Long family? But Yu Qingyan suddenly burst into laughter. Resting her head on her slender arm, she looked at her sister with an amused expression and said, Sister, how long have you even been with Mu Chang'e? And you're already acting like you're truly a member of the Long family. Yu Xiao's expression turned grim. She raised her hand and gently touched her belly, saying, I'm already carrying the Long family's child. Why shouldn't I see myself as one of them? When Yu Qingyan heard this, she could no longer hold back and burst into loud laughter, as if she had just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. She laughed so hard that tears streamed down her face. After a moment, she finally stopped laughing and, looking at her sister, asked with a teasing tone, Sister, don't you know in your heart whether the child in your womb is really Mu Chang'e's? The instant these words were spoken, Yu Xiao froze in shock. She abruptly stood up from her seat, snapping, How dare you? Who do you think you're talking to? Seeing her sister lose her composure, Yu Qingyan giggled again. Casually reaching into her storage ring, she pulled out a diagnosis scroll and smiled. Over 10 years ago, when you first brought Mu Chang'e back, you already knew. He was born with heavenly castration, completely incapable of fathering a child. How could you possibly be pregnant by someone like him? Upon seeing the diagnosis scroll in Yu Qingyan's hand, Yu Xiao was stunned. How did her private document end up in Yu Qingyan's possession? She lunged forward to seize it, but Yu Qingyan simply snapped the scroll back into her storage ring. Give it back, Yu Xiao demanded furiously. Chapter 73. Upheaval. The plot of the ancient god-demon sect and Lingxi Sect's people fall into a trap. But Yu Qingyan still smiled sweetly and said, Give it back to you? Sure. But first, tell me, what exactly are you planning? Yu Xiao's expression gradually darkened. She coldly replied, What do you mean, planning? Yu Qingyan now stood up from her seat and took half a step closer toward Yu Xiao. You should have already known that Mu Chang'e is a descendant of the Long clan. So why didn't you immediately bring him to meet Elder Longxian? You know perfectly well Mu Chang'e is a castrated man, with no fertility, unable even to perform normal marital duties. Then why did you still marry him, and even fake being pregnant with his child? And furthermore, whose child is this in your belly, really? Sister, what are you actually trying to do? Why don't you tell little me? Maybe I can even help you out. As she spoke, Yu Qingyan once again flashed a coquettish smile, while continuing to close the distance between them, her voice dripping with seduction. But the next moment, Yu Xiao raised her hand and slapped Yu Qingyan across the face. The blow stunned Yu Qingyan into silence. When she looked back at her sister, she saw that the earlier panic had vanished entirely, replaced now by icy coldness. You've asked too many questions. I won't answer a single word. With that, Yu Xiao turned and walked away. Yet Yu Qingyan suddenly called out, Sister, the child in your belly. Is it third senior brothers? At those words, Yu Xiao froze mid-step, but did not turn around. Yu Qingyan gazed at her sister's back and continued. Third senior brother must weigh nearly 300 jin, right? And you can still stomach that. And his age alone could make him our father. He's also incredibly lewd-looking. If I didn't know you better, I'd truly suspect you have some sort of fetish for ugliness, actually enjoying such a repulsive man. After all, you're one of Lingxi Sect's top beauties. I honestly don't understand how you could develop such a bizarre preference. This time, Yu Xiao stopped walking. She slowly turned her head and gave Yu Qinyan a chilling smile. You're good at guessing. Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. After saying that, she refused to respond further and disappeared from sight, leaving only Yu Qinyan standing there dazed. Besides third senior brother, had her sister been with other men too? Could it be that on the very night she married Mu Chang'e, she had relations with not just 2 men, but even more? Realization struck Yu Qinyan like a thunderbolt, her mind reeling. Suddenly, she wondered, was it because Yi Kanglan broke her virginity 300 years ago that she became so promiscuous ever since? Though these were merely speculations, most of them were likely close to the truth. For some reason, she suddenly felt relieved for Yi Kanglan. He was lucky to have broken up with her sister early. Otherwise, instead of Mu Chang'e wearing horns, it would have been Yi Kanglan drowning under a sea of green. Within the cave fortress, the temporary base of the ancient god-demon sect deep inside the Wuyuan Mountains, Yi Kanglan crawled out of a pit 20 meters deep. His body was filthy from head to toe, yet his face shone with joy. Because finally, the spirit earth crystal core he had long desired was now in his hands. He used his robe to wipe clean a green gemstone about the size of an apple, scrubbing off every bit of mud until it sparkled. Then he turned to Nong Xiaoshan beside him and said, "It seems joining this suppression campaign really paid off. Otherwise, I might never have gotten my hands on this thing in my entire life." Nong Xiaoshan asked, puzzled. The energy within a spirit earth crystal core can power the entire Xuanhuan starstone for hundreds of years. Logically, such an item should only exist within spirit stone veins. He glanced back at the 20-meter deep pit behind them and added, frowning, "So why would one appear here? How strange." Yi Kanglan placed the crystal core into his storage ring before replying. "Who knows? Maybe someone deliberately buried it here." Nong Xiaoshan stiffened, instinctively asking, "What do you mean?" Yi Kanglan looked around the vast cavern and said, "This place was clearly man-made. I'm not talking about anywhere else. Just look at that training ground. It can hold over 100,000 people. Such enormous space could never form naturally through mountain evolution. And since it was man-made, I suspect this place might have served as a base of operations even before the ancient god-demon sect arrived. Or perhaps this entire Sunjai fortress is itself a massive tomb." Upon hearing this, Nong Xiaoshan nodded in agreement. He thought that possibility made sense. Just then, Qin Xiao, Yi Kanglan's deputy general, walked over and said to Yi Kanglan, "General Yi, General Mu has ordered us to assemble. We're returning to the capital." Yi Kanglan gave a light hum of acknowledgement and followed Qin Xiao toward the training ground, asking as they went, "So soon? Have we already looted all the treasures here?" Qin Xiao grimaced bitterly. "This place is utterly destitute. There's practically nothing worth taking. General Mu even scolded us harshly over it." Yi Kanglan nodded with a smile. "Makes sense. If there had been any real treasure, he wouldn't have left so quickly." Soon, the two arrived at the drill field, where all 70,000 combat disciples of Lingxi Sect were already gathered. On a raised platform stood Mu Chang'e, delivering an impassioned speech, praising the troops' performance and promising grand rewards upon their return. The soldiers were clearly thrilled, shouting in unison, "Long live General Mu! Long live General Mu!" At this moment, Mu Chang'e might have truly begun to establish his own authority. Yet suddenly, boom, a tremendous explosion rocked the area. The drill field shuddered violently, and stone chips began raining down from above. Everyone looked around in terror, unsure of what was happening. Even Mu Chang'e was momentarily stunned. At that instant, a guard came rushing in, panting as he shouted, "General Mu, a massive force of ancient god-demon sect rebels has suddenly appeared outside, estimated at over 50,000. All our hidden outposts along the way have been wiped out. They're less than 300 meters away now." Hearing this, Mu Chang'e froze in shock. He roared furiously, "Rebels from the ancient god-demon sect? Bullshit. I've already slaughtered every last one of them. Where the hell are more rebels coming from?" But even as he shouted, someone suddenly cried out in alarm, "Look, the bodies of those rebels." Mu Chang'e turned to look at the corpses he had personally slain, the bodies of the so-called ancient god-demon sect rebels. To his horror, the skin on their faces began peeling away, their disguises dissolving completely. A closer look revealed, they weren't rebels at all. They were common bandits. Ordinary civilians. Even the severed head of Wushan that Mu Chang'e had taken now transformed into the head of an unknown old man. Staring at this scene, Mu Chang'e's heart plummeted. His face turned deathly pale as he whispered, "We've been tricked." Chapter 74. The terrifying combat power of the divine demon ancient sect. Mu Chang'e was stunned. But this panic didn't last long before Mu Chang'e sneered again. Tilting his head slightly upward, he spoke with an arrogant gaze in his eyes. "So what if we've been tricked? A bunch of insignificant trash. Let's just slaughter them all over again. Only 50,000 of them. What real threat could they possibly pose?" At once, Mu Chang'e stepped down from the high platform and shouted loudly, "All troops, listen up." Hearing this thunderous command, the previously chaotic members of Lingxi Sect's battle division immediately regained their composure. They turned their serious gazes toward Mu Chang'e, awaiting orders from their supreme commander. Then, Mu Chang'e said coldly, "Follow me, and let's annihilate them until not a single piece of armor remains." As soon as the words left his mouth, every soldier raised their swords and roared in unison, Long live the general. Next, Muchanga flipped onto his windchaser beast and declared, let's go. With that, he cracked his whip and charged out first. The remaining tens of thousands of troops quickly followed behind him. After they had all departed, Yi Kanglin casually sat himself down somewhere, pulling out his wine gourd and taking a big gulp. Glug, glug, glug. Just then, Nong Xiao came out again. He glanced at the retreating army, then looked back at Yi Kanglin and asked, now that they've all left, why are you still staying here? Yi Kanglin simply leaned back, lying down lazily. They'll be back shortly. Why should I bother going out with them? Nong Xiao blinked, instinctively asking, how do you know they'll come back? Yi Kanglin snorted with a laugh. He turned his head to look around at the surrounding walls and said, this cave is filled with the powder of soft bone powder. Once inhaled, it weakens the body so much that one can barely muster even 3/10 of their spiritual power. In such a condition, there's no way Muchanga and his men could escape. Nong Xiao listened closely, then sniffed carefully at the air. Sure enough, he caught a faint trace of soft bone powder. However, the scent was extremely subtle, undetectable by ordinary people. Even experienced alchemists would struggle to identify it. No wonder Muchanga and the others hadn't noticed anything when they first entered. Nong Xiao looked at Yi Kanglin and said, you already knew about this trap, didn't you? Yi Kanglin chuckled. The moment Muchanga handed me that map, I knew this place was a trap. Nong Xiao continued, then why didn't you warn him back then? Yi Kanglin rolled his eyes. I did warn him. Did he care? That guy only thought I was jealous or trying to steal his military credit. Since he's so confident in his own abilities, fine, let him take full command. Gives me a chance to relax. Hearing this, Nong Xiao sighed deeply. Lingxi Sect drawing someone like him as commander. Now that's 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Then, he walked over and sat beside Yi Kanglin, quietly waiting. About the time it takes to burn one incense stick later, Muchanga and his group indeed came running back. But unlike their previous confident march, those who returned now were grievously wounded. Even Muchanga himself had more than a dozen arrows stuck in his body. Hadn't he luckily avoided all vital spots, he would have died on the spot. Yet Muchanga ignored the pain. The moment he returned to the training ground, he shouted to those following behind him, block it. Quickly seal the door, don't let them get in. Upon receiving the order, Lingxi Sect disciples rushed forward and urgently barricaded the heavy stone gate. But moments later, the rebel forces of the divine demon ancient sect began a frenzied assault against the stone door. Explosions boomed incessantly, and debris rained down continuously from above. Seeing this, Muchanga's lips turned pale, his legs trembling, his gaze growing unfocused. From behind, Yi Kanglin gave his shoulder a pat and laughed. Hey, General Mu, why'd you come back so soon? This startled Muchanga, whose nerves were already stretched tight. He jumped backward 4 or 5 meters, glaring fiercely at Yi Kanglin. Once he realized it was Yi Kanglin, he let out a slight sigh of relief. But almost instantly, his anger flared again. He stormed up to Yi Kanglin and shouted, why did this happen? Yi Kanglin blinked and asked, what do you mean, why? Muchanga furiously grabbed Yi Kanglin by the collar and pointed wildly outside, shouting, why have the divine demon ancient sect's rebel forces suddenly become so powerful? Why are they like insects? No matter how many you kill, more just keep coming. This makes no sense at all. Yi Kanglin casually brushed away Muchanga's hand clutching his collar and said, the divine demon ancient sect has always been this strong. Before we even set out, I warned you. When we arrived at Jiayu Pass, Li Xiaoyang and Li Mingming told you the same thing. Their combat power is extraordinary, but not a single word went into your ears. At these words, Muchanga's mind seemed to freeze. Suddenly, memories flooded back, the warnings from Li Xiaoyang and the other defending generals at Jiayu Pass. The individual soldiers of the divine demon ancient sect are incredibly strong. They're like monsters with endless stamina. They never tire, and their regeneration ability is astonishing. Our sect's spiritual firearms can pierce their bodies, yet they still keep moving. Their speed, strength, explosive power, reaction time, every basic attribute far surpasses that of our Lingxi Sect battle disciples. Don't be fooled by their mere 50,000 numbers. In my estimation, we need at least 200,000 troops to stand a chance against them. Back then, Muchanga had assumed it was just Li Xiaoyang trying to scare him. But now, after nearly losing his life to the divine demon ancient sect, he realized it wasn't intimidation at all. The divine demon ancient sect really was that powerful, that terrifying. The scene before his eyes right now, this was their true combat strength. The realization left Muchanga completely stunned, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Boom. Another explosion rang out. Muchanga jolted in fear, turning his head toward the stone gate. Seeing the dense web of cracks spreading across it, he immediately knew the door wouldn't hold much longer. He turned desperately to Yi Kanglin and asked, the divine demon ancient sect could break through any second. What should we do now? Yi Kanglin took a leisurely sip of his fruit wine, completely unperturbed, and replied, why are you asking me? I'm not the commander. Besides, I already warned you. This sect has grown incredibly dangerous. Even the map in your hand might be fake. I told you not to trust everything blindly, but you wouldn't listen. You even said once you cut off the rebel commander's head, I'd stop spouting nonsense. Chapter 75. General Yi, this subject was wrong. After hearing this, Muchanga's face immediately revealed an expression of regret. He stubbornly retorted, how was I supposed to know their true strength would be so terrifying? If I had known, how could I have acted so rashly? Besides, even if you're not the commander, you're still a military advisor. Your duty is to offer me strategies and plans. And now you're telling me you don't want to get involved? Fine then. If you refuse to take responsibility for anything, then by military law, I can execute you right here and now. As he spoke, Muchanga pointed his longsword straight at Yi Kanglin. But Yi Kanglin merely rolled his eyes. Even if you kill me, it won't change anything. I'm no immortal. What do you expect me to do? Moreover, if even you, the once-in-a-millennium military prodigy, can't think of a good solution, how could someone like me possibly come up with one? These words caused Muchanga's facial muscles to twitch violently. It was clear that Yi Kanglin was mocking him using his own earlier boasts. Realizing this, Muchanga fell silent for a moment before turning his head toward the wounded soldiers. In that brief moment of battle just now, roughly 10,000 of the original 70,000 troops had died instantly. Now, there were fewer than 60,000 left, and among them, a significant number suffered severe injuries. Yet, all of these remaining soldiers stared desperately at Muchanga, hoping he would come up with a way out. Teeth clenched tightly, Muchanga suddenly plunged his sword into the ground. Then, facing Yi Kanglin, he clasped his fists together in a deep bow. General Yi, I have shown you great disrespect earlier. That was my crime, and I beg your forgiveness. But right now, our Lingxi Sect army faces life or death. Please set aside our personal grudges for now, and help us deal with the enemy outside. Once we return to Lingxi Sect, I will accept any punishment you see fit without complaint. I humbly ask, General Yi, please show us a path forward. Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin looked at Muchanga in mild surprise. He had known this man would eventually yield to him, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Still, Yi Kanglin drawled slowly. I've already told you. I have no solution under these circumstances. What use is begging me? Muchanga abruptly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot. Are you trying to force me, General Yi? Yi Kanglin looked utterly exasperated. I'm telling you the truth. What else do you want me to say? Muchanga let out a cold laugh. He nodded solemnly, then snarled. Fine. You leave me no choice. With that, Muchanga actually began tearing off his armor, as if preparing for a fight. Seeing this, Yi Kanglin's eyes flickered with confusion. Could this guy really be planning to attack him right now? But the next second, he watched as Muchanga dropped to his knees with a loud plop and forcefully kowtowed before him. General Yi, this subject was wrong. I kneel before you to apologize. Please, show us a way forward. Among everyone here, only you have the greatest experience in commanding armies. Only you might be able to devise a strategy against the divine devil ancient sect. I beg you, for the sake of all our fellow disciples, please save us. As he spoke, he kowtowed several times, each strike heavy and resounding. The sight made even Yi Kanglin's lips involuntarily twitch. At that moment, Wang Hashan, Qin Xiao, and several other officers also stepped forward, dropping to their knees before Yi Kanglin. General Yi, at this point, no one but you can lead us out of this deadly predicament. If even you refuse to help us, then all of us may perish here. Another officer added fervently. General Yi, every mistake lies with General Mu alone. Punish him if you must, but please don't hold the rest of us accountable. More officers approached, clearly wanting to plead further, but Yi Kanglin raised his hand to stop them. Calmly folding his arms across his chest, Yi Kanglin said, there is a way out. Not that it's impossible, but whether you can accept it or not, that remains to be seen. Muchanga, still on his knees, immediately lifted his head, excitement flashing in his eyes. We can accept it. As long as we survive, we'll agree to any condition. Yi Kanglin sneered slightly, then said, send a message to the sect. Tell them we are surrounded by the rebels of the divine devil ancient sect, trapped deep within their base. Request that the sect dispatch reinforcements immediately to rescue us. Based on the branch forces of Lingxi Sect and the distance to our location, if we can hold out for just 1 hour, reinforcements should arrive and we'll be safe. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression froze. Yi Kanglin's plan was indeed sound, but it left all of them in a dilemma, especially Muchanga, the commanding officer, who glared with bloodshot eyes and cried out. I just reported to the sect that I've successfully completed the suppression mission against the divine devil ancient sect rebels. Now you want me to tell them I'm surrounded? How could you slap me in the face like this? How will I ever show my face in Lingxi Sect again? What will the ancestors think of me? What will Granny Longxian think? What will Xiao think? And what will every single person in Lingxi Sect think of me? Yi Kanglin, have you ever considered how I feel? Yi Kanglin shrugged indifferently. That's exactly why I asked whether you could accept this plan. If you can't accept it, then fine, I have nothing more to say. After all, you're the supreme commander. Whether to listen is up to you. Muchanga immediately jumped to his feet, no longer kneeling before Yi Kanglin, and roared in agony. A man lives his whole life for his dignity. If I return to Lingxi Sect like this, humiliated and disgraced, I'd rather die right here. At these words, other officers shouted urgently. General Mu, please reconsider. Wang Hashan stepped forward and tried to reason with him. General Mu, this isn't the time to worry about dignity. Moreover, this incident wasn't entirely your fault. Your intelligence was flawed. You misjudged the strength of the divine devil ancient sect, which led us into this crisis. When you return, simply explain the situation to the ancestors. They will surely understand. At that moment, Qin Xiao also approached, slightly resentful as he said, yes, General Mu. When our lives are at stake, what good is saving face? And even if we assume the worst, that members of Lingxi Sect mock us, it'll only be you they laugh at, not us. Isn't that right? Muchanga exploded in fury, shouting, enough. All of you shut up. At his outburst, all the others who had intended to plead further fell silent, staring dumbfounded at Muchanga. Then, with a twisted, vicious expression, Muchanga declared, I am the supreme commander here. I forbid anyone from requesting aid from the sect. Anyone who dares act rashly, I'll execute them on the spot. As his voice faded, everyone exchanged uneasy glances. Even Yi Kanglin let out a quiet sigh. This fellow truly hadn't changed one bit, still the same stubborn fool. Were it not for the spirit soil crystal core, he really shouldn't have come along at all. Chapter 76, The Secret Escape Tunnel. Just as Yi Kanglin was thinking this, Muchanga suddenly roared again. Listen up, all troops. Everyone who can still fight, get up immediately and follow me, General Mu, to break our way out. Today, anyone who makes it out alive will be rewarded with 1,000 spirit crystals each. The moment Muchanga finished speaking, he felt a sudden tightness in his chest and abruptly let out a harsh cough. Then, dizziness clouded his vision. His legs wobbled unsteadily beneath him, as if he might collapse at any second and never rise again. It wasn't just Muchanga. Soldiers around him were also showing extreme exhaustion. What's going on? Why can't I feel any strength in my hands? Muchanga stared at his palms in bewilderment. At that moment, even breathing felt agonizingly difficult. Seeing this, Yi Kanglin whispered under his breath, has the soft bone powder begun to take effect? With that, Yi Kanglin turned to look at Xianxia and Wang Hashan and the others, only to see they too were showing similar symptoms. Suddenly, Wang Hashan spoke up. General, we must have been poisoned. At those words, Muchanga froze. Poisoned? Where did the poison come from? He glanced down at the arrow still lodged in his body, then swiftly pulled it out, asking urgently, was it the arrow's poison? Wang Hashan shook his head. No, not that. Many here weren't injured at all, yet they're experiencing poisoning too. Muchanga looked around, and indeed, numerous disciples sat slumped on the ground, visibly fatigued despite bearing no wounds. Realization struck him like lightning. He turned sharply, eyes scanning the surroundings as he growled low. Is it poison in the air? This place, the air is toxic. Cover your mouths and noses now. Stop inhaling the poison. With that, Muchanga covered his own face first, preventing further inhalation. The others quickly followed suit. But at that moment, Yi Kanglin said calmly, the soft bone powder has already entered your bodies. Covering your faces won't help anymore. Hearing the name soft bone powder, Muchanga's heart plummeted. He had planned to rally his men and fight their way out, but now? They were already no match for the demon god ancient sect. Now weakened by poison, victory was utterly impossible. The thought crushed him. His face turned ashen, his body collapsed to the ground, his expression blank with despair. Then, a deputy general stepped forward, speaking in a voice heavy with fatigue. General, while searching for treasures earlier, I discovered a secret passage in one of the storage rooms. It might be our chance to escape with our lives. At those words, the dim light in Muchanga's eyes reignited. Grasping the deputy tightly, he asked eagerly, a secret passage? Why didn't you say so earlier? Quick, lead us there. The deputy nodded hastily. This way, I'll show you. And so, he took the lead, the group staggering after him. But then the deputy glanced back at the xuanhuan beasts and said to Muchanga, General, the passage is narrow. The xuanhuan beasts can't fit through. Muchanga froze once more. He turned to look at the beasts. The xuanhuan beasts were their mounts, their means of swift travel. Without them, if pursued by the demon god ancient sect, they wouldn't even be able to flee. Yet now, if they wanted to survive, they couldn't take the beasts with them. Muchanga, thoughts racing, asked urgently, how long is the passage? If it's not too long, perhaps we can widen it slightly and bring the beasts through. The deputy shook his head. It's no use. The tunnel is deep, and judging by our situation, we don't have much time left. Even if we tried to widen it, we simply wouldn't have enough time. Hearing this, Muchanga's heart sank again. What should he do? Abandon the beasts and flee on foot, or stay mounted and charge head-on? Boom. Another explosion echoed through the chamber. Muchanga whipped his head toward the direction of the stone gate, then shouted at the top of his lungs. Everyone, dismount from your xuanhuan beasts. We're escaping on foot. At that command, everyone climbed down from their beasts and followed the deputy toward the hidden passage. Yi Kanglin, watching silently from the side, said nothing. After a brief hesitation, he joined them too. Just as the deputy had said, the secret passage he had found was extremely narrow, barely wide enough for two adults to walk side by side, and less than 2 meters in height. Such a tunnel truly left no room for the xuanhuan beasts to enter. But if they could just escape with their lives, the beasts suddenly seemed far less important. Soon, the army of 60,000 entered the tunnel in an orderly fashion. Yet the formation stretched so long that the front and rear could no longer see each other. If the tunnel were to collapse at this moment, everyone inside would likely be buried alive. Outside, Wushan sat atop his Lingxi, gazing toward the entrance of the mountain fortress, silently waiting. At that moment, Ji Xianlin rode up on her Lingxi. She had once again taken on her earlier appearance, a haggard old witch. Hearing Ji Xianlin speak excitedly, Apostle, scouts report that Muchanga has fallen for our trap. They've abandoned their xuanhuan beasts and are now entering the tunnel we dug in advance. Upon hearing this, Wushan broke into a smile. Good. Now, let's head to the end of the tunnel and wait for them. With that, Wushan turned to one of his subordinates and ordered, split off 20,000 troops. Follow me to the tunnel's exit and wait there for Lingxi Sect's people to arrive. The rest remain here. If Yi Kanglin suddenly changes direction and tries to flee through this entrance, open fire immediately and blow them all to pieces. The subordinate quickly bowed and acknowledged. In no time, 20,000 of the 50,000 troops split away and followed Wushan, galloping swiftly on their Longju toward the pre-dug tunnel's exit. But then Ji Xinlin, riding beside Wushan, asked curiously, "Apostle, why don't we just blow up the tunnel and bury them alive beneath it? It seems unnecessary to deliberately leave them an exit and wait for them to crawl out." Wushan chuckled. "We barely managed to finish digging the tunnel in 5 days. Where do you expect me to get explosives? Besides, if simply burying Lingxi Sect members alive could guarantee their complete annihilation, our divine demon ancient sect wouldn't have been suppressed by Lingxi Sect for so many years." Ji Xinlin instinctively nodded upon hearing this. At that moment, a vicious expression crept across Wushan's face. "Yi Kanglin, when I finally lay my hands on you personally, I'll make sure you experience true humiliation." Chapter 77, The End of the Secret Passage. Within the underground tunnel, Yi Kanglin, Mu Chang'e, and the rest of the Lingxi Sect members were still cautiously pressing forward. None of them had ever been to this place before, so no one knew whether there might be traps or other dangers ahead. As a result, everyone walked with extreme care and vigilance. Only Yi Kanglin acted as if nothing was amiss, casually sipping wine while strolling alongside the main group. He didn't even need a moonstone to see everything clearly around him. This sight greatly annoyed Mu Chang'e. After all, everyone else was tense and on edge, while he sauntered along like some old man out shopping for vegetables, walking with such leisurely grace. Who wouldn't feel irritated by that? Yet Yi Kanglin completely ignored Mu Chang'e's displeased gaze, continuing forward with his usual calm composure. In truth, however, his blood wheel was already activated to its maximum capacity. Under this state, even if a single ant approached him, he could instantly lock onto it. While fully maintaining the blood wheel eye's power, Yi Kanglin mentally called out, "Nong Xiaoxian, help me plan an escape route." Nong Xiaoxian's voice quickly echoed in his ears. "Escape route? What do you mean?" Yi Kanglin glanced briefly at the Lingxi Sect members following behind, then replied mentally, "I've already secured the Spirit Earth Crystal Core. I don't want to stay with these people any longer. Once we get out, I want to find a chance to slip away." But Nong Xiaoxian immediately rejected the idea. "No way." Yi Kanglin's face instantly showed confusion, and he instinctively asked, "Why not?" With a somewhat helpless tone, Nong Xiaoxian said, "Do you really think you can just leave now?" Yi Kanglin shot back, "Why can't I?" Nong Xiaoxian explained simply, "This time, Wushan, the commander of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect, is specifically after you. As long as you're traveling with the main group, you can preserve some of your strength. But once you separate from them, you'll have to face the Divine Demon Ancient Sect's army of tens of thousands, all alone. Are you sure you can escape from tens of thousands of Divine Demon troops with your current strength?" Hearing this, Yi Kanglin's expression immediately turned serious. "Is that guy Wushan out of his mind? I've never had any grudge with him, past or present. Why is he targeting me?" Nong Xiaoxian replied indifferently, "You may think you don't have a grudge with him, but that old man probably wants to tear you apart and devour you alive. Listen to me. Don't rush to leave this group just yet. At least wait until you're out of danger before considering breaking away. Otherwise, if you get surrounded by multiple enemies, things will turn really bad." Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin pursed his lips, took a deep breath, and finally conceded, "Fine, I understand. But can you at least tell me, does this secret passage lead outside?" Nong Xiaoxian responded mischievously, "Now that's considered intelligence class information. Same old rules apply. If you want to know, you'll have to exchange it using your stored lifespan." At these words, Yi Kanglin's face instantly twisted into an expression of utter frustration. Ever since half a month ago, when Nong Xiaoxian announced that Yi Kanglin could purchase desired information using his stored lifespan, the little bastard had constantly found ways to make Yi Kanglin spend it. Well, if the price had been reasonable, Yi Kanglin might have accepted it. But the problem was that every time, Nong Xiaoxian charged absurdly high amounts. For instance, last time when he revealed that the Divine Demon Ancient Sect was planning to mobilize 1.6 million troops for a full-scale attack on the Lingxi Sect, he actually demanded 10 years of stored lifespan. That price was outright robbery. And according to Nong Xiaoxian, the 10-year cost wasn't even fixed. Going forward, the price would fluctuate based on how critical the intelligence was. In short, the price for whatever information Yi Kanglin wanted depended entirely on Nong Xiaoxian's mood. Now, Yi Kanglin asked warily, "How much for this piece of information?" Nong Xiaoxian pondered for a moment, then said, 20 years of lifespan should do. After all, in situations like this, intelligence is literally worth its weight in life. Though slightly annoyed, Yi Kanglin reluctantly agreed. "Fine, 20 years it is." Nong Xiaoxian chuckled cheerfully. "Got it. Just a sec." A moment later, a system notification sounded in Yi Kanglin's ear. "You have spent a total of 20 years, 0 months, 0 days of stored lifespan. Current remaining stored lifespan, 461 years, 3 months, 22 days. Then Nong Xiaoxian's voice reached his ears once more. "This secret passage was specially dug out by Wushan to force you to abandon the wind-chasing beast. Right now, Wushan, along with disciples from other divine demon ancient sects, is already waiting for you at the end of the tunnel. The moment you step out, they'll execute you all." After hearing this, Yi Kanglin faintly furrowed his brow. Just to force us to abandon the wind-chasing beast, he went through the trouble of digging an entire secret passage. This Wushan really has a twisted mind. In truth, in Yi Kanglin's opinion, the moment Mu Chang'e and the others entered the fortress stronghold, Wushan could have simply replaced the soft bone powder with a far deadlier toxin, eroding bone powder. That way, the Lingxi Sect disciples would have perished quickly on their own, saving him all this unnecessary effort. At this point, Yi Kanglin took a deep breath, no longer caring to decipher Wu Shan's reasoning. He turned back to Nong Xiaoxian and asked, "If we turn around and head back to the starting point now, can we avoid the ambush ahead?" Nong Xiaoxian rolled his eyes. "Don't even think about it. The rear passage has been sealed off. The moment you entered, retreat became impossible. Now, moving forward is your only option. Also, the person who discovered this secret passage was actually a spy planted by the Divine Demon Ancient Sect. That guy might stab you in the back at any moment, so be extremely careful." Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin raised his head, gazing at the general who had been leading Mu Chang'e earlier, muttering under his breath, "Truly, no defense against a traitor within the walls." Even as Yi Kanglin muttered these words, suddenly, tremors began shaking the ceiling above him. Small fragments of stone started falling down. The sight shocked everyone present. Wang Heshan spoke first. "Someone's applying pressure from above the tunnel. They're trying to bury us alive." As soon as he said this, Mu Chang'e's face paled. He cried out in disbelief. "Bury us alive? What are you talking about? How could they possibly know our exact location?" Yi Kanglin pushed past him. "No time for that now. Let's just get out of here first." With that, Yi Kanglin surged forward, dashing toward the front. Seeing this, Mu Chang'e and the others stopped questioning and immediately followed suit, speeding up behind Yi Kanglin. In no time, Yi Kanglin burst out of the tunnel's exit. But what greeted his eyes next left him utterly stunned. Chapter 78, The Ecstatic Wu Shan. Before him stretched a massive circular valley, resembling a meteorite crater. Yi Kanglin had emerged precisely at the center of this enormous depression. What shocked Yi Kanglin was that the entire rim of the ring-shaped valley was now packed with dense ranks of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect's army. One familiar face grinned at him and called out mockingly, Well, Yi Kanglin, long time no see. How have you been?" Yi Kanglin turned his gaze toward the speaker, none other than Wu Shan. Behind Yi Kanglin, disciples from Lingxi Sect began pouring out one after another. In an instant, the narrow exit became like a discharge pipe, spewing forth a chaotic flood of people who couldn't control their momentum. Even if someone noticed the dire scene outside and wanted to retreat, it was already impossible. Those still inside the secret passage rushed forward wildly, pressing outward. Anyone trying to go back was hopelessly trapped in the surge. Yet strangely, the Divine Demon Ancient Sect made no move to attack. Instead, they stood watching with cruel amusement. When the last of Lingxi Sect's members finally burst out into the open, nearly all of them froze in shock. Facing the encircling army of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect, their faces paled visibly. Qin Xiao snorted coldly, drawing his sword and stepping protectively beside Yi Kanglin. Wang Heshan, on the other hand, stood stiff and helpless, unsure what to do. Only Mu Chang'e grabbed the deputy general who had told them about the secret passage, shouting furiously, "What is this? You said this hidden tunnel would lead us to safety. Why are the Divine Demon Ancient Sect waiting for us here?" But the deputy general simply closed his eyes and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Mu Chang'e was about to berate him for faking death, when suddenly, he saw the man's facial skin peel away and fall off, revealing an unfamiliar face beneath. Even worse, Mu Chang'e realized, the man wasn't breathing anymore. At once, Mu Chang'e understood. They had been tricked again by the Divine Demon Ancient Sect. Wang Heshan then asked nervously, "General, should we try retreating back into the tunnel?" Furious, Mu Chang'e slapped him hard across the face and roared, "Retreat? And let them bury us alive in there." Stunned and hurt, Wang Heshan looked at Mu Chang'e helplessly. "Then what should we do? Just stand here and wait to die?" Mu Chang'e himself had no answer. He stared at the completely sealed-off encirclement formed by the Divine Demon Ancient Sect's forces, then turned desperately to Yi Kanglin. "Yi Kanglin, what do we do now?" At that moment, Mu Chang'e seemed to place all his remaining hope upon Yi Kanglin. He had fully grasped the terrifying power and treachery of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect. He knew that if he continued leading these troops, he might doom everyone. But the next moment, Mu Chang'e froze again, because Yi Kanglin didn't respond to his plea at all. Instead, Yi Kanglin calmly drew a Tang-style Dao talisman from his storage ring and charged straight toward one direction. Mu Chang'e was stunned. Was Yi Kanglin seriously attempting to break through the encirclement head-on? Damn it, was this guy insane? Didn't he know they'd be shot down immediately if they charged blindly? Though bewildered, Mu Chang'e and the others had no choice but to trust Yi Kanglin's judgment. The moment Yi Kanglin moved, they surged forward behind him in that same direction. High above, Wu Shan saw this unfold and shouted triumphantly, "Open fire!" At his command, dozens of black devil cannons, long positioned around the rim of the valley, simultaneously unleashed their deadly barrage upon the fleeing disciples. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted violently, filling the air with smoke and screams. Instantly, large numbers of Lingxi Sect members were blown apart where they stood. Seeing this, Yi Kanglin roared back at his followers, "Throw smoke bombs if you have them, now." Obediently, the disciples pulled out their smoke bombs and hurled them. Within moments, thick clouds of smoke rose, shrouding the battlefield. To some extent, the smoke did hinder the enemy's vision, but the effect was minimal. After all, tens of thousands of people moving together formed a colossal, unavoidable target. No matter what they did, escape seemed impossible. Once again, volleys of cannon fire thundered across the valley. Casualties among Lingxi Sect soared rapidly. Meanwhile, Yi Kanglin's eyes had locked onto the edge of the circular valley. With a light sweep of his xuanhuan long dao, he slashed forward. Soul Reaper sickle blade. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of sharp blade beams shot forth violently, slicing apart the advancing disciples of the divine demon ancient sect where they stood. In the next moment, Yi Kanglin burst upward from the rim of the circular valley. Immediately, a massive wave of the divine demon ancient sect's army surged toward Yi Kanglin. The blood-will pupil in Yi Kanglin's eyes activated, allowing him to clearly perceive every single movement of everyone on the battlefield. Combined with the body technique, flowing shadow step, and the sword skill phantom kill, Yi Kanglin moved like a phantom, weaving effortlessly through the battlefield of hundreds. Wherever he passed, countless lives of the divine demon ancient sect were reaped. As Yi Kanglin carved a bloody path forward, the other Lingxi Sect disciples behind him rushed up through the opening. Other units of the divine demon ancient sect quickly drew their blades and clashed with the Lingxi Sect members. Yet because the individual strength of the divine demon ancient sect soldiers far surpassed theirs, and because the Lingxi Sect disciples still carried the lingering poison of soft bone powder in their bodies, they were completely outmatched. Facing just 20,000 enemy troops, the Lingxi Sect found themselves trapped in a one-sided massacre. At this point, only Mu Chang'e, Qin Xiao, Wang Hashan, and a few other officers were still holding on relatively well, but even they wouldn't last much longer. Witnessing this scene, Wu Shan grew ecstatic. His breath quickened, his face flushed red, his body trembling slightly, his mouth curling into an uncontrollable grin as he burst into loud laughter. Yes, exactly. This feeling is just like back then. Wu Shan roared in excitement, his face twisted with grotesque delight. Chapter 79, reduced to only 8,000. The scene before them now was exactly like the battle that had taken place 70 years ago. Back then, it was Yi Kanglin standing high above, looking down as he and the disciples of the ancient sect of gods and demons were slaughtered one-sidedly by the warriors of Lingxi Sect. That very scene remained vivid in Wu Shan's memory even today. But now, everything had changed. The roles between him and Yi Kanglin had reversed. He stood on the high ground, looking down upon Yi Kanglin facing slaughter at the hands of the ancient sect's members. Beside him, Ji Xinlin watched this unfold with a trace of helplessness on her face. At this moment, she suddenly understood why Wu Shan hadn't initially poisoned the combat disciples of Lingxi Sect or blown up their secret escape route. It turned out he simply wanted to recreate a certain battle from his past confrontation with Yi Kanglin. One could call this regaining confidence, if you were being kind. If not, it was just sheer boredom. After all, wasting so much time and effort. Yet shortly after, Ji Xinlin noticed Wu Shan's laughter abruptly stop. Instinctively, she turned her head toward him. She saw that Wu Shan was staring in horror at one direction. Following his gaze, Ji Xinlin saw something shocking. Yi Kanglin, through sheer brute strength, was about to break through the three-layer encirclement Wu Shan had carefully arranged. Seeing this, Wu Shan panicked immediately. His earlier arrogance and excitement vanished completely. He roared at his countless underlings. Quick, stop Yi Kanglin. Absolutely do not let him escape. If he gets away, I'll kill every single one of you. Hearing Wu Shan's furious shout, large numbers of ancient sect troops diverted instantly, surging together toward Yi Kanglin. But at that moment, other combat disciples of Lingxi Sect seemed to have gone mad. They threw themselves recklessly at the pursuing forces, entangling them fiercely. The meaning was clear. These Lingxi disciples were willing to sacrifice their lives to hold back the pursuers, buying precious time for Yi Kanglin and the remaining commanders to escape. When Wu Shan saw this, rage consumed him. He screamed furiously, "Useless cowards!" Then, to everyone's astonishment, Wu Shan actually picked up his own magic broadsword, stomped hard on the ground, and shot forward himself. In that moment, Wu Shan intended to personally execute Yi Kanglin. With a sharp whoosh, Wu Shan's body flew forward like a cannonball, rapidly closing the distance. But then Yi Kanglin paused, sharply turning his head, his eyes locking onto Wu Shan. And what Wu Shan saw made his blood run cold. Yi Kanglin was smiling, a smile filled with chilling malice and cunning. Suddenly, Wu Shan, who had meant to attack, felt his hands trembling uncontrollably. The broadsword in his grip hesitated, unable to swing forward. Meanwhile, Yi Kanglin casually swung his Heaven Abyss long blade toward Wu Shan. Swoosh! A razor-sharp crescent blade of light shot straight at Wu Shan's body. Wu Shan was still midair, completely unable to dodge. Desperately, he raised his broadsword to block. Bang! The crescent beam slammed into Wu Shan's weapon, sending his entire body hurtling violently backward. Boom! Moments later, Wu Shan crashed like a meteor into a small mountain peak, collapsing it entirely beneath the impact. Master! Ji Xinlin cried out in shock. She moved to rush over and rescue him. But Wu Shan emerged first, coughing blood as he stared toward the direction where Yi Kanglin fled, shouting, "Don't mind me. Chase after Yi Kanglin. Don't let him get away at any cost." Ji Xinlin turned her gaze toward the escaping figure, her expression darkening. She said to Wu Shan, "He's heading toward the marshlands. If our people rashly pursue deep inside, they might never come back out." Upon hearing this, Wu Shan froze in place. He glanced again at the surrounding battlefield. There, most of Lingxi Sect's combat disciples had already been slaughtered. Perhaps only around 10,000 managed to flee. Seeing this, Wu Shan finally understood why Yi Kanglin had directed so many people to charge in a single direction. It was because Yi Kanglin knew full well that gathering too many people together would make them an easy target. However, if they could reach the ring-shaped canyon, things would change drastically. Because in the end, the number of fighters from the ancient sect of gods and demons was simply too few, only 20,000. Lingxi Sect's individual strength might be weak, but they held one overwhelming advantage: numbers. Under these circumstances, even if the disciples of the ancient sect of gods and demons were capable of killing endlessly, they could not exterminate everyone in such a short time. As a result, some would inevitably escape successfully. Moreover, once the members of Lingxi Sect mixed in among the followers of the ancient sect, the black devil cannons could no longer be used, because there was no way he could issue an order to fire cannons directly at his own people. Realizing this, Wushan's eyes narrowed slightly. He sneered coldly. Impressive tactics, truly impressive. Yi Kanglin, in the end, I still underestimated you. At that moment, one of the disciples stepped forward and clasped his fists toward Wushan. Apprentice Master, the disciples of Lingxi Sect have already fled into the marshlands. Should we continue the pursuit? Wushan turned his gaze toward the direction where Yi Kanglin and the others had escaped, and said, The sky will darken soon. When it does, the abyss marsh will release highly corrosive swamp gas. Once touched, even the strongest mortal body will dissolve into a pool of bloody sludge. The reason Yi Kanglin chose to charge in this direction must have been because he predicted I wouldn't dare enter the abyss marsh. After speaking, Wushan added gravely, Issue the order, seal off every single escape route around the entire Heikuei mountain range. If they enjoy staying in the marshes, then let them stay. Once dawn breaks tomorrow and the gas has dissipated, we'll go in and collect their corpses. The messenger disciple immediately clasped his fists in acknowledgement and swiftly turned to leave. Ji Xianlin spoke up. Fortunately, the area of Heikuei Mountain isn't too vast. Otherwise, with our current number of troops, we might not have been able to seal all the exits. Wushan remained silent for a moment before saying, I will request His Holiness the High Priest to dispatch more troops to me. Upon hearing this, Ji Xianlin hesitated slightly and instinctively asked, Now? Will His Holiness agree? Wushan replied calmly, He will. He certainly will. Inside the abyss marsh, Yi Kanglin led the remaining 8,000 desperately charging deeper into the swamplands. He didn't know how long he had been running when he finally began to slow down, panting heavily. Glancing back, he saw that the other Lingxi Sect disciples had caught up. Seeing Yi Kanglin stop, they collapsed onto the ground one by one, clearly utterly exhausted. Chapter 80, Mu Chang'e relents, calls for help. Lingxi Sect is shocked. Mu Chang'e, Wang Hashan, Qin Xiao, and the others all collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. Mu Chang'e was the first to speak, asking urgently, Where are we? Why didn't those people from the ancient god-demon sect chase us here? Qin Xiao, still gasping for breath, replied, This is the abyss marsh zone. At those words, Mu Chang'e, who had just been panting with fatigue, suddenly widened his eyes. What? He turned sharply toward Yi Kanglin and roared, Yi Kanglin, have you lost your mind? Why did you bring us into this place? Don't you know the swamp gases here can meld our bodies into a pool of blood? Yi Kanglin, meanwhile, had found a large boulder to sit on. As he regulated his breathing, he said calmly, If we hadn't come here, do you think we'd have escaped at all? Mu Chang'e fell silent. He knew it was true. Had the ancient god-demon sect not feared the dangers of the marshlands, they likely would never have gotten away. After a moment, Yi Kanglin turned to Qin Xiao and said, Qin Xiao, send a message back to the sect. Tell them we're trapped in the marshlands of Heikuei mountain range. Request that the sect dispatch troops immediately for rescue. Qin Xiao nodded and quickly pulled out a communication jade tablet. Seeing this, Mu Chang'e instinctively moved to stop him, but Wang Hashan grabbed his arm and shook his head, silently telling him to let it go. Mu Chang'e stared blankly, then closed his eyes tightly, saying nothing more. By now, every trace of his former arrogance had been completely stripped away. Only then did he recall that night before departure, confidently telling Yu Wutian that 8,000 soldiers would be more than enough to crush the rebellion at Jiayu Pass, and how laughably foolish that sounded now. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, so even I, Mu Chang'e, would end up like this. Ha ha ha. With that, Mu Chang'e threw his head back and laughed wildly at the sky, then sprawled flat on the ground like a spread-eagled star. Yi Kanglin ignored him completely, instead secretly opening his system map. When he saw their current location, his expression turned grim. He muttered under his breath, What kind of mess is this? We'd barely escaped that mountain fortress, and now we're stuck in another damned marshland. If only we had a flying magical beast as a mount. We could just fly straight out of here. At the foot of Lingxi Sect's main gate, Yu Wutian, Madame Longxian, Yu Qingyan, Yu Xiao, and others stood quietly in wait. They had been summoned by Yu Wutian, specifically stationed here to welcome Mu Chang'e's triumphant return. To celebrate Mu Chang'e's successful completion of his mission, Yu Wutian had already ordered word of his achievements to be widely publicized. In fact, nearly everyone in the entire Jin Tian domain now knew about the young General Mu Chang'e, who had effortlessly wiped out 50,000 troops from the ancient god-demon sect during his very first campaign. Yu Wutian had even instructed some of Lingxi Sect's veteran generals to study Mu Chang'e's tactics, aiming to establish an image of Mu as a brilliant, capable, and fearless commander in everyone's minds. This, too, was part of Yu Wutian's effort to pave the way for Mu Chang'e to eventually take full command of Lingxi Sect's military forces. Yet, despite their expectations, over an hour had passed since they arrived, and there was still no sign of Mu Chang'e or his returning army. Suspicion began to creep into their hearts. Yu Qingyan sat idly on a soft chair, flipping through a storybook with growing boredom. As a pregnant woman, she technically didn't need to be present, but having not seen Yi Kanglin in days, she decided to come anyway. But after waiting so long without even a shadow appearing, her patience wore thin. She spoke up with dissatisfaction. Great-grandfather Yu, are you sure this was the exact time Mu Chang'e was supposed to return? Yu Wutian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing silently into the distance. Even he was beginning to feel irritated. At noon, I personally issued orders for them to begin their return march, he said. Even if something unexpected happened along the way, it shouldn't take this long, should it? Yu Xiao interjected. I bet the generals at Jiayu Pass are throwing a welcome banquet for Chang'e and the others. After all, Chang'e helped them eliminate such a huge threat. Wouldn't it be rude not to properly thank him? As she spoke, she cast a smug glance toward Yu Qingyan. But Yu Qingyan didn't rise to the bait. Calmly, she replied. Jiayu Pass sent word earlier. They said Yi Kanglin and his group never even returned to Jiayu Pass. At her words, Yu Xiao was stunned. She turned to look at Yu Wutian and said, they haven't returned to Jiayu Pass? Could it be that they're deliberately taking a detour? Yu Longqing stood with his arms crossed over his chest, taking deep breaths repeatedly. For some reason, he couldn't shake off a growing sense of dread. He spoke up at once. Since noon, we've sent several messages to senior brother and the others, but not a single reply. I'm starting to wonder, could they have run into trouble? Yu Wutian snapped sharply. Impossible. His 3 words came out firm and absolute, leaving no room for doubt. Yet after a pause, Yu Wutian continued in a grave tone. I assembled a full 80,000 combat disciples. Even if we suffered casualties in the first battle, more than 70,000 should still remain. With such a massive army, we could nearly crush an entire small mortal kingdom. How could they possibly encounter any insurmountable trouble? Yu Longqing scratched his nose and replied, I'm just saying. If, hypothetically, senior brother really did run into trouble, then what should we do? Yu Wutian scoffed coldly. There is no hypothetically. I know Howren's capabilities better than any of you. There's simply no way he'd face a problem he couldn't handle. Yet even as Yu Wutian spoke with such certainty, from behind them, Mu Chuan, the head of the law enforcement hall, came rushing over in a panic, shouting anxiously, Ancestor. Bad news. Terrible news. Just now, General Qin Shao sent word. They've been surrounded by rebel forces from the ancient god-demon sect in the swamp region of Heikuei Mountain Range. Their numbers have dwindled to less than 10,000. They're urgently requesting reinforcements. Chapter 81. Total War, begin. As this voice fell, everyone on the scene froze in shock. It wasn't until 3 full seconds had passed that all of them widened their eyes, expression stunned. Especially Yu Wutian, who let out a low roar. What did you say? How Ran and the others are surrounded in the swamp region of Heikuei Mountains? With less than 10,000 troops remaining? Yu Wutian clearly couldn't accept this news. In his view, dealing with merely 50,000 rebels from the divine demon ancient sect should have been as simple as eating or drinking. How could they possibly be counterattacked? Even if those ogres used some trick to inflict losses upon Lingxi Sect's generals, there was no way they should have been reduced to fewer than 10,000. Impossible. The first thought in Yu Wutian's mind right now was that this news must be false. He grabbed Mu Chuan by the collar and shouted, Where did you get this information? If this is just hearsay, I'll execute you on the spot. Spittle flew from Yu Wutian's mouth onto Mu Chuan's face, but Mu Chuan didn't dare resist. He only replied miserably, Ancestor, this message came directly from General Qin Shao. Just moments ago, it was transmitted through a communication jade tablet. It absolutely cannot be fake. So saying, Mu Chuan pulled out the communication jade tablet and handed it over to Yu Wutian. Yu Wutian snatched it roughly and carefully scanned every word upon it. At the same time, the surrounding crowd moved closer. Yu Qingyan's face turned pale, even her eyes revealing a hint of panic. She turned to her younger brother, Yu Longqing, and said, Yi Kanglin was in that group too. Does this mean he's also trapped inside the Heikuei Mountains? Yu Longqing's expression also darkened, but seeing his sister's anxious look, he quickly reassured her. Sister, don't worry. Senior brother is far more cunning than we are. Anyone capable of threatening him hasn't even been born yet. But after hearing these words, Yu Qingyan's worry did not lessen. She hastily retrieved her own communication jade tablet from her storage ring, attempting to contact Yi Kanglin. Yet after sending the message, there was no reply. Seeing this, panic spread further within her eyes. Her gaze shifted toward Ancestor Yu Wutian, and just as she was about to speak, Yu Wutian suddenly smashed the jade tablet in his hand onto the ground, shattering it completely. Then he roared furiously. Those damn bastards of the divine demon ancient sect. How dare they resort to such despicable tricks? When Yu Qingyan saw her ancestor's reaction, she knew the news was most likely true. Immediately, she asked, Great-grandfather, since things have come to this, shouldn't we send help immediately? Once night falls and the marsh gas rises in the abyssal swamps, Yi Kanglin and Mu Chang'e will be doomed. Upon hearing this, Yu Wutian's furious expression suddenly calmed. Instead, his eyes turned sharply toward Yu Xiao, who stood dazed nearby, her gaze unfocused, seemingly lost in thought. Yu Wutian spoke coldly. Xiao, the actual strength of the divine demon ancient sect was reported by your Blackwater platform. The intelligence map used when Hao Ran attacked their base was also provided by you. While I shouldn't speak harshly to you at a time like this, don't you think you owe me an explanation? How could your intelligence system make such a massive error? Yu Wutian's implication was clear. He believed that Mu Chang'e and the others suffered this early setback largely due to faulty intelligence, which led directly to their entrapment. Since most of that intelligence came from Yu Xiao, he held her responsible for at least half of this mission's failure. Hearing the accusing tone in Yu Wutian's voice, Yu Xiao immediately dropped to her knees, speaking with sincere regret. Great-grandfather, this is indeed my fault. But please allow me some time to thoroughly investigate the internal problems within the Blackwater platform. As she spoke, memories surfaced of something Yi Kanglin had told her long ago. The intelligence network of the Blackwater platform. To be honest, I've completely lost faith in them. Take the recent incident where 10 assassins from the Divine Demon Ancient Sect infiltrated Xianxia City and attacked City Lord Yu. As clear as day, they're no better than useless decorations. Recalling this now, Yu Xiao finally realized that Yi Kanglin hadn't been mocking her back then. He had actually been warning her. The Blackwater platform might already have been infiltrated by the enemy. But back then, Yu Xiao had been completely unwilling to admit that the organization she had built could have been infiltrated. So after that day, she dismissed every word Yi Kanglin had said, casting them all aside like meaningless echoes. Recalling this now, Yu Xiao raised her head and declared once more before Yu Wutian, if there truly are traitors or spies within my Blackwater platform, I, Yu Xiao, will personally execute them with my own hands. Hearing these words, Yu Wutian's furious expression softened slightly, yet his tone remained heavy with dissatisfaction as he said, I'll give you 3 days. If you fail to uncover the truth within 3 days, then don't bother keeping your position as Imperial Inspector of the Court. At those words, a flicker of rigidity passed across Yu Xiao's face. After a moment's pause, she lowered her head and replied, Yes, understood. At that moment, Yu Wutian turned to Muchuan and ordered, Issue the command. Prepare an army of 100,000 men. Just as Yu Wutian was about to order reinforcements dispatched to rescue Yi Kanglin and Mu Chang'e, the commander-in-chief of Lingxi Sect's Grand Military Hall, Situ Xine, suddenly rushed over and shouted urgently, Ancestor. Urgent report. Yu Wutian turned his head towards Situ Xine. Seeing the man's panicked appearance, his brows furrowed sharply. What has happened now? Yu Wutian knew Situ Xine well. He was an exceptionally composed and steady old fox. For him to appear so flustered meant something grave had undoubtedly occurred. In response, Situ Xine immediately handed over an urgent dispatch, his voice trembling as he reported. Messages have flooded in from prefectural, county level, and provincial branches, one after another reporting attacks by the Divine Demon Ancient Sect and other rebel forces. The number of rebel troops encountered so far exceeds 500,000, and their numbers continue to grow rapidly. Furthermore, the rebels' offensive has been extremely fierce. In less than an hour, they've already overrun more than 20 county-level branches of our Lingxi Sect, along with all 3,600 li of territory controlled by these outposts, all now fallen. At present, these rebel forces have begun launching assaults on major prefectural branches, and even some provincial headquarters. Immediate troop deployment for reinforcement is critically needed. As Situ Xine finished speaking in one breath, Yu Wutian's legs gave way beneath him. His entire body nearly collapsed to the ground. Thankfully, nearby attendants quickly rushed forward to support him, preventing his fall. Yet in the next instant, Yu Wutian roared at Situ Xine. Where did all these rebels come from? Just 1 month ago, when Yi Kanglin still held military authority, he had clearly wiped them out entirely. How is it possible that 400,000 or 500,000 suddenly reappear now, and stronger than ever? Did they materialize out of thin air? Seeing his ancestor's fury, Situ Xine hurriedly explained, reporting to you, Ancestor, we've been investigating this matter continuously. The Divine Demon Ancient Sect rebels who've appeared this time, At this point, Situ Xine's gaze shifted toward Yu Longqing. Chapter 82, The Fall of Lingxi Sect, entering the countdown phase. Seeing this, Yu Longqing took over the conversation and said to Yu Wutian, those rebel forces really did seem to appear out of nowhere. The moment these words were spoken, Yu Wutian, Yu Qingyan, and everyone present turned to stare at Yu Longqing with disbelief etched across their faces. Yu Longqing explained to the group, actually, as early as the second day after my senior brother Yi Kanglin was demoted, signs had already emerged that the supposedly annihilated rebel factions from the ancient god-demon sects were reviving. They began carrying out massacres along our borders and in mountainous regions where our control was weaker. So I personally led troops to investigate. At that time, their numbers were still very small and their strength insignificant. When they encountered our regular army, they would almost always flee immediately. But when I captured some of them, I could clearly sense that their power was growing at an extremely terrifying rate, exponentially increasing, and their numbers exploded as well. The most bizarre part was that I couldn't find any source from which they replenished their troops. At this point, Yu Longqing looked directly at Yu Wutian, his expression grim as he said, Grandfather, these rebels truly seem to have materialized out of thin air. When Yu Wutian heard this, his entire face tensed up. In that moment, he seemed filled with regret. He regretted having encouraged Yu Xiao to demote Yi Kanglin back then. At the time, he had merely wanted to weaken the influence of second ancestor Yu Longjiang by suppressing Yi Kanglin, but he never imagined that right after Yi Kanglin was demoted, everything would spiral out of control. Behind Yu Wutian, Yu Xiao placed a hand on her belly and turned her gaze toward her younger brother, asking, Longqing, are you implying that I am entirely to blame for today's rebellion? If I hadn't removed Yi Kanglin from office, would this situation even exist now? Yu Longqing pressed his lips together, took a deep breath, and replied, For the 300 years my senior brother was in charge, there were virtually no large-scale battles within Lingxi Sect's territory. And whenever conflicts did arise, he swiftly quelled them. Then, looking straight at Yu Xiao, he continued, Sister, though I shouldn't say this, I must tell you, your decision back then was truly a mistake. Enraged, Yu Xiao shot up from her seat and snapped coldly. If the god-demon sect armies truly emerged from nothingness, wouldn't the outcome be the same whether or not I dismissed Yi Kanglin? Longsheng, you're overestimating Yi Kanglin. Given the current scale and strength of the God Demon Sect's assault, even if Yi Kanglin were still Lingxi's young commander, he couldn't have prevented this. Yu Longsheng grew angry in return. The God Demon Sect has been causing chaos in Jin Tian territory for not just 1 or 2 days. It's been ongoing for 8 centuries, without a single day of peace. Why, then, were they the quietest during those 300 years when my senior brother was in command, only to erupt into rebellion again the instant he was demoted? Sister, forgive me for saying something unpleasant, but if you hadn't dismissed him, I truly believe none of this would have happened today. Hearing this, Yu Xiao's beautiful eyes widened in fury, and she was about to retort. But Yu Wutian roared, "Enough! Both of you shut up." At Yu Wutian's shout, brother and sister instantly fell silent. Then, Yu Wutian spoke gravely. Longsheng, take 300,000 combat order disciples and head to Tian Prefecture. That region is one of our most critical strategic strongholds, and one of the primary targets of the rebel offensive. You have 10 days to completely suppress all rebel forces in that area. Yu Longsheng immediately clasped his fists and responded, "Understood." Then, Yu Wutian turned to Situ Xian and said, "Situ Xian, return to the Grand Marshal Hall at once. Issue an announcement to every province, prefecture, and county under Jin Tian territory. Declare the entire sect to be in wartime status. Recruit all retired combat disciples immediately." Situ Xian also clasped his fist solemnly and replied, "Understood." With that, he turned and left to carry out the order. Next, Yu Wutian looked at Mu Chuan, the head of the enforcement hall, and said, "Mu Chuan, summon the second ancestor to come to the Central Command Center immediately." Mu Chuan bowed respectfully and accepted the order, but then asked hesitantly, "What about General Mu's forces? Nightfall is approaching, they won't last much longer." Yu Wutian took a deep breath, paused to calm himself, and after a moment of careful thought, said, "Tell him to hold on for now. The sect has entered wartime status. We can't spare any more troops to reinforce them." Upon hearing this, Mu Chuan clasped his fist in acknowledgement and immediately turned to leave. But Yu Qingyan stepped forward, speaking anxiously. "Great-grandfather, Morchanga and Yi Kanglin are both severely injured. Right now, they're trapped in that dangerous swamp area. They won't last long at all." Yu Wutian, however, snapped coldly, then blamed their incompetence. Only 50,000 rebels, yet they still got surrounded. They boldly claimed to me before that 80,000 soldiers would be enough to crush the rebellion. But look now, reduced to less than 10,000 men. From this day forth, no one is to speak the names Longhauran or Morchanga in my presence, ever again. With that, Yu Wutian stormed off in fury. Only Yu Qingyan remained, glaring angrily at his retreating back, silently fuming. Who was it that insisted on sending troops through Jieyu Pass to attack the rebels in the first place? Asterisk, Yi Kanglin warned you then. It was all a trick by the ancient god demon sects. But you wouldn't listen. Now that things have gone wrong, you blame them instead. Asterisk. Thinking this, Yu Qingyan stomped her foot in frustration, racking her brain for any way she could help Yi Kanglin. Then, her gaze shifted toward her elder sister, Yu Xiao. To her astonishment, Yu Xiao was calmly flipping through a roster, searching for information about the Blackwater platform sentries. Seeing this, Yu Qingyan couldn't help but say in dissatisfaction, "Sister, your husband is also in the Heikuei Mountains. He could die at any moment. Aren't you even worried?" Yu Xiao replied indifferently, "Of course I'm worried. But what can I do? Should I fly over there alone to rescue them?" With that, she closed the roster, then turned and walked away to investigate the mole within Blackwater platform. The sight left Yu Qingyan completely stunned. Was this woman standing before her really the same Yu Xiao, who once loved Morchanga with all her heart, to the point of life and death? Why, upon hearing that Morchanga might be facing mortal danger, did she appear so calm? Could it be that all her previous actions were just an act? That she never truly loved Morchanga as much as she seemed? If she had indeed been pretending, then suddenly all those behaviors that once made no sense now became understandable. For instance, how could someone as intelligent and perceptive as Yu Xiao throw herself into a desperate obsession over a good-for-nothing who was neither mentally sharp nor outstanding in cultivation? Perhaps she was merely playing the role of a love-crazed fool, which was why every action she took around Morchanga appeared so irrational. This sudden realization froze Yu Qingyan in place. Staring at her sister's retreating figure, her eyes narrowed slightly. "Yu Xiao, what exactly are you trying to do?" At the foot of Heikuei Mountains, inside the temporary command tent of the ancient god demon sect, Wu Shan drew a scroll and placed it respectfully on the table. In the next moment, the scroll unfurled itself automatically. Droplets of water began emerging from its center. These droplets floated into the air, circling briefly before converging together. Gradually, they formed the shape of a human figure. Once the image was fully manifested, Wu Shan knelt down on both knees, Ko and Ji his head heavily against the ground, and proclaimed loudly, "Hail, Your Holiness, the Pope." The figure projected from pure water elemental energy was none other than the supreme ruler of the ancient god demon sect, Wu Fenghuang. More precisely, it was Wu Fenghuang's external avatar. Her true body remained stationed at the central headquarters of the god demon sect. The Pope Wu Fenghuang was dressed in male attire, her long black hair coiled up and covered by an exquisitely crafted crown. She wore a bright red 5-clawed dragon robe, gazing down coldly at the kneeling Wu Shan as she spoke disdainfully. "I ordered you to draw Lingxi Sect's top leader's attention at Jieyu Pass, thereby delaying Dongguan Prefecture's main forces. Yet what are you doing now? surrounding the Wuyuan Mountains just to slaughter one Lingxi Sect general? As she spoke, the Pope's external avatar glided slowly toward Wushan, continuing in a chilling tone. And even such a trivial ant. You failed to eliminate him. Wushan, have I spoiled you too much, that you dare defy my orders so brazenly? Chapter 83. Wushan formulates the combat plan, Operation Beheading Yi Kanglin. Wushan's head was still pressed against the ground. As he heard the High Priestess's voice, his breath grew rapid, an intense pressure, making his body tremble involuntarily. Yet he suppressed his awe and declared loudly, Your Holiness, among those Lingxi Sect troops on the mountain, there is an old acquaintance of ours. At these words, Wu Fenghuang's expression subtly shifted. She seemed to have thought of someone, but didn't speak, instead waiting for Wushan to continue. Then, Wushan lifted his head, gazing at Wu Fenghuang before snarling with a twisted face. That old acquaintance is Yi Kanglin. This sent even Wu Fenghuang's pupils dilating, her expression flashing a flicker of panic in an instant. But quickly, she regained composure and said coldly, Yi Kanglin was already demoted to a servant disciple by Yu Xiao. How could he possibly appear here? Wushan replied gravely, I don't know the exact reason, but I can assure you, that man truly is Yi Kanglin. And besides, he doesn't even hold military authority. Otherwise, even if he only had 80,000 Lingxi Sect combat disciples, there's no way I could have forced him into such a desperate situation. Hearing this, Wu Fenghuang instantly understood all of Wushan's actions. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, What do you plan to do? Wushan said seriously, I beg your holiness to dispatch another 100,000 troops. I will personally capture Yi Kanglin alive, then bring him before the late high priest's grave, offering his head as sacrifice to honor his spirit. But Wu Fenghuang immediately rejected it. 100,000 troops. Don't you realize we're already in full-scale war with the Lingxi Sect? You want me to send 100,000 soldiers just to deal with one Yi Kanglin? Wushan, has your brain been crushed by a door? Besides, they're trapped in the swamp area. You don't even need to lift a finger. Once the marsh gas spreads, they'll dissolve into a pool of blood. Why would you need so many troops then? Wushan, however, cried out fiercely, Your Holiness, do you really believe mere marsh gas can kill Yi Kanglin? Back during the Longzhou Plain campaign, we deployed a full 140 heaven-sundering arrays, along with over 3,000 formation masters, uniting to assassinate Yi Kanglin. What was the result? He still escaped. Using 100,000 troops against him is no waste of resources. From the very moment I realized it was Yi Kanglin himself, I knew my 50,000 men could never contain him, let alone kill him. The only reason he's trapped now is because I've nearly exploited every favorable condition. But this is only temporary. Given more time, he will surely devise a new plan and break through. Wu Fenghuang suddenly snapped. Enough. Wushan had wanted to say more, but swallowed his words, staring blankly at Wu Fenghuang. She continued coldly. Even if it's Yi Kanglin, he doesn't deserve me diverting 100,000 troops just for him. My sole objective right now is to overthrow the Lingxi Sect and restore our divine demon Holy Church's dominion. Before the grand ambitions of our Holy Church's successive high priests, Yi Kanglin means nothing. Yet Wushan calmly retorted, If Yi Kanglin remains alive, can our divine demon Holy Church truly overthrow the Lingxi Sect? Even if we succeed in toppling them, as long as he lives, our throne will never be secure. Hearing this, a flicker of emotion seemed to stir across Wu Fenghuang's face, but she still refused to relent. Now Wushan rose slowly from the ground, his eyes locking onto Wu Fenghuang. Sister, have you forgotten how father and elder brother died? Father, Wu Xiantian, led over 20 times Yi Kanglin's forces during the Black Forest campaign, dealt a crushing blow to his army. But when pursuing him, he fell into Yi Kanglin's ambush and was killed. An elder brother Wu Niang. His body hasn't even been buried yet. Upon hearing this, tears appeared to well up in Wu Fenghuang's bright, beautiful eyes. Several months ago, elder brother Wu Niang had planned to attack a city under Lingxi Sect control. When he saw Yi Kanglin's general flag flying above the city walls, he panicked, abandoned his entire army, and fled in terror. But after returning to their base, Wu Niang learned that Yi Kanglin had never even been inside that city. Then, the news spread throughout the army. Wu Niang, the supreme commander of the divine demon Holy Church himself, had turned and fled in terror upon seeing only a single general's flag. After realizing his own humiliating disgrace, Wu Niang burst into laughter, manic, crazed laughter. He roared, such shame, such utter shame. Ha ha ha. Soon after, Wu Niang fell gravely ill and died within days. Following this, Wu Niang's younger sister, Wu Fenghuang, disguised herself as him and ascended as the new high priestess of the divine demon Holy Church. Now, as Wu Fenghuang recalled these events, her hatred toward Yi Kanglin surged to unprecedented heights. If just moments ago Wu Fenghuang could still choose to continue attacking the Lingxi Sect for the sake of fulfilling the grand ambition of restoring the Holy Church across generations, now her heart was completely consumed by vengeance. In that instant, Wu Fenghuang turned her gaze toward her third brother, Wu Shan, and said, "Numbers alone won't be enough to deal with Yi Kanglin. We need a complete strategy if we are to capture him alive." Upon hearing this, Wu Shan immediately grew excited. He knew Her Holiness had agreed to let him continue pursuing Yi Kanglin. Without delay, Wu Shan drew from his storage ring a meticulously detailed combat plan, then respectfully offered it with both hands before Wu Fenghuang, saying, "Your Holiness, I've already drafted the battle plan against Yi Kanglin. I've named this operation Operation Beheading Yi Kanglin. With only 100,000 troops, I can capture him and bring him before father's and elder brother's graves. There, I'll use his head and blood to wash away the humiliation they suffered at his hands. Of course, if your holiness permits, we may first humiliate him before severing his head. He once trampled us beneath his feet and suppressed us for 300 long years. Now, we shall repay him in kind. Let him finally understand that those he once looked down upon as defeated dogs can now toy with him like a puppet in their palms. Wu Fenghuang took the plan and skimmed through it. After finishing, she shook her head. Wu Shan's heart jolted. Was her holiness dissatisfied with his battle plan? But then Wu Fenghuang spoke calmly. 100,000 troops is not enough. She fixed her cold gaze on Wu Shan and said, I will assign you 400,000 soldiers, including assistance from commanders of the 9th to 18th armies, plus cooperation from 2 Grand Cardinals. I will fully support this Operation Beheading Yi Kanglin. But should you fail to capture him, bring me your own head instead. Hearing this, ecstatic joy flooded Wu Shan's face. Once again, he dropped to his knees, banging his forehead heavily against the ground as he shouted, Thank you, your holiness. At this, Wu Fenghuang fell silent. Her eyes closed, and the external manifestation instantly dissolved into a splash of water on the floor. Wu Shan slowly rose again, casually picking up the Operation Beheading Yi Kanglin plan. A twisted, deranged smile spread across his face. Even now, the image remained vivid. The day when Yi Kanglin had stomped his head into the dirt, mocking him as if taunting a dog. And now, merely imagining how he would do the same. Crushing Yi Kanglin's head beneath his boot, sent waves of exhilaration coursing through him uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, Yi Kanglin, you once sneered at me, thinking I was less threatening than an ant. You even dared mock me to go seek reinforcements. Well then, this time I'll show you exactly how I'll make you pay back every ounce of humiliation 100-fold. Chapter 84, World Tree. Inside the cosmic star stone's inner space, Yi Kanglin chewed the spirit soil core he had found, then injected a series of powerful streams of yuan energy into it before forcefully driving it deep into the island beneath his feet. Bang! In an instant, the spirit soil core was driven over 10 meters deep into the soil. After finishing, Yi Kanglin clapped his hands together, turned his head toward Nong Xiaoxian, and asked, All right, I've buried the thing into the ground just as you requested. Now what? Nong Xiaoxian continued licking her lollipop as she said, Find something to hold on to. It's going to shake pretty hard soon. Don't end up flat on your face like a dog eating dirt. Her words made Yi Kanglin blink in confusion. Instinctively, he asked, Shake really hard? What exactly is going to shake so violently? Even as Yi Kanglin spoke, the ground beneath his feet began trembling fiercely. The sensation was just like an earthquake. The entire island shook violently, sending ripples spreading across the surrounding sea. Then, to Yi Kanglin's utter astonishment, the small island under his feet slowly began rising upward at a steady pace. Within moments, areas that had previously been submerged underwater gradually emerged. It looked exactly like seawater receding during low tide. Moreover, the island's soil underwent dramatic changes. The once barren land grew increasingly fertile, transforming even those sections previously soaked by seawater into high-quality soil suitable for plant growth. About the time it took to burn an incense stick passed before the island finally stopped rising. Yet the area now exposed above water had expanded dozens of times larger than before. If originally the island had only been the size of a basketball court, it now spanned roughly the size of a school campus. Standing at the very center of the island, witnessing all these changes, Yi Kanglin wore a look of pure shock on his face. He walked over to the soil that had once been submerged in seawater and casually scooped up a handful. The loose, watery mud had transformed into rich, high-quality black earth. Upon closer inspection, one could even see faint wisps of spiritual energy swirling between the soil particles. Turning to Nong Xiaoxian, Yi Kanglin asked, Is this spirit-field soil already? Nong Xiaoxian let out a light chuckle. How could it be that fast? The fusion cycle between the spirit soil core and the soil takes at least 3 years. In other words, you'll need to wait 3 days outside for the soil here to completely transform into true spirit field soil. Yi Kanglin immediately understood. Then, he took out the longevity fruit seeds and tossed them to the stone golems nearby, instructing them to sow every single seed. With both the fertility and arable area of the farmland greatly increased, the scale of longevity fruit cultivation could now expand accordingly. According to Nong Xiaoxian's earlier estimation, the yield would increase by at least threefold. This meant Yi Kanglin's daily gain in lifespan could now exceed 300 years. Thinking about this, Yi Kanglin couldn't help but chuckle gleefully. Then, turning back to Nong Xiaoxian, he asked, Can the world tree bear fruit now? Nong Xiaoxian glanced toward a large tree nearby and replied, Probably about ready, right? Why don't we go check? With that, Nong Xiaoxian flew toward the center of the island first, with Yi Kanglin quickly following behind. At the exact center of the island stood a magnificent and towering tree, nearly 10 meters tall, its trunk as thick as 2 or 3 people embracing it. Around this world tree swirled waves of terrifyingly potent life force. This tree had been a reward Yi Kanglin received on the 10th day after activating his farm system. Originally just an ordinary seed, Yi Kanglin hadn't paid much attention to it. Only after Nong Xiaoxian reminded him how important it was did he plant the seed carefully at the island's center. Now, after several years' worth of growth within the cosmic star stone's internal time frame, the tiny seed had grown into a lush, ancient tree. Yi Kanglin approached the base of the world tree and gazed upward toward its canopy. His eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed clusters of fruits forming among the branches. However, these fruits were highly unusual. If he had to compare them to anything, they looked remarkably like human children. Yes, actual children. They were virtually identical to the ginseng fruits he'd seen on television in his previous life. Yi Kanglin turned to Nong Xiaoxian and asked, "Holy crap, are these actually ginseng fruits?" Nong Xiaoxian rolled her eyes. "Ginseng fruits. These are your soldiers." At her words, Yi Kanglin was stunned. He stared wide-eyed at Nong Xiaoxian and said, "Soldiers?" Nong Xiaoxian nodded. She glanced toward the stone golems still diligently working in the distance before continuing. "Do you remember the skill book, Art of Mimetic Serfs, that the system rewarded you with earlier?" Yi Kanglin nodded. "Of course. It was thanks to that secret technique that I was able to create those stone golems to work for me. But what does that have to do with these ginseng fruits?" Nong Xiaoxian smiled. Then, abruptly changing the subject, she said, "The world tree has another name. It's also called the cradle of worldly life. Legend says that when the world was first born, it began with the arrival of a world tree, which brought life to this land. That's why people of later generations call the world tree the mother tree, regarding it as the origin of all life." Hearing this, Yi Kanglin felt completely bewildered. Rolling his eyes, he asked, "Honestly, Nong Xiaoxian, when did you become such a riddle-spouting weirdo? Can't you just speak plainly?" Seeing that Yi Kanglin still didn't understand, Nong Xiaoxian decided to stop beating around the bush and explain directly. "Place your palm against the trunk of the world tree and use the art of mimetic serfs to pour your reserved lifespan energy into it. After that, you're done." Yi Kanglin blinked. Though he had no idea what Nong Xiaoxian was planning, he followed her instructions anyway. Still, he asked as he acted, "How much reserved lifespan should I inject?" Nong Xiaoxian replied casually, "Any amount will do, several hours, or even a few days." Hearing this, Yi Kanglin said, "Then I'll start by injecting 3 hours worth of my reserved lifespan." As he spoke, under the control of the art of mimetic serfs, his reserved lifespan energy flowed into the trunk of the world tree. At the same time, Nong Xiaoxian took out a small gourd. Opening it, a wisp of soul essence drifted out and entered one of the ginseng fruits hanging from the tree. Dong! The ginseng fruit that absorbed the soul immediately fell from its branch. Yi Kanglin froze, instinctively turning to look at the fruit. He watched as the fruit, originally about the size of a fist, began to gradually grow larger. Within moments, it expanded to the size of a normal newborn baby. Chapter 85. Yi Kanglin's Infinite Troop Summoning Technique. Content retrieval failed. 1. The key has expired. Please wait for update. 2. This book does not exist. Removed due to copyright issues. Chapter 86. Mu Chang'e wanted to flee, but let Yi Kanglin cover the rear. Mu Chang'e coughed dryly. It's dawn. The swamp gas has begun to dissipate. Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin turned his head toward the distant horizon. Sure enough, a streak of pale dawn light was slowly rising, and the newborn morning sun began gently spilling over the land. Then, Yi Kanglin looked back at the thick swamp gas beneath the trees. Just as Mu Chang'e had said, the once extremely dense gas was now dispersing at a visible rate. Seeing this, Yi Kanglin let out a sigh of relief before turning to Mu Chang'e and asking, "Did you come here just to tell me this?" Mu Chang'e pressed his lips together, wearing an expression as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Then he grinned and said, "Yi Marshal, because of Xiao, we've had some unpleasantness in the past. But now, we're comrades in arms who've shared life and death trials. Why don't we simply put all that behind us and never mention it again? What do you think?" A look of annoyance flickered across Yi Kanglin's face as he coldly replied, "What exactly are you trying to say?" Realizing Yi Kanglin was losing patience, Mu Chang'e quickly blurted out, "I want to go down the mountain to get reinforcements. I hope you can draw the attention of the divine demon Ancient Sect away." At this, Yi Kanglin blinked, momentarily stunned. He stared blankly for a second, and then said, "You want to run away, yet expect me to distract the enemy so they won't catch you?" Mu Chang'e widened his eyes. "What do you mean I'm running away? I'm going to get reinforcements." Yi Kanglin twitched the corner of his mouth. He glanced toward Qin Xiao, who was sitting on a branch across from them, and asked, "Has your sect received any response to the distress signal you sent?" Qin Xiao's face darkened. After a moment of silence, he replied, "The sect responded, saying the divine demon Ancient Sect is launching a massive assault on the Jin Tian domain. Our sect has already entered a state of war and cannot spare any additional troops to assist us." As soon as these words were spoken, a chill shot through Yi Kanglin's heart. The implication was clear. Mo Wutian and the others had essentially abandoned them. Though he had long expected such a day might come, he never thought it would arrive so soon. Even more shocking was the fact that the main forces of the divine demon Ancient Sect had begun a full-scale invasion of the Jin Tian domain. Thinking this, Yi Kanglin turned to look at Mu Chang'e. No wonder this fellow was already planning to escape. He must have realized there'd be no help coming, so he was trying to save himself. Without hesitation, Yi Kanglin leapt down from the tree and called up to the people still above, "The swamp gas has cleared. Come down." Hearing this, everyone quickly jumped down from the trees. Yi Kanglin then turned to Mu Chang'e and asked, "Now that the sect is in a wartime state, where exactly do you plan to find reinforcements?" Hearing this, Mu Chang'e knew Yi Kanglin had accepted his request. Excited, he immediately said, "I plan to head to Rijang City. There's a branch garrison of our Lingxi Sect there. I should be able to gather reinforcements from that location. Marshal Yi, believe me. Just hold off those scoundrels from the divine demon Ancient Sect for 2 hours. I'll make it out safely. and the moment I reach Rajang City, I'll bring help right back for you. After hearing this, Yi Kanglin let out a cynical chuckle. It would be nothing short of miraculous if he actually believed a word Mu Chang'e just said. At that moment, Qin Xiao spoke up beside him. General Mu, with all due respect, I doubt you'll be able to escape successfully. In fact, you might very well be intercepted and killed. If that happens, everything will be lost. Compared to that, this marshland area is actually far safer. Rather than risk breaking out now, we should carefully plan our next move and deliberate thoroughly before making any decisions. But Mu Chang'e found Qin Xiao's well-intentioned advice especially grating. Irritated, he snapped. I don't care anymore. Staying here means either being captured by the divine demon ancient sect or dissolved into blood soup by this damn swamp gas. I won't spend another second in this cursed place. I'm leaving now, returning to the sect, back to my master. With that, Mu Chang'e addressed the remaining 8,000 or so survivors, split 4,000 people to break out with me. The rest stay here and assist Marshal Yi in command operations. Listen well, I'm not running away as a deserter. I'm going to get reinforcements for you. Once I succeed, I'll come back for you immediately. Everyone present remained silent, but still, following Mu Chang'e's orders, they voluntarily separated 4,000 people from the group. Among these 4,000, nearly all belonged to Imo Wutian's faction. They naturally preferred staying with Mu Chang'e. As for the remaining 4,000, they belonged to the faction of second ancestor Yulan Jiang. They were far more inclined toward Yi Kanglin. After the manpower was divided, Mu Chang'e immediately pulled out a flare and shot it into the sky. Whoosh! The flare soared into the air and exploded. Mu Chang'e then glanced gratefully at Yi Kanglin, still seated in his spot, and said, Marshal Yi, holding off the divine demon ancient sect is in your hands now. Without waiting for Yi Kanglin's response, he rallied the 4,000 under his command and led them charging downhill in unison. In no time, they vanished from sight. Qin Xiao turned to Yi Kanglin again and asked, Marshal Yi, what should we do now? Yi Kanglin stretched himself out lazily on a large rock and drawled, what should we do? Rest right here, take a nap first. At this, many people present were startled. Qin Xiao, in particular, voiced his concern. Might General Mu just fired a signal flare, revealing our location? The divine demon ancient sect will probably swarm over here any moment. Are we really going to do nothing? Yi Kanglin chuckled and said, if it were one of the other generals of the divine demon ancient sect, they might actually come rushing over with their troops. But if it's Wu Shan in charge, rest assured, that coward wouldn't dare lead anyone here at all. With that, Yi Kanglin let out a long yawn and continued. Trust me, even if the divine demon ancient sect saw the flare, they won't make a move. My guess is, they've already sealed off every path leading down the mountain, just waiting for us to walk right into their trap. Hearing this, Qin Xiao's eyes widened. He turned his head toward the direction Mu Chang'e and his men had fled and said anxiously, what about General Mu? If he charges straight ahead like this, isn't he running directly into the enemy's crosshairs? Yi Kanglin smiled and said, you already warned him not to rush out, told him this place is actually the safest right now. But he wouldn't listen, said he didn't want to spend another second here. So what could we possibly do? Hearing this, Qin Xiao sighed helplessly. He looked around at the Lingxi Sect warriors nearby. Every face was etched with exhaustion, morale sinking to rock bottom. Suddenly, one disciple turned to Yi Kanglin and asked, Marshal Yi, are we going to die? Chapter 87, Gaining 4,000 Private Soldiers. Yi Kanglin turned his head and looked at the disciple, instinctively asking, why do you ask? The disciple's hidden terror began to surface in his eyes, his hands trembling uncontrollably. My junior sister in the sect told me that the rebel forces of the divine demon ancient sect are advancing with extreme ferocity. In just one night, they've already seized several thousand miles of territory. If things continue like this, isn't our Lingxi Sect on the brink of destruction? And if, just if, our Lingxi Sect truly falls, where will we go then? Another disciple spoke up. Right now, we're trapped in this swamp area. Although we aren't in immediate danger, how long can this situation last? As he spoke, the disciple suddenly knelt before Yi Kanglin and crawled toward him on his knees, his voice filled with panic. General Yi, please, tell me what we should do next. I've been having nightmares since last night. Dreams of the Lingxi Sect collapsing, the old patriarch falling, no one coming to save us, and us being trapped here until we die. General Yi, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. At that moment, a large group of Lingxi Sect disciples also knelt before Yi Kanglin. Their emotions shattered as they cried out to him. General Yi, we don't want to die either. Please tell us what to do. It was as if a chain reaction had been triggered. Dozens upon dozens dropped to their knees, gazing desperately at Yi Kanglin. Clearly, in this desperate situation, they saw Yi Kanglin as their only savior. Seeing their fearful expressions, Yi Kanglin helplessly shook his head. These battle-duty disciples of the Lingxi Sect were originally specially trained, hardly afraid of death. But the fatal problem was, they had just suffered a defeat under Mu Chang'e yesterday. Many of their comrades had died, and then by nightfall, they learned the sect itself was under attack with no reinforcements coming. Their nerves, already stretched taut, had finally snapped. Under wave after wave of crushing blows, even these tough-minded battle disciples had begun to feel confusion and fear about the future. If it weren't for Yi Kanglin standing there, many among them might have already chosen to hang themselves. Looking at the numerous battle-duty disciples kneeling before him, Yi Kanglin raised his voice and declared, all of you want to live, right? Good. Then let me ask you one question. What are you now? Are you my men, or merely disciples of the Lingxi Sect? Yi Kanglin's meaning was clear. They must choose to become his followers or remain Lingxi Sect disciples. For a moment, many people exchanged uncertain glances. Seeing this, Yi Kanglin continued, "You don't need to answer me immediately. I'll give you time to think carefully. If you're willing to become my men, I guarantee all of you safety. Of course, if you still choose to remain Lingxi Sect disciples, I won't object, but don't expect me to protect you." With that, Yi Kanglin glanced toward the path down the mountain and pointed in that direction. "The road down is over there. If you don't want to follow me, nor return to the Lingxi Sect, and instead wish to surrender to the Divine Demon Ancient Sect, you may go too. Leave right now. I won't stop anyone. Whether you stay or go, it's entirely your choice." After Yi Kanglin finished speaking, the crowd looked around at one another. Then, a brief silence settled over the scene. At that moment, Xianxia stepped forward, knelt on both knees before Yi Kanglin, and shouted loudly, "We swear to follow General Yi Kanglin unto death. Through fire and water, we shall not falter." As Xianxia's words rang out, the rest of the group erupted in unison. "We swear to follow General Yi Kanglin unto death. Through fire and water, we shall not falter." Their message was unmistakable. They were pledging their allegiance to Yi Kanglin. Seeing this, Yi Kanglin burst into laughter. Standing atop a boulder, he looked down upon the crowd and declared with authority, "Good. Since you're all willing to fight for the world alongside me, from this day forth, you are my brothers. And as brothers, I vow every single one of you will survive. From now on, we share prosperity and fortune and stand together in hardship." Seeing this, the crowd shouted in unison, "We share prosperity and fortune and stand together in hardship." The voice was massive, deafening. For a moment, the group's previously dim emotions seemed to rekindle with new life. For these generals who had followed Yi Kanglin, the greatest sense of security in the world was none other than the promise from their Xinzhongde war god, Yi Kanglin. It was precisely because of this that hope once again sparkled in their eyes. Yet at this moment, Nong Xiao started cursing. He instantly appeared beside Yi Kanglin. Due to being a system administrator, except for Yi Kanglin, no one else at the scene could see Nong Xiao's presence. Thus, Nong Xiao furiously stormed up to Yi Kanglin and yelled, "Are you crazy, taking on so many underlings, wanting to save all their lives? Then how the hell are you going to fight your battle?" Yi Kanglin casually lifted his gourd of wine and took a sip, mentally replying, "It's only over 4,000 people. What's the big deal? After all, I've already mastered control of the world tree. Once I start mass-producing troops afterward, can't I even protect this many people?" Upon hearing this, Nong Xiao slapped his own face with one hand, then rubbed it downward hard, furious as he said, "Wushan has already requested reinforcements of 400,000 troops from his sister, the Empress of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect. They've even specially devised an operation plan called Operation Decapitation, Yi Kanglin, aiming to capture you alive and use your head to sacrifice to their former empress." As he spoke, Nong Xiao glared at Yi Kanglin with bloodshot eyes and roared, "400,000! A full 400,000 soldiers! Even if you control the world tree and can easily spawn endless troops, facing such a force, how exactly do you plan to fight them? And now you still want to drag along all these extra underlings? Are you fucking trying to get yourself killed?" Nong Xiao spoke with such intense emotion that he actually spat all over Yi Kanglin's face. When Yi Kanglin heard that the Divine Demon Ancient Sect actually intended to mobilize 400,000 troops to surround and eliminate him, his facial expression could no longer stay composed. Normally, such information would fall under intelligence matters, but he never expected that in his anger, Nong Xiao would blurt it out, allowing him to learn it without spending any lifespan energy. Thinking this, Yi Kanglin smiled at Nong Xiao and said, "Why be so tense? It's just 400,000. No big deal, not a problem at all." When Nong Xiao saw Yi Kanglin's stubborn, fearless attitude, as indifferent as a dead pig unafraid of boiling water, his eyes rolled up, and he actually fainted on the spot. Chapter 88, Strategic Relocation. Seeing that this guy was once again acting indifferent, Yi Kanglin rolled his eyes, then turned toward the soldiers ahead and said, "All right, everyone. Since we're brothers from this moment on, to ensure all of us survive safely, I've decided, we'll now set out for the depths of the marshlands. What do you think?" As soon as he spoke, the soldiers present hesitated slightly. One of them asked first, "Lord Yi, the swamp gas in the deeper parts of the marsh is far denser than near the edges. Once we go deep, it won't be enough just hiding among the trees to avoid the fumes." This indeed voiced what everyone else was thinking. But Yi Kanglin merely smiled and said, "Deep within the marsh lies a mountain called Wuyuan Mountain. That place will make an excellent refuge. We'll relocate there first, and only then discuss how to escape." Upon hearing this, the others understood. The man who had asked earlier respectfully said, "Your subordinate willingly follows Lord Yi." The others behind followed suit. "Your subordinates willingly follow Lord Yi." Yi Kanglin nodded, then began walking toward the direction of Wuyuan Mountain, with Qin Xiao and the other disciples closely following. At that moment, Nong Xiaoxian, who had been lying on the ground, immediately jumped up and quickly flew to Yi Kanglin's side. He glanced at the 4,000 defeated soldiers trailing behind Yi Kanglin, shook his head, and said, "Fine. Since you've already decided to absorb these 4,000 into your ranks, I won't say more. But you must promise me one thing." Yi Kanglin, sipping wine from his gourd, replied casually, "What is it?" Nong Xiaoxian reached into his pocket, pulled out a small jade vial, and tossed it to Yi Kanglin before saying, "I don't know the Lingxi Sect, nor do I understand its disciples. Therefore, I don't want any traitors or fence-sitters in your ranks. When you reach Wuyuan Mountain later, make every one of them swallow a shirgu pill. Tell them clearly, should anyone dare betray you, you can instantly end their lives. Don't think me too cautious. The situation across the world changes in an instant. If you get killed, I'll be sealed away again. Hearing this, Yi Kanglin looked down at the Shirgu pill in his hand. He uncorked the vial and peered inside. He found that the small jade container was actually a special spatial storage artifact, containing at least 10,000 Shirgu pills. Seeing this, Yi Kanglin glanced back at the group trailing behind him, then turned to Nong Xiaoxian and said, I'll have them take the pills when we reach Wuyuan Mountain. Are you satisfied now? Seeing that Yi Kanglin no longer argued, Nong Xiaoxian nodded in satisfaction and said, For now, the 40,000-strong army sent by the divine demon ancient sect to hunt you hasn't assembled yet. There are only about 5,000 soldiers down the mountain. Once you reach Wuyuan Mountain, summon an army using the world tree and charge straight out. But Yi Kanglin simply smiled and replied, How much stored lifespan does it cost to summon an army? How much to fully arm them? And how much more if each unit gets a mount? Without calculating these properly, rushing ahead recklessly could get us killed. Besides, I don't intend to rush down the mountain just yet. Nong Xiaoxian froze, instinctively asking, Why not? If you don't leave now, once those 40,000 assemble, escaping will become impossible. After a moment of calm consideration, Yi Kanglin said, The divine demon ancient sect has launched a full-scale invasion of Jin Tian domain. Even if I use a temporarily summoned army to break through Heikuei Mountains, then what? Where would I go after leaving Heikuei Mountains? The entire Jin Tian domain has already been blockaded by the divine demon ancient sect. Where could I possibly hide? Moreover, the fact that I command a large army would inevitably be exposed. Then, the divine demon ancient sect will surely gather even greater forces against me. And when that happens, how many enemy troops would I face? 50,000, 60,000, or even 70,000? Nong Xiaoxian fell silent. Indeed, even if Yi Kanglin broke out of Heikuei Mountains now, he'd still face endless waves of pursuing enemies. For Yi Kanglin, such a situation would undoubtedly be fatal. After pondering, Nong Xiaoxian asked, Then what do you plan to do now? Yi Kanglin took another swig from his wine gourd, then said seriously, It should still take some time for the 40,000 troops to gather here. During this window, I can use the opportunity to accumulate even more stored lifespan. By the time the divine demon ancient sect launches their attack, I should be able to summon a large enough army. And by then, even if the divine demon ancient sect mobilizes even greater forces against me, I should at least have the power to protect myself. After hearing this, Nong Xiaoxian nodded. At this moment, what Yi Kanglin needed most was time. Every day he delayed confronting the divine demon ancient sect increased his chances of survival. At the foot of Heikuei Mountains, along a mountain path leading out to the outside world, Mu Chang'e was rushing down the slope with a large group of followers, sprinting madly. Based on his calculations, after exposing Yi Kanglin's location, the forces of the divine demon ancient sect would surely swarm toward that coordinate. At that point, he would have his chance to escape with his life. Even if some rebel troops remained to block the exit, it wouldn't matter. After all, he still had over 4,000 men with him. These more than 4,000 disciples were more than enough to deal with any remaining rebels. As long as he could return alive to his sect and reunite with his master, sacrificing every single one of these 4,000 disciples would be worth it. Thinking this, a wild glint flashed in Mu Chang'e's eyes as he muttered under his breath. Just wait till I get back to Lingxi Sect and return to my master's side. I'll never leave again. To hell with military achievements. To hell with reputation. As long as I survive, nothing else matters. With this thought, Mu Chang'e accelerated his pace even further. Soon, his eyes caught sight of a gorge ahead, and he immediately cried out excitedly. We've reached the Forgotten Valley. Everyone behind me, speed up. The Forgotten Valley is right ahead. Once we pass through it, we'll be out of the Heikuei mountain range. Upon hearing this, the group following Mu Chang'e instantly erupted in excitement. They roared loudly and quickened their strides. But before they could draw near the valley, a sudden thunderous explosion ripped through the air. Immediately afterward, a mushroom cloud rose among the ranks of Mu Chang'e's 4,000 battered troops. The blast instantly killed 20 or 30 people on the spot, and those standing closer were flung violently into the air. Seeing this, Mu Chang'e was utterly shocked. He whipped his head around to look in all directions. Only then did he see countless soldiers of the divine demon ancient sect suddenly appear atop the surrounding cliffs and rocky ridges, looking down upon them from above. Chapter 89. Mu Chang'e was captured alive by the demon ancient sect. Mu Chang'e's face turned deathly pale in an instant. He stammered in terror. What's going on? Why aren't these rebels chasing Yi Kanglin? Why are they still here? In the center of the rebel forces, a familiar figure stepped forward slowly. It was Wushan. Only now, he looked exceptionally vigorous and full of confidence. Fanning himself lazily, he looked down at Mu Chang'e and sneered. I knew it. How could someone as cunning as Yi Kanglin use such a cheap trick? Did he really think a simple signal flare could fool me? So all along, it was you, this idiot, who made that decision. The moment he finished speaking, the surrounding rebels burst into loud laughter. Seeing this, Mu Chang'e's eyes burned with fury. He roared at Wushan. You damn bastard. Who the hell are you calling useless? Do you even know who I am? My wife is Yuxia, the imperial inspector of Lingxi Sect. My great-grandmother is Elder Longxian, a supreme elder of our sect. If you so much as touch me, they'll never let you live for this. Upon hearing this, Wushan laughed even harder. Who the hell cares about your wife or your grandma? Now that you're in my hands, if I let you escape, His Holiness the Pontiff would never forgive me. With that, Wushan's gaze turned vicious. He raised his hand and shouted sharply, "Fire!" At once, the black devil cannons positioned around the area swiveled and locked onto Wuchanga and his men below. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions ripped through the crowd. One mushroom cloud after another surged into the sky, instantly killing countless Lingxi Sect disciples. Under such a relentless barrage, the very air seemed to grow hotter with each passing second. Seeing this devastation, Wuchanga's face twisted in fresh terror. Without hesitation, he barked, "Wang Hashan, shield me from those cannons. I'm pulling back first." Without waiting for a response, Wuchanga turned and bolted toward the Valley of Oblivion. But Wang Hashan cried out urgently, "General Mu, danger!" Even as cannon shells rained down around him, Wuchanga looked ahead and froze. From the direction of the Valley of Oblivion charged a massive wave of rebel troops. Mounted on dragon steeds, wielding sharp steel blades, they came screaming toward Wuchanga's position. Wuchanga's heart lurched. The instinct to flee alone vanished instantly, and he scrambled back among the remaining Lingxi disciples for cover. At that moment, the cannon fire ceased. Then, from both flanks, waves of rebels poured down like a flood, swiftly surrounding Wuchanga and his group, their faces twisted with bloodlust as they closed in for the kill. 1 instant sticks time later, the more than 4,000 fighters Wuchanga had brought were all dead. Even Wang Hashan, his loyal deputy who had stood by him throughout, was impaled by over a dozen spears, dying with eyes wide open in disbelief. Across the entire battlefield, only one person remained alive, the highest-ranking commander of this expedition, the man leading the suppression force. Wuchanga. Now, however, he crouched like a pitiful wretch, sword trembling in hand, his eyes wide with pure horror as he stared at the circle of rebels surrounding him. All around his feet lay the corpses of his personal guards, each killed mid-defense, faces frozen in shock. The rebels grinned down at the broken figure of Wuchanga, their eyes gleaming with cruel amusement, the look of cats playing with a cornered mouse. Then, suddenly, the rebel ranks parted, forming a clear path. From it, Wushan slowly emerged, riding atop a dragon steed. Towering above Wuchanga, he looked down and sneered, "Kneel, and I'll spare your life." Hearing those words, Wuchanga's already shattered nerves snapped completely. His sword clattered to the ground. His legs gave way, and before the rebel leader Wushan, the once proud general sank to his knees. Ha ha ha. That act sent the entire battlefield into hysterics. They remembered the days when Yi Kanglan ruled, when they were crushed like rats, hunted without mercy, forced into hiding and fear. Back then, the mere sight of a Lingxi Sect disciple made them flee in panic. And yet now they had the highest commander of Lingxi Sect, a commanding general no less, kneeling before them like a dog begging for scraps. The sheer satisfaction of vengeance, of turning the tables, was beyond intoxicating. For these rebels, this moment was nothing short of ecstasy. One of the demon ancient sect's rebel commanders rushed straight up to Wuchanga, kicked him square in the chest, sending him sprawling to the ground, then placed his boot firmly on Wuchanga's head and roared, "You fucking bastards from Lingxi Sect. Weren't you all so arrogant before? Didn't you enjoy crushing us back then? Come on, show some arrogance now." Wuchanga was being trampled underfoot, his head pressed into the dirt. He wanted to struggle, but he didn't dare. Tears of humiliation streamed down his face as he trembled and stammered, "Master, Grandmaster Elder, where are you? I want to go home. I want to go home." With that, he broke down into loud, uncontrollable sobs. A man standing nearly 6 feet tall was now crying like a child, wailing without restraint. Just days ago, Wuchanga had marched out at the head of an army, proudly declaring he would wipe out every last rebel force. How full of confidence, how mighty and imposing he had seemed. Now, he had become nothing more than a laughingstock for these rebels, too terrified even to resist. Wushan now jumped down from his dragon steed and walked slowly toward Wuchanga, hands clasped behind his back. The commander who had been stepping on Wuchanga's head immediately stepped aside respectfully as Wushan approached. Then, in a calm voice, Wushan said, "Do you know why I haven't killed you yet?" Wuchanga stared at him in terror, shaking his head fearfully, unable to speak. Wushan sneered coldly, then crouched down and gently helped Wuchanga to his feet. With surprising tenderness, he brushed the mud off Wuchanga's body and straightened his collar. This unexpected act left Wuchanga utterly bewildered, unsure of what Wushan could possibly be planning. Then Wushan smiled and said, "Right now, our divine demon Holy Church is at full-scale war with the Lingxi Sect. His Holiness the Pontiff has already decided to completely overthrow the Lingxi Sect and restore our Holy Church's rule over the Jin Tian domain. Before our 1.6 million troops, the Lingxi Sect's forces are no stronger than paper, shattered at a single strike. Still, there are a few capable commanders, tough nuts to crack, especially one named Yulongchen. He seems to be a general personally trained by Yi Kanglan. The way he commands on the battlefield truly carries a hint of Yi Kanglan's brilliance. Our divine demon Holy Church has suffered quite a few defeats at his hands." Chapter 90, Punishing with the Same Methods. Wuchanga suddenly felt a terrible premonition stirring in his heart upon hearing this. He looked at Wushan and asked, What do you want me to do?" Seeing his reaction, Wushan burst into laughter. "Join our divine demon Holy Sect. With your understanding of Lingxi Sect, you're more than qualified to receive the baptism of our holy teachings. Then, I'll send you to Taiyan Prefecture to deal with that bastard Yulongchen. I believe it will be quite effective." Wuchanga's face instantly turned pale. His voice trembled as he stammered, "And no, I can't. Yulongchen is my master's own younger brother. If I harm him, my master will definitely kill me. And besides, I'm the young marshal of Lingxi Sect. I would never betray my sect, never. Though Muchanga spoke bravely, one of the generals behind him suddenly kicked him hard in the leg, forcing him back down onto his knees. The blow sent sharp pain through his body, making him grimace and gasp. Wushan then seized Muchanga by the hair, glaring at him fiercely. Listen well, General Muchanga. I am not negotiating with you. If you were useless to me, I wouldn't have kept you alive this long. Do you understand? Faced with Wushan's cold, emotionless gaze, tears welled up in Muchanga's eyes once more. In utter despair, he sobbed, I'll obey you. Whatever you ask of me, I'll do it. Just please don't kill me. With that, he broke into loud, desperate weeping. Wushan laughed heartily, clearly satisfied. Excellent. As they say, only the wise adapt to circumstances. General Mu, you truly are a rare talent. He turned to one of his subordinates and commanded, You there, take General Mu away and attend to him properly. Make sure he's treated well. Understood. Several men behind Wushan bowed deeply and then dragged Muchanga off. Next, Wushan glanced at the piles of corpses on the ground. After a moment's thought, he announced to the surrounding rebels, These bodies are yours. Enjoy them to your heart's content. At those words, the rebel soldiers erupted into wild cheers, swarming en masse toward the lifeless bodies of the Lingxi Sect cultivators. Like ravenous beasts, they opened their blood-soaked mouths wide, tearing apart limbs and organs, devouring flesh without hesitation. To these rebels, the flesh and blood of Lingxi Sect members was far more delicious than any delicacy in the world. The corpses of 4,000 people were almost entirely devoured within moments by the over 10,000 frenzied rebels. Meanwhile, as Muchanga was being dragged away, he turned his head for one last look. Witnessing the monstrous scene, the followers of the divine demon sect savagely ripping apart organs and limbs, his legs gave out completely. He could only be supported by 2 attendants, half carried forward. Such a horrific sight resembled nothing short of a living hell, drenched in gore. Chattering from fear, Muchanga whispered to himself, for 300 years under Yi Kanglin's reign, did he deal with monsters like these? And yet he managed to suppress such demons for 3 centuries? Then he began to laugh, a broken, hysterical laugh born of utter mental anguish. Inwardly, he thought, Yi Kanglin, compared to them, perhaps you were the true monster all along. Overwhelmed by the sheer psychological torment, Muchanga could bear it no longer. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed into complete unconsciousness. At that moment, Wushan sat comfortably upon a soft chair, leisurely watching his subordinates feast upon the remains of the Lingxi Sect disciples. Without turning his head, he barked out to several nearby commanders. Mo Xiaotian, Bai Quan, Shui Wujiang. The named officers immediately stepped forward and saluted. Holy Apostle. With his legs casually crossed, Wushan spoke calmly. How soon until your respective army groups arrive here? The commander known as Mo Xiaotian replied. Our chieftain says it will take at least 5 days to arrive. But I've already informed him that this campaign targets none other than Yi Kanglin himself. He should arrive within 4 days at most. Upon hearing this, Wushan's eyes narrowed slightly before breaking into a slow smile. So many enemies Yi Kanglin has earned. I didn't expect even your bloodthirsty barbarian tribe's chieftain would wish to devour him alive. Mo Xiaotian snarled, his face twisting with hatred. It's not just our chieftain who wants to eat him alive. I personally want to rip him apart piece by piece and cast his soul into the 18 levels of hell. As he spoke, memories flooded back, the time when he had merely defiled a female disciple of Lingxi Sect, only for Yi Kanglin to order his immediate castration. His entire genitalia had been removed, rendering him forever unable to touch a woman. For someone inherently lustful, such agony was far more devastating than death itself. Recalling this, Mo Xiaotian coldly said, Holy Apostle, when we finally capture Yi Kanglin alive, may your subordinate be allowed to carve a few pieces of flesh from his body. But rest assured, I won't kill him. I just want him to experience what it's like to become a eunuch. Other commanders chimed in. Holy Apostle, if we're allowed to humiliate Yi Kanglin a bit, then our bloodrobe sect must have a share. We don't ask for much, just his pair of eyes. Back then, our sect master merely consumed the eyes of a few children, and that damned Yi Kanglin gouged out both of his eyes. This time, we'll repay him with the same method he used against us. Then, even more commanders joined in with righteous fury, each describing in detail how they wished to torture Yi Kanglin. Wushan listened with an amused smile, silently watching them without uttering a word. If Yi Kanglin were present at this moment, he would surely be shocked to discover that nearly all the commanders under Wushan were once defeated and humiliated by him, including their respective factions, the bloodthirsty barbarian tribe, the Bloodrobe Sect, the Slaughter Legion, and many others. In the past, each of these forces had been utterly crushed by Yi Kanglin, fleeing in disgrace like beaten dogs. Had they not possessed extraordinary resilience and narrowly escaped with their lives, they wouldn't have survived to this day. Now, all these rebel factions had been absorbed and unified under the Divine Demon Holy Sect, reorganized into several massive army groups. Though their collective strength had grown significantly, the psychological terror Yi Kanglin had inflicted upon them had never truly faded. That was why they now craved so intensely to capture him and inflict unimaginable torment. Only then could they exorcise the deep-rooted fear that haunted them. As for their demands, Wushan maintained an indifferent stance, neither agreeing nor refusing, simply observing them with silent amusement. At that moment, Mo Xiaotian turned to Wushan again and said, Holy Apostle, Right now Mu Chang'e has taken half of his mere 8,000 troops away. That means Yi Kanglan is left with only 4,000 men. Can't we take the opportunity to capture Yi Kanglan ourselves? The moment he spoke, everyone present turned excitedly toward Wushan, clearly eager to seize Yi Kanglan as soon as possible and erase their past humiliations. Chapter 91. Testing the combat strength of the new troops. But Wushan merely laughed and said, "All right then, who among you is willing to lead troops and capture Yi Kanglan?" Upon hearing this, the excitement on everyone's faces instantly vanished. They exchanged glances with one another and fell silent. Seeing this, Wushan chuckled again and said, "Just wait quietly for the main force to arrive. Now that we've captured Mu Chang'e, it means Yi Kanglan has obtained command over those 4,000 soldiers. Though it's only 4,000 men, and our divine demon Holy Sect's army could crush him effortlessly. Given that bastard Yi Kanglan's capabilities, there's no telling if he might turn the tables on us again. Therefore, before the main force arrives, none of us should act rashly." At this moment, all present raised their fists and responded in unison. But after pondering for a moment, Wushan added, "However, intimidating that fellow a bit is still necessary." He turned his head toward Ji Xianlin nearby and said, "Xianlin, find someone to draft tens of thousands of public letters. Then use the patrol crows to scatter these letters into Yi Kanglan's camp. Tell Yi Kanglan's soldiers that the only person we're targeting for capture is Yi Kanglan himself. This has nothing to do with anyone else. As long as they surrender peacefully, they'll all be spared from death. Otherwise, when our divine demon Holy Sect's 400,000 strong army arrives at their doorstep, that shall be the day of their doom." Hearing this, Ji Xianlin expressed some doubt. "Should we really reveal to Yi Kanglan now that we have 400,000 troops? Wouldn't that expose our trump card too early?" Wushan sneered lightly. "I already said these are public letters. They're obviously not meant solely for Yi Kanglan's eyes, but for his entire army to see. Once those mere 4,000 desert and flee, won't Yi Kanglan become a commander without an army? And then, you can torture him however you please." With that, Wushan let out a malicious chuckle. The other generals also revealed excited expressions, shouting loudly, "Long live the apostle! Long live the divine demon Holy Sect! Long live His Holiness the Pontiff!" Ji Xianlin then respectfully said to Wushan, "I'll send people to write the public letter immediately." In the marshlands, halfway up the slope of Skullbone Mountain, Yi Kanglan and over 4,000 others were stationed inside a natural cave on Skullbone Mountain. This naturally formed cavern wasn't small. It was spacious enough to shelter more than 4,000 people. At this moment, Yi Kanglan sat cross-legged upon a boulder, his gaze fixed on two experts battling at the center of the open space. One of them was a combat disciple from Lingxi Sect. The other was a new human summoned by Yi Kanglan using the world tree. Yi Kanglan had named him Yi Wuqian. Several hours earlier, shortly after arriving at Skullbone Mountain, Yi Kanglan had eagerly summoned Yi Wuqian from within the universe stone's inner space. Then, from the system store, he purchased a set of silver fox armor and ordered Yi Wuqian to fight against the Lingxi Sect combat disciple. Yi Kanglan wanted to test how a new human created via the world tree compared in strength against a disciple cultivated by Lingxi Sect. At the center of the battlefield, disciples of Lingxi Sect watched the intense battle closely. As Yi Wuqian faced off against the Lingxi Sect disciple, he appeared completely composed. When the opponent threw a punch, Yi Wuqian spun swiftly aside and kicked the man squarely in the stomach, sending him flying backward. With the Lingxi Sect disciple collapsing onto the ground, Xianxia announced aloud, "Click. The winner of this match is Yi Wuqian." The surrounding Lingxi Sect disciples stared at Yi Wuqian in astonishment, baffled by this suddenly appearing figure's overwhelming power. How could he so easily defeat one of their peers? Surely this level of strength could rival even the followers of the ancient divine demon sect? Yet Yi Kanglan didn't seem entirely satisfied. He asked Yi Wuqian, "Wuqian, how much strength do you still have left?" When Yi Kanglan addressed him, Yi Wuqian immediately turned around, knelt down, and clasped his fists, reporting to my lord, "I haven't exerted myself yet." He then glanced toward the Lingxi Sect disciple he had just defeated and said, "This man's power is far too weak. I didn't even use 1/10 of my strength before he fell." His words stirred chaos like disturbing a hornet's nest. The surrounding disciples rose angrily, shouting furiously, "Damn brat, what did you say? You've got some skill and now dare act so arrogantly? Don't you know how the word death is written? Come fight me. Let's see if I don't beat you so badly you crawl away spitting teeth. I'll even take your surname if I lose." Seeing this, Yi Kanglan shouted sternly, "Silence, all of you." At his words, the crowd immediately fell silent. Then, Yi Kanglan turned to Qin Shao and said, "Pick 10 disciples and have them fight Wuqian again." Qin Shao clasped his fists in acknowledgement and went to select 10 disciples. Yi Kanglan then looked at Yi Wuqian once more and said, "Wuqian, this time you're allowed to use a weapon, and you may injure them, but make sure to give it your absolute all." Yi Wuqian bowed respectfully to Yi Kanglan, hands clenched into fists. "Understood, my lord." With that, he stood up and faced the 10 Lingxi Sect disciples chosen by Qin Shao. Each one of them was clenching their fists eagerly, glaring at Yi Wuqian with fierce determination, clearly ready to beat him senseless. But Yi Wuqian didn't flinch. Slowly, he drew the heavy blade from his waist. This massive sword was part of the silver fox armor set, named the Storm Reaver Cleaver. When used together with the armor, they provided perfect balance between offense and defense. Seeing this, the Lingxi Sect disciples also unsheathed their weapons. As soon as Qin Shao shouted, "Begin!" Yi Wuqian immediately clashed with the 10 opponents. Yi Kanglin watched closely from the side. He was thinking, if Yi Wuqian's combat strength proved sufficient, then going forward, when building his army, he would use Yi Wuqian as a template for mass production. Just then, thud after thud echoed through the cave. In the next moment, Yi Wuqian was seen standing tall, one foot planted firmly on a Lingxi disciple's chest, his Storm Reaver cleaver pressed against the man's neck as he growled, "Do you yield?" The disciple immediately gasped, "I yield." Observing Yi Wuqian standing upright while the other 10 disciples all lay defeated around him, a flash of astonishment passed through Yi Kanglin's eyes. He hadn't expected Yi Wuqian to be this powerful. Immediately, he called out loudly, "Switch them out." This time, increase the number to 20. Hearing this, Qin Xiao acted instantly. Soon, Yi Wuqian was swinging his heavy blade, fighting off 20 Lingxi Sect combat disciples at once. This time, Yi Wuqian clearly felt the strain. His movements became less fluid, overwhelmed momentarily by the relentless assault. But gradually, he regained control, turned the tide, and managed to defeat them all. However, he himself nearly collapsed from exhaustion afterward. Watching this unfold, Yi Kanglin immediately understood. Yi Wuqian's limit was roughly around 20 men. Any more than that, and he likely wouldn't stand a chance. Chapter 92, a 10,000 strong Earth rank army in one day. At that moment, Yi Kanglin said, "All right, the trial is over. All of you go rest for a while." Yi Wugan and the remaining 20 battle disciples withdrew one after another. At this point, Nong Xiaoqian flew out and approached Yi Kanglin, saying, "The combat power of this Yi Wugan should now reach the level of an Earth rank soldier." Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin turned his head toward Nong Xiaoqian and asked, "Earth rank soldier? What's that?" Nong Xiaoqian sat down beside Yi Kanglin. This time, instead of a lollipop, he held a baby bottle in his hand. As he sipped from the bottle, he said, "High-ranking beings of the upper realms usually classify their armies into ranks. From highest to lowest, they are ranked as heaven, earth, mystery, yellow, and mortal, 5 levels in total. Among them, heaven-rank soldiers are the strongest, while mortal-rank soldiers are the weakest. There's a tremendous gap between each of these 5 ranks. Mortal-rank troops belong to ordinary human kingdoms, standing armies, and generally possess no magical or spiritual power whatsoever. This kind of army is the weakest. It takes about 100 such men on average to resist the assault of a single early Yuanjing cultivator. Take the human kingdoms, dynasties, and empires within Jin Tian territory, for example. They're basically all equipped with mortal-rank armies. Yellow-rank armies, on the other hand, mark the first stage of a true immortal military force. Although their combat power greatly surpasses that of mortal-rank forces, they still appear insignificant when placed within the context of the upper realms. On average, 100 yellow-rank soldiers can withstand an attack from a xuanhuan cultivator. The 1.8 million battle disciples of Lingxi Sect mostly fall into this yellow-rank category. As for mystery-rank armies, there's no need to elaborate. They're a tier above yellow rank. Currently, the 1.6 million strong force of Shinma Ancient Sect belongs precisely to this level. You've seen their strength yourself. Each individual soldier is already 3 to 4 times stronger than those of Lingxi Sect. Therefore, their offensive against Lingxi Sect could be described as utterly overwhelming. After hearing this, Yi Kanglin suddenly understood. Only today did he realize that armies themselves could also be classified by rank. But immediately afterward, his heart began racing, and he widened his eyes as he stared at Nong Xiaoqian, exclaiming, "Wait a minute. Did you just say my creation, Yi Wugan, has reached the combat level of an Earth rank soldier?" Nong Xiaoqian nodded. Under current circumstances, yes, he indeed meets the criteria for an Earth rank soldier. The only drawback is that mass-producing such soldiers would come at an extremely high cost. Hearing this, Yi Kanglin's ecstatic joy was instantly doused with cold water. Indeed, as Nong Xiaoqian pointed out, creating Yi Wugan-like soldiers en masse came with enormous expenses. First, producing one living human via the world tree required 1 day's worth of stored lifespan. Equipping the newly created human with a set of silver fox armor cost another day's stored lifespan. Then came a steed, the xianhuan flame horse, which required yet another day of stored lifespan. And if we include the daily consumption of 1 gene of spirit grain per soldier, additional costs must be factored in. Don't be fooled by the fact that each expense appears to only cost 1 day of stored lifespan. Once multiplied across thousands or tens of thousands, the cost becomes astronomical. Slowly, Yi Kanglin muttered, "If I use Yi Wugan as a template and mass-produce copies, then out of a year's worth of stored lifespan, that is, 365 days, I'd spend 100 days producing 100 new humans. Then another 100 days purchasing equipment, 100 days acquiring mounts, and the remaining 65 days buying 65 kilograms of spirit grain. At this rate, a full year's stored lifespan can only forge a fully equipped force of 100 Earth-rank soldiers." With arms crossed, Nong Xiaoqian drawled, "And right now, your daily increase in stored lifespan amounts to only 300 years. At this rate, you can create, on average, a full 10,000 strong Earth-rank army in just 1 day." After hearing this, Yi Kanglin blinked blankly. Instinctively, he opened his system interface. Pastoral system. Host, Yi Kanglin. Current lifespan, 906 years, 5 months, 10 days, peak Yang realm. Stored lifespan, 557 years, 5 months, 16 days. After seeing that his total stored lifespan amounted to merely 557 years, Yi Kanglin's face fell completely, muttering in dismay. With my current stored lifespan, I can only muster an Earth-rank army of a little over 50,000 at most. Seeing this, Gnome Xiaoqian sighed deeply and said helplessly, exactly. The cost of creating an Earth-rank army is extremely high. Yi Kanglin, however, looked at his current lifespan and said irritably, why can't current lifespan be used for transactions? If current lifespan could be used, I could create over 90,000 more troops. Gnome Xiaoqian chuckled and replied, you're dreaming. If current lifespan could be traded, don't you think you'd kill yourself the moment you tried? You really think that'd work? Yi Kanglin rolled his eyes, but didn't argue. At that moment, he anxiously turned his gaze toward the cave entrance, speaking calmly. I hope the bastards from Xinma Ancient Sect will delay their attack a little longer. Yi Kanglin felt he was desperately short on time. Even delaying the battle by just one more day would make a big difference. If the war began too soon, it would place him at an extremely disadvantageous position. Just as Yi Kanglin was thinking this, Qin Shao suddenly came running over in a hurry. He exclaimed in panic, Commander Yi, we're in trouble. Yi Kanglin turned to look at Qin Shao and asked, what happened? Qin Shao handed over a letter and said, it's from Xinma Ancient Sect's patrol crows. They've dropped countless open letters all around our area. These letters contain many words meant to turn others against you. The rebels claim they're only after you and no one else. If everyone else surrenders and immediately leaves the mountain, they won't be killed. Otherwise, once their 400,000 strong army arrives, every single one of us will be wiped out. As Qin Shao spoke, visible fear appeared in his eyes, sweat dripping down his forehead. Staring nervously at Yi Kanglin, he continued, 400,000 troops. Commander Yi, the bastards from Xinma Ancient Sect are assembling a 400,000 strong army to crush us. Yi Kanglin burst out laughing and corrected him. They're coming after me, not you. Why are you so panicked? But Qin Shao cried in terror. Is there really a difference? Commander Yi, you know exactly what those cannibal monsters are like. How much of what they say can you actually trust? Once that 400,000 strong army gathers here, we might truly be finished. Worse yet, these open letters are spreading through our ranks. If even one person starts thinking about surrendering, it could trigger a chain reaction, and eventually, everyone might flee. Chapter 93. Has Yi Kanglin become a commander without troops? After hearing this, Yi Kanglin pressed his lips together slightly, then immediately took out the bottle of ague pills that Nong Shao had given him and walked outside. Once he reached the mouth of the cave, he saw many of the sect members sitting dejectedly on the ground, their expressions as miserable as if they'd just lost their mothers. Some even crumpled the open letters thrown up by Wushan and his men into tight balls and stomped on them furiously, as if trying to vent their inner resentment through such actions. Yet the moment they saw Yi Kanglin emerge, each one quickly stood up and greeted him. Commander Yi. Yi Kanglin glanced at the open letter in his hand, then calmly asked the crowd, is anyone here who wants to surrender? This question caused everyone present to freeze momentarily. Clearly, no one had expected Yi Kanglin to ask such a thing all of a sudden. They exchanged uncertain glances but remained silent, unsure how to respond. Yi Kanglin took a deep breath and said quietly, I'm not some authoritarian ruler. Serving under me is optional. If you feel there's no future following me, you're free to leave. I won't stop you. But remember this, I will no longer offer protection to those who depart. At these words, the crowd wore conflicted expressions. One disciple finally summoned the courage to step forward nervously and say, Commander Yi, the Divine Demon Ancient Sect has specially dispatched 400,000 troops just to deal with you. Once they converge at the foot of the mountain, no one will be able to stand against them. Yi Kanglin nodded. I know. The disciple continued, right now, the rebels claim that if we surrender immediately, they'll spare our lives. I don't know whether they'll actually keep that promise, but at least surrendering gives us a chance, some hope of survival. But once those 400,000 soldiers arrive, we won't have any chance left at all. Yi Kanglin nodded again. I understand that too. Another disciple stepped forward and urged, Commander Yi, let's stop this pointless resistance. Let's surrender. As the words surrender fell from his lips, deep despair flickered across the man's face. The surrounding disciples also showed agonized expressions. Then yet another member stepped forward and said, General Mu has already been captured by the rebels. If General Mu ends up in their ranks, perhaps he could intercede on our behalf. Besides, winning and losing are common occurrences in war. Surrender isn't shameful, is it, Commander Yi? With that, the entire group turned expectantly toward Yi Kanglin. Seeing this, Yi Kanglin took a deep breath. He knew clearly that these people were utterly terrified by the ancient sect's reported 400,000 strong army. Right now, they had completely lost their fighting spirit. Even if Yi Kanglin forced them onto the battlefield, they wouldn't have the willpower to fight. Just as Yi Kanglin was about to speak, Qin Shao stepped forward from behind him and immediately shouted furiously at the disciples, Have you all gone mad? Or are you still half asleep? You actually believe the lies of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect? Have you forgotten how they treated the civilians when they attacked Donglai City? A city of 200,000 people, not a single survivor. They slaughtered every last soul. And you think such human-devouring monsters would ever truly spare you? Surrender? Even if you kneel before them and beg to be their dogs, they probably wouldn't accept you. They're merely using psychological warfare to break your will. That way, they can wipe us out without losing a single soldier. Do you understand that? As Qin Zhao's angry voice echoed, the soldiers standing around kept their heads down in silence. The same disciple who had spoken earlier stepped forward again to argue. But even if we don't surrender, what choice do we have? General Qin Shao, our food supplies are nearly exhausted. There's no additional support coming. Eventually, even without them advancing, we may still starve to death. If we're going to die anyway, why waste energy fighting? Wouldn't it be better just to lie down and end it ourselves? Qin Xiao, ready to yell again, was stopped by Yi Kanglin, who raised his hand. Then Yi Kanglin looked over the crowd and said calmly, "Those who wish to surrender may leave the mountain right now. I won't stop you. Of course, if you still want to stay with me and follow me, that's also fine. But you must eat this." Yi Kanglin raised his hand and took out the agu pill he was holding, then continued, "This is called the agu pill. Once you consume it, your life will be completely in my hands. Don't talk to me about trust or lack thereof. Your actions right now have already made it impossible for me to fully trust any of you. So I'm giving you two choices, right here and now, leave or stay. Those who choose to leave and surrender, our bond ends forever from this moment on. Those who choose to stay must swallow this agu pill in my hand and place your lives into my control. I'll say it again. I will guarantee none of you will face any further danger." At this, the crowd fell silent once more. After a short while, one disciple slowly removed his armor and set down his weapon. After finishing, he knelt before Yi Kanglin, gave a deep kowtow, then turned and left. This disciple's choice was clear. He had chosen surrender. Perhaps in his heart, he still trusted Mu Chang'e more than Yi Kanglin. Once the first person had taken the lead, the others quickly followed. They removed their armor and weapons, bowed deeply to Yi Kanglin, then turned and walked away. Qin Xiao, seeing this, wanted to speak up and stop them, but Yi Kanglin raised a hand to hold him back. The two of them simply stood there quietly, watching as these people departed one by one. Within less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, more than 4,000 disciples had dwindled down to just 17. And among these 17 were Qin Xiao and Yi Wuqian, all of whom had eaten the agu pills as Yi Kanglin demanded. If any of them dared betray him, Yi Kanglin could activate the pill and cause their bones to corrode. Finally, Yi Kanglin stood atop a boulder, gazing toward the direction of Wushan's camp at the foot of the mountain, whispering softly, "Wushan, every time before, I let you slip through my fingers. But this time, I won't let you go." As he spoke, a fierce fury burned in Yi Kanglin's eyes. Nong Xiao flew out at that moment. Glancing at the departing disciples, he said to Yi Kanglin, "Those disciples were actually still loyal to you. It's just that when faced with life or death, they chose to trust their own judgment. To be honest, if you had summoned those 50,000 troops right now, perhaps they wouldn't have left, and maybe they wouldn't have died." But Yi Kanglin shook his head. "No need. Let them go. Discussing this further is meaningless. The only thing I can do now is wait until my forces are ready, then personally kill that bastard Wushan with my own hands." 5 days later, Lingxi Sect's main sect headquarters, Suhour. Inside the morning court hall, many of Lingxi Sect's high-ranking elders wore grim expressions, especially Yu Wutian, who in a fit of rage had beaten a messenger into a bloody mist on the spot. The atmosphere throughout the hall was extremely oppressive and heavy. In just these 5 short days, over 2/3 of the entire Jin Tian territory had already been seized by the divine demon ancient sect. The Lingxi Sect's military casualties had also exceeded 1 million. With no other options, Lingxi Sect's leadership decided to withdraw all remaining elite forces back to Dongguan Prefecture, the central province under Lingxi Sect's jurisdiction. Yet this caused the lost territories of Jin Tian to be devoured at an even more alarming rate. At present, the battlefield situation for Lingxi Sect was such that wherever the divine demon ancient sect advanced, the Lingxi forces retreated. This wasn't warfare, it was outright one-sided slaughter. Just then, Mu Chuan, head of the discipline hall, rushed into the hall and reported urgently to all the senior figures present. "Ancestor, I found it. I've discovered where the divine demon ancient sect's rebel army is getting its reinforcements." Chapter 94. The source of the god demon sect soldiers has been found. The moment these words were spoken, a storm erupted in the otherwise stagnant imperial hall. Yu Wutian instantly appeared before Mu Chuan, his voice trembling with excitement. "What did you say? You know where the god demon sect's army comes from?" Mu Chuan excitedly nodded and declared, "It's an ancient sacrificial ritual. It took me scouring countless historical records to finally uncover information about it." Yu Wutian's eyes lit up as he nodded vigorously. "Good, well done. Now explain everything clearly to us." Over the past 5 days, Yu Wutian had been nearly crushed under the weight of constant defeat reports. The god demon sect's army was simply monstrous, something no ordinary force could stand against. Under this pressure, the looming annihilation of Lingxi Sect hung over every disciple like a dark cloud. Now, at last, Mu Chuan had uncovered the origin of the god demon sect's troops. That meant there might still be hope for Lingxi Sect. Mu Chuan unrolled a scroll and addressed the gathering. "First, I must emphasize one critical point. The soldiers in the god demon sect's army are hardly living beings at all." At these words, Second Patriarch Yu Longjiang's eyes widened. He murmured, "Not alive." Mu Chuan nodded, then explained simply, "The reason these rebel soldiers are so hard to kill is because they were already dead to begin with. The god demon sect slaughters vast numbers of ordinary civilians, sacrifices their souls, and uses them to create a far more powerful form of spirit body. This spirit body is known as the heaven devil body. These heaven devil spirits then repossess the corpses of the slain civilians. In this way, the civilians are completely transformed into fanatical followers of the god demon sect, regarding the high priest's commands as absolute, obeying without hesitation." Upon hearing this, Yu Longjiang suddenly recalled the recent massacre carried out by rebels along the Jin Tian borderlands. Back then, he had sent his grandson Yu Longqing to investigate, but the young man had returned with nothing concrete. All Lingxi reported was that the God Demon Sect's movements were extremely strange. They grew rapidly in strength, yet avoided direct confrontation with Lingxi Sect's forces. At the time, Yulongjiang had been deeply puzzled about what the God Demon Sect was truly after. But now, recalling those events, he finally understood. The God Demon Sect had already been laying the groundwork for a full-scale assault on Lingxi Sect back then. Yet at that moment, Yuxian suddenly spoke up, turning to Muchuan. Wait, if the God Demon Sect possesses such a powerful sacrificial technique, why didn't they use it earlier? Why only now? Muchuan took a deep breath, turned toward Yuxian, and replied respectfully. Performing the sacrificial ritual requires 3 extremely strict conditions. First, over 100,000 people must be sacrificed at once. Second, the sacrifice must take place under the blood red moon. Third, the practitioner must be no younger than 200 years old, and must be a virgin. Muchuan continued calmly. Missing even one of these conditions will cause the ritual to fail. When Marshal Yi was still in power, the God Demon Sect could never gather 100,000 captives at once. They could only secretly abduct scattered stragglers from various places. And even if they gathered enough people, they would still have to wait for the blood red moon to appear. But the blood red moon is a rare phenomenon occurring only once every 10 years. Moreover, even if the first 2 conditions were met, there remained the final requirement. The practitioner must be at least 200 years old and remain a virgin. Looking around at everyone present, Muchuan announced clearly, the current high priest of the God Demon Sect is exactly 201 years old, thus fulfilling the 3rd condition. Furthermore, the last blood red moon appeared on April 27th, Xingwu year 833. That was 10 years ago. Therefore, the reason the God Demon Sect chose precisely this moment to launch their rebellion is because this year marks the return of the blood red moon. The rebellions in the northern deserts several months ago, along with the massacres in several cities, were all part of the final preparations for this ultimate sacrificial ritual. After Muchuan finished speaking, everything became clear. Yuxian, in particular, felt a tightness in her chest. She suddenly remembered the day before she demoted Yi Kanglan. At that time, Yi Kanglan had also said that the God Demon Sect's actions seemed abnormal, not like a true rebellion, but more like killing for the sake of killing. Then Yi Kanglan had told her he wanted to continue the investigation. But at that time, Yu Xiao's mind was solely focused on how to remove Yi Kanglan from power. How could she possibly care about the rebels' true intentions? Thus, immediately after Yi Kanglan pacified the rebellion in the northern deserts, she ordered him to return to the capital without delay, forbidding him from pursuing the matter any further. If only she had allowed Yi Kanglan to keep investigating back then, would they have uncovered the God Demon Sect's plan in advance and prevented this sacrificial ritual from ever taking place? At this thought, Yu Xiao once again felt a sharp pain constricting her chest. She took a deep, steadying breath and asked Muchuan, "Is there any way now to turn these reanimated corpse soldiers back into lifeless bodies?" Muchuan remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. It's impossible to revert them all back into corpses at once. However, they are not invincible. As long as their heads or hearts are destroyed, they will cease to move. As he spoke, Muchuan pressed his lips together, his expression hesitant, as if holding something back. Then he said, "There are 2 more pieces of bad news, Your Honor. Please prepare yourself." Yu Xiao snorted coldly. To her, nothing could be worse than the annihilation of her sect. Calmly, she replied, "Just say it." "What is it?" Muchuan inhaled deeply and said, "The commander stationed in Tian Prefecture has sent word. The details of Lingxi Sect's military deployment in the region have been leaked. As a result, Tian Prefecture has fallen. The defending general, Yu Longcheng, has been severely wounded by the rebel forces and is currently missing." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao shot up from her seat, exclaiming in shock, "What did you say? Longcheng was injured? How could this happen? How were our troop deployments in Tian compromised?" Muchuan kept his head lowered as he answered, "Our scouts stationed in Tian reported seeing General Mu Chang'e among the rebel forces. The earlier rumors about General Mu defecting to the enemy may not have been false. Moreover, he was privy to our troop deployments in Tian, so it's very likely that he was the one who leaked the information to the rebels." At these words, Yu Xiao's legs buckled beneath her. Her face turned deathly pale, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? How did it come to this? Seeing Yu Xiao's condition, Muchuan shifted his gaze toward Yu Qingyan. Yu Qingyan, noticing his look, realized he must have more news to deliver, likely concerning someone important. Stealing herself, she said, "Is it related to Yi Kanglan? If not, don't say it." Chapter 95, 200,000 Earth-rank Army, begin mass production. At this moment, Yu Qingyan seemed even more love-struck than Yu Xiao, completely indifferent to the catastrophic crisis facing their sect. Muchuan nodded slightly before continuing. "Yi Shuai has already been trapped in the Heikuei Mountains for 5 days. Just now, our mole inside the Divine Demon Ancient Sect informed us that Wushan, one of the 12 apostles of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect, has assembled over 400,000 troops to launch a full-scale assault on the summit of Heikuei Mountain. They've even given this campaign a special name, Operation Beheading Yi Kanglan." Upon hearing this, beads of sweat instantly appeared on Yu Qingyan's beautiful face. She trembled as she stammered, "400,000 troops. Why hasn't Yi Kanglan mentioned any of this to me through the communication jade tablet?" Muchuan pursed his lips and said, "Perhaps he didn't want you to worry, so he chose not to tell you." Yu Qingyan's breathing grew heavier, her hands shaking uncontrollably. She turned abruptly towards Second Patriarch Yulong, her voice pleading. Grandfather Second Patriarch, are you still planning to gather the army tomorrow to rescue Yi Kanglin like you promised me earlier? Hearing this, Yulong fell silent. Previously, he had indeed considered sending troops to save Yi Kanglin. Even now, when Lingxi Sect could barely protect itself, he still did not wish to abandon Yi Kanglin. The reason was simple. Yi Kanglin had considerable experience fighting against the Divine Demon Ancient Sect. As long as he survived and returned, placing him in command would be enough to resolve Lingxi Sect's current crisis. But now, upon learning that Wushan was mobilizing over 400,000 soldiers to crush Yi Kanglin, Yulong hesitated. Given the enemy's overwhelming force, Lingxi Sect would need at least 3 to 4 times that number just to stand a chance. But could Lingxi Sect possibly muster such an army? Clearly not. At this thought, Yulong clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes filled with reluctance. Yet after weighing the consequences, he turned to face Yu Qingyan. Meeting her hopeful gaze, Yulong reached into his storage ring and pulled out a small vial, which he held out before her. Yu Qingyan blinked in confusion and asked, "What is this?" "It's an abortion potion," Yulong replied calmly. At those words, Yu Qingyan shot up from her seat, staring directly at Second Patriarch Yulong. The meaning behind offering her this medicine was clear. He intended to abandon Yi Kanglin. But Yu Qingyan refused to accept it. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at him and cried, "Grandfather Second Patriarch, it was you who personally promised me that we would save Yi Kanglin." Yulong placed the vial gently on the table. That Yi Kanglin managed to hold back 400,000 enemies alone. That alone is already his final contribution to our sect. So, Qingyan, you must understand how nearly impossible it would be for Lingxi Sect to extract someone from within such a massive force. Do you truly believe we have the strength to save him under these circumstances? As he spoke, Yulong placed both hands firmly on Yu Qingyan's shoulders, speaking with earnest seriousness. "Qingyan, listen to your grandfather's Second Patriarch. You're still young. If you give birth to Yi Kanglin's child, your future path will become unbearably difficult." But Yu Qingyan, unwilling to hear another word of his well-intentioned Junation, suddenly jerked her shoulders away, sobbing loudly. "If none of you are willing to go save him, then fine. I'll go myself. Even if I die, I want to die beside him." With that, Yu Qingyan turned and rushed out the door. Yulong made to stop her, but Yu Wutian stepped forward and said, "Let her be for now. Once she's had time to think, she'll know what needs to be done. And don't worry about her doing anything foolish. The girl is far smarter than you old fellows." With a long sigh, Yulong murmured, "Then, what should we do next? The first rebel army is already approaching Dongwang Prefecture. If this continues, Lingxi Sect will fall into irreversible ruin." Yet Yu Wutian merely chuckled lightly. "So what if they reach Dongwang? I have plenty of ways to deal with them." Yulong frowned deeply at his elder brother. "And what exactly are these methods of yours?" Yu Wutian didn't answer directly. Instead, his gaze drifted toward Yu Xiao. More precisely, to her pregnant belly, as he muttered softly, words only he could hear. "Just wait a little longer. Once the fetus grows a bit bigger, all our troubles will be resolved." A twisted smile appeared on Yu Wutian's face as he spoke. Deep within the Blackbone Mountains, in the swamp region, inside Deadbone Mountain. Inside Deadbone Mountain lay a vast underground palace. It resembled the previous stronghold of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect, an artificial structure carved by ancient cultivators. The walls were embedded with numerous moonlight stones, illuminating the expansive hall with a brilliant glow. Most importantly, being here completely shielded one from the toxic swamp gases outside. At this moment, Yi Kanglin sat calmly upon a throne, flipping through messages on his communication jade tablet. For the past 5 days, Yi Kanglin had been suffering from extreme boredom, and chatting idly with that girl Yu Qingyan was the only way he could pass the time. But for some unknown reason today, the girl suddenly stopped replying. Seeing no response, Yi Kanglin sighed and tucked away the jade tablet. Just then, Qin Xiao came sprinting into the chamber, panic evident in his voice as he shouted, "Yi Shuai! 40,000 troops have already entered the borders of the Heikue Mountains. Just now, I used the bird's eye shared vision technique and saw dense waves of soldiers surrounding the entire Heikue mountain range, tens of thousands at least. These must be the same 40,000 troops Wushan mentioned earlier." Hearing this, Yi Kanglin paused for a moment, muttering subconsciously, "So soon?" He then shook his head helplessly, having secretly hoped they would arrive much later. According to his original plan, he intended to wait until the rebel army of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect reached Dongwang Prefecture before making his move. By then, Lingxi Sect's forces would be significantly weakened, and the rebels themselves would have suffered losses. Letting them fight each other while he remained untouched, such a perfect chance to reap the benefits like the fishermen in the fable. But unfortunately, Wushan's 40,000 troops arrived far too quickly, ruining his plans. At that moment, Yi Kanglin brought up his system panel. Host, Yi Kanglin. Current lifespan, 906 years, 5 months, 5 days, peak Yangsky realm. Stored lifespan, 2,117 years, 1 month, 19 days. Upon seeing that his stored lifespan had surpassed 2,000 years, Yi Kanglin couldn't help but laugh out loud. With this amount of stored life energy, he could summon a fully armed Earth-rank army of 200,000. Without delay, Yi Kanglin rose from his throne and walked toward the central plaza of the underground palace, hands clasped behind his back. Seeing this, Qin Xiao instinctively asked, "Yi Shuai, where are you going?" Yi Kanglin smiled and said, "You'll find out soon enough." Moments later, Yi Kanglin reached the front end of the plaza, sat cross-legged on the ground, and mentally called out to Gnome Xiaoqian within the Universe Starstone. Gnome Xiaoqian, are you ready? Inside the Universe Starstone, Gnome Xiaoqian took out a small gourd containing hundreds of thousands of souls. Looking slightly anxious, he asked, are you sure about summoning 200,000 Earth-rank soldiers all at once? Yi Kanglin sneered lightly. What else can I do? They've brought war right to my doorstep. Should I just sit here and let them slaughter me? Gnome Xiaoqian sighed. Fine, I'm ready. You may begin channeling your stored lifespan into the world tree now. Yi Kanglin nodded unconsciously, then clasped his hands together, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Time to begin mass production. Chapter 96. Yu Qingyan has arrived. Just as Yi Kanglin finished speaking and was about to pour all his stored lifespan into the world tree, a beeping sound suddenly came from the communication jade disc beside him. Yi Kanglin froze, turning his head toward the device. To his surprise, Yu Qingyan, who hadn't replied to his messages for ages, had finally responded. Seeing this, Yi Kanglin instinctively picked up the jade disc. His eyes quickly scanned the message, then abruptly widened. He shot to his feet in shock and blurted out. Fuck! What is that stupid woman Yu Qingyan doing coming here? Is she out of her mind? Indeed, the message Yi Kanglin had just received was from Yu Qingyan informing him that she had already arrived at the Wuyuan Mountains and telling him to come meet her. But the problem was, the entire area surrounding the Wuyuan Mountains was now packed with densely gathered rebel troops, no less than 400,000 of them. How on earth could a cultivator at the Lingxi realm's peak possibly get through? Even more critically, she was currently pregnant. If anything went wrong and she miscarried, Yi Kanglin would probably die on the spot from rage. Without hesitation, Yi Kanglin rushed frantically toward the outside, simultaneously replying to Yu Qingyan via the communication jade disc. Yi Kanglin, what are you doing coming here? This place is extremely dangerous. Go back immediately. Yu Qingyan, I'm already here. Now you want me to go back? Yi Kanglin, of course. Don't you know there are 400,000 rebels lurking beneath the Wuyuan Mountains? If they find you, you're dead. Yu Qingyan, I saw them. I also saw them bringing in tons of heavy equipment, and black demon fire cannons too. Never thought they'd take you so seriously. Yi Kanglin, forget that crap. Where are you right now? I'll come find you. Yu Qingyan, you tell me where you are first. I've been circling around here, but can't see you anywhere. Yi Kanglin, I'm at the summit of Wuyuan Mountain. After sending that last message, a sudden realization flashed through Yi Kanglin's mind. He quickly added, wait, did you already get inside? Yu Qingyan immediately replied, of course. And guess what? I've already seen you. Hee. For a moment, Yi Kanglin was stunned. Standing atop Wuyuan Mountain, he scanned his surroundings, but saw no sign of Yu Qingyan. He even activated his blood wheel eye, sweeping it across the sky, yet still detected nothing. Puzzled, he messaged again, where are you? Why can't I see you? Yu Qingyan, look behind you. Startled, Yi Kanglin instinctively turned around. The air twisted strangely, and suddenly a giant golden-winged Xian eagle beast materialized out of nowhere. Then, Yu Qingyan leapt down from its back and threw herself into Yi Kanglin's arms. You bastard. After so many days apart, did you miss me? She wrapped her arms around his neck, grinning playfully. Yi Kanglin helplessly pulled her slender figure close, then glanced at the golden-winged Xian eagle beast and asked, how did you hide your aura so perfectly that I didn't even sense you at all? Earlier, when Yu Qingyan suddenly appeared riding the beast, Yi Kanglin had been utterly shocked for 3 full seconds before recovering. To his horror, he realized the massive beast had approached within 2 meters of him without his noticing, despite having the blood wheel eye active. That was terrifying. Yu Qingyan glanced at the 3-meter-long beast beside her and smiled. Little Jean is my personal spirit pet, raised since childhood. It carries ancient divine bird bloodline, and uses its innate ability to conceal both itself and its rider completely. When combined with our Yu family's secret technique, the turtle breathing art, it perfectly hides both our auras and physical forms. As she spoke, Yu Qingyan looked at Yi Kanglin smugly, chuckling. Well, pretty impressive, huh? Hearing this, Yi Kanglin couldn't help but nod appreciatively, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. But after studying the size of the golden-winged Xian eagle beast, he remarked, still, your pet doesn't seem very powerful. It must still be in its juvenile stage, right? Yu Qingyan nodded, not denying it, and sighed regretfully. Little Jean doesn't yet have enough spiritual energy to conceal 2 people's presence. Otherwise, 5 days ago I'd have flown here and carried you away myself. Yi Kanglin chuckled softly, then placed one hand gently on Yu Qingyan's fragrant shoulder and smiled. That doesn't matter. The Lingxi Sect isn't safe anymore anyway. What little elite force they have left probably won't last long. When Yu Qingyan heard this, a pained expression flickered across her face. After all, the Lingxi Sect was where she had grown up. Seeing her home destroyed would weigh heavily on anyone's heart. But just then, Yi Kanglin suddenly took her hand and began leading her into the depths of the cave. As they walked, he said, since you've already left, stay by my side from now on. At least here, you'll be safer than in the Lingxi Sect. Yu Qingyan froze for a moment, wide-eyed and dazed as Yi Kanglin gently pulled her along. Behind her, the golden-winged Xian eagle beast transformed into a streak of light and flew straight into Yu Qingyan's beast summoning pouch. A beast summoning pouch was a spatial artifact capable of holding living creatures, but only spirit pets bound by Qia. As Yu Qingyan was led by Yi Kanglin into the underground city within Wuyuan Mountain, her eyes widened in astonishment. There's actually a palace hidden here? It's huge. Did you carve this out yourself? Yi Kanglin chuckled lightly. I could never dig something this massive. This place was built by those before us. Yu Qingyan thought for a moment and agreed. It made sense. Just then, Xianxia and the other 16 members rushed forward. Upon seeing Yu Qingyan, they clasped their fists and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Holy Maiden. Xianxia added in shock. Holy Maiden, how did you get here? Isn't the mountain surrounded by rebel forces? Weren't you discovered when entering? Yu Qingyan didn't answer his question. Instead, she glanced over the mere 17 people present, then turned to Yi Kanglan and asked, "These aren't your entire forces, are they?" Yi Kanglan smiled faintly. Yes and no. Yu Qingyan rolled her eyes. You dare say it's safer here with just a dozen or so people? Looks like those rebels really scared you half-witted. Yi Kanglan shrugged dismissively. Scared stupid? Hardly. With that, he began walking toward the central plaza. Yu Qingyan instinctively called out, "Hey, Yi Kanglan, where are you going?" Yi Kanglan sat cross-legged at the center of the plaza and said, "Stand back. You'll see in a moment." Yu Qingyan exchanged glances with Qin Shao and the others, then whispered, "What is your supreme commander planning to do?" Qin Shao shrugged, clearly as puzzled as she was. Only Yu Wugan, standing behind them, wore a knowing look. At that moment, Yi Kanglan pressed his palms together, gently closed his eyes, and from his body surged wave after wave of overwhelming life force energy. It billowed outward like turbulent tides, forming a soft, glowing mist around him. From a distance, the scene appeared hazy, almost dreamlike. At the same time, within the heavenly universe star stone, Nong Shaoxian turned her head and noticed a golden ray of light descending from the sky, plunging directly into the crown of the world tree. Seeing this, she muttered in annoyance, "Finally, that bastard Yi Kanglan always drags his feet." With that, she opened the small gourd in her hand. Immediately, wisps of souls floated out one by one, arranging themselves in perfect order as they sought out suitable ginseng fruits and entered them. As souls and life force energy poured into the fruits, the ginseng fruits hanging on the world tree began to drop one after another. It looked as if a rain of ginseng fruits was falling from the tree. Each time a fruit fell, a new one instantly sprouted in its place, just as Nong Shaoxian had said. So long as there was enough life force energy, the world tree could produce an endless supply of ginseng fruits. The fallen fruits rapidly grew on the ground, transforming from tiny infant forms into full-grown adults. Then, these warriors rose to their feet, their bodies instantly enveloped in silvery halos. Moments later, the halos faded, revealing each now clad in powerful silver fox armor sets, with mysterious yellow blazing horses materializing beside them as steeds. Within moments, the first batch of 5,000 elite-tier soldiers had been created on the island, standing in perfect formation at its center. Chapter 97. 200,000 Earth-rank soldiers, the Silver Fox Legion. Nong Shaoxian casually flicked her fingers, releasing a ripple of spiritual energy. Instantly, a spatial teleportation formation materialized beneath the feet of the 5,000 soldiers. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, these 5,000 fully armed Earth-rank elite troops vanished from their original location. Outside, Yi Kanglan, still seated cross-legged in his chamber, suddenly had a large golden spatial teleportation array appear before him. The golden light radiated so intensely that it illuminated nearly the entire underground city. From a short distance away, Yu Qingyan and Qin Shao watched in astonishment as figures began emerging upward one after another from the center of the teleportation array. Each soldier wore powerful armor and carried heavy weapons at their waists, ranging from great blades and long swords to spirit artillery rifles. Every single individual exuded an overwhelmingly formidable aura. Though numbering only 5,000, the sheer intimidation they projected surpassed even Lingxi Sect's army of 100,000. Upon seeing this, Yu Qingyan's eyes narrowed slightly. She whispered under her breath, "A teleportation formation." Then, she recalled words once spoken by her elder sister, Yuxiar. Yi Kanglan, having served as Lingxi Sect's young commander for 300 years, must have secretly cultivated his own private forces, perhaps even an armed legion. At the time, Yu Qingyan had scoffed at the idea, believing Yi Kanglan was entirely devoted to the sect and would never establish secret military power behind its back. But now, witnessing Yi Kanglan using a teleportation formation to summon a full 5,000-strong legion, she realized her sister might have been right all along. Indeed, Yi Kanglan possessed his own private army, and judging by their strength, it was exceptionally powerful. At this realization, a trace of discontent naturally rose within Yu Qingyan. After all, as Lingxi Sect's holy maiden, she could not approve of anyone breaking sect rules or acting against regulations. Yet, at the same time, a quiet joy stirred in her heart. If Yi Kanglan truly commanded such a mighty force, didn't that mean Lingxi Sect still had hope? Although 5,000 soldiers alone couldn't shift the tide of the entire battlefield, they could significantly alleviate the pressure on Lingxi Sect. Just as these thoughts passed through her mind, Yu Qingyan suddenly saw Yi Kanglan's body lift into the air. Immediately afterward, more than a dozen identical teleportation arrays appeared beneath him. One after another, vast numbers of Earth-rank troops were teleported onto the expansive plaza, quickly assembling into orderly formations. Yu Qingyan's pupils contracted sharply, and disbelief flooded her delicate features. One formation had delivered 5,000 soldiers, so what about a dozen? That meant 70 to 80,000 troops had already arrived. Even more shocking, the teleportation process hadn't ended. More soldiers continued to emerge, each one radiating terrifying strength, equipped with top-tier gear, and clearly seasoned warriors. As the number of troops grew larger and larger, Yu Qingyan, Qin Shao, and the others found themselves struggling to breathe. They were utterly overwhelmed by the sight unfolding before them. Yi Wuqian stepped forward, motioning for Yu Qingyan and Qin Xiao to retreat further back. Only then did Yu Qingyan realize that with so many soldiers arriving, even the vast plaza was beginning to feel cramped. She instinctively started backing away. About an incense stick's worth of time later, Yi Kanglan finally ceased his summoning. By then, his stored lifespan had dropped to 117 years, 1 month, and 19 days. In just this one act, 2,000 years of accumulated lifespan had been completely drained. As for the remaining 117 years, Yi Kanglan decided to reserve it for intelligence-gathering expenses. Meanwhile, precisely 40 massive military formations now stood assembled upon the underground plaza. With each formation consisting of 5,000 soldiers, 40 formations amounted to 200,000 soldiers in total. All of them were Earth-rank super elite troops. These 200,000 soldiers filled the plaza, which spanned tens of thousands of square meters. Beside each soldier stood a superior-grade xuanhuan litma steed, a rare and powerful warhorse, ready as their mount. With such equipment, exceptional physical prowess, and elite cavalry support, the individual combat strength of each soldier reached 20 times that of a standard Lingxi Sect warrior, and 4 times stronger than those of the rebel forces from the Divine Demon Ancient Sect. Moreover, when fighting as a coordinated unit, their overall combat power far exceeded mere quadruple strength. And if led properly by Yi Kanglan and other outstanding commanders, their effectiveness would become even more devastating. Now, hovering above the ground, Yi Kanglan opened his eyes. His figure slowly descended until he stood atop a high platform on the plaza, gazing down at the 200,000 troops beneath him. All 200,000 pairs of eyes remained fixed upon Yi Kanglan. The 200,000 soldiers knelt down in perfect unison before Yi Kanglan, their voices roaring together. "Hail our Lord! May you enjoy boundless fortune and eternal life." The sound was so mighty that echoes reverberated endlessly through the air. Yi Kanglan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at this army that belonged entirely to him, then proclaimed loudly, "All of you rise." "Thank you, my lord." They rose as one, yet every pair of eyes remained fixed upon Yi Kanglan. Then Yi Kanglan declared with a powerful voice, "From this day forward, our legion shall be called the Silver Fox. Our purpose is singular, to eliminate all enemies. We shall dominate the entire world, and let every corner of this continent tremble at the name of our Silver Fox Legion." All shouted in unison, "Eliminate the enemy. Dominate the world." As these words rang out, far away, Yu Qingyan's delicate face suddenly turned pale. Even if she had been foolish before, she understood now. From this moment onward, Yi Kanglan was no longer merely a member of Lingxi Sect. He was the supreme commander of this force, known as the Silver Fox Legion. Thinking this, Yu Qingyan couldn't help but bite her lips softly, an inexplicable ache rising within her heart. In the following hours, Yi Kanglan began systematically assigning officers and establishing the military hierarchy. Yi Wuqian was placed among the officer ranks. Additionally, the 15 former Lingxi Sect disciples who had previously sworn allegiance to Yi Kanglan were each given mid-level positions by him. As for Qin Xiao, Yi Kanglan did not assign him direct command of troops, instead keeping him close as both deputy general and strategist. Yu Qingyan was given no official title, yet no one dared overlook her, for everyone knew she was the supreme commander's consort, someone untouchable by anyone. Yu Qingyang raised no objection, mainly because she still couldn't fully detach herself from her identity as Lingxi Sect's holy maiden. Soon, drawing upon years of military experience, Yi Kanglan swiftly finalized the appointment of key commanders across various divisions. These commanders were no ordinary men. They had once been seasoned generals with decades of battlefield experience in their past lives, and upon reincarnation, they retained all memories of their former existences. Thus, Yi Kanglan needed not train them. They could already expertly lead troops into combat or seamlessly execute his strategic orders. By the time Yi Kanglan completed all arrangements, it had already reached the hour of 3:30 in the morning. Slowly stepping out of the cave, Yi Kanglan gazed toward the thick swamp mist shrouding the base of Wuyuan Mountain and murmured, "At dawn, we will engage Wushan in full-scale war. I wonder how much stronger that bastard has become over the years." Yu Qingyan stepped out just then, glancing in the direction leading down the mountain before saying, "While the Silver Fox Legion's individual combat strength is formidable, the rebel forces still outnumber us 2-1. Are you sure you don't want to consult your subordinates on a battle plan?" Yu Qingyan didn't ask where Yi Kanglan's army had come from, for as an intelligent woman, she knew which questions should be asked, and which ones best left unspoken. For now, all she could do was stand faithfully by Yi Kanglan's side as his trusted partner. To her question, Yi Kanglan simply smiled faintly and replied, "Didn't I just tell you the battle plan? Aim at one direction, and charge through in full force. The finer details will be adjusted during combat." Yu Qingyan froze momentarily, stunned that what he had casually mentioned earlier was actually his complete battle strategy. She sighed slightly and said dryly, "You mean to have everyone charge straight ahead? Are you planning to confront Wushan's main forces head-on right from the start?" Yi Kanglan sneered lightly. "Is that possible? Wushan has absolutely no idea about our actual combat strength. Plus, he wants to capture me alive. In that case, he only has one strategy: a siege encirclement. He'll seal off the entire Wuyuan Mountain range, gradually shrink the enclosed area, and eventually trap me until escape becomes impossible. That's how he intends to capture me alive. But the key weakness of such a siege lies here. Once the encirclement begins, his forces will inevitably disperse, causing certain points along the perimeter to become vulnerable. And that's exactly when I'll concentrate all our strength on a single breakthrough point, smashing straight through their encirclement. Chapter 98. Want to kill me? Let's see if you have the skill. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyan suddenly understood. The look she cast toward Yi Kanglin carried a trace of awe. No wonder that during his days as a general, Yi Kanglin had repeatedly turned hopeless battles into victories despite being vastly outnumbered. Such exceptional military command ability was truly beyond the reach of ordinary men. If only Yu Xiao hadn't dismissed Yi Kanglin back then, perhaps Lingxi Sect wouldn't be facing annihilation today. At this thought, a flicker of sorrow passed across Yu Qingyan's face. Yi Kanglin turned to look at her and said gently, "It's still early. You should get some rest. Otherwise, you'll be exhausted." As he spoke, he lovingly stroked her belly. But Yu Qingyan shook her head softly, replying in a tender voice, "I'm not sleepy. I'm just a bit nervous. This is my first time participating in such a large-scale battle. I wonder what it will feel like." Yi Kanglin chuckled once, then pulled her into his arms with a smile. "Soon you'll find out exactly what it feels like to trample your enemies beneath your feet." At the foot of Wuyuan Mountain, inside the command tent of the 23rd Army of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect, Wushan was calmly deploying troops across key checkpoints. His eyes were fixed tightly on the map, scrutinizing every detail as if afraid to miss even the smallest element. Around the table, the 8 corps commanders continuously discussed operational details for the upcoming assault. Like Yi Kanglin, their plan was to launch an attack at dawn, once the swamp gases within Wuyuan Mountain had dispersed. At this moment, the intelligence received by Wushan and the others still placed Yi Kanglin at merely 17 soldiers. Yet despite this, not a single one of the senior officers dared to lower their guard. At that moment, 2 high-ranking red-robed cardinals from the Divine Demon Ancient Sect slowly entered the tent. Both exuded a heavenly Yangjing aura, individuals of extremely high status even within the sect. The white-haired cardinal, noticing Wushan's deeply anxious expression, sneered coldly. "Just one Yi Kanglin has driven our apostle into such anxiety? It seems our great apostle finds himself quite cautious when facing an army of 17 men." He emphasized the words 17 men with biting sarcasm, clearly mocking Wushan for trembling in fear over such a tiny force. Yet Wushan paid no attention to the cardinal's taunt. Slowly lifting his head, he locked eyes with the man and said firmly, "Bai Sha, at dawn when the sun rises, you and Imo Xiaodian will head to the Eastern Passage in trance. I'm assigning you 60,000 troops. If you spot Yi Kanglin there, do not engage him directly. Send a signal immediately via patrol ravens. I will instantly mobilize all forces to converge on his position." Upon hearing this, Bai Sha snorted again. "Apostle, aren't you being overly cautious? After all, it's only 17 people. We might not even encounter them. Even if we do, with 60,000 soldiers, crushing them would be as easy as eating or drinking. Why call in everyone to deal with him?" Seeing Bai Sha's utterly indifferent attitude, Wushan grew slightly irritated. "Bai Sha, you've never faced Yi Kanglin yourself. Perhaps to you, he's just another capable commander. But once you actually fight him, you'll understand. One must never be too careful when dealing with a monster like him." After seeing Wushan's obvious displeasure, Bai Sha nodded compliantly, but kept grinning mockingly. A skilled cook can't make a meal without rice. No matter how talented Yi Kanglin is, without troops under his command, he's powerless. But since the apostle insists, I shall treat this seriously. With that, Bai Sha stretched lazily, feigning drowsiness, as if preparing to take a nap. To him, the impending clash with Yi Kanglin barely warranted a second thought. In his view, both Wushan and the high priest were simply terrified by Yi Kanglin's past reputation. Nothing more than overblown paranoia, causing such an overwhelming response. But Bai Sha was different. He had risen from mountains of corpses and oceans of blood. What kind of monster hadn't he seen? Could Yi Kanglin possibly be fiercer than those roaring, claw-wielding abyssal demons? Therefore, he found it utterly incomprehensible that 400,000 troops were being mobilized against a single man. On multiple occasions, he had advised the Holy Pope to deploy merely 1/10 of the force. Yet each time, the Holy Pope rebuked him sharply. Even a lion uses its full strength to crush a rabbit. Do you not understand such a simple principle? Bai Sha, listen well. I've already assigned you 400,000 troops just to capture Yi Kanglin alive. If you still fail this mission, then go underground and apologize to the late high priest. Recalling those words, Bai Sha snorted coldly. Mission failure? What a joke. Is there even a possibility of failure with such a task? Meanwhile, Wushan had finalized a unified Zhejiang plan with the other 8 army commanders. He addressed the attending generals. The reconnaissance units with patrol ravens will enter Wuyuan Mountain first to scout and report Yi Kanglin's exact movements in real time. Do not expose yourselves at all costs. Evade or flee whenever necessary. Absolutely no direct confrontations with the enemy. The 10th Army commander, responsible for reconnaissance, stood up solemnly and said, "This one obeys." Then Wushan turned to another officer. "Archbishop He Sha, you will work with Generals Gui Yao and Shou Shao to secure the 3 caves in the southern region. Set up the beast trap formation in advance. If you can capture him alive ahead of time, excellent. If not, delay him at all costs. Under no circumstances is he to escape through your sector, understood?" Archbishop He Sha, known as He Sha, replied sternly, "Understood." He Sha was far more meticulous than his younger brother Bai Sha. He never took the high priest's orders lightly. Wushan then looked to the others. "Changhong, Shankuo Guai, You two are in charge of guarding Wanji Valley. And listen, just suppose that Yi Kanglin breaks through all our encirclements, then blow up Wanji Valley to cut off the exit. Block that passage completely. Use barrels of gunpowder, black demon cannons, whatever it takes. Just destroy it. The skinny man named Xuanhuan and the fat man named Shenguo responded in unison. Yes, sir. Wushan continued. Shiwei, Zhao Longyuan. You two will deploy black demon cannons at the western passage. One after another, Wushan assigned every detailed part of the agreed-upon Zhujian plan to the respective commanders, allocating sufficient manpower to each to ensure they had enough reaction time. The discussion lasted for an entire hour. By then, the first pale light of dawn rose gently on the horizon. Wushan and the other generals stepped out of the command tent. They glanced at the rising sun in the east, then toward Wuyuan Mountain, where the swamp gases were gradually dissipating. Wushan murmured coldly. Yi Kanglin, this time, there's no way you're escaping again. On the peak of Qigu Mountain within Wuyuan Mountain range, Yi Kanglin stood overlooking the direction of Wushan down at the mountain's base. Though several kilometers separated them, it was as if they could see each other across the distance, as though the other stood right before their eyes. Then Yi Kanglin smiled faintly and said, "Want to kill me? Let's see if you have the skill." As he spoke, deep within the dark cavern behind him, pair after pair of eerie eyes slowly opened. Chapter 99. Has the great revenge been achieved? He casually picked up his wine gourd and took a light sip, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon as the sun slowly rose into the sky. Gradually, the thick swamp gas within the Wuyuan Mountains grew thinner and thinner. Though it still caused a slight burning sensation on the skin, with the protection of the silver fox armor, it shouldn't pose any real threat. Yi Kanglin summoned his xianhuan flame horse with a wave of his hand, mounted it smoothly, and said slowly, "Everyone, let's go." As his words fell, Yi Kanglin snapped the horsewhip sharply against the horse's rear. With a loud neigh, the xianhuan flame horse shot forward, racing down toward the foot of the mountain. At the exact moment Yi Kanglin surged ahead, a massive group of cavalry burst out rapidly from the cave behind him. Despite the large number of troops inside the cave, their movements were orderly, allowing everyone to exit in an extremely short time. From afar, the charging Silver Fox Legion resembled water bursting through a suddenly opened dam, the dense swarm of soldiers like a powerful jet rushing forth. In an instant, a long marching line stretched along the path from Gugu Mountain down to the foothills. The silver armor shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. After riding only for a short while, Yi Kanglin's blood wheel I suddenly activated. Immediately, he spotted hundreds of meters ahead, a sky densely filled with circling patrol crows. Without even thinking, these crows were clearly the eyes of the rebel forces. Noticing this, Yi Kanglin turned his head toward one direction behind him and asked, "Xingyan, can you eliminate them all?" From within the marching ranks, a figure swiftly leapt into the air, laughing lightly. "Leave it to me. These little ants aren't even enough to make a decent meal for Xiao Jin." As Moon Xingyan reached the sky, a massive golden-winged dark eagle beast suddenly appeared beneath her. Resembling a bald eagle, its feathers emitted a golden halo. Its wingspan stretched 7 to 8 meters wide. Moon Xingyan landed gracefully on the back of the beast, her eyes locking onto the swarming patrol crows. She smirked playfully and said to the eagle, "Xiao Jin, show them what you've got." The golden-winged dark eagle beast let out a sharp, piercing cry and lunged toward the crows. At the same time, it opened its beak wide. Instantly, a powerful suction force, like a devouring black hole, swept through the air, pulling in every nearby patrol crow. Before they could flee, their bodies helplessly flew straight into the beast's gaping maw. Swish, swish, swish. Within moments, thousands of patrol crows had been completely devoured. Only scattered feathers drifted slowly down from the sky. Seeing this, Moon Xingyan gently stroked the top of the eagle's head and smiled. "Good job." But the golden-winged dark eagle beast whined pitifully twice, clearly complaining that the crows tasted awful. Moon Xingyan couldn't help but burst into laughter. She patted its feathers soothingly and said, all right. Once we get out, I'll treat you to a proper feast." Satisfied now, the beast flapped its wings proudly and continued following Yi Kanglin's main force. Meanwhile, it activated its innate divine ability, concealing both its form and Moon Xingyan's presence midair. As per Yi Kanglin's orders, Moon Xingyan wasn't meant to engage directly in frontal combat with the armies of the divine demon ancient sect. Her role was simply to serve as the army's eyes. Once fully concealed, Moon Xingyan glanced back toward Gugu Mountain. By now, the army had stretched over 2 kilometers long, and the last of the soldiers were just emerging from the cavern. Bringing up the rear was Yi Wugan, responsible for guarding the back line and guarding against any surprise attacks from enemy forces behind. Seeing this, Moon Xingyan immediately guided the golden-winged dark eagle beast downward. Soon, she arrived directly above Yi Kanglin and called out, "Hey, Yi Kanglin, isn't the army formation stretching too long? If enemies break through right in the middle, we'll lose coordination between front and rear. That'd be extremely dangerous." Hearing this, Yi Kanglin also glanced back at the troop line stretched several kilometers behind. As an experienced commander, how could he not know the great risk of such an elongated formation? But he had no choice. The descent path's entrance was only 7 or 8 meters wide, unable to accommodate many troops advancing side by side. Thus, the formation had no choice but to stretch this long. At once, Yi Kanglin called up to Moon Xingyan in the sky. "The mountain path is too narrow and long. The formation can't tighten up, so I need you to be our eyes and watch out for any enemy ambush." In the sky above, Yu Qingyan glanced back at the narrow passageway and frowned slightly in complaint. With such a long line of troops, how can one person possibly monitor everything? Though she grumbled, she still guided the golden-winged dark eagle beast to dart back and forth along the ranks. Fortunately, the beast's vision was extremely sharp, capable of locking onto anything within a 10-kilometer radius. Otherwise, the task Yi Kanglan had given Yu Qingyan would have been impossible to fulfill. At the current marching speed, they were expected to reach the Valley of Forgetting in about the time it took to burn an incense stick. Once they left the Heikui Mountains, they'd enter the vast open plains. By then, concerns over troop formation would no longer matter. Meanwhile, as Yi Kanglan led his army forward at full speed, the first contingent of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect's rebel forces was also advancing toward them from the front. Leading them was Bai Sha, the Red Cardinal of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect, the very man who had long underestimated Yi Kanglan. Beside him rode Mo Xiaodian, the wretched man who had once assaulted a female disciple of the Lingxi Sect and had subsequently been physically castrated by Yi Kanglan. Together, they led an army of 60,000, slowly pushing upward toward the mountaintop. During this advance, Missouri Xiaodian appeared visibly tense, sweat dripping steadily from his forehead. Seeing his expression, Bai Sha let out a soft laugh. Mo Xiaodian, are you really that afraid of Yi Kanglan? Mo Xiaodian didn't respond directly. Instead, he took deep breaths, hard and forceful. After a moment, he bared his teeth in a vicious grin. Afraid? You misunderstand, Cardinal. I'm not afraid. I'm just excited. Bai Sha turned to look at him and murmured lightly. Excited? Because you're about to finally get your revenge? Mo Xiaodian snarled, his face twisted with fury. It's not just about revenge. What thrills me is the thought that in this lifetime, I, Mo Xiaodian, will finally have the chance to trample Yi Kanglan beneath my feet. Laughing hysterically, he turned to Bai Sha, voice trembling with emotion. Cardinal, you who've always stood at the peak of power, perhaps you'll never understand what it feels like to be a defeated general. In every battle I've fought against Yi Kanglan, I was beaten like a dog, each time barely escaping with my life. I faced him 11 times, and lost all 11 battles. My grandfather, my elder brother, my master, and even several of my younger brothers, all died by his hand. And I was castrated by him, robbed of my lineage, doomed to leave no descendants. Such a hatred has burned in my heart every single day. Now, at last, the opportunity has come. I will stand over him as the victor, crush him beneath my foot, make him grovel and beg before me. And I will return the favor, castrate him, make him taste the bitterness of being a eunuch. Ahaha. Mo Xiaodian grew more and more agitated, his face turning bright red with excitement. Chapter 100, the First Battle of the Silver Fox Legion. When Bai Sha saw his expression, he chuckled and casually picked up a smoking pipe, taking a gentle puff. If we happen to run into Yi Kanglan later, how about we execute him on our own, just between us? At those words, Mo Xiaodian's heart jolted. Execute him privately? Bai Sha nodded. Just don't actually kill him. Later, we'll drag him before Wushan and let him see how the monster that both he and His Holiness the Pope fear so much is being played like a puppet in our hands. Mo Xiaodian hesitated, voicing his concern. But Apostle instructed us that the moment we encounter Yi Kanglan, we must report immediately so he can gather the army and deal with him together. Bai Sha shot Mo Xiaodian a look of disdain. Wushan was scared witless by Yi Kanglan. Have you been scared too? Or are you telling me you no longer wish to avenge your father and brothers? Hearing this, Mo Xiaodian faltered. Of course he wanted revenge, he dreamed of it every night. But wasn't defying direct orders from above the greater risk? He opened his mouth to speak again, but Bai Sha raised a hand, stopping him. If His Holiness or Wushan blame anyone, just shift the responsibility onto me. With that, Bai Sha took another deep drag from his pipe, exhaling thick white smoke. Mo Xiaodian fell silent for a moment, then nodded fervently. Fine, I'll follow the bishop's orders. Bai Sha smiled again, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. The reason he wanted to handle Yi Kanglan privately was simple, to prove a point to His Holiness the Pope. Such a minor figure as Yi Kanglan didn't warrant mobilizing an entire massive army. No matter how skilled he was, Yi was merely a slightly clever commander, incapable of creating any real upheaval. Concentrating so many troops against one man was simply a waste of resources. Even as Bai Sha entertained these thoughts, Mo Xiaodian suddenly cried out, Your Excellency, look ahead. Someone's coming. At once, Bai Sha turned his gaze forward and indeed saw a silhouette approaching from a distance. The sight made his heart skip a beat, excitement rising. No way. I was just wondering if we'd run into him, and now we actually have. Mo Xiaodian narrowed his eyes, and soon recognized the leading figure. It was Yi Kanglan, the very man he had longed to confront. And behind Yi Kanglan followed not just a few men, but an entire group. Seeing this, Mo Xiaodian's face flooded with a mix of excitement, panic, rage, and fear. Without hesitation, he shouted to Bai Sha, Your Excellency, let me take down Yi Kanglan myself. Bai Sha nodded, making no objection, calmly replying, Go ahead. Then he leaned back, wearing the smirk of someone about to enjoy a show, already imagining how Yi Kanglan would meet his end. But as Yi Kanglan and his group drew closer, Bai Sha's brows subtly furrowed. He realized Yi Kanglan wasn't alone. The number of people trailing behind seemed substantial, easily several hundred. Yet the intelligence report clearly stated he only had 17 subordinates. Before Bai Sha could make sense of what was happening, Mo Xiaodian had already charged forward. Riding his dragon steed, he roared at Yi Kanglan. Yi Kanglan, The humiliation you once inflicted on me. I demand tenfold repayment today. As he spoke, Xiaoyan's aura exploded outward, instantly revealing his full strength at the small perfection stage of Spirit Flame Realm. Upon seeing Xiaoyan, Yi Kanglin's lips twitched in involuntary disdain. Who the hell is this clown now? Though puzzled, Yi Kanglin couldn't be bothered to investigate. He pushed off the back of the xianhuan fiery horse, leaping into the air. As Xiaoyan came barreling toward him, Yi Kanglin swung a kick straight into his face. Boom. Xiaoyan was struck clean, his entire face contorted, then flew backward like a plank, completely rigid. Whoosh. Like a cannonball, Xiaoyan crashed through the ranks of rebels behind him, sending soldiers and steeds toppling in all directions. Witnessing this, Bai Sha's eyes widened slightly. Looking up at Yi Kanglin, he murmured under his breath, Sky Yang Realm? Then he broke into a sinister smile. Not bad. So that's why Wushan and the others are making such a big fuss. But in the next second, Bai Sha's expression changed once again. At this point, the distance between Yi Kanglin and them was only about 50 meters. It was then that Bai Sha finally realized. Yi Kanglin was followed by an enormous force. There must have been several thousand men at least. Wait. What the hell is going on? Where did this guy get so many troops? Bai Sha stared in bewilderment, glancing around as if searching for someone to explain, but no one could answer him. At that very moment, a dense hail of arrows suddenly shot out from the ranks of the opposing Silver Fox army. These arrows carved beautiful arcs across the sky before landing with deadly precision upon the heads of the rebels from the divine demon ancient sect at the front line. In an instant, thousands of rebels fell dead. What? Bai Sha was stunned by the scene. He had just begun to shout orders to form defensive formations when suddenly, like a ghost appearing from nowhere, Yi Kanglin stood right before him. A sharp tang sword thrust straight toward Bai Sha's neck. Bai Sha's heart leapt. He quickly threw himself backward. He barely avoided Yi Kanglin's slash, though a trail of blood still welled up on his skin. With Yi Kanglin's arrival, the countless soldiers of the Silver Fox Legion behind him surged forward like a flood, instantly crashing into the rebel forces of the divine demon ancient sect. Squelch, squelch. Wherever those heavy blades passed, rebel heads were severed or hearts pierced through. The legendary self-healing ability and tenacious vitality that the rebels prided themselves on became nothing more than a joke in the eyes of the Silver Fox troops. In mere moments, over 10,000 of the original 60,000 rebels had been decapitated. Seeing this, Bai Sha, who had leapt to a safe distance, immediately wore a look of panic. He roared at everyone present. Stay calm. Don't scatter. All unit commanders, coordinate your soldiers and form proper formations. Though Bai Sha screamed desperately, the Silver Fox army had charged too swiftly and too suddenly. The battlefield devolved into utter chaos. Before the rebels could even establish effective resistance, they were already shattered and fragmented by the overwhelming assault. Meanwhile, Yi Kanglin gripped his tang sword and locked his gaze onto Bai Sha. Bai Sha's heart sank. As a peak Sky Yang Realm expert himself, he could clearly sense that Yi Kanglin's combat power far surpassed his own, by a vast margin. As Yi Kanglin closed in within an instant, Bai Sha swiftly drew his silver flexible blade and fought back. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Kanglin's Xuanhuan Tang sword hacked relentlessly at Bai Sha's head, forcing Bai Sha entirely into passive defense. Pushing off the ground with his foot, Bai Sha rapidly retreated. His mouth snapped open, and suddenly, streams of thick white serpents spewed forth from inside, lunging straight toward Yi Kanglin, fangs bared. Chapter 101. First Victory. System unlocks new function. Seeing this, Yi Kanglin sneered. With a flick of his Tianyuan Tang Dao, he unleashed an exquisite sword technique. Swish, swish, swish. The snakes rushing toward Yi Kanglin were instantly decapitated, their bodies sliced into pieces in the blink of an eye. Then, Yi Kanglin continued advancing toward Bai Sha. The latter formed hand seals rapidly and screamed, "Damn it, stay away from me." At that moment, his body began to swell quickly, bursting through the human skin disguise entirely, revealing a 100-meter-long white serpent. Ding! Yi Kanglin's Tianyuan Tang blade struck its scale-covered body, producing a metallic clang. Immediately, Yi Kanglin leapt back, his gaze locked onto the massive white serpent as he calmly said, "A monster beast? No wonder I could smell that disgusting rotting stench from far away." As he spoke, the giant white serpent opened its bloody maw at Yi Kanglin once more. Only this time, thick emerald flames spewed from its mouth. Intense heat rapidly raised the surrounding air temperature by several degrees. But just as the green flames were about to reach Yi Kanglin, he casually swung his blade forward. With a sharp schwa, a crescent-shaped arc of light neatly split the green fire in two and hurtled straight toward the serpent's head. Boom! A single slash sent the enormous head toppling backward. Seeing this, Yi Kanglin pushed off the ground and lunged at the white serpent, driving his tang blade deep into the soft underbelly of the giant snake. There was a sudden slicing sound. The soft abdomen was cleanly torn open by Yi Kanglin's strike. Ah! Instantly, the white serpent shrieked in unbearable agony. Then, its form shifted again. Its colossal body rapidly expanded further, prompting Yi Kanglin to instinctively leap backward several steps. To his surprise, the massive serpent's body shattered into countless tiny snakes, each no thicker than a finger, which shot outward in all directions. Clearly, Bai Sha had realized there was no way he could defeat Yi Kanglin. Knowing that continuing the fight would mean certain death, he had chosen to flee without hesitation. Yet upon seeing this, Yi Kanglin merely smirked coldly. His bloodline eye pulsed with eerie red light that spread across his iris. His vision locked onto one particular small snake. In an instant, Yi Kanglin appeared right before it. His tang blade flashed downward. Puchi! Thick blood splattered once more. The little snake writhed for a moment, then transformed back into Bai Sha's human form. However, his abdomen had been pierced by Yi Kanglin's blade, pinning him down so completely that he couldn't move a muscle. Blood still oozed from the corners of Bai Sha's mouth. He turned his head, glancing at the endless waves of silver fox soldiers charging down the mountain, and at the remnants of the divine demon sect rebels, now reduced to mere hundreds after being slaughtered mercilessly. He then burst into laughter. I knew it. His Holiness the Pope would never deceive me. I should have realized earlier. If she mobilized such a massive force against you, there must be a reason. Never thought that after dominating the demon dens for so many years, I, Bai Sha, would die by the hands of a mere human brat like you. Yi Kanglin yanked his tang blade out of Bai Sha's body and coldly asked, where are Wu Shan and the others now? Bai Sha chuckled weakly. Summoning the last of his strength, he pulled a scout crow from his storage ring and released it into the sky before speaking. Shortly, he will come here with the main force to find you. Yi Kanglin watched the crow fly away, but made no move to stop it. Instead, he raised his tang blade again, preparing to sever Bai Sha's head. Seeing this, Bai Sha asked, before I die, can you at least tell me where your army came from? Let me die knowing the truth. Yi Kanglin gave a light laugh. Wu Shan will soon follow you into the underworld. You can ask him then. With that, he swung his blade. A head tumbled lifelessly from Bai Sha's neck. Afterward, Yi Kanglin turned to survey the battlefield. By now, the 6,000 troops of the divine demon sect had been almost entirely wiped out. Only a few scattered figures remained, desperately resisting, but they too were quickly cut down. At that moment, Yi Wuqian approached Yi Kanglin, dragging along the barely conscious Immortality. He said, Lord, this man insists on seeing you. Says he has vital intelligence to share. Hearing this, Yi Kanglin glanced at Immortality, noting how badly beaten he was by Yi Wuqian, then said, Intelligence? What kind of intelligence could you possibly have? Immortality struggled to lift his head. He glanced at his subordinates, now nearly all slaughtered, then turned his gaze to Yi Kanglin and said bitterly, I have no intelligence to offer. I just want to ask you, back then, after you castrated me, why didn't you kill me? I don't believe you spared me out of mercy. What was your purpose in doing so? Yi Kanglin blinked, then turned to Yi Wuqian and asked, who is this guy? Yi Wuqian shook his head. Yi Kanglin looked back at Immortality and sighed helplessly. Sorry, buddy, I think you've mistaken me for someone else. I don't even know you. Immortality let out a cold laugh. Don't know me? Or have you killed so many of my kin that you can't recognize my face anymore? Yi Kanglin did not deny it. Seeing this, Immortality laughed again. Fine. Since you've already forgotten, then I have nothing more to say. Go ahead and kill me. But I hope this time, you won't show any mercy. Otherwise, I'll come back to exact revenge one day. Suddenly, a flash of realization crossed Yi Kanglin's eyes, and he drew out a long, oh, I remember now. Back then, I did castrate some bloodthirsty savage tribesmen. Why didn't I kill you at the time? If I recall correctly, I was simply curious whether or not your kind could regrow severed organs. But that very night, someone came and rescued you. After that, I completely forgot about the whole thing. Upon hearing these words, Immortality spat a mouthful of fresh blood. The question that had tormented him for years finally had an answer, but it brought him no joy. In fact, Yi Kanglin's response felt even more painful than humiliation. With a roar, Immortality screamed, I will not die by your hands. He clenched his teeth hard, triggering the hidden poison concealed in his mouth. Instantly, toxic venom flooded into his system. Within moments, his body convulsed violently before collapsing lifeless to the ground. Yi Kanglin watched in mild surprise. Now that's quite decisive of him. Yi Wuqian raised his heavy blade and severed Immortality's head, eliminating any chance of resurrection. The moment Immortality's head was cut off, a system notification rang in Yi Kanglin's ear. System upgrade complete. Soul sacrifice for lifespan function unlocked. Host may now sacrifice enemy souls to exchange for additional lifespan. Note, the stronger the soul's energy, the greater the lifespan reward. Chapter 102, The Medical Core. After hearing the system prompt, Yi Kanglin was stunned for several seconds. Then, his breathing quickened, and the overwhelming joy inside him seemed almost impossible to contain. By sacrificing a soul, he could gain reserve lifespan. Did this mean the more enemy soldiers Yi Kanglin killed, the greater the number of troops he could summon? At that thought, Yi Kanglin suppressed his inner excitement with great effort and turned his gaze toward Yi Wuqian, instructing him. Wuqian, go count our casualties. Report the numbers to me as soon as you're done. Yi Wuqian immediately bowed and acknowledged before turning to carry out the order. Meanwhile, Yi Kanglin swiftly opened his system interface and indeed found a new button labeled Sacrifice. Without hesitation, he reached out and clicked it. Instantly, the world before Yi Kanglin changed. It transformed into a black and white underworld-like perspective. He could now see faint red glows emerging from the corpses of the Shen Ma Gu Pai rebels lying on the ground. There was no need to guess. The red glows were the Tian Ma soul fragments within their bodies. The next moment, a football-sized black hole of absorption appeared before Yi Kanglin, emanating a powerful suction force. But this force only affected the Tian Ma soul fragments, leaving all physical objects untouched. Standing nearby, Yi Kanglin clearly saw the soul fragments being drawn uncontrollably toward the black hole, one after another, getting devoured and sacrificed. At the same time, Yi Kanglin noticed his reserve lifespan steadily increasing. 117 years. 124 years, 135 years, 148 years. On average, each Tianma soul provided about 4 days of reserve lifespan. Of course, if the soul belonged to a higher-ranked officer or stronger cultivator, the amount of reserve lifespan gained would be significantly greater. Once all over 60,000 Tianma souls at the scene had been consumed, Yi Kanglin saw that an additional 657 years had been added to his reserve. Simultaneously, the system interface updated itself. Host, Yi Kanglin. Current lifespan, 906 years, 5 months, 4 days, peak of Heavenly Yang Realm. Reserve lifespan, 774 years, 8 months, 25 days. Seeing his reserve lifespan surge past 774 years, Yi Kanglin nearly burst out laughing. He hadn't expected the energy from the Shinma Gupai rebel souls to be so substantial. With over 700 extra years of reserve lifespan, did this mean he could now summon more than 70,000 additional soldiers? Just as he was pondering this, Yi Wuqian came jogging back and reported to Yi Kanglin. Lord, the commanders at all levels have compiled the casualty figures. This engagement, in eliminating over 60,000 rebels, resulted in approximately 12,000 casualties on our side, with around 7,000 confirmed dead. Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin paused slightly. Looking across the battlefield littered with corpses, a flicker of surprise crossed his face as he muttered. Over 60,000 rebels caused us only 7,000 deaths? Damn it, these fellows are actually quite skilled. No wonder they pushed Lingxi Sect into such a desperate situation. Still, the losses are within acceptable limits. With that, Yi Kanglin took a deep breath and thought, asterisk, perhaps I should redeem some medical units. Otherwise, many of these wounded may end up dying. Asterisk. He reopened the system panel, scanning through the options for any equipment suitable for cultivating a medical corps. But just then, Nong Xiaoxian flew out and said to Yi Kanglin, to cultivate medical-type troops, you just need to purchase talent books. Though, mind you, each talent book isn't cheap. Yi Kanglin blinked in confusion and instinctively asked, talent book? What's that? Nong Xiaoxian paused briefly before explaining. Similar to your skill-based talent manuals, it's a soul-bound book that transmits knowledge and skills through spiritual energy. In short, once you buy a medical-type talent book and apply it to your troops, they'll instantly gain professional medical knowledge and practical abilities directly in their minds. Hearing this, Yi Kanglin was utterly astounded. What? There's actually something like that? Nong Xiaoxian nodded and added. The only downside is that talent books aren't inexpensive, and among them, medical-type ones are particularly costly. In other words, with 1 year of reserve lifespan, you can redeem 100 fully armed Silver Fox Legion soldiers, but the same price only gets you 10 omniscient and omnipotent medical units. As soon as Nong Xiaoxian said this, Yi Kanglin felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over his head. There was actually a tenfold price difference between combat-type troops and medical-type units. Yi Kanglin let out a long sigh, somewhat helplessly saying to Nong Xiaoxian, fine then, summon a batch of medical units for me later. Nong Xiaoxian cheerfully snapped his fingers and said, got it. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and flew back into the Xuanhuan Star Stone inside Yi Kanglin's storage ring. Next, following Nong Xiaoxian's instructions, Yi Kanglin began clicking through the system interface. Finally, Yi Kanglin clapped his hands together, channeling a continuous stream of reserve lifespan into the world tree residing within the Xuanhuan Star Stone. This scene immediately caught the attention of Yue Qingyan, who was circling above in the sky. She looked down and noticed the thick waves of life energy once again radiating around Yi Kanglin, then rode her golden-winged dark eagle beast down toward him, calling out, Yi Kanglin, what are you doing? Why haven't you given the order to retreat yet? The rebel forces might arrive at any moment. Yue Qingyan was genuinely anxious. Although she had realized that Yi Kanglin's Silver Fox Legion far surpassed the rebels in strength, they were still outnumbered. Under such circumstances, she naturally wanted Yi Kanglin to issue an immediate retreat. But after circling in the air for so long without seeing any order to advance, she came down personally to find out what was going on. Before she could even begin questioning, Ye Wuqian stepped forward and gently restrained her, respectfully saying, Madam, our lord cannot answer your questions right now. Please wait quietly for a moment. To Ye Wuqian, if Yue Qingyan weren't the principal wife of his lord, he would have already shouted at her to back off. But Yue Qingyan shot Ye Wuqian a furious glare and coldly retorted, Ye Wuqian, you're supposed to be one of the Silver Fox Legion's commanding generals. Don't you realize how dangerous our current situation is? Even if our forces are superior to the rebels, being outnumbered on the battlefield means we risk being wiped out entirely. And yet, as one of your lord's most trusted men, not only do you fail to warn him, but you also stand here enabling his recklessness. Ye Wuqian, what exactly are you thinking? Chapter 103. The exit has been blown up, and no one can leave. Ye Wuqian immediately clasped his hands and bowed. Madam Chong, please wait a moment longer. You will soon understand Lord Ye's intentions. Yu Qingyan was about to reprimand him when suddenly, spatial teleportation arrays began to flicker into existence around Yi Kanglin. Seeing this, Yu Qingyan was startled and thought in shock. Asterisk, what the hell? Does Yi Kanglin still have reserve forces? Asterisk. Asterisk, how many troops has this guy stockpiled anyway? Asterisk. Even as she puzzled over this, she watched as a medical unit of 10 people slowly materialized before her eyes. Why could Yu Qingyan instantly recognize them as medics? Because they carried no heavy armor or weapons. Instead, they were equipped with various medical instruments and medicine kits. That kind of appearance made it obvious at a glance. these were support medics. In addition to the medics, soldiers from the Silver Fox Legion also began appearing, one by one. These reinforcements had been summoned to replace the casualties suffered during this campaign. Within moments, Yi Kanglin had conjured a fresh force of 50,000 new recruits, and an additional 1,000-strong medical unit. As soon as the medics appeared, they began treating the wounded of the Silver Fox Legion on site. Those with minor injuries were quickly bandaged up and remounted their horses. The more severely injured, those with broken arms or legs, were placed onto wagons for slower, continuous treatment. Seeing this unfold, Yu Qingyan finally understood why Yi Kanglin hadn't immediately ordered their retreat. So that was it. He wanted to evacuate even the gravely wounded soldiers. Blushing slightly, she turned toward Yi Kanglin and said, "So all this time, you were planning to take the seriously injured with us?" Mounted on the xianhuan flame steed, Yi Kanglin smiled. "What else? Should I just abandon them and leave them behind? If I ever did something like that, my role as commander would probably be over." Yu Qingyan let out a soft chuckle, then asked, "So can we leave now?" Yi Kanglin nodded slightly before turning to his troops behind. "All units, advance at full speed." With those words, he spurred his steed forward first, followed closely by the entire army. After receiving reinforcements of 50,000 new soldiers, Yi Kanglin's Silver Fox Legion surged from its original 20,000 to a staggering 240,000. Had it not been for the loss of over 7,000 lives in battle, the total number might have climbed all the way to 250,000. Still, overall, the outcome was satisfactory. Leading his vast army onward toward the Valley of Oblivion, Yi Kanglin found the passageway growing wider the closer they approached the exit, eventually expanding into a vast expanse of land. This allowed his formation to shift from a stretched-out column into a solid defensive arrangement instead of being forced into a vulnerable, elongated line. Before long, Yi Kanglin caught sight of the Valley of Oblivion ahead. This was likely where Mu Chang'e had once been ambushed and captured by Wu Shan and his men. The 5,000 disciples who had descended the mountain alongside Mu Chang'e had mostly died right here. Thinking of that, Yi Kanglin shook his head helplessly. Truthfully, he had considered trying to save those 5,000 followers back then, but they wouldn't believe anyone but Mu Chang'e. So no matter how much Yi Kanglin wanted to rescue them, it was impossible. At that memory, Yi Kanglin couldn't help but sigh again. Meanwhile, his eyes swept carefully across the surroundings. According to his calculations, Wu Shan's group should already be approaching. So why hadn't there been any sign of movement after so long? Then, lifting his communication jade tablet, Yi Kanglin sent a message to Yu Qingyan hovering hundreds of meters above, asking if she had spotted anything suspicious. Up in the sky, Yu Qingyan instantly scanned the area. Almost immediately, she saw large numbers of enemy troops converging rapidly toward Yi Kanglin's position. Upon seeing this, her expression darkened. She murmured under her breath, "They're moving faster than expected." Without delay, she transmitted a message through her jade tablet. "The rebels are gathering toward your location, forming a half-circle around you, like a giant mouth ready to swallow you whole." Reading the message on his tablet, Yi Kanglin gave a faint smile, then calmly addressed Yi Wuqian and the others. "All units, slow down slightly. Don't rush ahead too fast." Yi Wuqian promptly saluted and relayed the order. Sure enough, the Silver Fox Legion visibly reduced its pace. The Silver Fox Legion's generals didn't question why Yi Kanglin had ordered them to slow down. In their eyes, if their lord had issued such a command, there must be a good reason behind it. But Yu Qingyan in the sky was utterly baffled when she saw this. She immediately sent a message to Yi Kanglin, demanding, "Yi Kanglin, what are you doing? The rebels are already catching up, and you're actually slowing down." Yi Kanglin quickly replied, "Can you see how many rebels there are?" Upon reading this, Yu Qingyan scanned the surroundings once more, channeling spiritual energy into her eyes so she could clearly observe scenes several kilometers away. After roughly estimating the numbers, she messaged back, "There are about 400,000 rebels total. You've already killed over 60,000 just now, so that leaves around 340,000. Down below, Yi Kanglin began to chuckle softly, muttering under his breath, 340,000. If I let these guys escape now, I'd probably collapse crying in the latrine. If this had happened before he unlocked the system's sacrificial function, maybe Yi Kanglin really would have considered charging straight through without hesitation. But now that the sacrificial function was active, that old plan no longer applied. After all, each rebel soul could be exchanged for 4 extra days of stored lifespan. This was even more profitable than longevity fruits. Given such incredible gains, how could Yi Kanglin possibly walk away so easily? Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, boom, a loud explosion rang out. Yi Kanglin froze, instinctively looking up ahead toward the Valley of Oblivion, only to see continuous blasts tearing through the air. Then, massive boulders at both ends of the valley came crashing down, completely sealing off the passageway. Yes, that wide, open path had actually been blown up. Staring at the scene before him, Yi Kanglin's face turned red with fury, shouting loudly, "What the hell is going on?" He immediately pulled hard on the reins, bringing his steed to a halt, and the entire army behind him stopped as well. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the blocked valley ahead, unsure of what to do. Only Yi Kanglin screamed in despair, "Damn it! Who the hell did this? Block the exit? How the hell are we supposed to get out now?" Chapter 104, 340,000 versus 250,000. The advantage is mine. As Yi Kanglin stood there, his face crumbling in despair before the massive rocky ruins ahead, a vast wave of rebel troops surged around the entire Silver Fox Legion, completely surrounding them. At the same time, Wu Shan's voice boomed across the battlefield. Just a little more, just a hair's breadth, and you would have escaped. Yi Kanglin, did you really think all my preparations up to now were for nothing? With those words, Wuxian slowly stepped forward from among the rebel ranks, looking down at Yi Kanglin with disdain. But at that moment, Yi Kanglin sharply turned his head and locked eyes with Wuxian. Simultaneously, the 240,000 soldiers of the Silver Fox Army turned their gazes toward Wuxian. The sheer intensity of this sight sent a shiver through even Wuxian, a man who had witnessed countless grand spectacles. He stared grimly at the dense swarm of Silver Fox soldiers below, muttering under his breath. I knew it, you definitely had a backup plan. No wonder Mo Xiaodian and Bai Sha couldn't stop you. Yi Kanglin took a deep breath and cursed irritably. Calling you an idiot isn't even an insult. You blocked the exit. Don't you realize you're trapping yourself in this godforsaken wasteland too? Wuxian sneered coldly. As long as I can kill you, I don't care about anything else. Besides, with ruins like these, we just need a bit more time to clear a path. It's not impossible. Yi Kanglin nodded, replying. Looks like after the battle ends, we'll just have to slowly dig our way out. Upon seeing this, Wuxian's eyes grew sharp and vicious. Suddenly, he raised his palm. In the next instant, the black demon fire cannons rolled forward, aiming straight at Yi Kanglin and the rest of the Silver Fox Legion below. Yi Kanglin let out a mocking laugh. You dare bring that scrap metal here to show off? Maybe it'd work against Muchanga, but not against me. With that, he roared, fire. Immediately, the archers of the Silver Fox Legion, who had been poised and ready, released a massive volley of arrows, each one striking precisely into the muzzles of the demonic fire cannons. A muffled explosion rang out from within the cannons, and one by one, every single cannon went dead. Wuxian was shocked and immediately shouted, pull back the cannons. Bring out the firearms. Open fire. Instantly, masses of rebels pulled out their black demon firearms and began shooting at the Silver Fox troops below. The black demon firearms, like the cannons, were spiritual artifacts of the Lingxi rank. The difference was that while the firearms were far less powerful, they were much easier to carry. Not only could they be stored in spatial rings, but they could also double as clubs in close combat. In contrast, the black demon cannons, though immensely powerful, were extremely cumbersome and lacked mobility. Realizing that Yi Kanglin's archers had already sabotaged the structural integrity of the cannons, Wuxian didn't bother ordering repairs. Instead, he swiftly withdrew the cannons and switched to firearms, demonstrating strong tactical adaptability. But on the opposite side, Yi Kanglin had already given his orders. After disabling the cannons, the archers launched a second barrage of arrows, now targeting the rebels wielding firearms and other enemy troops. Dong, 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 swish, swish, swish. Firearms and bows clashed in a direct exchange. The result? The armor worn by the Silver Fox soldiers effortlessly deflected the vast majority of the firearm shots. On the rebel side, however, heads exploded as arrows tore through them. Within mere moments, the casualty ratio between the rebels and the Silver Fox army reached a shocking 13-1. One Silver Fox soldier fell for every 13 rebel deaths. Then, another wave of Silver Fox troops charged forward, charging straight into the rebel lines despite the hail of bullets. Protected by their exceptionally sturdy armor, they easily broke through into the heart of the rebel formation. At once, rebel commanders scrambled to redirect their forces to intercept the advancing Silver Fox soldiers. In an instant, both armies became entangled in fierce, close-quarters combat. Undeniably, the rebel forces under Wuxian's command were stronger than those previously led by Bai Sha. At the very least, Wuxian managed to stabilize the situation quickly when faced with the Silver Fox Legion's relentless assault, preventing any collapse or chaos within his own ranks. Even so, rebel casualties continued to skyrocket. Wuxian could clearly see how exceptional the individual combat prowess of the Silver Fox soldiers was, each one capable of taking on 3 to 5 rebels at once. The overwhelming slaughter of lower-tier troops by elite upper-tier soldiers was on full display. Before long, countless heads of the Xindaogupai rebels were severed. Wuxian was completely stunned. He had no idea where Yi Kanglin had summoned such an army from. Could it be that Yi Kanglin had already stationed this many troops within the Heikue mountain range long before? Moreover, the combat strength of these soldiers was so terrifying that they could rival even the Holy Emperor's personal guard unit of the Xindaogupai. As Wuxian stood there bewildered, Yi Kanglin suddenly charged toward him, wielding the xuanhuan tang blade in a deadly assault. Wuxian's heart leapt in alarm. Instantly, he drew out a sharp battle axe and swung hard to parry Yi Kanglin's strike. Ding! The moment the two weapons clashed, a powerful shockwave blasted outward. Though Yi Kanglin's xuanhuan tang blade was slender and thin, its weight was far from light, easily exceeding 50 kilograms. Immediately afterward, the immense force behind the blade sent Wuxian flying backward from the impact. Yi Kanglin lunged forward again, raising the razor-sharp xuanhuan tang blade once more, ready to finish Wuxian off. But at that instant, several other elite division commanders of the Xindaogupai rushed over in unison. One burly man roared furiously, "You bastard! How dare you harm our apostle? I'll make you pay with your life today." With a thunderous shout, he swung his massive hammer straight at Yi Kanglin's head. Yi Kanglin barely dodged sideways, narrowly escaping the crushing blow. At the same time, he planted his foot on the hammerhead, used the momentum to spring upward, and delivered a fierce kick directly under the man's chin. Bang! The man's jaw snapped back from the strike, his body toppling rigidly backward. Yet even more experts were already closing in. Seeing this, Yi Kanglin began lightly swirling his tang blade. "Blade technique. Phantom maze," he cried, instantly activating the skill. Whoosh! Yi Kanglin's figure became like a ghostly shadow, effortlessly evading the coordinated assault of 7 top-tier opponents surrounding him. Then, with a single sweeping slash, he decapitated several Shindagopai division commanders. Above in the sky, Yu Qingyan watched the battlefield below, desperately wanting to join the fight. Though Yi Kanglin still held his ground against 9 enemies, given enough time, the prolonged battle would inevitably turn against him. Without hesitation, Yu Qingyan reached into her storage ring and pulled out a spiritual artifact firearm. This spiritual firearm had been forged in the Lingxi Sect's blacksmith workshop. She wondered how its power compared to the black demon firearms used by the rebels. With that thought, Yu Qingyan aimed the spiritual firearm directly at Wushan's head down below. Chapter 105. Yi Kanglin's daughter has been targeted by the divine demon ancient sect. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet shot from the muzzle, straight down toward Wushan, who was still fighting below. Just as Wushan was about to be hit, a follower of the divine demon ancient sect suddenly rushed out, seemingly arriving right beside Wushan at that exact moment, and took the bullet squarely, saving him. Thud! The cultist collapsed to the ground, dead on the spot. Seeing this, Wushan's eyes widened. His gaze immediately shot upward into the sky as he shouted in shock. Who fired that gun? His eyes scanned the sky, but saw no one. He then looked around in all directions, yet could not locate the sniper who had aimed at him. But then, another soft pop sounded. This time, Wushan was ready. He didn't foolishly stand there. He swiftly slid backward, easily dodging the bullet. Yet in that instant, Wushan locked onto the direction from which the bullet had come. His eyes shifted to where Yu Qingyan was seated, and he sneered, "Got you." Without hesitation, Wushan raised his battle axe and violently launched himself into the air toward her. Atop the dark rock beast, Yu Qingyan, seeing that Wushan had already spotted her, tossed aside the spirit-forged firearm in her hand with obvious displeasure, muttering, "Worthless junk. Can't even kill a rebel leader. Who the hell invented this stupid thing anyway?" Now, Wushan had closed the distance and swung his battle axe downward with full force at Yu Qingyan's head. She didn't dodge or block, just let the axe fall toward her skull. Bang! The heavy battle axe slammed solidly onto her head. No, wait, more accurately, onto a single petal hovering just above her head. That petal, floating only half an inch above Yu Qingyan's skin, had perfectly absorbed the full impact of Wushan's attack. The sight stunned even Wushan into silence. Yu Qingyan simply smiled sweetly at him and said, "There are 2 kinds of people I despise most in this world. The first kind are scumbags who abandon their wives and children, who start chaos then flee responsibility. And the second kind?" She tilted her head. "People like you, absolute scum who dare raise their hands against women." With that, she gently flicked her slender, pale finger in a small circle, then snapped it toward Wushan. Whoosh! Countless petals shot out like blades, piercing through Wushan's body and pinning him in midair. The force of these petals was even more terrifying than the bullets before. Hit point blank, Wushan's body plummeted downward. Still, no blood flowed from his wounds. Looking closely, one could see he wore a highly resilient soft armor underneath, which had blocked most of the damage. Yet the sheer kinetic force carried by the petals had violently jolted his internal organs. In moments, Wushan neared the ground. Desperately, he tried to twist his body to avoid being crushed upon impact. But in the next second, Yi Kanglin's figure appeared like a phantom, driving his blade straight through Wushan's chest. The sharp Tianyuan Tang blade pierced through Wushan's armor effortlessly, tearing through his heart without resistance. This sudden turn unfolded too quickly. Even Wushan couldn't react. He stared in disbelief at Yi Kanglin, who had appeared before him out of nowhere, and gasped, "Impossible. Headmaster Xianxia and the others should have held you back." Yi Kanglin smirked coldly. "Them? They're already dead." Only then did Wushan notice the corpses of the other 7 army commanders, and Headmaster Xianxia, scattered across the ground nearby, lying motionless in all directions. By now, both Wushan and Yi Kanglin had landed on the ground. But Wushan could no longer support himself. He fell stiffly to the earth, life fading rapidly, blood steadily dripping from the corner of his mouth. Yi Kanglin withdrew the Tianyuan Tang blade from Wushan's chest and chuckled darkly. "You escaped me dozens of times before. Not this time." Wushan coughed dryly, then began to laugh. It was a hollow, sorrowful laughter, as if, in that moment, the entire world had turned gray before his eyes. With great effort, he turned his head toward the battlefield. His army of 340,000 soldiers had been reduced to mere fragments, slaughtered nearly to extinction by Yi Kanglin's Silver Fox army. In an instant, Wushan knew the truth. Once again, he had lost. Yi Kanglin, this man, was truly a monster, just as his elder brother had said. In this world, perhaps only a god could defeat Yi Kanglin at his very core. Tears of Bugan streamed from Wushan's eyes as he thought this. But when he looked at Yi Kanglin, a twisted smile curled across his lips. "I didn't lose, you lost." Yi Kanglin. Hearing this, Yi Kanglin merely let out a soft, "Oh," and sneered, "I lost." Wushan coughed violently, spitting out more blood, yet still endured the excruciating pain in his chest, and grinned wickedly. "That little girl, by Xingyuan, isn't she your real daughter? Such a cute little thing. Though only 2 months old, I can already imagine how breathtakingly beautiful she'll grow up to be. Pity, that child will never grow up." At these words, Yi Kanglin's previously contemptuous expression instantly changed. The Bai Xinyan Wushan spoke of was indeed the illegitimate daughter born to Yi Kanglin and Bai Lu. Why would this bastard say his daughter would never grow up? Immediately, his face turned ice cold. He seized Wushan by the throat and hoisted him up again, his eyes blazing with fury as he roared. What nonsense are you spouting? Tell me clearly right now. Seeing Yi Kanglin's panicked state, Wushan laughed heartily, satisfied. But after only a moment, he choked on the blood rising in his throat and coughed dryly. Then, savoring every second of Yi Kanglin's distress, he said, that girl perfectly inherited your genes. She's the chosen one with the great ascension ultimate spirit body. Tell me, what do you think our divine demon holy sect wants to do with her? At these words, Yi Kanglin's face went deathly pale. Why? Why did Wushan know that Bai Xingyuan was his daughter? Even the fact that she possessed the great ascension ultimate spirit body was known to him. Logically, only a few people, several high-ranking members of the Bai family and Bai Lu herself, should have known this secret. Could it be there was a traitor within the Bai clan? Had an inside spy revealed Xingyuan's identity to the divine demon ancient sect? Realizing this possibility, Yi Kanglin felt his heart freeze. He stared at Wushan in utter disbelief. And at that moment, Wushan continued, our holy emperor intends to refine that little girl into a corpse. And then turn that corpse into a corpse king puppet. Just imagine, such a tiny little girl. Does she even know how to call for her daddy yet? If we lay her on a cold operating table, don't you think she'll be terrified? She might even wonder, why aren't her father and mother by her side? Ahaha, Yi Kanglin, if you saw your daughter slowly starve to death, then dissected by our sect's alchemists and forged into a puppet, wouldn't you go completely mad? Ahaha. By now, Yi Kanglin's eyes had turned blood red. With a furious roar, he slammed Wushan hard onto the ground and raised the Xuanhuan Tang blade, ready to hack him into 1,000 pieces. Chapter 106, Flying Legion, Golden Crow Beast. Wushan screamed, you don't have any time left. Our divine demon sacred sect's army of 130,000 has already reached Shazhou City. At most within an hour, Shazhou will fall. Your daughter will be gone forever. Yi Kanglin, you can't stop our divine demon sacred sect from unifying the entire Jin Tian domain. I'll wait for you down below. It won't be long now, ahaha. With a swift slash of his Tianyuan Tang Dao, Yi Kanglin severed Wushan's head. His laughter stopped instantly, but Yi Kanglin wasn't satisfied. He furiously swung the blade again and again, hacking at Wushan's corpse until it was nothing but a pile of minced flesh. At that moment, Yu Qingyan jumped down from the back of her golden-winged Xian eagle beast. Seeing this scene, she rushed forward to stop him, then gently said, Yi Kanglin, calm yourself. Only then did Yi Kanglin cease his actions, staring blankly at Yu Qingyan. She placed her hands on his face and said, the rebels have all been wiped out. Now we need your orders. We must know what comes next. Yi Kanglin clenched his lips, turning his head to survey the chaotic battlefield. Nearly every soldier stood frozen, watching in silence as he viciously hacked apart a corpse, yet no one dared to intervene. It was only then that Yi Kanglin realized he had nearly lost his mind. As he looked into Yu Qingyan's eyes, she gazed steadily back. His hand loosened. The broadsword dropped heavily onto the ground. Then, suddenly, he pulled Yu Qingyan into a tight embrace, his voice trembling. My daughter is about to be captured by the gods and demons faction, but I barely have the strength to save her. Qingyan, what should I do? As he spoke, his entire body began to shake. This man who had spent his life on the battlefield, hardened by war, now stood like a helpless child. Hearing this, Yu Qingyan softly patted Yi Kanglin's back. She understood exactly what he feared. She had heard every word exchanged between Yi Kanglin and Wushan. Thus, she knew precisely how shattered he felt inside. From their current location in the Heikuei Mountains to Shazhou City, where the Bai clan resided, the straight-line distance exceeded 12,000 miles. Even if the Silver Fox Legion pushed their xuanhuan fiery horses to the limit, running day and night without rest, they would struggle to cover such a distance in 10 full days. And even if Yu Qingyan offered her golden-winged Xian eagle beast for Yi Kanglin to ride, it would still take at least 12 hours, one entire day, to arrive. But with that much time, the rebel forces could have already slaughtered the city dozens of times over. And so, despite knowing his daughter was in mortal danger, Yi Kanglin was utterly powerless. Such anguish, such despair, anyone might collapse under its weight. Softly, Yu Qingyan whispered into his ear, we will go there right away. We will save your daughter and the Bai family. But Yi Kanglin's voice trembled as he asked, will we make it in time? Yu Qingyan fell silent for 2 seconds, then lifted her head to look him in the eye. Yes, we will make it in time. Don't underestimate the strength of the Bai clan. Right now, I'll send them a message, tell them to hold out for about 10 days. By then, our reinforcements will arrive. Upon hearing this, the haze of helplessness in Yi Kanglin's eyes cleared once more. He took several deep breaths, straightened himself, and regained his composure. Turning toward Qin Shao and Yi Wugan, he ordered, Qin Shao, go count our casualties. Yi Wugan, take all soldiers who still have strength and clear those boulders blocking the path. Both men clasped fists in salute and immediately turned to carry out their duties. Then, Yi Kanglin raised his hand. A devouring black hole quietly emerged, sucking in all the demon souls of the fallen rebels at the scene. Each soul provided 4 days of lifespan. With 340,000 rebel souls, Yi Kanglin instantly gained 3,759 years and 24 days of stored lifespan. Seeing his reserve lifespan now exceed 3,700 years, Yi Kanglin's eyes lit up slightly. He mentally called out to Gnome Xiaoxian, Gnome Xiaoxian, my stored lifespan has surpassed 3,000 years. Can I now unlock the flying magical beasts in the spirit pet section of the system mall? Inside the world tree within the Huanyu Star Stone, Gnome Xiaoxian heard the voice and rolled his eyes. Flying magical beasts? That option's been unlocked ages ago. Didn't you notice? Yi Kanglin was shocked and immediately cursed inwardly. Why the hell didn't you tell me earlier? Gnome Xiaoxian shot back instantly. You never the hell asked me. Yi Kanglin. He had no energy to argue with this guy right now. He quickly opened the system mall and sure enough, saw that the option for flying magical beasts under the spirit pet section had already been unlocked. However, the price of these flying magical beasts was extremely high. Even the cheapest one, the golden pung crow beast, required 100 days of stored lifespan. In other words, with a year's worth of lifespan, you could only buy 3 golden crow beasts and would still have 65 days left over, which wasn't even enough to cover their food. The one advantage, though, was that the golden crow beasts were enormous, reaching over 10 meters in length, capable of carrying 20 people at once without any issue. Additionally, the system mall also provided special passenger carrying equipment for them. It was a massive saddle shaped like a small house. When mounted on the back of a golden crow beast, it looked as if the beast was carrying an entire tiny house, inside which exactly 20 fully armed Silver Fox Legion soldiers could sit comfortably. Seeing this, Yi Kanglin became instantly excited. At this moment, Yu Qingyan standing beside him noticed Yi Kanglin had gone completely motionless again and said, Yi Kanglin, are you alright? Only then did Yi Kanglin remember someone was still standing next to him. All his actions within the system interface had taken place entirely in his mind. To an outside observer, it simply looked as if Yi Kanglin were standing there like a fool, stiff and unmoving. Turning to Yu Qingyan, he smiled and said, Go help Qin Xiao with counting the casualties. I'd like to be alone for a while. Yu Qingyan blinked, uncertain whether Yi Kanglin was truly fine, but nodded anyway before turning and walking away. Once she was gone, Yi Kanglin sat cross-legged on the ground, hands clasped together, preparing to wisely allocate his more than 3,700 years of stored lifespan. Of that total, he set aside 1,700 years specifically for purchasing flying magical beasts, another 1,000 years to summon new troops. The remaining 1,000 years would go toward buying Peitao equipment related to the flying beasts. Not too much, not too little, just perfect. The next moment, Yi Kanglin began channeling his stored lifespan into the world tree inside the Xuanyu Starstone. Soon after, numerous teleportation arrays began appearing across the vast battlefield. Then, everyone present watched as one by one, massive golden crow beasts slowly emerged from the glowing arrays. And on each of their backs was mounted a house-like saddle structure. As soon as they appeared, the beasts flapped their enormous wings and soared into the sky. More and more followed. Within a short time, exactly 5,000 golden crow beasts circled above the battlefield, their loud cries echoing through the air. Alongside these 5,000 golden crow beasts, another 100,000 newly summoned, fully armed Silver Fox Legion soldiers materialized onto the field. Chapter 107. Dividing the Forces. At this moment, Yu Qingyan's expression was relatively calm after witnessing the scene. Perhaps the previous 2 shocks had been too great, so now she was surprisingly composed. Still, when she saw the emergence of the golden crows, a slight flicker of surprise crossed her face. She hadn't expected Yi Kanglin to possess such creatures. Most astonishingly, Yu Qingyan even noticed what looked like grenade-like devices mounted on the saddles of these golden crows. This left her utterly bewildered. What exactly was Yi Kanglin planning? Was he preparing for an aerial bombardment? Before she could make sense of it, Yi Kanglin had already begun organizing the newly summoned 100,000 troops, systematically loading them onto the saddles of the golden crows. Each golden crow could carry 20 soldiers. 5,000 of them were exactly enough to transport 100,000 troops. At the same time, Yi Kanglin called out to Yi Wuqian. Wuqian, Yi Wuqian, who had still been directing manpower to clear the passage through Forgotten Valley, immediately jogged over upon hearing his master's call and respectfully asked, What are your orders, master? Yi Kanglin glanced at the battlefield before speaking. This battle against the 34,000 Kain troops from the Divine Demon Ancient Sect has likely caused about 40,000 casualties in our Silver Fox Legion. Therefore, I've decided, you won't be accompanying us to Shazhou City. You'll stay here, finish clearing this passage, then lead the remaining 200,000 plus capable fighters to Lingxi Sect. When Yu Qingyan, who had just approached, heard Yi Kanglin's words, her face instantly showed disbelief. She said joyfully, Yi Kanglin, are you really deciding to return and save Lingxi Sect? Her face lit up with hopeful anticipation. Although Yu Qingyan didn't get along well with her elder sister Yu Xiao, Lingxi Sect was still where she had lived her entire life. Thus, naturally, she didn't wish for it to fall into enemy hands. So now, upon hearing that Yi Kanglin intended to dispatch over 200,000 troops toward Lingxi Sect, she instinctively assumed that Yi Kanglin was going back to save it. Seeing her expression, Yi Kanglin smiled and gently ruffled her hair, saying, Of course, Lingxi Sect is also the place where I grew up. I wouldn't let it be destroyed, would I? Having received a definite answer from Yi Kanglin, Yu Qingyan excitedly jumped up and threw her arms around him. She clung tightly to him, as if afraid he might disappear. After a moment, her eyes began to glisten with tears, and her voice trembled slightly as she said, Thank you, Yi Kanglin. In that instant, Yu Qingyan was truly moved. She had originally thought that because of her sister Yu Xiao, Yi Kanglin might abandon Lingxi Sect to its fate. At one point, she had even considered sacrificing herself to force Yi Kanglin into sending reinforcements back. But never did she expect that Yi Kanglin would decide to send aid voluntarily. How could she not feel joyful and overwhelmed? Yi Kanglin chuckled softly, stroked her head again, and said, However, you won't be returning to Lingxi Sect. You'll come with me to Shazhou City. To save by Lu, understand. Yu Qingyan froze briefly, then smiled sweetly. All right. As long as I'm by your side, I don't care where we go. With that, she happily flung herself into Yi Kanglin's arms once more, her expression brimming with affection. Yet at that moment, Yi Wuqian, standing opposite Yi Kanglin, used mind transmission, a mental communication technique, to privately speak to Yi Kanglin. Master, am I really being sent back to rescue Lingxi Sect? Mind transmission was originally a control method from the mimicry slave technique, used by slave masters to manipulate slaves' thoughts. But Yi Kanglin had refined it into a form of private inner dialogue. In response, Yi Kanglin transmitted back through thought. Yes, you are to return and save Lingxi Sect, but don't return too soon. Yi Wuqian asked, confused. Why not? Yi Kanglin explained briefly. Lingxi Sect is still engaged in heavy combat with the main forces of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect. Once you've cleared the passage here, move back slowly. Wait until both sides have worn each other down significantly, then strike to claim the victory. I'm leaving you 200,000 troops from the Silver Fox Legion. That should be sufficient for you to completely annihilate them. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuqian suddenly understood and nodded. Then he asked, after I've absorbed their forces, what should I do with the people from Lingxi Sect? Yi Kanglin thought for a moment before replying. First, detain all members of the Yu clan. Later, once I've settled matters in Xiaozhou City, I'll come deal with them personally. Hearing this, Yi Wuqian nodded again, but then added, My lord, before heading to Lingxi Sect, could you transmit more information about it to me? I'd like to prepare in advance. Yi Kanglin did not reject this request. Immediately, he organized all the memories he had about Lingxi Sect, and then infused them into Yi Wuqian's mind using his spiritual power. Soon, Yi Wuqian came to know everything about Lingxi Sect that Yi Kanglin knew. With this valuable intelligence secured, Yi Wuqian turned and left to make preparations. Then, Yi Kanglin turned to look at the Golden Crows. Seeing that the 100,000 troops he summoned had gradually boarded their saddles, he said to Yu Qingyan, let's go. We'll board as well. Yu Qingyan softly murmured in agreement and followed Yi Kanglin onto the saddle of one of the Golden Crows. As the commander, Yi Kanglin naturally had an exclusive Golden Crow for himself. After they climbed on, both he and Yu Qingyan casually found a seat to sit down. The interior of the saddle resembled the subway carriages Yi Kanglin remembered from his previous life, seats arranged along both sides. Once they were settled, the Golden Crow flapped its wings and lifted into the air. A brief moment of weightlessness passed over Yi Kanglin and Yu Qingyan as they ascended, then gradually stabilized. This gentle swaying sensation felt pleasant to both of them. At that moment, the beast tamer seated outside the saddle, specifically responsible for piloting the Golden Crow, turned to Yi Kanglin and asked, My lord, where are we headed? Head northeast 20 degrees, Yi Kanglin replied calmly, and fly 12,000 li. There lies a city, it is our destination. Hearing this, the beast tamer chuckled and said, Got it. With that, he steered the Golden Crow forward. The other Golden Crows swiftly followed behind. The massive aerial fleet moved like a dark cloud sweeping across the sky, rushing towards Xiaozhou City with overwhelming momentum. Sitting inside the saddle, Yi Kanglin turned his gaze to the scenery outside the window and began calculating in his mind. At the Golden Crow's current speed, we should arrive in roughly 10 hours. I just hope Xiaozhou City can hold out that long. Thinking this, Yi Kanglin recalled his youngest daughter, Bai Xinyuan. Ever since her birth, he had hardly seen her once. Even during her mother's pregnancy, he hadn't been there to care for them. This had always left him with a deep sense of guilt toward the two of them. And it was precisely because of this emotional burden that he had momentarily lost composure earlier. Now, under his breath, Yi Kanglin murmured, Bai Lu, Xing, wait for me. I will save both of you, no matter what. Inwardly, Yi Kanglin made a solemn vow. Chapter 108. Yu Wutian's night visit to Yu Xiao's chambers. In the former residence of the sect master of Lingxi Sect, at the hour of high, Yu Xiao sat quietly in front of a dressing table, wearing a thin white nightgown. Her face was free of any makeup, yet it in no way diminished her breathtaking beauty. Her lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall down to her waist, swaying gently as a soft breeze drifted through the open window. Such a stunning woman could easily rank among the top 20 beauties across the entire southern frontier continent. At this moment, Yu Xiao picked up a comb and began brushing her long tresses, speaking softly as she did so. Coming here late at night, high ancestor, don't you think that's rather impolite? As her words faded, a figure silently appeared beside her bed. The man sat cross-legged, eyes closed, breathing steady. Though nearing 600 years of age, time had left no trace on his face. Were it not for his snow-white hair and goatee, one might mistake him for a middle-aged man under 40. The visitor was none other than Lingxi Sect's chief senior elder, Yu Wutian. Slowly, Yu Wutian opened his eyes, his gaze settling on his distant descendant as he spoke calmly. Your third senior Sherboa died today in the tea house. The sect's physicians concluded it was due to sudden illness. But I suspect the truth isn't that simple. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao smiled gently, never pausing in her rhythmic strokes with the comb, replying softly. I killed him, but I didn't poison him. I drained all his xuanhuan energy. Once that's gone, he would have died within 2 or 3 days anyway. She admitted freely and without hesitation that she was the one who murdered her third senior Shuo. Yet the cold detachment in her tone made it sound as casual as killing a chicken. Yu Wutian, however, grew visibly angered. He rose from the bed, fixed his eyes intently on Yu Xiao, and said in a deep, stern voice. He was a crucial pawn I had placed within Second Elder's faction. How could you kill him so recklessly, without reason? Seeing her high ancestor's anger, Yu Xiao let out a light, clear laugh, melodious and crisp. Then, she set the comb down on the dressing table and stood up, one hand instinctively touching her abdomen. Though still not showing, she seemed to cherish the child growing inside her deeply. With a slow, languid voice, she said, Thirchtuo was nothing more than my nutrient vessel. I absorbed his xuanhuan energy to nurture the life within me. What's wrong with that? Hearing this, Yu Wutian instinctively glanced at Yu Xiao's stomach. He sighed deeply, frustrated, then said with dissatisfaction, Even so, why now? Don't you realize he still held great value to me? Yu Xiao blinked coquettishly, then sat herself upon the dressing table. Wearing a short white gauze skirt, the act immediately exposed her long, flawless legs. Crossing one leg over the other casually, she said with utter indifference, That fat bastard was ugly and disgusting. Whenever he gave me orders, he couldn't keep his hands to himself. I've wanted him dead for a long time. Besides, last time I drained his yang energy, Qingyan saw me. That naive girl actually thought the child in my womb was his. At this, Yu Xiao giggled. How absurd. Even if I fell to the lowest depths, could I ever possibly let such a revolting pervert touch me? And still, he kept trying to get close. What else could I do? Finishing her words, she turned to look at Yu Wutian, offering a sweet smile. Hi, ancestor grandfather. You're not angry with me, are you? Yu Wutian closed his eyes briefly. Hands clasped behind his back, he shifted the topic. Did you obtain Longxian's heavenly lifespan origin? Hearing this, Yu Xiao realized why Yu Wutian had come tonight. Without hesitation, she tapped her storage ring, and instantly, a purple bead the size of a lychee materialized in the air. A dense aura of pure life essence radiated from the bead in waves. Yu Wutian's eyes widened with astonishment. As he reached out instinctively to take it, Yu Xiao swiftly snatched the heavenly lifespan origin back, and right before his eyes, slipped it into the neckline of her gown. Yu Wutian, seeing this, immediately grew irritated and coldly demanded, What do you think you're doing? Yu Xiao gently pursed her luscious red lips, glanced down at her delicate white feet, then said coyly, I can give you the item, but high ancestor grandfather, shouldn't you offer me a little reward in return? Upon hearing this, Yu Wutian suppressed his rising irritation and calmly asked, What is it that you want? Yu Xiao fell silent for a moment before replying. Mugchanga has been tortured beyond recognition by the people of the divine demon ancient sect. I want you to go save him. Yu Wutian was taken aback. He replied with surprise. His dragon soul origin power has already been drained by you. His mind has deteriorated to the point of being no different from a 12-year-old child's. What purpose would there be in bringing him back? Yu Xiao pressed her lips together, then spoke with evident concern. Still, I was the one who raised him. And now that I've obtained the heavenly lifespan origin from Longxian's grandmother, I want to properly care for him for the rest of his life. Her meaning was clear. She felt she had exploited Muchanga too ruthlessly. First, she had adopted him, then mercilessly siphoned the dragon soul energy from his body. Later, in order to obtain the heavenly lifespan origin held by Longxian's grandmother, she arranged for Muchanga to reunite with her, then married him herself. Also, she could seize the origin. In fact, to gain Longxian's grandmother's trust, Yu Xiao even became pregnant and successfully convinced the old woman that the child in her womb was Muchanga's. Only then did she manage to acquire the heavenly lifespan origin. Now, all her goals had been achieved, but Muchanga remained imprisoned. Frankly speaking, Yu Xiao felt some remorse. If possible, she still wished for Muchanga to have a decent future. But Yu Wutian saw things entirely differently. Indifferently, he said, Muchanga is nearly dead. Even if I managed to rescue him, he wouldn't live more than a few days anyway. Besides, the rebel forces of the divine demon ancient sect have already advanced into Dongguan Prefecture. Even if I wanted to save him, it would be beyond my power. His message was unmistakable. He had no intention of saving Muchanga. Chapter 109. Save Yi Kanglin or Muchanga? When Yu Xiao heard this, her expression shifted slightly. After pondering for a moment, she asked again, If you won't go to save Muchanga, what about Yi Kanglin? He still holds considerable utility value for our Lingxi Sect. If we can bring him over to our side, dealing with these rebel forces in the future would become much easier. Surely it shouldn't be too difficult for you to go rescue him now, right? As she spoke, a faint glimmer of desperation even flickered in Yu Xiao's eyes. But Yu Wutian merely snorted coldly. The rebels have mobilized 400,000 troops to hunt down that damn brat. Do you really think he could still be alive? Yu Xiao retorted fiercely. The rebels can't kill him. There isn't a single person born yet in this world who can take his life. Her eyes were firm as she spoke, clearly convinced beyond doubt that Yi Kanglin could never be killed by the gods and demons sect. Even if they had 40,000 troops, Yi Kanglin would absolutely not die. Seeing her like this, Yu Wutian fell silent. He knew that if he wanted to obtain the heavenly longevity origin from Yu Xiao today, he'd have to choose between saving Yi Kanglin or Muchanga, one or the other. At this moment, Yu Wutian took out a viewing pearl from his storage ring and tossed it forward. The pearl spun once, then a beam of light shot forth from it. Like a projector in a cinema, the light projected onto the wall, instantly revealing an image. Yu Wutian immediately declared, Yi Kanglin doesn't need us to save him right now. In fact, we might soon have to rely on him to save us. Instinctively, Yu Xiao turned her gaze toward the image. It was a unique angle, a view looking down from high above. Below, Yi Kanglin's Silver Fox Legion was locked in fierce battle against the rebel army of the god demon ancient sect. Yi Kanglin himself wielded the Xuanhuan Tang blade, single-handedly challenging the 8 legion commanders of the God-Demon Sect, plus Wushan and a red-robed archbishop, yet showed no sign of being overwhelmed. But just then, Wushan leapt up from the ground, raised his battle axe, and swung it directly toward the camera's viewpoint. Seeing this, Yu Xiao seemed to realize something. She turned to Yu Wutian and asked, "This perspective, is it?" Yu Wutian nodded. "Correct. This is the vision of your younger sister Yu Qingyin's golden-winged dark eagle beast. Back when I had her imprisoned in the cold palace, I personally gifted her this dark eagle." Hearing this, Yu Xiao suddenly understood. Her eyes returned to the image, watching as Yi Kanglin slaughtered the God-Demon Sect's rebels, then summoned the golden crow beast to form a flying legion. Then she said, "Where did he get these troops from? Their individual combat strength seems far superior to that of the rebel army." Yu Wutian's face darkened as he replied, "Where do you think? He must have secretly cultivated them. Does that need explaining? For 300 years as Lingxi Sect's young commander, he embezzled enormous resources. With those resources, raising an army of hundreds of thousands wouldn't be difficult at all. When needed, he could simply use spatial teleportation formations to transport them here instantly." As he spoke, Yu Wutian fixed his gaze upon Yu Xiao and said gravely, "Now do you understand? Yi Kanglin doesn't need us to lift a finger to save him." He raised a hand and shouted fiercely, "So now, hand over the heavenly longevity origin." Yu Xiao remained silent for a while before reluctantly taking out the heavenly longevity origin. Yet her reluctance was evident. Clearly, she wasn't willing to part with it easily. She murmured, "Yi Kanglin's 200,000 troops are already on their way. Once they arrive, his army can naturally break the siege for us. By then, this thing will hold no value for you anyway." Seeing this, Yu Wutian became furious. Suddenly he roared, "Yu Xiao, do you actually believe that Yi Kanglin, that good-for-nothing bastard, is sending troops here to save our Lingxi Sect? He now commands a massive army powerful enough to crush every single force across the entire Jin Tian realm. Do you really think he'll still allow you to manipulate him freely? Don't you see? By the time his army arrives, our Lingxi Sect and the God-Demon Sect will already have bled each other dry. Then, he'll give the order to slaughter us all." After hearing this, Yu Xiao's face paled. Indeed, what Yu Wutian said wasn't without merit. Perhaps other members of the Yu clan would still believe Yi Kanglin would come to their rescue. But Yu Xiao simply refused to believe it. The reason was simple. Yi Kanglin's hatred toward her had already reached its peak. It would be a blessing if he didn't come to kill her. How could she possibly dare hope that he would come to save her? Realizing this, Yu Xiao finally let go of her hesitation and handed the heavenly longevity origin to Yu Wutian. Only then did Yu Wutian excitedly snatch the origin from her hands and bring it close to his nose, deeply inhaling the aura emanating from it. The scent intoxicated him profoundly, giving him an almost euphoric, transcendent sensation. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Yu Wutian reached into his storage ring once more and drew a small vial, placing it into Yu Xiao's hand before saying, "Remember to take these fetal stabilizing pills. Whether our Lingxi Sect can stage a comeback against all odds now depends entirely on the child in your womb." Yu Xiao lowered her gaze to look at the bottle in her hand, then spoke with evident melancholy. "Once your goal is achieved, can you promise not to kill Yi Kanglin?" Yu Wutian had already turned to leave, but upon hearing her words, he glanced back at her in mild surprise, then wore an amused expression as he said, "Could it be that you still have feelings for that man?" Yu Xiao pressed her lips together tightly. Instinctively, she gently stroked her belly before replying, "I'll tell him the child in my womb is actually his. This way, I can make him remarry me. He's someone who values emotions deeply. Even if he despises me now, as long as he knows the child is his, he won't abandon me." Hearing this, Yu Wutian sneered coldly. "That bastard isn't easy to fool. Do you really think he'll believe your words?" Yu Xiao replied calmly, "I have my own methods." She lifted her eyes again, staring straight at Yu Wutian as she said in a cold voice, "If I manage to make him agree to remarry me, will you spare his life? Even if it means letting him live beside me as a powerless servant, that would be enough." Yu Wutian shook his head, then gave a contemptuous smile. "Do as you wish. But when the time comes, I'll slaughter every single one of his soldiers, then beat him into a mindless idiot. That's the only condition under which I'll allow him to live." With those words, Yu Wutian didn't wait for Yu Xiao's response. He simply turned and left. Chapter 110. Yu Xiao sends a message to Yi Kanglin. For Yu Wutian, he didn't care at all who Yu Xiao ended up with. In fact, as long as it served his own purposes, he wouldn't hesitate to force Yu Xiao into sleeping with every single one of Lingxi Sect's tens of thousands of disciples. Now that the heavenly longevity origin had been obtained, and the child in Yu Xiao's womb was slowly growing, it would only be a matter of time before all the unfavorable circumstances currently surrounding Lingxi Sect disappeared. No matter how powerful your armies are, Yi Kanglin, no matter how many followers the divine demon ancient sect has, every single one of you will die. Walking down the path leading outwards, Yu Wutian threw back his head and let out a maniacal laugh. Watching his retreating figure, Yu Xiao quietly sat back down in front of her dressing table. After a moment's thought, she took out a jade communication talisman. This was the same talisman she once used to contact Yi Kanglin, but ever since she demoted him, she hadn't touched it again. She hesitated briefly, then began writing on the talisman and sent the message. There weren't many words, just a few sentences. "Once you rescue the Bai clan, immediately leave Jintian domain and never return." After sending the message, Yu Xiao placed the jade talisman back into her storage ring. Then she turned her gaze toward the window outside, her expression complicated. On the saddle atop the lead golden crow beast of the Flying Legion, Yi Kanglin sat on a stool, looking visibly anxious. Beside him, Yu Qingyan leaned against his shoulder, fast asleep. Just then, a communication jade talisman inside Yi Kanglin's storage ring suddenly emitted a soft chime. Instinctively, he pulled it out. When he saw it was the talisman from Yu Xiao, surprise flickered across his face. Why would this woman actually send him a message? Could it be she's worried whether I'm alive or dead? Curious, Yi Kanglin activated the talisman. The moment he read the words on it, his eyes widened dramatically, disbelief written all over his face. At that instant, Nong Xiaoqian flew out from the cosmic star stone and asked, "A message from Yu Xiao?" Yi Kanglin nodded, then said darkly, "There's a mole within the Silver Fox Legion." Nong Xiaoqian glanced at the content on the talisman and instinctively repeated aloud, "After rescuing the Bai clan, immediately leave Jin Tian domain and never return." As she finished speaking, her expression grew serious too. Looking at Yi Kanglin, she asked, "Does Yu Xiao know you've escaped from Black Kuei Mountains? Does she also know you're now heading to Shazhou City to save the Bai clan?" Yi Kanglin took a deep breath, his face extremely grim as he said, "There are only 16 former Lingxi Sect disciples left under me, and they've all taken the bone corrosion pill. In theory, none of them should be able to leak information back to Lingxi Sect. Therefore, there's only one person left who could possibly be leaking secrets to Lingxi Sect." Without thinking, Yi Kanglin turned his head toward Yu Qingyan beside him. But Nong Xiaoqian spoke again. "Still, even if Yu Xiao knows about your movements here, logically she should also know how strong your forces are by now. So why would she tell you to leave Jin Tian domain and never come back?" Yi Kanglin fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. He didn't believe Yu Xiao was saying this to warn him. To him, those words sounded more like an order, telling him to get out of Jin Tian domain. Thinking this, Yi Kanglin almost instinctively reached to reply, ready to demand what she meant. But moments later, he suppressed the impulse. Instead, he turned to Nong Xiaoqian and said, "I want to buy intelligence about the mole within the Silver Fox Legion." Though Yi Kanglin strongly suspected Yu Qingyan might be the spy, deep down, he didn't want to believe it. Hearing this, Nong Xiaoqian gave a soft, "Oh," then opened the system interface and said, 10 years of reserve lifespan. Can you accept that?" Yi Kanglin nodded, indicating he agreed. Immediately, Nong Xiaoqian tapped the screen. "All right, done. The intel has been sent to you." In an instant, a stream of information shot into Yi Kanglin's mind, flooding his consciousness with new knowledge. Soon, Yi Kanglin snapped his eyes open and turned toward the sleeping Yu Qingyan beside him. "The golden-winged dark eagle beast has formed a soul contract with Yu Wutian?" Nong Xiaoqian closed the system panel and said, "Do you plan to tell Yu Qingyan about this?" Yi Kanglin thought for a moment, then shook his head. "That Xian eagle beast has grown up with her. It's her companion. If I tell her it's actually a tool Yu Wutian used to spy on her, she might not be able to bear it. Besides, she's pregnant. This news would definitely deal her a heavy blow." Nong Xiaoqian countered. "Then what do you plan to do with that eagle beast? You can't keep it around forever, right? Otherwise, every move you make will be clearly seen by them." Yi Kanglin smiled faintly. "I'll just use the mimetic slave technique to take control of the eagle beast later. That'll solve the problem." Upon hearing this, Nong Xiaoqian immediately understood. Indeed, the mimetic slave technique could directly overwrite the soul contract between a spiritual beast and its master. In that way, the visual link between the eagle beast and Yu Wutian would be severed. At that moment, Yi Kanglin asked again, "How's the situation in Shazhou City?" Nong Xiaoqian didn't answer directly. Instead, she raised 3 fingers and said, "This is still classified as intelligence. It'll cost 30 years of reserve lifespan." Hearing this, Yi Kanglin twitched an eyelid. Though slightly annoyed, he said, "Fine, 30 years it is." Nong Xiaoqian immediately responded, "Shazhou City is still holding on, but the outer city walls are nearly collapsing. The outer district is expected to fall within just a few more hours. However, City Lord by Jianshan, your father-in-law, has already ordered the main population of the outer district evacuated into the inner district. So even if the outer district is captured, there's still the inner city wall to hold back the enemy's advance. Also, some of the elders from the Bai clan have figured out that the Divine Demon Ancient Sect's massive assault on Shazhou City is specifically targeting your daughter, Bai Xinyuan. They're now debating whether to hand over your daughter to the Divine Demon Ancient Sect in exchange for the lives of Shazhou City's 700,000 civilians and the survival of the Bai family." Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin's eyes flew wide open, and he blurted out in shock, "What?" Anger instantly flashed across his eyes. Just as he was about to erupt in fury, Nong Xiaoqian added, "Don't worry, your second wife, Bai Lu, is the daughter of the Bai clan's clan chief. Her father, Bai Jianshan, would never allow his own granddaughter to fall into the hands of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect. However, many of the Bai clan elders are pressuring him. Under their pressure, Bai Jianshan has no choice but to temporarily confine Bai Lu and the child in a side chamber." After hearing this, Yi Kanglin let out a slight sigh of relief and murmured, "Old fellow Bai Jianshan still has a bit of humanity left." Chapter 111, Holy Demon Soul Body. At that moment, Yi Kanglin seemed to remember something. He turned his head and looked at Nong Xiaoqian, asking, "Come to think of it, why did those people from the ancient Divine Demon Sect want to capture my daughter? And why turn her into a zombie puppet? What benefit would they gain from this?" Nong Xiaoqian raised 4 fingers again and said with a grin, "This is also intelligence-related information. It'll cost 40 years of stored lifespan." Hearing this, Yi Kanglin felt as if his heart were bleeding. He said discontentedly, "Have you fallen headfirst into money? Everything I ask about costs me something. Nong Xiaoxian shrugged unconcernedly and laughed. Nothing I can do about it. The questions you're asking are all related to classified intel. If I don't charge you, the system won't even reveal the information to me. Yi Kanglin's lips twitched slightly. He pulled up the system interface and glanced at the balance of stored lifespan. Host, Yi Kanglin. Current lifespan, 906 years, 5 months, 3 days, Peak Yang Realm. Stored lifespan, 391 years, 6 months, 21 days. Seeing that he still had over 390 years left in stored lifespan, Yi Kanglin's expression became somewhat uneasy. Though sufficient to pay the 40-year intelligence fee, he was concerned that unforeseen emergencies might arise later, requiring more lifespan for purchasing other system supplies. Thinking of this, Yi Kanglin pursed his lips and finally gave in. Fine then, 40 years it is. As soon as the words left his mouth, the system interface flashed and changed. Host, Yi Kanglin. Current lifespan, 906 years, 5 months, 3 days, Peak Yang Realm. Stored lifespan, 351 years, 6 months, 21 days. Now only 350 years remained. At this moment, Nong Xiaoxian wore the expression of a scheming merchant and said, the reason the ancient divine demon sect wanted your daughter is actually very simple. They aim to summon larger and stronger armies. After devouring the entire Jin Tian region, their eyes are already fixed on the entire southern frontier continent. Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin's expression subtly shifted. Instinctively, he asked, summon? Does that mean the ancient divine demon sect's army is hatched by the world tree, just like our Silver Fox Legion? Nong Xiaoxian shook his head and explained briefly. The ancient divine demon sect creates their army by sacrificing ordinary human souls to exchange for powerful heavenly demon soul bodies. Then, they implant these heavenly demon soul bodies into the corpses of ordinary humans who've lost their souls, thus resurrecting them. These resurrected beings possess superhuman regenerative abilities. Even severed limbs can regrow, and their fundamental physical capabilities increase dramatically. And they will unconditionally obey the Pope of the ancient divine demon sect. After hearing this, Yi Kanglin understood. But immediately, he asked again, if that's true, then the number of soldiers in the ancient divine demon sect's army should keep increasing with every battle. Why has it stayed at 1,600,000 since the beginning? Nong Xiaoxian pursed his lips. There are 3 strict conditions for summoning a heavenly demon soul body. The first is gathering 100,000 ordinary human corpses simultaneously. The second is that the ritual must be performed during a blood moon night. The third is that the caster must be over 200 years old and must be a virgin. The first condition is easily fulfilled by the ancient divine demon sect, but the second condition is not, because a blood moon night occurs only 3 days every 10 years on average. Hearing this, Yi Kanglin instinctively raised his hand to stop Nong Xiaoxian. He asked suspiciously, only 3 days every 10 years? What exactly does that mean? Nong Xiaoxian simply explained, within the 12 months of the 10th year, there will be 3 blood moon nights in total. One already occurred this year, right after you were demoted to a menial disciple. That's precisely why the ancient divine demon sect was able to gather an army of over 1 million in one fell swoop. The second blood moon night this year will arrive in 10 days. Hearing this, Yi Kanglin's pupils abruptly constricted. He gasped, 10 days from now. Nong Xiaoxian nodded. However, in order to elevate their army's strength to another tier, they've set their sights on your daughter. At this point, Nong Xiaoxian finally steered the topic back to Yi Kanglin's daughter. Yi Kanglin suddenly realized something and blurted out instinctively. My daughter is only 2 months old. She absolutely doesn't meet the third condition. But Nong Xiaoxian sneered lightly. That woman, Wu Fenghuang, never intended for your daughter to grow up to be 200 years old. The reason she wants to refine your daughter into a king corpse puppet is actually to use her as a sacrificial scapegoat. When Yi Kanglin heard this, he was once again baffled. He stared blankly and said, a scapegoat. Nong Xiaoxian nodded and continued, because sacrificing a large number of living beings will cause karmic backlash in the form of karmic fire upon the caster. Therefore, they need a puppet to bear the brunt of that karmic backlash on their behalf. And your daughter is undoubtedly the perfect candidate. Moreover, she possesses the great perfection ultimate spiritual body, which means they can summon an even more powerful holy demon soul body, far stronger than the current heavenly demon soul body. When the holy demon soul body enters an ordinary human corpse, it gains combat power comparable to a grade D warrior. Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin's pupils sharply contracted and his back instantly broke out in cold sweat. The reason his Silver Fox Legion could crush the rebel army so overwhelmingly was precisely because his troops held a higher tier in class. But now, if the enemy's troops reached the same level as his Silver Fox Legion, while also outnumbering him, the situation would turn dire. At the very least, he would no longer be able to eliminate enemy forces at minimal cost. Thinking of this, Yi Kanglin frowned deeply. Then, Nong Xiaoxian went on. Additionally, there's one more thing I must warn you about. Once the ancient divine demon sect gets hold of your daughter, they'll be able to extract her blood plasma and indirectly place a curse on you. In time, even you yourself might fall under their control. Yi Kanglin instinctively clenched his fists tightly, speaking coldly. No wonder 800 years ago, Lingxi Sect's founding ancestor and all the civilians across Jin Tian Region went to such extremes to overthrow the rule of the ancient divine demon sect. A group like this doesn't deserve to exist in this world. As he spoke, Yi Kanglin seemed to recall something. He suddenly turned to Nong Xiaoxian and said, by the way, Nong Xiaoxian, I've actually been wanting to ask you for a while now. If I transferred all the stored lifespan reserved for summoning these armies into my own current lifespan instead, could my cultivation reach an ultimate realm, one powerful enough to annihilate all rebel forces? Chapter 112. Shazhou City hangs by a thread. When Nong Xiaoxian heard this, she paused for a moment, then chuckled softly and said, "Impossible. Even if you added those thousands of years of lifespan to your current one, at best it would only allow you to reach the transformed bone realm, or, stretching it a bit, perhaps the soul birth realm. But even so, you could at most single-handedly slaughter over 10,000 soldiers from the ancient god-demon sect. If their numbers were denser, say, 10,000, or even 20,000, you would absolutely be overwhelmed and perish." Upon hearing these words, Yi Kanglin fell silent once more. He understood the principle that even an elephant could be brought down by enough ants. Back when he was the young commander of Lingxi Sect, he had more than once orchestrated massive armies to hunt down and kill supremely powerful cultivators. Back then, by merely mobilizing 10,000 ordinary-ranked Lingxi Sect battle disciples, they successfully killed a cultivator who had reached the half-step Heavenly Yang realm. From this alone, it was clear that cultivators were not invincible. As long as the numbers were sufficient and the command well-coordinated, even the most formidable beings could be slain. Thinking thus, Yi Kanglin suddenly felt relieved that he hadn't recklessly merged all his accumulated longevity into his current life force earlier. Otherwise, things would have turned truly disastrous. At this moment, Yi Kanglin turned his gaze toward the distant moon, silently praying that the people in Shazhou City could hold on until he arrived. 8,000 li away, outside the outer district of Shazhou City, the direct vassal city of the Bai clan. The sound of continuous explosions still echoed across the battlefield. Thick waves of troops from the ancient god-demon sect hurled flaming stones, relentlessly attacking Shazhou City's defenses. Intense flames burned ceaselessly against the protective barrier, while siege rams weighing 50 to 60 tons hammered furiously at the city gates. Watching cracks begin to appear on the gate, Wu Sujian, the general commanding this assault, narrowed his eyes with growing impatience. It had already been nearly 5 hours since his forces launched the invasion, yet they remained stuck outside the outer district, unable to advance even a single step. This infuriated him beyond measure. In a fit of rage, Wu Sujian roared down at the driver operating the siege ram. "Increase the power. If you don't break through this damned gate within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, I'll chop your head off myself." Hearing this, the driver immediately pushed the ram's force to its limit. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Under relentless assault, deep fissures began to spread across the massive gate. After over 100 consecutive blows, the gate finally shattered. Seeing this, Wu Sujian's face lit up with wild excitement. He immediately bellowed orders to his troops. "Everyone, charge in. Storm the city and devour every last civilian inside." With that, Wu Sujian led the charge himself, rushing through the broken gap in the gate. Yet the moment he entered, he froze in utter bewilderment. Before him lay a scene of complete desolation, an entire city empty of life. The vast metropolis lay pitch black and silent, not even a shadow stirring. Wu Sujian stood baffled, muttering unconsciously, "Damn it, where did everyone go? Did they vanish into thin air?" At that moment, one of his subordinates stepped forward and respectfully explained, "Archbishop, Shazhou City is divided into the outer district and the inner district. The civilians from the outer area must have been evacuated to the inner district." Hearing this, Wu Sujian's eyes bulged wide. He grabbed the man by the collar and screamed, "You mean to tell me that after all the effort I spent breaking through this damn wall, there's another wall waiting ahead?" The subordinate, trembling with fear, stammered, "Well, possibly, maybe, seemingly, kind of." Wu Sujian flung the man aside and shouted at the rebel soldiers pouring in behind him, "Move out. We're heading to the inner district." Without another word, Wu Sujian led his vast army onward toward the inner city. Shazhou City's layout resembled that of the Jiaguan fortress, circular, like a target. Viewed from above, the inner district appeared as a city within a city, while the outer district formed an expanded ring surrounding it. Now that Wu Sujian had captured the outer district, he still faced another wall to breach. This realization only deepened his growing fury. Soon, he reached the inner district. There, atop the walls, countless young disciples of the Bai clan raised spiritual firearm rifles, aiming directly at the invading rebels below. The rebels responded in kind, quickly bringing forth black demon cannons to exchange fire with the Bai clan defenders. The two sides once again shanrulug a stalemate. Meanwhile, Bai Jiangshan, the clan leader of the Bai family, slowly descended from the city walls. He had originally hoped to rely on the strong defenses of the inner district to resist the rebel army's assault. But upon seeing that the enemy forces had already doubled, from an initial 70,000 to now 130,000, he realized that Shazhou City was no longer defensible. Preparations must be made immediately. Soon, Bai Jiangshan rode back to the city lord's manor and without a word, headed straight toward his daughter Bai Lu's quarters. It was already the 3rd watch of the night, yet Bai Lu's room remained brightly lit. She sat on the edge of her bed, cradling a lovely infant girl in her arms, softly humming a lullaby. The baby slept soundly, surely having a sweet dream. This little girl was none other than Bai Xinyuan, the illegitimate daughter of Yi Kanglin and Bai Lu, and also the bearer of the Great Perfection Ultimate Spirit Body, the very reason the ancient god-demon sect had mobilized over 130,000 troops to seize her at all costs. At this moment, Bai Jiangshan carefully stepped into the room from outside. He glanced at his granddaughter, then at Bai Lu, and said, I thought you'd already gone to sleep. Bai Lu recognized her father's footsteps the moment he entered, but she didn't even lift her head, continuing to hold her daughter tightly, as if fearing someone might snatch her away at any instant. In a cold, detached tone, she asked, "Have the rebels been repelled?" Bai Jiangshan pulled up a chair and sat down before replying. "They've already captured the outer district. Now they're right at our doorstep." Upon hearing this, Bai Lu's eyes instinctively welled with tears. The home where she'd lived her entire life had, in a single night, become a blood-soaked battlefield. No one could bear such devastation. Yet Bai Lu forced herself to suppress the pain within and asked, "Where's the sect's reinforcement? Why haven't they arrived yet?" Bai Jiangshan picked up the teapot from the nearby table and poured himself a cup of tea. The main force of the rebels has already reached Dongguan Prefecture. Right now, the sect itself is like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, barely able to save itself. How could it possibly spare any troops to reinforce us? When Bai Lu heard this, she seemed to grasp her father's true purpose in coming here. Instinctively, she declared, "I won't hand Xuanhuan over." In Bai Lu's mind, her father had come late at night only to persuade her to surrender her child to the rebels, in exchange for the safety of the entire city's people. Chapter 113, Go Find Yikanglin. But Bai Jiangshan shook his head, speaking calmly. "I won't let this child fall into the rebels' hands." Bai Lu looked at her father in surprise and asked, "Then why did you come here?" Bai Jiangshan took a deep breath, as if making a momentous decision in his heart, then said solemnly, "You take this child and flee. Moreover, I'll arrange for several other direct descendants of the Bai family to leave with you." Bai Lu's eyes widened slightly as she instinctively blurted out, "Flee?" Bai Jiangshan nodded. "The rebels have already reached the inner city. It won't be long before they break in. When that happens, we might all die. But the bloodline of our Bai family must not end. That's why I've secretly arranged for a group of children from the family to evacuate beforehand. Now it's your turn to leave." Yet after hearing this, Bai Lu immediately refused. "I'm not leaving." Her voice carried a stubborn tone. It was clear that asking her to abandon the home she'd lived in her entire life was something she couldn't accept under any circumstances. Then she continued, "Even if I run away, with the entire world so vast, where can I possibly go? The rebels have nearly overrun the entire Jin Tian domain. No matter where I go, I won't be able to escape their grasp. And even if by some miracle I escape Jin Tian domain, will the powers in other territories allow me to exist?" Her words hit the crux of the matter. But Bai Jiangshan replied bluntly, "Go find Yikanglin in the Heikuei Mountains." At those words, Bai Lu's expression instantly changed, her face filled with anger. If her daughter weren't asleep, she might have exploded into shouting. Yikanglin has been trapped in the Heikuei Mountains for days with no news whatsoever. Besides, everyone outside is saying the rebels have sent 400,000 troops to kill him. He's practically fighting for his own life right now, and you want me to go find him? Clearly, she couldn't believe her usually brilliant father would suddenly make such a foolish decision. But Bai Jiangshan's expression remained deadly serious. He clearly wasn't joking. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "Yikanglin won't die. Those 400,000 men can't kill him. And right now, across the entire world, there's no one else who can protect you and your daughter but Yikanglin." Bai Lu's face flushed red. "Father, you've always looked down on Yikanglin. Why are you defending him like this today?" Bai Jiangshan's voice grew heavier. "Because he hasn't fulfilled his duty as a husband or a father. That's why I despise him. But I know exactly how capable that bastard is, which is why I'm telling you to go to him." Hearing this, Bai Lu fell silent, once again turning her gaze to the sleeping child in her arms. 1 year ago, when Yikanglin was still the young commander of Lingxi Sect, he had been about to depart for the northern desert region to quell a rebellion. Before leaving, fearing he might die, he asked Bai Lu to bear him a child. And Bai Lu agreed. Within a month, she successfully became pregnant. After that, Yikanglin left for the northern frontier. During the entire year that followed, it was the Bai family who secretly sent people to care for the pregnant Bai Lu. As for Yikanglin himself, beyond occasional messages on his jade communication tablet reminding her to eat well and sleep properly, he did nothing more. Even if back then he had used his connections in the sect to secretly send Bai Lu some tonics, she wouldn't have resented him so deeply. Later, after successfully crushing the rebellion, Yikanglin returned to the sect, but the first thing he did wasn't to visit Bai Lu or his newborn daughter. Instead, he went straight to see his current wife, Wuxia. Enraged, Bai Lu immediately took her child and returned to her family home. From then on, every expense, the baby's food, clothing, daily needs, even Bai Lu's postpartum recovery, was covered entirely by the Bai family. Yikanglin truly acted as though he'd only contributed a batch of sperm, then washed his hands of everything else. Afterward, if Bai Lu hadn't taken the initiative to seek him out at his residence, he might have completely forgotten he even had a daughter. Now, even as her family faces annihilation by the rebels and she and her daughter stand on the brink of death, Yikanglin remains nowhere to be seen. Thinking of this, tears welled up in Bai Lu's eyes. The bitterness in her heart made her wish she could tear that scoundrel Yikanglin apart alive. Through sobs, she cried out to her father, "How could that bastard Yikanglin possibly care whether we live or die? He's probably wishing we'd just die sooner at the hands of the rebels, so he can freely chase after other women." Hearing this, Bai Jiangshan fell silent. Recalling back then, when the old patriarch had passed away, Yikanglin had only just taken up the position of young commander of Lingxi Sect. At that time, Yikanglin had no backing and hadn't received support from the elders of the Yu family. His position within Lingxi Sect was extremely precarious. It was his Bai family who stood by him against all opposition, securing Yi Kanglin's place as young commander, laying the foundation for the legendary reputation he would later earn as Great Commander Yi. Another time, when Yi Kanglin was surrounded by enemy forces deep in a valley during battle, it was again his Bai family who swiftly dispatched a large army to rescue him, enabling his escape. To put it without exaggeration, if not for the early support from the Bai family, Yi Kanglin wouldn't even have lived to see today. Yet now, as the Bai family faced complete annihilation, all they could do was send their daughter to beg pitifully for his protection. Such humiliation would enrage anyone, let alone Bai Jiangshan, the clan master of the Bai family. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Bai Jiangshan looked up at his daughter once more. Seeing that her emotions had calmed slightly, he took out a tissue and gently wiped the tears from her face before saying, "Father himself wishes nothing more than to rip that ungrateful dog Yi Kanglin apart and devour him alive. But right now, aside from him, no one else can protect the last remnants of our Bai family bloodline." As he spoke, Bai Jiangshan placed a hand on Bai Lu's shoulder and said gravely, "Daughter, this time you must listen to me. Once you leave Shazhou City, go immediately to find Yi Kanglin. Tell him that every favor and kindness our Bai family ever gave him is hereby cancelled in full. The only condition is that he must guarantee your safety, the safety of this child, and the safety of the few remaining descendants of our Bai family. He cannot let any harm come upon them. And this condition he must accept. Otherwise, even as a ghost, I, Bai Jiangshan, will never let him rest in peace. And in the future, if he truly has the strength, let him kill several rebel commanders' heads to avenge our Bai family's 1,400 souls." After hearing this, Bai Lu looked at her father again. She seemed about to say something more, but her father had already risen to his feet and said sternly, "Go pack your things. I've already arranged everything for the others. We're only waiting for you now." After hesitating for a moment, Bai Lu said no more. She gently cradled the child in her arms and left to prepare. Chapter 114, Mist. High above a sky roughly 6,000 miles away from Shazhou City, a massive army of golden crow beasts was vigorously flapping their wings, doing their utmost to maximize speed. On the saddles of these golden crows, not a single soldier of the 100,000 Silver Fox Legion was asleep. All were wide awake, waiting eagerly to unleash havoc upon reaching their destination. At the very front of this golden crow formation, atop the lead beast king, Yi Kanglin sat quietly, gazing into the distance. It was already the hour of Z, yet they still had roughly half the journey left to Shazhou City. At this pace, they would likely not arrive before dawn. Yi Kanglin's brow tightened. His eyes remained fixed ahead, and for some reason, a deep sense of unease churned within him, as if something terrible was about to happen. Just then, Yu Qingyan leapt up from the saddle below, landing beside him and sitting down. She said, "You're not going to rest at all. It's been 2 days and 2 nights since we left Heikui Mountains, and you haven't closed your eyes once." Yi Kanglin turned his head slightly to look at her, then also sat down. He let out a long sigh before asking, "Any word back from the Bai clan?" Yu Qingyan took out the jade communication talisman linked to the Bai clan, glanced at it, and then spoke with evident frustration. "Not yet. For some reason, they haven't responded to us at all." Hearing this, Yi Kanglin's expression darkened. He hadn't received any reply to his own messages either, not even from Bai Lu. He even suspected that perhaps Bai Lu's communication jade had been confiscated by the Bai family, which would explain her silence. But if that were true, what about old man Bai Jiangshan? As the patriarch of the Bai clan, could it be possible that even his communication jade had been taken? If not, then why hadn't he replied either? Yi Kanglin's face grew increasingly grim as these thoughts circled in his mind. Slowly, he muttered, "Such a petty ancient sect of gods and demons dares to grow so bold. It actually dares lay hands on my people. Wait until we reach Shazhou City. I'll make them regret ever being born into this world." As he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly, the cruel ruthlessness within them fully exposed. Seeing this, Yu Qingyan instinctively touched her belly and asked, "Is the Bai clan really that important to you?" At that moment, Yi Kanglin didn't catch the odd tone in her voice. He simply went on, "When I first arrived at Lingxi Sect years ago, they helped me many times, even saved my life once. So for this family, I genuinely wish to protect them as much as possible." Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyan added, "My Yu clan has also done you great favors. Yet I've never seen you react this intensely when we were in danger." Now Yi Kanglin detected the shift in her tone. He lifted his gaze toward her. Her delicate profile, illuminated by moonlight, looked especially captivating, so fragile and heart-stirringly beautiful. Blinking slightly, Yi Kanglin asked, "What's wrong?" Pouting slightly, Yu Qingyan said, "Nothing. I'm just wondering, if one day I were in danger, would you rush over like this, desperate to save me?" Yi Kanglin couldn't help but chuckle. He reached out, pulling her into his arms with a smile. "I won't allow you to fall into danger in the first place. And if such a day truly came, I would spare no cost to rescue you, no matter what it takes." Hearing these words, Yu Qingyan's heart fluttered slightly. She turned her head to look at Yi Kanglin, staring into that handsome face, about to say something. But at that moment, the beast master piloting the Golden Crow King suddenly cried out in alarm, "Damn it! How is this possible?" Startled by the man's shout, Yi Kanglin froze for a moment and instinctively demanded, "What is it? What happened?" The beast master stammered anxiously, "Lord Yi, it seems we've entered some kind of mist zone." At those words, Yi Kanglin's eyes widened slightly. Instinctively, he looked around. Sure enough, the surrounding environment was blurring at an alarming, visible rate. It felt exactly like being inside a mysterious, eerie forest shrouded in fog. visibility dropping rapidly. Observing this, Yi Kanglin turned to the Beastmaster and asked, "Will this mist affect our progress?" Still gripping the reins tightly, the Beastmaster dared not give a definite answer. He could only reply vaguely. "The surrounding visibility is obstructed. It will definitely affect our speed to some extent. I can't help that either." Hearing this, Yi Kanglin's expression darkened. He asked again, "Can we raise the Golden Crow's flying altitude a bit, try to fly above this mist zone? Or alternatively, lower it slightly?" But the Beastmaster shook his head. "The current height we're at is already the maximum these Golden Crows can handle. Flying any higher would strain their bodies beyond endurance. As for lowering, it's not feasible either. The area beneath us is full of mountainous terrain. If we descend, especially in the pitch-dark night and thick mist, we'd easily collide with mountain peaks." After hearing this, Yi Kanglin's face grew even grimmer. He took a deep breath, trying hard to stay calm, then asked, "At our current pace, how much longer will it take to reach Xiaozhou City?" The Beastmaster estimated briefly before replying, "It might delay us by 1 to 2 hours, but I can't guarantee that." Yi Kanglin instantly felt his anger flare. A delay of 1 to 2 hours meant they'd likely arrive too late. By then, everything might already be over. He was about to reprimand the Beastmaster when Yu Qinyan suddenly grabbed his arm and said, "Yi Kanglin, my Xiao Jin won't be affected by this mist. Let me go ahead to Xiaozhou City first." Yi Kanglin froze momentarily. He remembered the golden-winged dark eagle beast that Yu Wutian had placed beside Yu Qinyan. Yet he immediately refused. What good would you do going alone? What if you end up in danger yourself? Yu Qinyan, however, shook her head and smiled. Of course it would help. First, I could inform the Bai clan that reinforcements are coming, which would boost their morale. Second, my presence alone might intimidate the rebel forces, make them hesitate, or even hold back for fear of consequences. That way, I can buy you more time, can't I? Yi Kanglin still shook his head firmly. No, if the rebels focus on you, you'll be in serious danger. Seeing Yi Kanglin's concern, Yu Qinyan felt warmth spreading through her heart. So he did care about her, though he rarely showed it outwardly. His actions always spoke clearly. With that thought, she softened her voice and said gently, "When Wushan surrounded you in the He-Kuei Mountains with 40,000 troops, I still came and went freely. How could a mere 100,000 rebels stop me now?" Hearing this, Yi Kanglin admitted there was logic in her words, yet worry lingered in his heart. "If you really must go, then I'll accompany you." Again, Yu Qinyan shook her head. An army cannot be without its commander. Frustration flickered across Yi Kanglin's face. "Then I'll appoint someone else as commander, problem solved." Now Yu Qinyan began to look slightly impatient. She hadn't expected Yi Kanglin to act so recklessly out of emotion. Changing commanders on the battlefield is a grave military taboo. Have you already forgotten that? Chapter 115, Ambushed. Upon hearing this, Yi Kanglin was instantly silenced. Only now did he realize he had let his emotions get the better of him. Seeing that he had gone quiet, Yu Qinyan gently hooked her arm through his and spoke softly. "All right, you don't need to worry about me. Trust me, I'll be fine. Besides, I'm only going to deliver a message to them. Even if the rebels really do target me, can't I just run away? With Xiao Jin accompanying me, if I can't fight, I can certainly outrun them." Yi Kanglin took a deep breath and finally gave in. "Fine, but you must stay safe. The moment you sense anything wrong, send me a message immediately." Yu Qinyan cooed an obedient summoned her Xian eagle beast, leaped onto its back, and swiftly flew off toward Xiaozhou City. Watching Yu Qinyan disappear into the distance, Yi Kanglin sank into brief contemplation. He wondered why he always ended up putting the women he cared about in danger. Just moments ago, he had promised her she wouldn't get hurt, and yet here he was, watching helplessly as she rushed headlong into peril. Just then, Nong Xiaoxian flew out and glanced at the direction Yu Qinyan had taken before asking, "Has your no new technique been applied to that girl's Xian eagle beast?" Yi Kanglin nodded. "While she was asleep, I cast the technique on the beast." Nong Xiaoxian looked back at the 100,000 troops trailing behind, then said, "Actually, I've been meaning to ask, why didn't you wait until you reached your destination to summon these troops? Dragging such a massive army like this will definitely slow us down." At this, Yi Kanglin's expression stiffened. He turned to Nong Xiaoxian with a constipated look and snapped, "Why the hell didn't you remind me earlier?" Nong Xiaoxian immediately understood. The idiot Yi Kanglin simply hadn't thought of it, which was why he'd summoned the army prematurely. Realizing this, Nong Xiaoxian chuckled dryly. "If even this needs pointing out, maybe I should be the system host while you become my administrator instead." Meanwhile, far north of Xiaozhou City, nestled within a mountain range, Bai Lu quietly emerged from a cave under the protection of over a dozen guards. She cradled a sleeping infant in her arms, with 3 or 4 other children trailing behind. Once outside the cave, the group quickly boarded a waiting carriage. The carriage wasn't large, but it could comfortably seat 7 or 8 adults. Under the driver's control, it began moving slowly forward. As they departed, Bai Lu couldn't help but roll down the window to take one last look at Xiaozhou City in the distance. This was the place where she had grown up. She had no idea when, or if, she would ever return. For a moment, her eyes welled with tears, and her hatred for the rebel forces who had invaded her homeland burned even fiercer. At that moment, Bai Lu's bodyguard captain, Bai Yu, suddenly spoke up. "Sister, send a message to Yi Kanglin first. Although the clan master has given strict orders for us to proceed to He-Kuei Mountains, for safety's sake, we should at least confirm Yi Kanglin's current situation. If he himself is already imprisoned or in danger, then heading there would just be walking into our own deaths." Bai Lu turned to face Bai Yu. Seeing the anxious look on her face, She realized Bai Yu feared that Yi Kanglin's location might not be safe either. Perhaps she wanted to change course while they still had time. After a moment's thought, Bai Lu pulled out her communication jade tablet. But upon seeing its contents, her expression darkened. Noticing this, Bai Yu asked cautiously, "Sister, what's wrong?" Bai Lu handed the tablet over silently, gesturing for her to see for herself. Bai Yu instinctively took it. As soon as she saw the screen, her own expression turned uneasy. Ever since Shazhou City came under rebel attack, Bai Lu had sent at least 20 or 30 messages to Yi Kanglin, but not a single one had received a reply. Stunned, Bai Yu whispered, "Why hasn't he responded?" At this, Bai Lu sneered coldly. "Either he's already dead in the Heikuei Mountains, or he simply doesn't want to reply, hoping my daughter and I die at the hands of the rebels." Hearing this, Bai Yu fell silent again. She opened the carriage window and stared outside. Though more than a dozen guards surrounded the vehicle, not a shred of safety could be felt. After pondering for a moment, she turned to Bai Lu and suggested, "Sister, let's go somewhere else. Let's not go to Heikuei Mountains anymore." Bai Lu glanced down at the sleeping infant in her arms, then spoke expressionlessly. "This vast world, where exactly is there still a place for us?" She lifted her head and looked at Bai Yu, her tone remaining indifferent. "To be honest, I'd rather hope Yi Kanglin is already dead in Heikuei Mountains than believe he's deliberately ignoring me. As my father said, across the entire Jin Tian domain, apart from him, almost no one else can protect us. If even he is gone, then truly, we have nowhere left to turn." Upon hearing this, Bai Yu was about to object when suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out. In this remote and silent mountain path, the sound was especially jarring. It startled Bai Lu, Bai Yu, and everyone else. Even the child in Bai Lu's arms woke up, wailing loudly. Bai Lu quickly soothed the baby while turning to look outside the carriage, shouting at the surrounding guards, "What happened?" But as she looked out, her pupils abruptly shrank. Outside the carriage, a large number of rebels from the Divine Demon Ancient Sect had suddenly appeared, completely surrounding their small team. At that sight, Bai Lu froze. She hurriedly stepped out of the carriage, with Bai Yu closely following behind. The instant the two women stepped out, they realized with horror a massive crater right in front of their group. Black smoke still rose from the hole. It didn't take much to guess it had been blasted by dark demonic artillery. If the carriage had moved just slightly faster earlier, they would have been blown to pieces on the spot. The more than 10 guards around the carriage had been killed in a single breath, their bodies now lying motionless on the ground. Bai Lu's gaze swept over the encircling rebels. There were at least 500 or 600 of them. Each one grinned maliciously at Bai Lu and her companions. Then, one of the rebel squad leaders stepped forward and burst into loud laughter. Who could have imagined? We'd run into the young lady of the Bai clan right here. Bai Lu stared at the rebel leader, a two-headed half-demon. His eyes bore snake-like patterns, his skin covered in soft serpent scales, and a long crimson, snake tongue flickered from between his lips. His appearance was deeply grotesque. At that moment, Bai Yu stepped forward, drawing her long sword and pointing it straight at the two-headed snake as she coldly declared, "Villain, I warn you, if you dare take one more step, I'll make sure you taste what it feels like to lose your head." As she spoke, Bai Yu released an overwhelming aura, one of peak Xian Jinjing cultivation, only a single step away from Linghuojing. Yet the two-headed snake didn't flinch. It merely advanced further, laughing mockingly. "Oh really? So mighty? Oh dear, how terribly scared I am." Ah! Its lewd, sneering demeanor caused the surrounding rebels to erupt into gales of laughter. This creature had merely been leading a patrol, never expecting such fortune to fall into its lap. And most importantly, Bai Lu wasn't alone. She had brought along that infant girl possessing the great ascension ultimate spiritual body. Such boundless fortune had finally come knocking. Chapter 116, Bai Lu seeks mutual destruction. After being ridiculed by so many people, Bai Yu's face instantly flushed with shame and fury. She snapped, "You damned wretch, dare to die." With that, Bai Yu lunged forward, determined to kill the two-headed serpent. But at that moment, Bai Lu stepped in and blocked her. Bai Yu turned to look at her sister. Bai Lu gently stroked her wailing daughter for a moment before handing the infant to Bai Yu. Instinctively, Bai Yu took the baby and asked, "Sister?" Bai Lu glanced again at the several young children from the Bai family peeking nervously from inside the carriage, then firmly told Bai Yu, "I'll hold off these rebels. You take the children and run, now." Hearing this, Bai Yu's pupils shrank slightly. She quickly shook her head. "No, absolutely not. If anyone leaves, it should be you. I'll stay behind." But Bai Lu argued, "How many of them can you really hold back? And for how long? If you're left to cover our retreat, none of us will make it out alive." Her words were harsh, even cutting, almost as if she were mocking Bai Yu's weakness. To Bai Yu, it felt like an accusation of inadequacy. Yet deep down, she knew Bai Lu only wanted her, and the children, to survive. Meanwhile, the two-headed serpent cackled mockingly. "Sweetheart, do you honestly think you can stop all of us? Not to brag, but your power isn't even worth mentioning." As he spoke, the two-headed serpent advanced toward Bai Lu and the others, while the surrounding rebel forces of the ancient sects tightened their encirclement. When Bai Lu and her group saw this, their expressions turned grim. Then Bai Lu stepped forward one decisive step and said to Bai Yu, "Once you reach the Heikuei Mountains, deliver a message to Yi Kanglin. Tell him his daughter has been protected by our Bai family. If he still has a shred of conscience, let him avenge us someday." Bai Yu cried out, "Sister." But Bai Lu shot her a fierce glare and shouted, "Get going, now." This time, Bai Yu did not resist. Clutching the infant tightly, she climbed into the carriage and whipped the horses, preparing to charge through. Seeing this, the two-headed serpent roared, "Stop her! Don't let that bitch escape!" Immediately, the swarm of divine demon ancient sect rebels moved to block the fleeing carriage. But at that instant, Bai Lu formed hand seals and began chanting an obscure incantation under her breath. At the same time, vast spiritual energy surged outward from her body at an astonishing rate. In a flash, Bai Lu levitated into the air, a spell formation beneath her feet resembling a delicate snowflake. Then, the pattern rapidly expanded. Every rebel within the formation suddenly felt an overwhelming oppressive force descend upon them. Uft, uft. Within a single breath, 2 or 3 weaker rebels spat blood violently. Their attempts to intercept Bai Yu froze mid-motion. Witnessing this, Bai Yu's eyes welled with tears. As a member of the Bai family, she naturally recognized this technique. It was the forbidden secret art known as infinite dominion. By consuming her own lifespan, Bai Lu could suppress all heretics within a 1,000-meter radius. Using this forbidden method, she had single-handedly immobilized over 600 rebel warriors, preventing them from mounting an effective pursuit. However, such a technique could not last long. Otherwise, Bai Yu could have taken advantage of the chaos to slaughter every last enemy. Unfortunately, her strength was too insignificant. There was no way she could kill 600 rebels in such a short time, not even half. And even if she managed that, the remaining hundreds would still overwhelm Bai Lu. Once the suppression of infinite dominion lifted, her death would be inevitable. Understanding this, Bai Yu gritted her teeth through the tears, urging the horses to gallop faster. She slashed her sword, cleaving open any rebel foolish enough to stand in her path. Yet although hindered, these rebels weren't completely paralyzed. Some stronger ones managed to parry Bai Yu's attacks and counter immediately. Clearly, the rebels' strength was terrifying beyond measure. Bai Yu now realized more than ever just how weak she truly was. Soon, urged on by the galloping horses, Bai Yu broke free from the encirclement. As she fled, she couldn't help but turn back one last time to look at Bai Lu, now completely surrounded by enemies. At that moment, a familiar figure flashed through Bai Yu's mind. Tears welled in her eyes as she whispered, "If Yi Kanglan were here, he wouldn't even need sister to use this forbidden technique. Just his presence alone would be enough to slaughter all these rebels." With that, she continued urging the horses forward, galloping faster into the distance. In her arms, Bai Lu's daughter wailed even louder. It was as if the little girl could clearly sense her mother's life force rapidly fading away. That deep, bloodline-connected awareness caused the infant unbearable anguish, driving her to cry uncontrollably. On the battlefield, Bai Lu watched Bai Yu grow smaller in the distance, and a faint, relieved smile graced her lips. Softly, she murmured, "Yi Kanglan, I may not be able to stay by your side any longer. Please take good care of our daughter. Don't let her worry for you ever again." As she spoke, her complexion visibly turned deathly pale, and her lifespan dissipated at an astonishing rate. Within moments, nearly a century of her life essence had been completely consumed. The bound divine demon ancient sect rebels now roared wildly like feral beasts, their cries filled with madness. Especially the commander, the two-headed serpent, who bellowed, "Bitch, I'll slaughter your entire family." Roaring with rage, the 600 rebels unleashed terrifying, monstrous strength. Driven by this raw power, the suppression force of infinite dominion began to crack and falter. At that moment, Bai Lu spat out a mouthful of thick, dark blood. The rebels of the divine demon ancient sect were of xianxia caliber. 100 xianxia soldiers could resist the assault of a Lingxi realm expert. 200 could stand evenly against one. 300 could make a Lingxi realm cultivator feel threatened. 400 possessed the ability to kill such an expert. And here, there were over 600. 600 xianxia troops. For Bai Lu, a Lingxi realm cultivator who had just finished her postpartum recovery, to single-handedly bind 600 enemies was nothing short of miraculous. Yet even by sacrificing her own lifespan to compensate for her depleted spiritual energy, the technique could not last indefinitely. Finally, once Bai Yu and the others had vanished from sight, the infinite dominion formation beneath Bai Lu's feet shattered violently. Like broken glass, it exploded apart. Then, Bai Lu collapsed limply onto the ground, blood continuously seeping from the corners of her mouth. The rebels she had restrained, now freed, turned bloodshot eyes toward her fallen form. Like starving wolves, they charged toward her without hesitation. Seeing this, Bai Lu gently closed her eyes. Perhaps dying upon her homeland wasn't such a bad fate after all. Chapter 117, Yu Qingyan to the rescue. However, just as these rebels approached within half a meter of Bai Lu, suddenly a small lotus bud descended from the sky. It hovered above Bai Lu's head, then slowly began to bloom. Swish! Like a grenade detonating, the blooming bud instantly released a dazzling radiant ring. This scene immediately caused the rebels near Bai Lu to shut their eyes tightly, unable to bear looking at it directly. Then, a powerful repulsive force surged outward. Boom! Every rebel within a 10-meter radius centered on Bai Lu was flung violently away by this overwhelming force, crashing into nearby rocks or trees. But because their backward speed was astonishing, reaching 100 meters per second, when they hit the rocks, most were instantly crushed into pulp. Even those luckier ones who struck trees instead of rocks still snapped the trunks clean in half upon impact and lay paralyzed on the ground, completely unable to move. In contrast, Bai Lu, seated quietly at the very center where the flower had blossomed, remained perfectly unharmed, calmly sitting in place as if nothing had affected her. Bai Lu herself was momentarily stunned by what happened, unsure of exactly what had taken place. Even Xuanhuan, the rebel commander, stood shocked and furious upon witnessing this, roaring aloud, "Who's there?" His eyes possessed serpent pupils, allowing him to see the ripple of spiritual energy within the flower bud, clearly revealing someone had intentionally intervened to prevent them from approaching Bai Lu. At that moment, a sultry voice rang out from above Xuanhuan. A bunch of grown men bullying an unarmed woman. I don't know how you have the face to exist in this world. Hearing the voice, Xuanhuan quickly looked up and saw a golden-winged, xianing beast hovering midair. No, more accurately, he saw a figure standing atop the back of the xianing beast. It was none other than Yu Qingyan, but her eyes now burned with intense killing intent. Meanwhile, Bai Lu also spotted Yu Qingyan and cried out in shock, "Qingyan!" Yu Qingyan gently guided the xianing beast down to land, walked swiftly to Bai Lu's side, helped her to her feet, and softly asked, "Auntie, did they hurt you? Are you injured?" Wiping away the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, Bai Lu suppressed the sharp pain racking her body and replied, "I'm fine. But, why are you here?" Yu Qingyan let out a light chuckle before saying, "That bastard Yi Kanglan was worried about your safety and the child's, so he sent me ahead." As she spoke, Yu Qingyan glanced toward the more than 500 rebels regrouping once again. The earlier flower bud technique had already killed many. Only around 570 remained now. She raised her voice and declared loudly, "Yi Kanglan has already mobilized an army of 100,000 soldiers en route. They should arrive within about an hour. By then, the crisis of Shazhou City will be completely over." Upon hearing this, Bai Lu's face instantly filled with disbelief, followed by overwhelming joy and astonishment. Yi Kanglan is coming to save us, and he's bringing 100,000 troops. Yu Qingyan gave a soft hum of affirmation. Once his army arrives, every single one of these rebels here will die. This statement immediately instilled varying degrees of terror among the surrounding rebels. Their gazes turned as one toward Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan roared furiously, "Bullshit! That scoundrel Yi Kanglan has been surrounded by our apostle in the Heikue Mountains. He's probably already skinned alive and stripped of his tendons by our apostle right now. How could he possibly arrive anytime soon? And even if he somehow survived, he'd surely be in hiding. Where would he get an army?" With that, Xuanhuan drew the twin curved blades from behind his back and pointed them menacingly at Yu Qingyan, snarling, "Bitch, if you haven't woken up yet, I'll make sure you never wake up again." As Xuanhuan finished speaking, the remaining 570 rebels raised their curved swords, shouting wildly in excitement. Instinctively, Yu Qingyan shielded Bai Lu behind her and said, "Auntie, get on the xianing beast first." Hearing this, Bai Lu glanced at the beast beside her without hesitation, leapt onto its back, then turned and called out to Yu Qingyan, "Qingyan, come up too." When Yu Qingyan saw so many rebels on the scene brandishing a large number of bows and arrows, preparing to shoot the xianing beast, she calmly said, "Hold on a second. I'm coming right away." As she spoke, Yu Qingyan pointed one finger at her storage ring and gave a firm tug. Instantly, over a dozen flower buds the size of fists flew out from within. At the sight of those buds, many of the surrounding rebels instinctively halted, too afraid to take another step forward. The explosion from the earlier bud was still fresh in their minds, leaving them deeply shaken. Naturally, they dared not advance recklessly. Yet immediately afterward, something even more terrifying unfolded before their eyes. One after another, more and more flower buds surged out from Yu Qingyan's storage ring, until in no time, more than 100 blossoms encircled her completely. Even Xuanhuan stared in horror at this spectacle, instinctively stumbling backward. But at that moment, Yu Qingyan smiled lightly and said, "I've long wanted to test the true power of this technique, but unfortunately never found suitable subjects. Today, you're perfect. Let me experiment on you and see just how powerful it really is." With that, Yu Qingyan formed an unusual hand seal, clapped her palms together, and softly intoned, "Scatter." At once, the 100-odd flower buds surrounding her shot outward in all directions. The rebels on site screamed in sheer terror at the sight. Even Xuanhuan collapsed onto the ground, his courage shattered, yelling frantically, "Mad woman, what do you think you're doing?" Yu Qingyan then leapt gracefully onto the back of the xianing beast, blew a playful kiss toward Xuanhuan, and grinned. "What am I doing? Sending you all straight to hell, of course." With that, she raised a single finger, snapped it with a crisp click, and casually whispered, "Luo Shun Wu. Explode." The moment the words left her lips, the 100-odd flying buds simultaneously burst into blinding light, and detonated at the exact same instant. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, all 570 rebel cultivators from the divine demon ancient sect were engulfed in a massive, earth-shaking explosion. Amidst the rising smoke and flames, a single silhouette suddenly shot out. It was the xianing beast, carrying Yu Qingyan and Bai Lu high into the sky, over hundreds of meters above the battlefield. Only now were the two women truly out of danger. Though Yu Qingyan had maintained a calm and composed expression throughout, she herself knew very well, if she hadn't used up every lotus bud she'd spent over a decade stockpiling, and unleashed them to wipe out the rebels in one devastating strike, even she would have struggled to save Bai Lu. Then, soft and gentle, Bai Lu murmured, "Qingyan, thank you." Yu Qingyan chuckled warmly. "Little auntie, when did you become so formal with me? I remember, back when I was locked away in the cold palace, you always came to visit me. You used to call me yellow-haired brat all the time. Now, after only a few years apart, why have you grown so distant?" At these words, Bai Lu recalled those times she'd spent alone with Yu Qingyan. Back then, however, She had been following Yu Wutian's orders to spy on Yu Qingyan. Her main mission was to observe every move Yu Qingyan made inside the cold palace, record it all, and report directly back to Yu Wutian. But over time, as Bai Lu and Yu Qingyan spent more and more days together, genuine feelings began to form between them. If Yu Qingyan ever discovered Bai Lu's true identity back, then, as a mere observer, who knows how she would have looked upon her. Chapter 118. Another 2,000 rebels arrived. Bai Lu wanted to speak, but before the words could leave her mouth, her internal organs churned violently. This caused her to cough harshly, and soon after, she spat out a thick mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yu Qingyan cried out in alarm. "Auntie, what's wrong with you? Where are you injured?" Bai Lu's face had turned deathly pale, terrifying to look at, and her breath had grown extremely weak. Yet she still managed to shake her head forcefully. "I'm fine." As she spoke, her finger pointed toward a certain direction. "We need to go there first. Xiao Yu and the other children might still be in danger. We have to take them with us." Hearing this, Yu Qingyan froze momentarily and instinctively asked, "Children? What children? Auntie, didn't you escape alone?" Bai Lu shook her head and briefly explained how Shazhou City was on the verge of falling, and clan leader Bai Jianshan had sent her away along with several other children. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyan glanced down at her positioning compass and said, "But, my compass isn't detecting any other Bai clan members' spiritual fluctuations nearby." The positioning compass in Yu Qingyan's hand was given to her by Yi Kanglan back in the Heikue Mountains. By infusing it with a cultivator's magical imprint, it could locate that person's position. After separating from Yi Kanglan's flying army, Yu Qingyan had taken out the compass and copied the magical imprints of everyone saved in her communication jade disk onto it. This is how she had successfully located Bai Lu. But now Bai Lu claimed that Bai Yu and several other Bai children were also here. That was strange. Why wasn't her compass reacting at all? Immediately, Bai Lu said, when the divine demon ancient sect attacked Shazhou City, they launched many magical artifacts into the surrounding areas. It must be those artifacts interfering with our communication tools, which is why your device isn't working properly. Hearing this, Yu Qingyan suddenly understood. No wonder her messages to the Bai family earlier had received no response. Without further delay, Yu Qingyan steered the Xianing beast toward the direction Bai Lu had indicated, saying as they flew, "Since the compass isn't reliable anymore, we'll just use our eyes to search." Bai Lu gave a soft hum of agreement, her gaze scanning the ground below as well. Soon enough, the two women spotted Bai Yu and 3 other children hiding inside a narrow cave entrance. If not for the exceptional eyesight of the Xianing beast, they might never have found them. Inside the cave, Bai Yu saw Bai Lu and immediately rushed out, calling excitedly, "Sister." Yu Qingyan then guided the Xianing beast to land. Seeing that Bai Yu, the infant girl she cradled in her arms, and the other 3 young children were all unharmed, she let out a slight sigh of relief before asking in confusion, "Why only you few? Where are the others?" Upon seeing Yu Qingyan, Bai Yu instinctively bowed slightly and greeted, "Greetings, Holy Maiden." To answer your question, Holy Maiden, there are only 5 of us here. Yu Qingyan was stunned. "Only 5 of you. 1 woman, 1 baby, and 3 children. Are you telling me the Bai family only sent you lot out?" Bai Lu explained at once, "We escaped in batches. The earlier groups of children have already left. We're likely the last batch to make it out." Understanding dawned on Yu Qingyan, and she nodded. "All right then, come with me. I'll take you to Yi Kanglan. Once you're with him, you'll be safe." But Bai Yu glanced at the Xianing beast with visible concern and asked hesitantly, "Holy Maiden, can your flying beast carry all of us?" Although the Xianing beast was over 3 meters long, they were quite a group. Counting Bai Yu, there were 3 adults, 3 young children, and an infant in swaddling clothes. It was uncertain whether the beast could bear such weight. Yu Qingyan looked at the beast with some doubt too, suddenly feeling a pang of regret. She really should have asked Yi Kanglan to assign her a Jinwu beast before coming. Its size would have been more than sufficient. It could easily transport 20 adults in one trip. At that moment, Yu Qingyan stepped close to the Xianing beast and asked, "Xiao Jin, do you think you can carry all of us at once?" The Xianing beast, intelligent as ever, glanced around at the group and then nodded firmly, letting out a series of chirps to signal that it could handle the load. Seeing this, Yu Qingyan excitedly said to Bai Yu and the others, "Xiao Jin says it's fine. Come on up." As she spoke, Yu Qingyan first climbed onto the back of the Xianing beast while cradling one of the children, then settled herself into place. Next, Bai Lu climbed on with her daughter, Bai Xuanhuan, in her arms. The little girl seemed to sense her mother's presence and immediately broke into a smile, clearly overjoyed. Bai Lu gently smiled as well, pressing a soft kiss on her daughter's cheek. The only one left, Bai Yu, grabbed one young child under each arm and leapt onto the back of the Xianing beast, settling in securely. But with that jump, the beast's body dipped slightly downward. Clearly, carrying so many passengers at once was putting some strain on the Xianing beast. Yu Qingyan looked worried and asked, "Xiao Jin, are you really okay?" The Xianing beast let out a chirp to confirm it was fine, then spread its wings, preparing to take off. Just then, a thunderous roar rang out. "Stop right there, all of you." At the sound of that shout, Yu Qingyan, Bai Lu, and the other women were instantly startled. They looked up toward the source of the voice and saw an old man riding a Longju beast, leading nearly 2,000 cavalry charging toward them in full force. Beside the old man rode the 2-headed serpent from earlier. Only now, after being struck by Yu Qingyan's falling god dance technique, one of its heads had been severed. The creature was enraged, wailing furiously as it pointed at Yu Qingyan and the others, shrieking, "Deputy Commander, it's them. They have the infant of the great perfection supreme spirit path. the one His Holiness the Pope desires. Upon hearing this, the old man drew a sharp spiral saber and hurled it straight at the xianxia beast. None of you will leave here today. The moment the spinning blade was thrown, it began rotating at high speed, streaking directly toward the neck of the golden-winged xianxia beast. Clearly, the vile old man aimed to kill the beast first. Once grounded, the women would have no chance to escape. When Yu Qingyan saw the approaching 2,000 enemies, her face turned pale. She urged the beast urgently. Xiao Jin, take off quickly. I'll block that attack for you. By now, the xianxia beast had already spread its wings. With a powerful flap, it lifted into the air. But perhaps due to the heavy load, its body wobbled unsteadily at takeoff, nearly flipping sideways. Fortunately, it adjusted its angle in time, avoiding disaster. Then, with rapid wing beats, it surged upward, ascending swiftly. At the same moment, the old man's spiral blade came slicing through the air. Yu Qingyan raised her hand, forming a quick spell seal and sweeping it forward. Whoosh! A lotus-shaped shield appeared before them. Ding! Dong! When the spinning blade struck the lotus shield, it sparked like metal hitting metal, then ricocheted backward. Meanwhile, the xianxia beast had now successfully taken flight, soaring away in the direction where Yi Kanglin was located. Seeing this, the old man shouted to his troops behind him. That xianxia beast is overloaded. It can't fly fast or high. Everyone, follow me and bring them down. With those words, he charged ahead, racing in the direction the beast had flown. The other 2,000 rebels roared in unison and surged after him, all converging in pursuit of the fleeing xianxia beast. Chapter 119. Yi Kanglin arrives at the battlefield. As the elder had said, the xianxia beast was too heavily loaded to fly high or fast. Below, the rebels of the divine demon ancient sect poured their spiritual energy into the Longju beasts, stimulating the ancient dragon bloodline within them. This allowed the Longju beasts to unleash speeds more than 3 times their normal rate, successfully matching the flying speed of the xianxia beast. However, the price for awakening the ancient dragon lineage was steep. Every single one of these Longju beasts would die by the next day. Once the forces in the sky and on the ground reached a delicate balance in speed, the elder barked again. Use the black devil fire guns. Shoot that damned bird down. Artillery team, bring out the sky-shaking cannons. Aim at that beast in the sky, but don't kill the people on its back. His Holiness the Pontiff has commanded. The female infant with the great perfection ultimate spirit body must be taken alive. At his words, many nodded solemnly and immediately drew their black devil fire guns, aiming them up at the xianxia beast soaring above. Meanwhile, another group pulled out thick, thigh-sized cannon barrels and trained them on the same target. The so-called sky-shaking cannon wasn't originally a lethal weapon. It already existed among common folk. It functioned similarly to fireworks or signal flares. Later, it was taken back and modified by the Grand Priest of the Divine Demon Ancient Sect, eventually being transformed into a weapon capable of causing harm. Yet this improvement still came with many drawbacks. In raw power, it couldn't compare to the Black Devil cannons. In portability, it fell short of the Black Devil fire guns, making it an extremely impractical weapon. And yet, precisely because of its awkward nature, it proved ideal for the current situation. As numerous sky-shaking cannons were brought forth and rapidly fired under the rebels' control, shells streaked into the sky one after another. In no time, explosions bloomed around the xianxia beast from all sides, each blast releasing thick clouds of smoke that quickly spread. After inhaling the mist, the xianxia beast began losing stability. Seeing this, Yu Qingyan quickly covered her mouth and nose and shouted urgently to those behind her.